Name: He Xiaolong. Age: 20. Height: 175 centimeters. South River University of Technology. An academic prodigy, fond of showing off and slapping faces, born into a declining family of cultivators. He embarked on the path of innate talent at 11, achieved perfect innate status at 15, and broke through to the master realm at 19, ranking among the top-tier experts, with a danger level of C. His personality is eccentric and violent, indulgent in debauchery. In a fit of rage over a beauty, he severely injured hundreds of ordinary people. On his 18th birthday, he committed an unspeakable act, attempting to engage in relations with a female classmate. Failing in his attempt, he was subsequently targeted by the higher-ups. 2 years later, on the night of February 18th this year, for reasons unknown, he had a verbal altercation with street thugs, resulting in the deaths of dozens. Statistics indicate that this individual poses a danger level that has reached a high-risk classification according to the Cultivation Alliance's laws. Given his extraordinary talent and young age, having entered the master realm, he is to be sent to the forbidden zone of Cultivators for enslavement. Under the dim lights, He Xiaolong felt as if his eyes were about to burst. What had he just heard? The forbidden zone of Cultivators, a place known for its brutality towards practitioners. To survive, one must become stronger or submit to discipline, becoming a so-called pillar, a mere walking corpse. At this moment, he felt a heavy weight in his head and a weakness in his body. The air around him was devoid of any spiritual energy. He could distinctly sense that the cultivation techniques within him were operating at an agonizingly slow pace, almost to a halt. The forbidden zone of Cultivators was, for every cultivator, nightmare synonym for death, a grim reality of darkness and hell. He knew little about this place, but he understood that his life was over. In this world, there exists a group of extraordinary beings known as cultivators. They possess the ability to move mountains and seas, ride clouds, summon winds and rains, and once stood at the pinnacle of the world. Thus, mysterious force established a special region to suppress these cultivators, aptly named the Forbidden Zone for Cultivators. Biting his tongue to maintain consciousness, He Xiaolong's awareness was somewhat hazy, yet he could still discern the silhouette of a stunning woman clad in a Taoist robe standing approximately 10 meters in front of him. The woman in the Taoist robe was conversing with dozens of individuals dressed in black robes. He observed her slightly parted crimson lips, the robe barely concealing her thighs, revealing long, fair legs. Her hair cascaded down to her waist, her expressions shifting as she occasionally cast glances in his direction. Casting a casual glance to the side, He Xiaolong was instantly taken aback. What did he see? Dozens of individuals around his age, including a girl who appeared to be merely 11 or 12, sprawled on the ground. And what was that? An old man with hair as white as snow and a face resembling desiccated grass mixed with excrement among these individuals. As time passed, He Xiaolong gradually felt his strength returning, slowly rising from the ground. He then glared at the woman in the Taoist robe, who was conversing with the black-robed figures, shouting, You can't do this. I refuse to enter this forbidden zone of cultivators. I refuse. Oh! At that moment, the Taoist woman seemed surprised to see He Xiaolong standing, flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She waved her hand and strode towards him in towering high-heeled shoes. The Taoist woman exuded an air of dominance, a slight smile gracing her lips. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with alluring curves that captivated attention with every step she took. He Xiaolong, I am aware of your tragic past, but that cannot justify your indiscriminate slaughter of ordinary people. Your actions have significantly impacted society. I hope you will accept reform and become a pillar of this world. Remember, this world will continue to function without you, and from now on, your only task is to obey. Your life or death depends on your own choices. Upon reaching He Xiaolong, she looked down at him from a height that made her tower over him, her stature augmented by the heels that made her appear half a head taller. Where is this? What the hell is going on? How did I end up here? Is it possible for someone to abduct a golden core stage cultivator like me? Do not panic, young friend. I have reached the nascent soul stage, yet I find myself here inexplicably. Brother, Linger is scared. A bunch of ants. I have long since reached the tribulation stage, yet where is this place? Why do I feel the spiritual energy within me depleting? By this time, those who had been lying next to He Xiaolong were gradually awakening, utterly oblivious to the Taoist woman's mention of the forbidden zone of cultivators, expressing their fear and confusion. But suddenly, the Taoist woman radiated a brilliant golden light, and then she shouted at He Xiaolong and the others, "Shut up! This is not your home, nor is it a sect. This is the forbidden zone of cultivators, and I am your most powerful, most beautiful, and most gentle director." In that moment, He Xiaolong felt as if he were suffocating, unable to move even a muscle. The woman's power was overwhelmingly formidable, far surpassing his own. He experienced a sense of despair and helplessness, as if death were intimately close. It felt as though, with a mere flick of her hand, she could extinguish his life. Silence enveloped the surroundings, and the black-robed figures standing behind the Taoist woman trembled at her outburst. However, among those present, few seemed to be unaware of the situation. The young man stepped forward, clad in a black suit with slick back hair, his high nose and sharp eyes shining with brilliance. He approached confidently, radiating a dark aura that seemed to challenge the Taoist woman. Fairy Limbo, hailing from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, eloped with her lover 200 years ago to Kunlun, only to be abandoned by him in the end. Afterward, she slaughtered her lover's entire family and vanished from the cultivation world. Am I correct in my assertion? The young man remained calm, devoid of any panic. It was he who had referred to the others as ants, and from his words, it was clear that his power was at the tribulation stage. Upon hearing the young man's words, the Taoist woman hesitated for a moment, but it was only a fleeting pause. The next instant, she smiled sweetly and alluringly, swaying her enchanting figure towards the young man, leaning in closely to whisper in his ear, "He. No wonder you are so confident. Your cultivation is commendable. However, you must understand, this is the forbidden zone for cultivators." Then, with a resounding bang, the Taoist woman clenched her fist and struck the young man's abdomen. The one known as the God of Authority immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, gazing at the Taoist woman in terror. How is this possible? We are both at the tribulation stage. How could you injure me with a single punch? Man. Woman. The two spoke in unison at that moment, but the next instant, the Taoist woman struck again, swift and fierce, seizing the young man's slick back hair, bending her left leg slightly before violently slamming his face against her knee. Blood erupted, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, followed by the young man's agonized screams. Minutes later, the Taoist woman clapped her hands, wiping the blood from her slender fingers across her red lips, licking her mouth with a glint of ferocity in her eyes as she glared at He Xiaolong and the others, stating, "To speak candidly, you all are nothing but refuse. Remember, without my permission, you cannot claim to be human, for you are not humans, you are merely trash, just trash."
Chapter 2, The Abyss of Despair. Listen closely, you worthless beings. Here, no one cares about your so-called identities, whether you are a solitary cultivator, a disciple of a sect, or a powerful individual of great achievement. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must submit. Furthermore, there is an important matter to impart. The Forbidden Zone is peculiar, it offers no spiritual energy for you to absorb. If you wish to maintain your cultivation, you must demonstrate your worth to me. Alternatively, those who make exceptional contributions in certain aspects may be rewarded with elixirs or spiritual stones to sustain their levels of mastery. Fairy Lingbo exuded an overwhelming authority. At this very moment, her presence was akin to that of a demon in the eyes of the spectators. Though she appeared to be merely in her 20s, she was, in truth, a centuries-old entity, boasting astonishing cultivation. Even more terrifying was her ability to seemingly overpower practitioners of the same rank. As her words echoed, she gestured, and the group of individuals clad in black stepped forward to confront He Xiaolong and his companions. Each of these figures donned dark robes, concealing half of their faces. They appeared ordinary yet emanated an inexplicable aura of pressure, particularly when He Xiaolong locked eyes with the black-clad figure directly before him. It felt as though he was gazing into an unfathomable abyss, sending chills throughout his entire being. This formidable opponent must possess a significantly higher level of cultivation. With a mere gesture, they could easily extinguish my life. He Xiaolong's mind raced. He had no intention of perishing here. He had vital matters yet to attend to. He must locate that individual and personally exact his vengeance, for only then could he restore honor to his family. However, before He Xiaolong could devise a countermeasure, several figures clad in black had already selected more than 10 individuals, positioning themselves beside He Xiaolong and his companions, who were cultivators, and then silently gazed at the woman in the Taoist robe. Here, do not attempt to employ any tricks, nor entertain thoughts of escape, for those who do so will meet with a most tragic end. At that moment, a girl who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old stepped forward from among He Xiaolong's group. Her large, misty eyes and the white dress she wore made her resemble a porcelain doll, evoking deep sympathy. But she is just a child. How can you act in such a manner? In my view, her cultivation level is merely at the acquired stage. She is utterly unfit to be here. To think that a mere 9-year-old child has also been captured here, what madness is this? What has become of this world? Do we, as cultivators, truly possess no rights? In bygone years, we were revered as transcendent beings. Why must we endure such cruelty? Observing the girl's apparent distress, the cultivators, already simmering with discontent, immediately voiced their objections. Though they were powerless to effect change, they could at least strive for something. If this little girl could be freed, it would provide them an opportunity to seek a way out. From the very beginning, they had realized their spiritual sense was rendered ineffective, their cultivation being gradually eroded by some unseen force. Although the process was slow, it was palpable, particularly given the surrounding darkness. They could only ascertain that they were likely within some structure. Silence, all of you! It baffles me how you have managed to reach such a state of existence. Among you, aside from her, even the weakest possesses innate capabilities, yet none seem to exert their intellect. How could an ordinary child possibly attain the pinnacle of acquired skills? Moreover, your presence here signifies that each of you has committed acts that provoke the wrath of both mortals and deities alike. At this moment, should the celestial maiden Lingbo unleash her fury, she is acutely aware of the intentions of those before her. However, The notion of escaping this place is but a foolish dream. With many matters unworthy of her current articulation, all she can do is intimidate. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities. Your instructor will soon escort you from this place and provide you with accommodations, at which point you shall have your tasks to fulfill. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, or else your lives shall be forfeit, and you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. Having uttered these words, the celestial maiden cast a fleeting glance toward He Xiaolong before turning away. As He Xiaolong watched the robed figure depart, a tumult of emotions surged within him. The realm of cultivators is often whispered about as a hellish domain, where few manage to emerge alive. Those who do are scarcely deserving of the title human anymore, resembling more the living dead or perhaps mere sentinels. Remember, do not inquire into what should remain unasked, nor speak what ought to be unsaid. When I wish for your words, I shall prompt you. After the departure of the ethereal fairy, the figure cloaked in black, standing beside He Xiaolong, spoke with a voice as sharp as glass shattering. In an instant, he seized He Xiaolong and propelled them forward at an astonishing speed. As they traversed a wall-like barrier, He Xiaolong realized that their previous location was merely an inconsequential sphere of light, no larger than a football. The world that unfolded before his eyes was beyond his wildest imagination. It resembled a forsaken graveyard, with a darkened sky shrouded in ominous clouds, and flickering lightning rolling ominously, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression. The black-cloaked man, possessing formidable strength, suddenly hurled a green-skinned gourd that emanated a bluish light from his bosom. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering structure over 10 meters high, after which he leapt onto it, leaving a long trail of azure light in his wake as it soared over 100 meters. This was a magical artifact, one that could only be crafted by cultivators of the Golden Core stage. As for He Xiaolong, he possessed a family heirloom artifact, but due to his insufficient cultivation level, he was currently unable to wield it, as it remained sealed within his dantian. The fierce winds generated by their high-speed movement were overwhelming, making it difficult for even a master like He Xiaolong to withstand. Buzz! Observing the situation, the black-cloaked man allowed a faint glow to emanate from his fingertips, and in an instant, a layer of azure radiance enveloped both He Xiaolong and himself. Standing atop the gourd, he gazed down at the surroundings and beheld a scene of crumbling ruins, permeated by a heavy scent of blood that was palpable even from such heights. A river flowed on the ground, its crimson waters resembling a river of blood, stretching far into the distance. Upon the surface of this eerie stream floated numerous skulls, densely packed, their exact number unknown. Glancing towards the sky, one could discern other figures clad in black robes, accompanied by those who had appeared in the orb of light. Suddenly, from within the earth, stones shattered and a colossal black ape emerged, previously lying low like a massive obsidian mountain. Now, it stood upright, and with a swift motion, seized a boulder from the ground and hurled it towards He Xiaolong and his companions in the sky. The rock soared through the air with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning, arriving in an instant. A sharp crack echoed in He Xiaolong's ears. Despite the howling winds, he witnessed a youth bursting forth from the grasp of another black-robed figure, attempting to escape. Yet, in the next moment, the boulder crashed down upon the artifact controlled by the black-clad individual, and the boy, who had just leaped out, was reduced to a gruesome puddle of blood. This place was nothing short of the depths of hell, merely the beginning, leading him to doubt whether this was even Earth. For the monsters of Earth could not possibly possess such overwhelming power. Observing He Xiaolong's stunned expression, the black-robed figure beside him let out a sinister laugh, then remarked, TSK, my boy, what are your feelings upon witnessing such a scene? This is the forbidden zone of cultivators, fraught with peril at every turn. To survive, one must reach their destination and perform exceptionally well. I believe you will provide me with an unexpected surprise. Chapter 3, Survival in the Wilderness. The figure cloaked in black accompanying He Xiaolong appeared rather extraordinary. The energy fluctuations emanating from his being far surpassed those of the other cloaked individuals. After the colossal ape had slain a youth, He suddenly accelerated the speed of the azure gourd, swiftly covering dozens of miles in an instant, and eventually traversing several hundred more, before finally selecting a region characterized by undulating mountain ranges. Then, from a distance of approximately 10 meters, he unceremoniously kicked He Xiaolong downwards. Splash! He Xiaolong felt as though his entire body had been shattered into countless pieces. Had this been in the past, he would have leaped up, fiercely teaching the perpetrator a lesson. However, the circumstances were decidedly different now. In this unknown territory, this so-called forbidden zone, his strength seemed to render him utterly powerless. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark object fell from the void, followed by the intolerable voice of the cloaked figure. This is a map of this area, indicating your destination. Remember, do not trust any individual you encounter here, for they may strike you in the back at any moment. Furthermore, do not attempt to leave. Once you open the map, you will come to understand. Lastly, do not disappoint me. As the words echoed, the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. Staring blankly at the black scroll in his hands, He Xiaolong found himself in a daze. Upon unfurling the scroll, he discovered it to be a map. Entirely shrouded in darkness, its material unknown. Numerous red dots were meticulously marked upon it, each adorned with a cross, indicating regions deemed off-limits. Surrounding these marked red dots, several areas were highlighted with green checkmarks, signifying safe zones. He also noticed a route leading directly southeast, with his ultimate destination indicated as a place on the map known as the City of the Fallen. Alongside the map, a line of small text provided annotations regarding the danger levels of certain locations, and curiously, it also contained some inexplicable rules. Among their group of 15, one had already succumbed to the giant ape's attack, leaving 14 survivors, yet ultimately, only 5 of them would be permitted to enter the City of the Fallen. However, the pressing concern was not one of wilderness survival, but rather the imperative of survival itself. If each individual possessed a map with similar markings, it was certain that others would also be in pursuit of their targets to eliminate them. Furthermore, within this realm, their spiritual energy was continually being depleted. The only means to preserve their vitality lay in vanquishing opponents to seize their energy, or by defeating stronger adversaries to absorb their essence, refining their golden core and nurturing their primordial spirit, thereby ensuring their own safety. Among the remaining 14 individuals, the most formidable was the one at the tribulation crossing stage, accompanied by a congenital expert and a young girl at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage. Only He Xiaolong stood at the master stage, while an elderly man possessed the Yuanying realm. Of the remaining 9, He Xiaolong could only recall one at the golden core stage, while the other 8 remained inscrutable, their realms undisclosed, rendering him unable to conduct any analysis. This realization sent a shiver down his spine. However, he considered himself relatively safe for the moment. Experts at the tribulation crossing and Yuanying stages likely regarded a lowly cultivator like He Xiaolong with disdain. His most pressing adversaries were the young man at the golden core stage and the other 8 individuals whose realms were a mystery. Undoubtedly, the young girl at the pinnacle of the postnatal stage and another cultivator of congenital caliber should not be underestimated either. Unlike the bustling metropolis where the Cultivators Alliance had established agreements prohibiting the release of destructive spells exceeding 100 meters, this environment was different. Survival necessitated the elimination of opponents. After much contemplation, He Xiaolong resolved to choose a secure route, preferably one adorned with numerous trees for cover. Even if he could evade detection by others' consciousness, he would still leave conspicuous traces. At this juncture, employing counter-surveillance tactics was imperative. He needed to identify the weakest among them or seize an opportunity from the jaws of danger to sustain his hope of survival, though it required a degree of cunning. He understood the necessity of maintaining the flow of spiritual energy within him. Should his energy be entirely depleted, he would be left vulnerable, destined to be at the mercy of others. He is not a fool who mindlessly charges forward without purpose, otherwise he would not have achieved the realm of a master at the tender age of 20. Each cultivator possesses psychological resilience far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Earlier, within that luminous sphere, the adept in the tribulation stage, seemingly named Divine Authority Supreme, was merely probing with his actions. Choosing a dense thicket, He Xiaolong swiftly concealed himself, erasing any trace of his passage. Subsequently, he altered his direction, not merely stopping there. Throughout his journey, he meticulously redirected his trajectory towards the designated red cross-marked area on the map. This was merely the first step. Much remained for him to accomplish. The ground beneath him was fraught with peril, as he observed numerous peculiar plants that could swiftly transform into overwhelming tendrils, launching fierce and ruthless assaults. While this place harbored many feeble beasts, they differed somewhat from those He Xiaolong had previously encountered. Fortunately, he was capable of capturing them to serve as a means of exploration. Otherwise, discerning the dangers that lay ahead would indeed be a formidable challenge. Several dozen miles to the northwest of where He Xiaolong resided, a middle-aged man clad in a blue tracksuit, with a buzz cut and a fierce glint in his eyes, suddenly crushed a severed head in his grasp. He then extracted a radiant, golden orb from the abdomen of a corpse lying on the ground, a cruel smile flickering across his lips. He spoke, "What a rather thrilling hunting game this is, precisely to my liking. By refining this golden core, I shall transcend to the nascent soul realm. At that point, self-preservation should pose no challenge." He then settled into a meditative position, dedicating his full concentration to the refinement of the golden core. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the orb was entirely assimilated, causing a significant surge of spiritual energy within him, with his body emanating a formidable aura. The transformation he underwent in those few hours was nothing short of dramatic. His physique appeared more robust, the outer layer of his skin shedding like old bark. Upon opening his eyes, golden light radiated forth, astonishingly illuminating the surroundings. He rose slightly from the ground, astonishingly able to hover in mid-air. This was no mere skill of lightness, it was a genuine manifestation of flight. Among cultivators, particularly in this age of decline, even those in the golden core stage typically required artifacts to fly. Yet this individual now exhibited true levitation, a concept entirely distinct from mere aerial maneuvering. Subsequently, he retrieved a compass from his bosom, its needle spinning incessantly, radiating golden light and hexagram symbols that expanded in all directions. Remarkably, the orientation where the needle settled aligned with the very direction in which He Xiaolong found himself at that moment. Chapter 4, Psychological Warfare. His mental fortitude was remarkably robust. The act of taking a life was something he had encountered countless times. When he was merely 6 years old, a group had invaded his family, leaving no one unscathed. At that moment, his heart had hardened like steel. Over the years, he had cultivated a habit of remaining ever vigilant, and his senses were significantly heightened compared to other cultivators. Moreover, whenever danger approached, the sealed artifact within his dantian would stir restlessly, a phenomenon that had enabled him to survive against all odds in the past. As the ominous energy and pressure drew near, it seemed that someone had indeed broken through to the nascent soul stage. Turning to gaze into the distance, He Xiaolong instinctively quickened his excavation, for he was determined to survive. Beyond avenging his family's massacre, he was resolutely seeking a person, someone he wished to cherish for a lifetime. This endeavor resembled digging his own grave, yet in truth, He Xiaolong intended to evade impending peril. Before long, he had unearthed a pit in the ground. Its structure inclined directly beneath the corpse above. All that remained was for him to burrow into it, lying beneath the body, while a hollowed tree several hundred meters away would serve as his optimal escape route, restoring the surface to its natural state, scattering the old soil. He Xiaolong finally emerged from the tree hollow, burrowing down towards the corpse below. He activated the turtle breathing technique, lowering his vital functions to their minimum, rendering himself nearly indistinguishable from the dead. Only then did he feel a semblance of calm. However, a sliver of his consciousness remained alert, poised for a desperate escape if necessary. Rustle, rustle. From beneath the earth, He Xiaolong could distinctly perceive the sounds around him. From wriggling insects in the soil to the distant footfalls of people on the surface, accompanied by the myriad sounds of creatures from all directions. The reason He Xiaolong did not choose to flee swiftly before the enemy arrived was simple. His speed was grossly inadequate when compared to a master of the nascent soul realm. Even in flight, he would be swiftly overtaken. Yet, by burying himself underground, the scenario altered. As long as the adversary could pass safely overhead, he merely needed to bide his time until they moved far enough away, allowing him to emerge unscathed from the depths and preserve his life. Rustle, rustle. Someone was approaching, drawing ever closer. He Xiaolong's heart nearly ceased its rhythm, his breath sustained solely by spiritual energy. He felt as if a breath was caught in his throat. This was one of the rare occasions in his life when he encountered a cultivator several realms more powerful than himself. Creak! The soil pressing down upon He Xiaolong suddenly compressed slightly, prompting him to completely extinguish his vital functions. At this moment, it was highly probable that the enemy stood directly above him on the surface of the earth. If he revealed even the slightest hint of his presence, survival would be exceedingly difficult. Oh! The soil was loose and unremarkable at first glance, appearing strikingly natural. Yet, it was precisely this overwhelming sense of normalcy that aroused my suspicion. How is it, I wondered, to remain beneath this earth? However, the individual who had recently arrived soon discerned something amiss. Surely, He Xiaolong possessed more than mere tricks up his sleeve. Even if the adversary were to excavate 3 feet into the ground, they would struggle to uncover his presence. Striving to maintain a sense of calm, he awaited the next move of the person above. Very well, if you harbor illusions of safety, I shall extinguish your hopes and unearth you. The voice from above bore a hint of familiarity, yet it heightened He Xiaolong's vigilance. It was evidently a ploy to draw him out. He was resolute in his belief that as long as he remained still, the opponent would be incapable of discovering him. Suddenly, with the finality of that voice still echoing in the air, a violent tremor surged from above, accompanied by an intense wave of heat penetrating the soil to envelop He Xiaolong's body. The temperature soared well above 100 degrees. A typical person would have perished instantly under such conditions. Ah, how intriguingly amusing. Perhaps I am merely being paranoid, yet allow me to caution you this time. I shall grant you a reprieve. But regardless of your identity, know this: next time, you shall not survive under my divine authority, for the stakes are simply too high. The voice from outside resounded once more, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, gradually fading into the distance, as if the individual had departed. However, He Xiaolong remained undeterred. Recognizing that perseverance was crucial for survival, he suspected that his adversary was engaging him in a psychological battle. And he refused to believe that he had simply encountered the most formidable of opponents, a transcendent being of immense power, akin to those he had previously sensed among the Yuan-Ying realm experts. The voice of the individual outside reached him once more, followed by a resonating roar, accompanied by a violent explosion. Simultaneously, an intense wave of heat surged forth, far surpassing the previous instance, nearly rendering He Xiaolong thoroughly cooked. He even detected the tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh seeping through the earth into his lungs. Gritting his teeth against the searing temperatures, he resolved that even in death, he would not venture outside. His opponent appeared exceedingly cunning, and judging by their tone and energy fluctuations, they were likely not the transcendent master he had initially feared. At this juncture, He Xiaolong felt an overwhelming urge to curse, convinced that this individual harbored a personal vendetta against him. Furthermore, despite being considered a prodigy among his peers, even a genius could not withstand the relentless onslaught of true power. Each encounter felt like a blow of steel, threatening to melt him away. Just let me discover your identity, and I shall ensure your demise at the earliest opportunity, he grumbled inwardly, grappling with the excruciating pain coursing through his body. How dreary it is, it appears that no one remains. The individual seems to be quite disheartening, yet once again, the sound of his departure resonates. This time more distinctly, creating an illusion for He Xiaolong regarding the distance he has traversed and whether he has genuinely left. However, just as He Xiaolong begins to feel a semblance of relaxation, the sound of footsteps returns. The other party probes once more, followed by an overwhelming wave of heat that surpasses the previous encounter. Based on He Xiaolong's personal experience, the temperature reaches several hundred degrees Celsius, a degree of heat capable of melting even semi-finished magical artifacts. Even though He Xiaolong possesses a physique far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator, he cannot withstand such torment. Just as he resolves to take a risk, a sudden sensation of coolness emanates from his dantian, enveloping his entire being, cleansing him thoroughly over a dozen times, allowing him to barely endure. My goodness! Divine glutton, you pestilence, please depart. You are not welcome here. He Xiaolong feels an overwhelming sense of grievance. This is akin to battling against the Grim Reaper. Had his magical artifact not emitted an unusual energy earlier, he would have been utterly incinerated by now. The thought of being a prodigious talent in cultivation, only to have buried himself alive and become a mere roast, leads him to believe that no one could possibly be more self-destructive than he. Chapter 5, Achieving a Double Kill. Silence envelopes the surroundings, save for the rustling of the wind and the incessant wriggling of maggots burrowing through the earth beneath. The only remnants are the adversary standing above He Xiaolong on the surface. From the behavior exhibited by the other party, one can discern that this is an individual of extraordinary dedication and remarkable patience, akin to those characters often depicted in anime who suffer from a kind of delusional obsession. Their thoughts transcend the boundaries of conventional human reasoning. Otherwise, how could such an eccentric persist for several hours, crouching here, probing to see if anyone is present? If there were indeed someone, it would validate his prowess, yet, the crux lies in the fact that if no one is there, would he not merely be showcasing his intelligence in vain? Clearly, he is wise, for at this moment, He Xiaolong can no longer endure any torment inflicted by the other. This is a test of his fortitude, yet it is also a form of suffering. In today's society, cultivators are seldom like those of yore, whose hearts were as clear as mirrors, akin to the Bodhi tree. He Xiaolong perceives himself as having encountered a dog, otherwise, how could the vigilance be so heightened? It has been 4 times neither too many nor too few. Psychologically speaking, no matter how peculiar the other may be, it is improbable that he would continue to wait for He Xiaolong to emerge, especially since he cannot be certain if anyone is indeed underground. Without further deliberation, He Xiaolong swiftly maneuvered his body, rolling over, and hastened toward the direction of the tree hollow. After a few minutes, having emerged from the hollow, He Xiaolong scanned the surroundings before darting into the dense forest, transforming into a fleeting shadow racing forward. This place is fraught with peril, for cultivators of postmodern civilization. Survival is paramount. Most wander through mountains and rivers, seeking fortunes in hopes of encountering the ancient abodes of ascended immortals, striving to unearth treasures that would elevate their strength. Moreover, the most perilous aspect is the necessity to remain perpetually vigilant, for the true terror does not stem from monsters, but rather from fellow cultivators of the same kind. In this postmodern civilization, we find ourselves in an era of waning spiritual energy on Earth. To ascend to higher realms, even to the celestial plane, one must resort to the ruthless act of eliminating peers and refining their golden cores and primordial spirits, as such actions provide the most expedient path to power. Although He Xiaolong possesses commendable strength, he remains beneath the notice of those formidable practitioners above the golden core stage. It is only upon achieving complete mastery of the Grand Master level that one's true chi begins to transmute into spiritual energy. Once this transformation is complete, one can genuinely step into the next realm, foundation establishment. Following the indications on the map, He Xiaolong pressed forward, traversing several hundred miles in a mere 3 days. For a practitioner at his Grandmaster level, covering 100 miles in a day is already an extraordinary feat, rendering him incomparable to those above the Golden Core stage. During a brief respite, He Xiaolong discerned traces left by others among the surrounding flora and the ground, revealing clear signs of conflict. Initially, the devastation appeared modest, with only subtle traces of spells etched upon towering ancient trees and the earth. However, as he advanced, his trepidation grew. An ancient tree, so vast that it would require 10 men to encircle it, had been severed cleanly, lying prostrate in the forest. The ground was scorched, with the surrounding vegetation stained with blood. Such a level of destruction was beyond He Xiaolong's current capabilities. Only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage could unleash such cataclysmic force. After traversing several dozen miles, he finally arrived at the site where this battle had met its conclusion. A young man lay slain, his strength indeterminate, but it was likely that he was at least at the golden core stage. His body was charred beyond recognition. Had it not been for a glimpse of a tattered corner of his garment, it would have been nearly impossible for He Xiaolong to discern his identity. Fortunately, cultivators possess remarkable memories, and while within the luminous sphere, he recalled the presence of this young man and the attire he wore. Damn it! This truly is a hunt of one's own kind. He pondered who could be responsible. Were I to encounter such a fate, I would surely meet my demise. He Xiaolong gazed intently around him, circumventing the immediate area and opting to advance through another dense forest. Over the course of these 3 days, he had witnessed the deaths of 6 individuals, indicating that, aside from himself, there were at least 7 others who had perished. Excluding the earlier surge of Yuan-ing stage fluctuations he had sensed. Curiously, among the 7, the absence of that peak postnatal girl caught his attention. Moreover, of those who had been slain, 1 was at the innate stage, while the rest were presumably at the golden core stage. This was not merely a massacre but a trial of extreme survival, demanding not only cultivation levels and formidable power but also keen intelligence. The most crucial understanding was to advance cautiously and avoid unnecessary risks. Among the 14 of them, the most formidable was a tribulation transcending expert, who held supreme authority. In this scenario, he was the most likely to reach the destination first. Excluding the supreme authority and accounting for the 7 deceased, there should remain 7 individuals. And excluding himself, only 6. Among the remaining 6 individuals, there exists a young girl who has recently reached her pinnacle, alongside an elderly man of the nascent soul realm, and another formidable nascent soul practitioner who achieved a breakthrough merely 3 days prior. Thus, it can be concluded that 3 individuals remain. The exact strength of these 3 is currently unknown, and it is even uncertain whether they are still alive. The fact that He Xiaolong has managed to survive until now is not without reason. His composure and meticulous consideration have been his greatest assets. Had it not been for these qualities, he would have surely fallen victim to the nascent soul expert 3 days ago. Given the distance of descent and the process of elimination, it is evident that the remaining 3 must be positioned ahead of He Xiaolong. And it is highly likely that 1 has already perished. Should the 2 survivors engage in combat once more, He Xiaolong would need only to race towards his destination without the necessity of confrontation. This implies that all those who remain alive are currently situated before him. And due to their shared objective, he may very well be the safest among them. However, at that moment, from the dense forest above, a figure suddenly plummeted to the ground, prompting He Xiaolong to instinctively prepare for battle. His muscles tensed, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the figure was a bloodied individual, appearing utterly wretched, with a face obscured by flesh and blood, yet still clinging to life. What could have transpired? Could this be a master of the nascent soul realm? Warily observing the fallen figure, He Xiaolong's mind raced. He could not afford to underestimate an injured nascent soul practitioner, for even a casual strike from such a being could spell his demise. After quite a while, a sudden sound pierced the air, followed by an exclamation. At that moment, I found myself slipping. The heavens conspire against me. With a thud, another figure plummeted from the vast and dense branches of the ancient tree, fortuitously landing atop another individual who was already on the brink of collapse. Wait a moment. Slipping? Is there such a stroke of fortune? It seems these 2 intended to eliminate each other, only to end up mutually annihilated. No, It is my moment to shine. If I were to extinguish their lives, and subsequently refine their nascent souls, would I not ascend to the ranks of an unparalleled master in no time? He Xiaolong's mind raced with possibilities, but in the next instant, he hesitated. It is imperative to remember that these two individuals are masters of the nascent soul stage. Even upon their demise, their nascent souls could transcend their physical forms and choose new vessels. However, fortune favors the bold. The two on the ground clearly exhibited no trace of spiritual energy, making it exceedingly difficult for their nascent souls to emerge. Yet, if I were to refine them, what of their nascent souls? The disparity in our realms is insurmountable. What use is a nascent soul? Let it go to the netherworld. Strength is of utmost importance. If I can refine just one nascent soul, even if only half, I could devour them entirely. Gritting his teeth, He Xiaolong stealthily approached the two, gazing down at their barely conscious forms, a smile creeping upon his face. Old buddy, save me. As long as you rescue me, I promise you a future filled with delights. I guarantee your safety. Due to the impact from the last individual, the person below had completely lost consciousness. At this moment, another figure, whose body was a grotesque mess, spoke in a fragmented northeastern dialect, pondering whether to save or not to save. It posed a dilemma. In such a place, what good or righteous card could possibly matter? The essence of existence lay in survival. He Xiaolong was not easily deceived. Should he choose to rescue this individual, once they regained their faculties, they might seize control of his body, leading to his inevitable demise. Protect me? He scoffed. Who do you think you are? Nuwa, or perhaps the Jade Emperor? Protect me? Let me tell you your fortune, a fatal calamity awaits you. Old buddy, what is this? If I save you, I assure you, I will help you establish your foundation. The casualness of the statement belied the gravity of the situation. In this setting, no one would heed your nonsensical ramblings. And the notion of saving someone was nothing short of absurd. Would He Xiaolong choose to rescue this individual? Casting a disdainful glance at the nascent soul expert, he smiled slightly and replied, Do you truly believe I would save you? You must have some inkling of your own worth. Old friend, let it go. You appear to be quite experienced, otherwise, how could two individuals lie bloodied on the ground? My apologies, but I must take my leave. It seemed these two had exerted themselves considerably during their confrontation, leaving only a scant remnant behind. However, considering he was a nascent soul expert, he should possess a substantial fortune. Consequently, He Xiaolong rummaged through the belongings of the two and, as expected, discovered 2 storage rings, marking a significant haul. Regrettably, although the ring is now ownerless, it still retains a trace of the consciousness of its former master, a formidable being of the nascent soul realm. At present, he finds himself unable to unlock its mysteries. To delve deeper, he must first devour the nascent souls of these two individuals. Subsequently, He Xiaolong set about excavating a pit, burrowing into the heart of a colossal tree, creating a hollow that extended deep along the trunk into the earth, digging for over 10 meters before he felt satisfied. He then settled into a meditative position underground, commencing the refinement of the two nascent souls. Chapter 6, Defying Heaven in Pursuit of Immortality Through Cultivation. With fervor and freedom to roam, he treads upon lotus flowers, skimming the waves to purify his sword's essence. Soaring through the void to forge a sacred soul such as the life of a cultivator. In a secluded forest, He Xiaolong sat cross-legged upon the ground, emanating boundless radiance, as if a silken ribbon of light swirled around him. Gradually, he rose from his seated position, and in an instant, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a profound transformation in his demeanor. Originally standing at a height of 1.75 meters, he now towered at 1.80 meters, his skin as pure as jade. Clad in simple leisure attire, his hair, parted at the crown, danced in the absence of wind. Standing there, he resembled a sword poised to unsheath, yet emanated a sense of returning to simplicity. Having reached this stage, he had transcended from the master realm, firmly stepping into the foundation establishment realm. Henceforth, He truly departed from the ranks of ordinary cultivators, having merely glimpsed the path ahead. The nascent souls of the two formidable beings propelled him directly from the pinnacle of the master realm to the apex of the foundation establishment realm. He Xiaolong's heart, naturally akin to a clear mirror, became increasingly formidable following the upheaval in his family, each time he broke through a barrier. He seamlessly transitioned into the next realm without hindrance. However, there exists a certain flaw. Every 49 days, he succumbs to the backlash of his inner demons. It is precisely this struggle that has shaped his disposition, rendering him overwhelmingly powerful within the same realm. Feeling an incessant surge of spiritual energy coursing through his veins, He Xiaolong longs to bellow to the heavens, "I shall defy fate." Is this the sensation of possessing formidable power? In the past, although he was indeed strong, it was merely in comparison to ordinary individuals. Now, he has truly become a cultivator. And only at this moment does he realize how minuscule the world he once perceived was, while the vista before him unfolds a brand new reality. The world around him has transformed, the mountains, forests, and creatures move at a pace that seems infinitely slower than before. Moreover, He Xiaolong can distinctly sense that within this expanse, there exists not a trace of spiritual energy, but rather an unknown substance that incessantly erodes his flesh and depletes his spirit. The surname he traces back to the Ji clan, often regarded as descendants of the ancient Zhou emperors. Their cultivation method, known as the Void Scripture, has, over the passage of time, become unattainable to his lineage. It was not until one fateful day when He Xiaolong inadvertently opened the Void Scripture, causing the text to transform into a beam of light that penetrated his mind, that the He family faced an unprecedented upheaval. "Humph, I will find you and eliminate every last one of you." He clenched his fists tightly, yearning to avenge his parents immediately, yet feeling utterly powerless. Simultaneously, the image of a young girl surfaced in his mind, somewhat of great significance to him. They had once vowed to be together for eternity, to grow old side by side. However, she had mysteriously vanished one day before He Xiaolong's very eyes, disappearing without a trace or explanation. Nevertheless, He Xiaolong firmly believed she was still alive. He was convinced that if he became strong enough, he would surely find her. With renewed determination, he set off once more, following the direction indicated on the map. His strength had increased beyond measure, having reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. And with a single step further, he would ascend to the golden core stage. At this moment, his prowess was sufficient to contend with experts at the early golden core level. Half a day later, He Xiaolong found himself amidst a grove of azure stones. Suddenly, he remembered that he possessed two storage rings belonging to nascent soul experts, which likely contained numerous valuable items. If utilized properly, these could significantly enhance his combat capabilities. He extended his consciousness, swiftly erasing the faint trace within the rings. A smile spread across his face as he examined the two rings, one of them, named the Void Ring, perfectly aligned with the technique he practiced. To his astonishment, he discovered that this Void Ring was none other than his father's ring, a testament to the cycle of cause and effect. On the other hand, the second ring was rather unimpressive, measuring merely 10 square units, with only a few scattered fragments of spirit stones emitting a faint glow. There were also various bottles and jars, presumably containing elixirs. It seemed that the owner of this ring was a person of little fortune, possessing nothing of substantial value. In stark contrast, the Void Ring was entirely different. This was a treasured heirloom of the He family, lost many years ago. Its inner area was equivalent to that of over 100 football fields, divided into several distinct zones: a cultivation area, an elixir area, an artifact area, and even a spirit stone area. Regrettably, many sections remained inaccessible for exploration. It appeared that the Yuan cultivator who had acquired the Void Ring was unable to unlock these areas. The reason for this was that only the He family's unique secret techniques could facilitate their opening. Thus, this Yuan cultivator could only utilize the Void Ring as an ordinary storage ring, akin to possessing a mountain of treasures yet being unable to mine them. which was exceedingly frustrating. A casual glance at these items revealed that they constituted a tremendous fortune for He Xiaolong. With the resources within the void ring, he could easily elevate his cultivation to the tribulation stage, and even ascension would not pose a challenge. Just then, an extraordinary event unfolded. A row of neatly arranged large characters suddenly materialized above the space within the void ring, asking, "Do you still like what I have given you? I sincerely hope you shall not disappoint me. I find myself at the other end." Yet, for reasons unknown, the words ceased to appear here. Though it is evident that there are more letters beyond, obscured by a haze of brilliance, seemingly hindered by some interference, failing to manifest in their entirety. This is most peculiar and decidedly unusual. After all, this is the ancestral ring of his family. Could it be that his forebears had foreseen that the void ring would eventually fall into his possession? Or is it merely a standard phrase that any member of the He family encounters upon opening it? However, this contradicts logic, and what could the other end signify? What are the words that lie behind? All of this seems to render comprehension elusive. After a considerable time, He Xiaolong shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such matters any longer, and resumed his journey. For him, surviving, achieving vengeance, and finding her are the true objectives. Casting another glance at the map in his hand, He Xiaolong discovered that it altered in accordance with his location. At this moment, his situation became evidently clear. He was merely several hundred miles from his destination. This implies that he could reach the city of the fallen within a day or even half a day. Moreover, he noticed 5 points appearing on the map, which had not been present before. What could this signify? It is highly probable that the final test has now been decided, and including himself, the criteria for survival or arrival at the destination has been met. To his surprise, everything has progressed so swiftly and smoothly. It seems that his cautious development along the way has played a significant role. Yet the city of the fallen hardly sounds like a promising place to venture. He Xiaolong murmured to himself, yet he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters, propelling himself forward once more. According to the map's guidance, the remaining 5 survivors were destined to converge at a singular location. Moreover, it was evident on the map that the points representing the other 4 individuals were advancing swiftly and in unison. Approximately half a day later, He Xiaolong halted before a colossal mountain range. Having been intercepted, directly in his path stood a figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Chapter 7, 2 Selves. At this moment, the person standing before He Xiaolong was an exact replica of himself, indistinguishable in appearance. Strangely enough, their realms of existence appeared to be identical as well. This bizarre phenomenon sent a shiver down He Xiaolong's spine. What on earth is happening? Could it be that his mother had given birth to an identical twin all those years ago? The counterpart of He Xiaolong sneered, his gaze exuding a malevolent glint as he scrutinized He Xiaolong from head to toe. Their attire was identical, even down to the scent, lacking any distinction. Damn it! You must be an imposter, He Xiaolong thought, feeling a surge of indignation. The likelihood of encountering someone with an identical visage was infinitesimal. Yet his misfortune had led him to this eerie encounter with such a nefarious doppelganger. However, the other He Xiaolong smirked, clenched his fist, and waved a hand towards He Xiaolong, declaring, regardless of authenticity, "If I slay you, then I shall be the true one." It seems that another He Xiaolong exudes an air of confidence, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain as he gazes at He Xiaolong. His expressions are vividly animated, occasionally picking at his nostrils to extract a lump of mucus, which he flicks disdainfully towards He Xiaolong. How disgusting! Is this truly me? Watching this grotesque imitation of himself, He Xiaolong cannot help but tremble. It is utterly outrageous. While he could tolerate the identical appearance, such repulsive actions are intolerable. Is he some sort of fool? He has always maintained his composure, yet in this moment, his calmness dissipates. The individual before him is nothing but a scoundrel, not only mimicking his visage but also his cultivation. Now, donning his face, he engages in such outrageous behavior. How delightful it is to possess a physical form, but since you have come this far, let us see if you can survive. Your fate now hinges upon your own abilities. The impostor chuckles lightly, seemingly exhilarated, yet tinged with anticipation regarding He Xiaolong's response. Who on earth are you? Why mimic my face, and what is your intention? He Xiaolong inquires, his expression darkening. It is quite simple, really. I have come here solely to kill you. If you do not perish, I will have no explanation to provide. The impostor, flaunting his flamboyance, approaches He Xiaolong with exaggerated movements, his fingers delicately poised, swaying with a grotesque fervor, his countenance twisted and frenzied. To kill me? Is this part of their scheme as well? In a fleeting moment, He Xiaolong recalled the figures clad in black robes. However, when he opened the map, he was taken aback, for it appeared that the other four had seemingly reached their destination, while he was obstructed here by a counterfeit remarkably resembling himself. Just as He Xiaolong was deep in thought, a sudden gust of formidable wind swept in, followed closely by a fist aimed directly at his face. With instinctive agility, He Xiaolong swiftly evaded the blow, narrowly escaping as he sidestepped the incoming strike. Yet, despite his evasion, his cheek burned fiercely, akin to the sensation of being scorched by flames. Such a potent surge of spiritual energy, although it bore no distinction from his own. The energy within him was incessantly waning, while that of his adversary seemed inexhaustible. At that moment, He Xiaolong discerned an unsettling anomaly. They had been engaged for a while, yet his own spiritual energy diminished at a sluggish pace, whereas the opponent remained in a state of complete fullness. This was undeniably peculiar, leading one to ponder the extraordinary nature of it all. Even cultivators could not fathom the underlying reasons. While it was true that certain demons could shape-shift and cultivators themselves could effortlessly assume the guise of any individual, the essence of a person remained unchanged. Notably, the fraudulent figure before him bore the same casual attire, marked by the telltale signs of having been scorched by the intense heatwave unleashed by a formidable Yuanying realm master beneath the earth. Ah! It is indeed intriguing, however. My very existence is solely dedicated to your demise. Should you remain alive, I shall never ascend to supremacy. With this proclamation from the impostor, a sudden bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking perilously close, and had it not been for his extraordinary agility, he would have been struck. What did you say? What is it that you cannot become? He Xiaolong inquired, his mind perplexed. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to his previous encounter within the Void Ring, both scenarios shrouded in mystery, yet sharing a pivotal similarity, critical information that must not be disclosed. At this moment, the impostor appeared equally bewildered, gazing up at the sky with a furrowed brow. Before erupting with rage, who are you? Why have you summoned me here? I expect you to fulfill your promises, whether you are a mortal or a deity. Do not attempt to thwart my intentions. As his words echoed, another bolt of lightning flashed, seemingly issuing a warning. I understand now. Though I am unaware of your identity or whereabouts, I shall unearth you. As long as I draw breath, do not think to control me, nor him. It seems he holds great significance for you, but let me assure you, I will personally ensure his end. The impostor's expression morphed into one of terror intertwined with madness, his gaze fixating on He Xiaolong, before he erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, how amusing. Wait for me, I shall return to seek you out. With that, the impostor transformed into a wisp of black mist, gradually dissipating into the air. This situation is exceedingly peculiar, leaving He Xiaolong in a state of utter bewilderment. He shares the same confusion in his mind. With whom is the impostor conversing? The very thought provokes laughter. A person who bears his exact likeness audaciously declares intentions to end his life. What a profound irony. Moreover, it appears the impostor insinuated that by eliminating him, he could ascend to some form of dominion. What dominion? A deity? A principal figure? A protagonist? No! Wait, what does it mean to be a protagonist? What manner of circumstance is this? Why would his demise enable the impostor to attain such a status? What ulterior motive does the impostor harbor? And who is this enigmatic presence guiding these events? What are their intentions? Chapter 8, Supremacy of Divine Authority. Such occurrences are undeniably bizarre. Despite He Xiaolong's efforts to maintain his composure, it proves to be a futile endeavor. Nevertheless, the immediate priority is to reach his destination. He firmly believes that, with the passage of time, the truth will reveal itself. Even if the impostor should reappear, he must ensure he can vanquish him. After all, bearing a visage identical to his own is a disconcerting burden for anyone. Casting a glance around to confirm the impostor's departure, He Xiaolong then propels himself forward at a rapid pace. Having been ensnared and brought to this place in a daze, his mental state is on the brink of collapse. Were it not for his remarkable resilience, he might very well succumb to madness. Yet, there is a certain intrigue to this predicament, a tangible manifestation of survival in the wild. Among numerous adept cultivators, perhaps arriving here is indeed an intriguing choice. Moreover, it appears that the impostor was not orchestrated by those cloaked individuals. A thought that is quite confounding. Approximately half a day later, He Xiaolong found himself before a range of undulating mountains. At the base of a black peak where 4 individuals awaited him. Upon his arrival, he was met with the piercing glares of the 4. As if they were poised to take his life. I initially presumed that a formidable master had survived, only to discover that it was a mere foundation establishment brat, indeed. His luck was rather remarkable. The first to speak was the one known as Divine Authority Supreme. In the realm of cultivation, He Xiaolong had heard this name countless times. He was the strongest among the younger generation of the Divine Authority clan, having achieved the tribulation stage at just over 20 years of age, seemingly possessing a unique physique, and wielding the clan's supreme divine weapon, the Divine Authority Spear. "Stinky uncle, you are exceedingly slow, making us wait," he declared with a hint of mockery. Beside Divine Authority Supreme stood a little girl, who had previously reached the pinnacle of the acquired stage, but at this moment, she had ascended to the innate stage. Her strength evidently magnified. Pouting, she made a face at He Xiaolong, her expression adorably mischievous. She tugged at the sleeve of an elderly man beside her and, with a touch of grievance, remarked, "Grandpa, look, this stinky uncle not only arrived late but is also quite impolite, truly annoying." "Ah, Linger." Perhaps he encountered some difficulties along the way, the elderly man replied with a cheerful demeanor, chuckling softly. As for the last individual, he was a taciturn young man who merely cast a glance at He Xiaolong before remaining motionless. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize for the unforeseen circumstances that have arisen on the journey." He Xiaolong felt a profound sense of dismay. The little girl named Linger had spoken in a manner that left him somewhat embarrassed. At merely 20 years of age, how could he possibly be referred to as an old man? Brother, with a stoic expression, "Look, this old man only realized he should apologize after my reminder." "He has no shame," Linger exclaimed, her large eyes wide with innocence as she pointed at He Xiaolong. This situation was indeed disheartening. What could possibly account for the fact that a youth who appeared to be several years his senior was addressed as brother, while he himself was labeled as an old uncle? Nevertheless, such trivialities were of little consequence. What truly mattered was the next course of action. According to the map, their current location should be in close proximity to the so-called fallen city, perhaps even within sight. Yet, all that surrounded them were the endless mountain peaks and the ancient, dark trees along with the dense vegetation. Ultimately, among the 5 of them, one must emerge as the strongest, only then could they gain entry into the fallen city. The rules dictated that they engage in hand-to-hand combat without the use of spiritual energy, and only the last person standing would receive guidance to enter the city. The task was clear: no one could perish, for failure to adhere to this would result in their obliteration. Such a statement caused He Xiaolong's expression to shift dramatically. It seemed as though they were being led to their demise. The strongest among them had the divine right to supremacy, possessing cultivation at the tribulation stage. followed by the elder whose strength he had previously discerned within the orb to be at the nascent soul stage. Now that he had survived, it was certain that he would be even more formidable. Moreover, there is a young man whose strength is inscrutable to He Xiaolong. In addition to him, there is another individual whose face is concealed, rendering their appearance a mystery, and they remain silent as well, making it difficult for He Xiaolong to discern any insights. The current situation is quite dire for him. The little girl, Linger, evidently shares a close bond with the elderly man, and the authority of the divine has chosen to remain taciturn. As for the remaining two individuals, their gazes are chillingly cold. Although the mission clearly stipulates that no one is to perish, it does not preclude the possibility of inflicting serious injuries or debilitating one's cultivation. The threat extends beyond this. At this juncture, the spiritual energy within these individuals is certainly not at its zenith. Should a physical confrontation ensue without the utilization of spiritual energy, it would inevitably lead to severe injuries. Once they enter the so-called city of desolation, if they attempt to mend their wounds using spiritual energy, replenishment would prove exceedingly challenging, leading to an outcome that is ultimately beyond their control. At that point, apart from the authority of the divine, they would be entirely at the mercy of others. Furthermore, given that the mission has failed, it implies that those who captured them likely possess extraordinary experts at the Mahayana stage. How do you all perceive this rule? It is quite simple. Linger will refrain from engaging in battle, while the rest of us will fight until we exhaust our strength. The authority of the divine was the first to voice this proposal. The approach is feasible, yet should unforeseen circumstances arise, how shall we confront them? If we manage to heal our injuries under conditions of insufficient spiritual energy, it becomes increasingly difficult to ensure that no unexpected transformations occur. Chapter 9, The Final 5 Competitors. The next to speak was the elderly man at the nascent soul stage, whose intentions were already quite apparent. What kind of place is the city of desolation? No one is certain, yet in the midst of such a brawl, injuries are inevitable. It is essential to utilize spiritual energy to mend wounds. However, setting aside the disparity in levels among individuals, what should one do when calamity strikes during moments of exhaustion? Furthermore, should the injuries be severe, everyone, save for the supreme deity and that little girl, stands in peril. It is crucial to note that although the girl appears to be the weakest among them, she still possesses a modicum of spiritual energy, does she not? Those who have attained this level have endured countless life and death trials, relying on their strength, wisdom, and fortune to survive. Leaving oneself an avenue of retreat has become an instinctual practice for all. While the little girl seems harmless, smiling amiably at everyone, her presence as one of the 5 survivors, with significantly enhanced power, indicates that she is far from ordinary. Yet, observing her soft and innocent demeanor, none dare suggest her involvement in the conflict. Perhaps they should engage in group battles until exhaustion ensues. What do you all think? The speaker remains the elder in the nascent soul realm. His proposal was met with silence from He Xiaolong, for among the multitude present, he holds the least authority. The little girl appears to be familiar with everyone, while the young man seems indifferent to his surroundings. Although it is claimed that they are deliberating together, in truth, it is merely the elder and the supreme deity engaged in discussion, leaving the others feeling utterly disconnected. However, at this juncture, He Xiaolong found himself surprisingly unperturbed. The peculiar voice, along with the appearance of a boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, led him to believe that some unseen guidance was at play, compelling him to act in accordance with the other's intentions. Since he could not dictate his own course, he resolved to proceed with the flow of destiny. Moreover, his singular desire was merely to survive. Although entering the city of despair with a body riddled with injuries posed a significant threat, at least he was not in immediate peril, was he? Every individual present lived a life teetering on the edge of danger, including the seemingly carefree, smiling little girl, whose innocence belied the harshness of their reality. Furthermore, the current predicament paled in comparison to the specter of death he had just faced. "I have no objections," spoke the previously taciturn young man, his voice hoarse. as if he had endured grave injuries or had choked on thick smoke, certainly not a sound one would expect from a youth. Both He Xiaolong and the remaining individuals regarded him with astonishment, for this was evidently the first instance of hearing his voice. "Oh, well, you may decide." "I have no objections," He Xiaolong quickly affirmed, as he had no desire to vie for the title of the strongest among them. His primary goal was to ardently safeguard himself, striving to navigate this perilous ordeal with the least possible injuries. Of course, he recognized that he could not refrain from fighting, as such was the directive from above. However, the key lies in how to strike. This requires careful contemplation. It is essential to understand that some injuries are irreparable, particularly in times of scarcity, where healing is elusive. Should one's foundation be compromised, or the dantian sustain damage, one may be doomed to a life of futility. In such desolate and inhospitable lands, even if one were to eventually depart from this realm of cultivation, they would still remain a mere shadow of their potential. There are deep-seated grievances that demand retribution, and a cherished figure yet to be found. Thus, even clinging to this wretched life, one must strive to endure. "How should we divide this, old man?" inquired the little girl, her smile unwavering, reminiscent of an innocent child untouched by the world's tribulations. Yet, is that truly plausible? Countless formidable beings have perished, while she has arrived here unscathed. Even advancing in her cultivation, could it merely be a stroke of extraordinary luck? He Xiaolong deemed it improbable. He had navigated his own path through wit and fortune, arriving at this juncture with two somewhat inconsequential primordial infant pills, which, in terms of his cultivation, was rather fortunate. But could that little girl have traversed this journey without encountering any obstacles, smoothly reaching this point? If that were indeed the case, why has her cultivation surged so rapidly? He Xiaolong suddenly recalled the words of that woman, as if she had hinted at that moment that this little girl was far from ordinary. Moreover, she had mentioned that all who come here are irredeemable sinners, while the criteria for such a judgment remain unclear. Her statement conveyed a profound truth. Regardless of one's cultivation level, age, or gender, every individual here possesses a story worth telling. The physical strength and endurance of individuals gradually ascend in accordance with their cultivation. To speak frankly, even a master of divine authority, should they choose to remain motionless and refrain from employing their spiritual power or engaging in combat, could simply stand there and exhaust a mortal to the point of collapse. Thus, what may appear to be an inequitable distribution is, in truth, remarkably just. Let us commence, for once we enter the city of corruption, each shall meet their own fate. Perhaps, esteemed elder, upon entering the city of corruption, new directives may arise. From the moment we first stepped into this realm, we have encountered various instructions, all guiding us along their ordained path, have we not? Even when seemingly subjected to unfair treatment, the little girl appears blissfully unaware of her circumstances. Her adversaries, in stark contrast, seem charming and docile. He Xiaolong sighed internally. Indeed, few in this world are uncomplicated, especially those who embark on the path of cultivation. Teams have been formed. He Xiaolong, the elder, and a youth of indeterminate cultivation comprise one group, while the master of divine authority takes charge of the little girl. Without any superfluous dialogue, they immediately engage in battle. He Xiaolong diligently expends his energy, mindful not to feign immediate unconsciousness, while safeguarding vital areas such as his dantian, qi, and brain. At this moment, He Xiaolong eagerly wishes to deplete his stamina and faint, allowing them to identify the strongest among them and hasten their entry into the city of corruption. The sounds of fists and bodies colliding resonate around them, as the master of divine authority steadfastly shields the little girl. Chapter 10, The Manjusaka Token in this place. Everyone was truly engaged in combat. Perhaps the atmosphere had stifled their spirits, transforming their opponents into mere vessels for their pent-up frustrations. The exchanges were undeniably visceral, with fists connecting with flesh. Given the uncertainty of their escape, each individual endeavored to conserve their strength while safeguarding their vital areas, aiming to minimize injuries. Upon entering the fallen city, they would need to rely on the least amount of spiritual energy to mend their wounds. All were in tacit agreement, save for the little girl at the rear, who was under the doctrine of divine authority. He Xiaolong endured numerous blows during this tumultuous melee, and to everyone's astonishment, it was the adherent of divine authority who fell first. He Xiaolong discerned that the opponent had been utterly exhausted. At that moment, the previously unharmed little girl was compelled to confront the others. A fist, charged with a gust of energy, came crashing toward him, and He Xiaolong's eyes widened in surprise. The diminutive, delicate fist bore an unexpected strength. Yet, despite the surprise, he had never underestimated anyone, and thus he raised his arm to block the strike. Instantly, a searing pain radiated through his right arm. He Xiaolong cursed inwardly, then retaliated without hesitation, delivering a kick. In the realm of cultivation, mercy was a foreign concept, and the notion of conceding to a woman held no ground. Power dictated respect, and compassion was the most detrimental trait one could possess in this world. Moreover, it seems that no one's plight is significantly better than another's. Take, for instance, the supremacy of divine authority. Even the youthful prodigies, renowned figures in the outside world, find themselves ensconced in this realm of cultivation. One cannot claim to have traversed this place without encountering a multitude of unsatisfactory experiences. He Xiaolong is incredulous. Yet his vexation does not stem from this realization, but rather from the actions of that young girl, whose singular blow was clearly aimed at crippling his right hand. Were it not for his rigorous training from a young age, coupled with extensive combat experience and numerous medicinal baths, he might have required rare herbs to mend the injury to his hand. Oh dear brother, must you be so forceful? I am still quite young. You truly have a heart to strike me. Did you not see how brother Shunhuan was protecting me just now? Though her words suggested innocence, her actions were anything but gentle. Each punch carried a fierce wind, landing with precision. Her strength matched his own, and he found himself pondering the audacious woman he had encountered. She was equally fierce, particularly in her encounters with divine authority, demonstrating a decisive brutality. Yet, she did not shy away from revealing her ruthless nature, as if to proclaim that this place was akin to a hellish abyss, from which even its overseer could not escape. In this realm, it seemed that everyone possessed a heart of stone, devoid of compassion. The young girl, though outwardly gentle, displayed a merciless disposition. A heart as cold as a serpent's, indeed. This only heightened He Xiaolong's wariness, reinforcing the man's warning not to trust anyone. Just look at this seemingly soft and adorable little sister, her strikes are unforgiving. What then of others? He Xiaolong, already on high alert, resolved at that moment to bear the world's disdain rather than let the world disdain him. Little did he know that this determination would see him through numerous life and death perils in the future. With a resounding bang, the young girl was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her feeble frame eliciting not sympathy, but rather a chilling fear. He Xiaolong cast a bewildered glance at the old man beside him, who had just moments ago appeared so benevolent. Yet, the first strike had been delivered without an ounce of mercy. My apologies, little one, the old man muttered before charging forward once more, closely followed by the young man beside him. A flurry of blows ensued, leaving He Xiaolong wincing at the violence. Ultimately, the little girl succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. Well then, it appears we are left with just the three of us. Let the internal strife commence, He Xiaolong thought, feeling the weight of despair settle upon him, as he steeled himself to advance. Indeed, the two adversaries seemed perfectly in sync, launching a coordinated attack against him. I must ask, do you really have to be this in sync? He Xiaolong couldn't help but quip, is this a case of picking on the softest target? However, he found himself with no recourse, with both the strongest and the weakest already incapacitated. If he were to be eliminated now, only these two would remain to battle. It seemed they were intent on dispatching him, the inconvenient obstacle. You should consider yourself fortunate, for I am not one to strike harshly without cause, the old man remarked, continuing to fight as he spoke. You see, selecting the strongest among us may not necessarily yield the most favorable outcome. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a fist struck He Xiaolong in the abdomen. A surge of excruciating pain coursed through him, and in his heart, a torrent of curses erupted, leaving him uncertain whether to voice them. Was this truly a measure of restraint? Had he not instinctively shifted just enough, the blow would have landed squarely on his dantian. He Xiaolong could scarcely fathom the thought of becoming a cripple. How could he ever locate that person, avenge the blood-soaked grievances of his family, or escape this forbidden realm of cultivation? He vividly recalled the day when intruders stormed his home, mercilessly slaughtering his kin as if they were mere poultry, offering no semblance of resistance. Should he lose his capacity for cultivation, he would be forever deprived of vengeance, a fate He Xiaolong could not abide. The very essence of his existence hinged upon avenging his family and seeking out the ethereal figure who illuminated his life, the woman who had infused his world with a glimmer of hope. Any obstacle to his revenge, any hindrance to his quest, would be deemed an enemy. The intensity in He Xiaolong's gaze as he regarded the elder was laced with an unyielding determination. Yet, in that moment, he refrained from recklessly charging forward. Instead, he curled up on the ground, cradling his head to shield his vital energy and dantian, enduring the relentless blows until he could no longer resist the pull of unconsciousness. Time passed, though its measure eluded him, until He Xiaolong finally regained consciousness. A voice resonated from above. Enough, the strongest has been chosen. Here is the token. A delicate token floated gracefully beside a young man, adorned with a dark red flower reminiscent of the enchanting Mansushawa, strikingly beautiful. With great effort, He Xiaolong managed to open his eyes, raising an eyebrow in disbelief at the revelation that this young man was the ultimate victor. Upon a second glance, He Xiaolong realized that he still could not discern the depth of his opponent's cultivation, which added an intriguing layer to the encounter. After acquiring the token, a voice resonated from the heavens once more. Upon entering the city of the fallen, first proceed to the listening wind inn. Once you arrive there, you shall know what to do. Just as abruptly as it had emerged, the voice vanished without a trace. Chapter 11. The Crimson Castle. Following the departure of that voice, a heavy pall settled over the hearts of the gathered individuals. Why was this the case? Because the flower, Manjusaka, depicted on the token, was rumored to be a flower of hell, its deep crimson hue unsettling to behold. Moreover, the very name, City of the Fallen, evoked a sense of aversion. Furthermore, if that little girl had indeed guessed correctly, they would have a task awaiting them upon entering the City of the Fallen. What was this listening wind in? It appeared that upon entering a certain area, they would be assigned a new task, leaving them uncertain of when this ordeal would conclude. The depletion of their internal spiritual energy only exacerbated their anxiety. For cultivators, the most critical aspect is the dantian, the source of their existence being spiritual energy. Damage to the dantian could lead to diminished cultivation at best, or render one utterly incapable at worst. The loss of spiritual energy felt akin to severing the very lifeblood of their existence, evoking profound trepidation. Moreover, those who had committed numerous atrocities, once formidable figures in the outside world, found themselves in a starkly contrasting position. Before arriving here, none dared to bully them. They had reveled in the attention of others. Yet now, perhaps due to the overwhelming disparity, the expressions of the group reflected their discontent. The young man, his expression devoid of emotion, lifted the token towards the sky. Instantly, the crimson flower depicted upon it seemed to awaken, gracefully detaching itself and soaring into the air, circling the heavens. As it descended, a cascade of scarlet petals fell gently, creating a magnificent yet peculiar shower of blossoms. "Wow, so beautiful!" exclaimed a little girl, twirling joyfully amidst the petals, seemingly reveling in this enchanting moment. The petals multiplied, their descent accelerating until, ultimately, He Xiaolong could discern nothing but a sea of blood-red blossoms before him. As they settled upon the ground, they did not dissipate but instead began to solidify, forming towering walls. When the last of the petals finally ceased to fall, A blood-red castle emerged before them, a structure born from the very rain of petals. A single flower bent gracefully, crafting elegant characters that read City of the Fallen. This notion was undeniably fanciful, yet the vibrant red was strikingly vivid. Let us proceed, my friends, we must seek the wind listening in, the voice, imbued with the authority of divine right, remained unperturbed, despite having been the first to fall. The group slowly ventured into the castle, and upon sighting the wind listening in, He Xiaolong blinked in astonishment, contemplating that the architect of this establishment must surely be an eccentric, or perhaps even a fool. Though undeniably classic in its European style, it bore an ancient Chinese name that resonated with a sense of antiquity, yet appeared rather incongruous. Together, they entered the wind listening in. A woman adorned in a black and red layered skirt approached, her beauty striking, appearing to be in her 20s. With an alluring figure that seemed to suggest she was an ideal candidate for fleeting encounters. However, having faced the treachery of women too many times, the onlookers remained wary, adopting a defensive stance. "Do not be alarmed, I am not like those outside," she remarked with a smile. "This decadent city shall be your paradise. If you wish to cultivate your skills or seek a better life, hope resides entirely within this city." She continued, "I am known as Dream Ji, and I currently oversee this decadent city." He Xiaolong, uncertain whether this woman or the one he had encountered earlier possessed greater prowess, sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from both. A mere finger could extinguish his existence. "Those who arrive here should know their purpose. What shall we do now?" inquired the authority. "Be patient," she replied. "The Listening Wind Tavern is a marketplace. If you wish to preserve your abilities or even enhance them, it all hinges on what transpires here. I now present you with two choices. To the north lies the hellish abyss, fraught with various obstacles and trials. Should you conquer them, rewards will be yours. To the south is the paradise of ultimate bliss, home to numerous formidable beings. If you can harness their abilities as your own, not only will you safeguard your skills, but you shall also ascend to greatness. Certainly, regardless of the side you choose, one must adhere to the rules of this decadent city, and, even more importantly, to the regulations of the Forbidden Zone for cultivation. Any infraction will inevitably lead to corresponding punishments." Her words were delivered with a measured pace, merely outlining the local customs. However, none were foolish, everyone could discern the underlying complexity. The very essence of choice implies that the challenges on both sides are comparably arduous. At first glance, opting for that realm of bliss appears more expedient, for one only needs to eliminate those with lesser or equal cultivation to halt the draining of their spiritual energy. Yet, this notion is merely superficial. Those who find themselves here are all transgressors, formidable figures in the outside world. To contemplate slaying one's adversary in such a perilous environment, while ensuring one's own survival, is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Even the mightiest of beings, those who wield divine authority, would likely harbor doubts. Imagine a locale brimming with powerful entities. Should you engage in combat and sustain injuries, the inevitable consequence would be the onslaught of others. Even if a coordinated attack does not ensue, encountering a single adversary could prove disastrous. Take, for instance, those two Yuanying masters, each one, on any ordinary day, could easily overpower He Xiaolong. Yet, when they were mutually injured, He Xiaolong's acquisition of two Yuanying was merely a matter of swift action. Chapter 12, The More Beautiful Things. The more poisonous the dream princess seemed to perceive the thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, yet she merely smiled indifferently and turned to gracefully settle onto the soft couch, striking an alluring pose. "You must ponder this carefully. Those who come here are indeed ruthless and malevolent individuals. If you do not strive to fight for your survival, others will certainly come for you. In other words, if you do not eliminate your foes, you must brace yourself for their attempts to eliminate you." In the eyes of all present, each adversary was merely a resource. By vanquishing them, one could prolong their own existence here, perhaps even preserve their cultivation. But how long must such a life endure? He Xiaolong mustered his courage to inquire. Although the notion sounded exceedingly perilous, it would be much more manageable if there were some constraints or a time limit in place. After all, when faced with a multitude of formidable opponents, he was undoubtedly the weakest among them. To secure resources while safeguarding his life would necessitate alternative strategies. Only a fool would engage in a head-on confrontation. Furthermore, the existence of a deadline could serve a critical role, whether it meant surviving here for 3, 5, or 10 years. Or merely completing a specific task to escape this sanguinary castle. Each scenario would dictate a vastly different plan. A time limit, you say? I have yet to receive any directives from above regarding that matter. Thus, are we to remain in this city of decay, perpetually filled with anticipation? The speaker was the one who upheld divine authority, his gaze now distinctly frigid. Theoretically, that is indeed the case. Do you see that small building across the way? It contains many vacant rooms, choose one to reside in. But will this realm of cultivation, this city of degradation, truly afford us such conveniences? If this is indeed the case, then the individuals here would surely be in an uproar. It is essential to understand that those who can enter this place are all prodigies, even if their current prowess is lacking, like He Xiaolong. Their innate talent is beyond question. Given time, they will undoubtedly rise to become paragons among humanity. At that moment, will the overseers of this realm truly be able to suppress them? A moment's contemplation reveals that the situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. For instance, acquiring several days' worth of resources within a single day is akin to chasing a mirage. What choices do the masses have? When He Xiaolong witnessed the divine authority turning away, he suppressed his anxiety and followed suit. What he requires most at this juncture is strength. However, it is imperative that he preserves his life, for without it, nothing else holds value. Thinking of the woman who had brought warmth to his heart, He Xiaolong silently vowed, "Do not wait for me, wherever you are. You must hold on." The group arrived at the modest building pointed out by Meng Ji. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, yet upon entering, they discovered an extraordinary world within. This 3-story structure contained millions of rooms, densely packed, resembling a colossal formation. Once one steps into the center of the building, it feels as though they have entered an entirely different realm, a marvel indeed. After all, if this truly is a formation, the energy required to sustain such an expansive array must be immense, and creating a formation of this magnitude is not something mere mortals can accomplish. The crowd suppressed their astonishment, growing increasingly curious about the overseer of the fallen city, a forbidden realm of cultivation. Who could possess such extraordinary abilities and wield such influence? In the world they once inhabited, they had never encountered such a formidable force. It seemed to have emerged from thin air. However, He Xiaolong's shock was fleeting, and he gradually regained his composure. After all, were not those who had annihilated his entire clan also a sudden appearance? His family had produced only one cultivator over the years, yet those individuals were all adept in the arcane arts. It was evident that they were indeed a group of cultivators, since he had never heard of that force before. The emergence of an unknown forbidden realm could only signify his own ignorance or perhaps his insufficient strength, preventing him from accessing the upper echelons of power. This realization fortified his resolve. Regardless of how vast their influence or formidable their might, he was determined to locate them both to protect and to annihilate. "Oh dear brother, your expression was quite terrifying just now," the little girl remarked, patting her chest as if she had been frightened by He Xiaolong, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. After a series of events, He Xiaolong dared not underestimate this seemingly innocent girl. Often, the most beautiful things conceal the most perilous of natures, and the most innocent facade may hide a complex inner world. Nevertheless, it served as a reminder to He Xiaolong that his murderous intent had been rather blatant, and it seemed prudent to exercise greater caution in the presence of outsiders in the future. It is not that he fears being perceived as a villain, after all. According to the administrators, all who have entered this place are deemed irredeemably wicked. He simply wishes to keep his emotions in check. Should we not discuss forming a coalition to survive here? suggested the elder of the nascent soul stage. While his strength may not rival that of the supreme authority, his age grants him a degree of influence among the five. However, this is merely He Xiaolong's inner contemplation. In truth, each individual is currently engulfed in astonishment. The ascent of the supreme authority to this point was anticipated from the outset, given that he possesses the highest prowess among them all. Yet, the fact that He Xiaolong, perceived as a mere weakling, has also arrived here and successfully established his foundation, alongside the young girl who has advanced her strength unscathed. And that youth who appears indifferent to worldly affairs but was the last to succumb that day, what does this signify? Chapter 13. The love of robbery. He has not forgotten that when this elder fought him, the blows were delivered with a brutal intensity, even aiming to incapacitate him. At that moment, they were adversaries. Although they now contemplate forming an alliance, he wonders when the tides might turn again. He harbors no illusions about the absolute safety that comes with teamwork. Trust no one, the man in black who brought him here had imparted. A lesson he has etched in his memory. In the pursuit of resources, betrayal by comrades is a common occurrence, especially in such a perilous environment. To genuinely trust another could lead one perilously close to death. Yet, he would not be foolish enough to refuse. Terms such as hellish abyss or paradise hardly evoke a sense of safety or comfort. Confronting the circumstances collectively is imperative. Moreover, whether one ventures alone or assembles a team, it is prudent to first ascertain the situation at hand. The adage "know thyself and know thy enemy" rings true, although he does not expect to achieve absolute victory. Possessing knowledge is certainly preferable to ignorance. "I do not wish to be a burden," the young man declared, causing everyone to gaze at him in surprise. Burden? He Xiaolong's immediate thought was that this referred to him, for among them, his strength was the weakest. Oh, but there was also that little girl. Yet, he felt no humiliation. For his weakness was undeniable. In such a perilous place, if his companions were too feeble, he would be constantly on guard to rescue them, which was far from ideal. He harbored a desire to select powerful allies. "I shall manage with Lingling," he thought. After proclaiming the supremacy of divine authority, he took the little girl by the hand and proceeded to choose a room, seemingly indifferent. Thus, the team was not formed. It appeared that each individual was a figure of considerable renown, yet now it fell upon one person to unify them, a task they were evidently unaccustomed to. Nevertheless, acting independently might serve them well. After all, everyone harbored their own secrets, and no one wished to reveal too much in front of others. Typically, techniques reserved for life or death situations were only unleashed at critical moments, when one could potentially vanquish their opponent. In other words, those who had witnessed such lethal techniques were already deceased, ensuring that these secrets would remain undisclosed. Many of these ultimate techniques, once employed, would not be used again without caution. Even if one could not devise a counter-strategy, they would certainly remain vigilant. He casually selected a room and stepped inside. It was quite satisfactory. He Xiaolong nodded. This room, though modest, was well equipped with a bathroom, kitchen, separate shower, and living area. Lying on the bed, he allowed his mind to empty for a moment. Despite his profound fatigue, sleep eluded him. He turned over and took out the ring he had acquired. The very one that belonged to his father. No matter how he examined it, it revealed no information. What He Xiaolong yearned to uncover most was the identity of the person who bore such a striking resemblance to him, as well as the voice he had heard in the sky. He felt an unsettling sensation that he was ensnared in a conspiracy, as if every move he made was being observed. This feeling was disconcerting, akin to being exposed in a public space without a stitch of clothing. He felt utterly helpless. Moreover, the voice seemed to offer protection, yet if that were true, why would it conjure a doppelganger? What secrets lay hidden within his family? He Xiaolong gazed at the ceiling, pondering the mysteries that had enveloped him since he began his cultivation, ever since that massacre at home. It appeared that an array of enigmas swirled around him, perpetually unsolvable, and his once ordinary life had vanished without a trace. The beloved girl had disappeared inexplicably. and not a single member of his family remained. The assailant had vanished without a trace. He found himself in the so-called forbidden zone of cultivation, devoid of any awareness of how he had arrived. Everything seemed beyond his control, as if some force was diverting him from his original path. Perhaps he should simply focus on strengthening himself through cultivation. He Xiaolong believed that once one possesses formidable strength, all schemes and conspiracies become mere illusions. Like that day when he hid underground, had he been truly powerful, there would have been no need for concealment. The one who sought his life could effortlessly exert a fraction of his strength, rendering all of He Xiaolong's escape attempts futile. Yet, by a stroke of luck, he survived. But what of the next time? Would he always rely on chance to evade danger? Inside, there remained 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, which could be considered low-tier elixirs. However, in such a place, they were valuable. Thus, He Xiaolong consumed them and began to meditate, gradually refining the energy within the pills. After a night of cultivation, He Xiaolong sensed that the spiritual energy within his dantian had thickened slightly compared to the previous day, and his aura felt stronger as well. He nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, that which is obtained effortlessly brings a certain joy, which explains why so many are drawn to thievery. The allure of achieving one's aspirations without exertion is profoundly tempting, almost addictive, making it difficult to resist. Reflecting on the resources he had yet to submit, He Xiaolong resignedly opened his door and stepped out. The thought of having to surrender so many items daily caused his heart to ache. These items were instrumental in enhancing his strength and determining his potential for growth. Yet he was forced to risk his life to acquire them, only to hand them over to an enigmatic authority. The weight of such a reality was indeed stifling. As He Xiaolong stepped outside, his mouth fell agape at the sight of the throngs of people surrounding him, an ocean of heads and a multitude of feet. He pondered whether, should his strength diminish even further, he might be trampled beneath their feet or stuck to their shoes, unable to extricate himself. It was no wonder he was so astonished. The sheer number was staggering, and it would be no exaggeration to describe the scene as a veritable sea of humanity. This multitude also attested to the fact that so many resided within that small building, and that this wretched city harbored such a vast populace. Chapter 14. The initial battle. His curiosity about the overseer of this realm of cultivation intensified. What sort of individual possessed the power to gather such a multitude of adept practitioners to manage this place, and to capture so many skilled individuals? At that moment, a surge of combativeness ignited within He Xiaolong. The inhabitants of this place were formidable, and they subjected him to relentless torment, attributing baseless crimes to him while cloaked in the guise of righteous enforcers, all the while engaging in despicable acts. They conscripted him to serve these individuals. Should he find a way to escape, he would undoubtedly dismantle the very heart of this cultivation prison. Yet, even if he remained trapped, he could not resign himself to a life here. Thus, he must strive to grow stronger, to attain the power necessary to uproot this place without hesitation. Regardless of the path that lay ahead, this locale would forever remain a stain upon his honor. Ah, here came another group of delivery men. One of them, a slick-haired youth, regarded He Xiaolong with the glint of hunger in his eyes, as though he were gazing upon a sumptuous feast, already prepared and ready to be devoured. Moreover, the gaze that scrutinized He Xiaolong was unabashed. The surrounding individuals not only refrained from dissuasion but instead mirrored that very expression. He Xiaolong pondered, so everyone believes I am easily bullied, do they? Hey, you there, addressing you someone as insignificant as you, reduced to a mere delivery boy. How is it that with such meager capabilities you were ensnared by the realm of immortal cultivation? And yet, you managed to infiltrate this city of decadence. What remarkable luck you possess. It was that yellow-haired individual. She had now approached He Xiaolong's side, seemingly fixated on him today. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say she had set her sights on his life. He Xiaolong glanced at her. She was at the high stage of foundation establishment, the same level as himself, yet she was considerably stronger. He Xiaolong felt no fear towards such an opponent, even if she surpassed him by just 2 minor levels. He believed that while he might sustain severe injuries in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly emerge as the survivor. 4. After one failure, a continuous stream of challengers would inevitably arise. Cultivators are treasures unto themselves, although He Xiaolong had yet to condense his golden core. Siphoning his cultivation to replenish his own dantian would be a commendable strategy. Furthermore, which cultivator is without some assets? Acquiring his storage bag or ring would amount to a significant gain. Additionally, in this place, the absence of one individual means reduced competition for resources, thereby rendering things a tad easier for them. It is precisely because of this understanding that He Xiaolong sought to find an individual with slightly superior strength, yet one who would not pose a lethal threat, to serve as a warning to others. By an ironic twist of fate, this young man with the yellow hair happened to cross his path. Perhaps one might say that the heavens were indeed aiding him. Last night, after consuming 2 vials of the spirit-gathering elixir, albeit of modest quality, he experienced only a minuscule enhancement, an occurrence that would be utterly unfathomable in the outside world. It seemed as though some force here was repressing their cultivation and stifling their progress. It was imperative to uncover the source of this suppression. Even if they could not eradicate it, they must devise a means to evade it or even discover a method to counteract it. Otherwise, even if they were to remain here for a century or a millennium, they would still be unlikely to achieve any significant advancement. Today, He Xiaolong ventured into the blissful realm. Though he had no real choice in the matter, he merely wandered aimlessly in a chosen direction. He remained acutely aware of the yellow-haired figure behind him, whose intentions were unmistakably clear. Once he entered the blissful realm or the abyss of demons, the opponent would strike without hesitation. He Xiaolong maintained his vigilance. As he stepped into the territory of the blissful realm, a flurry of palm winds assailed him from behind. With quick reflexes, he rolled aside, narrowly evading the onslaught of the fierce gusts. "You little rascal, you dodge quite swiftly, but your talent is mine to claim today," the assailant declared, launching yet another ruthless attack without a hint of hesitation. Each strike was lethal, as fierce as the initial encounter with that woman, confirming that the inhabitants of this place were indeed not to be trifled with. This further underscored the challenges of survival in this city of decadence. However, this individual astonishingly managed to survive in this place at the foundation building stage, clearly possessing remarkable skills. As they engaged in combat, numerous people gradually entered the scene. Among them the one who held supremacy in divine authority, accompanied by the little girl Lingling, evidently opting to come to this realm of bliss. Everyone observed with detached indifference, as if witnessing 2 scruffy dogs tearing at each other, devoid of any schadenfreude or mockery, yet equally lacking in sympathy, compassion, or any inclination to intervene. Chapter 15, A Clash of Fates. Firstly, the situation had not escalated to a life-or-death juncture, and secondly, there were numerous onlookers present. Should either party reveal their trump cards today, despite the possibility of eliminating the opponent, in this fallen city, there would be no secrets left to safeguard. Of course, unless one possessed an abundance of hidden strengths. Yet, it was evident that this was not the final moment, and both fighters aimed to exhaust each other. Particularly the one with the tousled yellow hair. He Xiaolong, a newcomer to this place, regardless of his prior ruthlessness, retained some semblance of conscience, as those unfamiliar with the survival rules of this fallen city typically do. As the local authority, he naturally held the advantage. Furthermore, although both were at the foundation building stage, he had reached its pinnacle, while He Xiaolong, having only recently broken through, though also at the pinnacle, clearly had not yet stabilized his realm. The unevenness of his aura, as evidenced in their previous skirmish, indicated that he had only just recently transcended the foundation building stage. Although one's abilities may be somewhat diminished, it matters not. As long as one can drain He Xiaolong's cultivation, or even refine his soul along with his innate talents, there exists a possibility of transcending the foundational stage and solidifying the golden core. Who do you believe will emerge victorious today? A curious onlooker could not restrain himself from interjecting. Not necessarily, although this young dandy has only just arrived and appears rather feeble. Let us not forget that he fortuitously found his way to this fallen city, another remarked. That perspective is not entirely accurate, however. Recall the young man with the yellow hair upon his arrival. He was merely at the initial stage of foundational cultivation, and he was among the same group as me. Many formidable beings perished along the way, yet he somehow survived. Quite impressive, indeed. In truth, their experiences bear a striking resemblance. Both are weaklings yet remarkably fortunate. He may possess restraint, but the same cannot be said for his opponent. He is astute, and his adversary may not be a fool. Moreover, this individual has thrived in this fallen city for several years, managing to survive, albeit with slow progress in cultivation. Surviving in such a place is an extraordinary feat. My friend, shall we strike a deal? The young man with yellow hair proposed. At this moment, both individuals were panting and had ceased their combat, yet they remained vigilant. Speak, He Xiaolong replied, casting a glance at him, uncertain of his intentions. I suggest we join forces, he continued. Though He Xiaolong harbored a faint suspicion. He feigned ignorance and asked, what do you mean? As you can see, surviving in this fallen city is quite the challenge, he responded. I observe that your experiences closely mirror my own, and we both belong to the ranks of the relatively weak. Why not unite in our endeavors? Together, we can confront dangers and, of course, share the benefits equally. What makes me the chosen one? He Xiaolong would never be easily deceived. What a jest! To be singled out first, only to have one's life threatened, and then to propose an alliance midway through the conflict. Even if such a fortuitous opportunity were to present itself, would he be compelled to accept it? He Xiaolong, being cunning, has survived all these years through his wits. Encountering someone like himself, he felt an odd mix of intrigue and wariness. He pondered, if he were in the other's position, what would he do? The young man opposite him chuckled, Isn't it simple? Here I am, lacking in strength, eager to ally with someone formidable, yet you look down upon me. Moreover, allying with the powerful means facing fewer dangers, but also receiving less of the spoils. We are of similar strength, and while I may not be a veteran here, I possess more familiarity than you. Surely, you will find my assistance valuable. We can share the risks and divide the rewards fairly. Does that not seem equitable? Very well, replied He Xiaolong, yet I harbor a deep disdain for traitors. I hope you will remember the words exchanged today. With a subtle smile that seemed to thaw previous tensions, the two shook hands. Indeed, he said, though inwardly he scoffed, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now, let us depart. As everyone ventures into the realm of bliss. It is referred to as the land of ultimate happiness, yet in reality, it is merely a tower, a lofty edifice that pierces the heavens. They had just been on its ground floor. Could you kindly provide an introduction? He Xiaolong inquired of his new companion, a smile playing upon his lips, though its meaning remained ambiguous. Understand this clearly, the land of ultimate happiness is, as you perceive, a tower. Ascending it, one encounters increasingly rarefied spiritual energy. Growing denser the higher one climbs. Thus, our immediate priority here is to secure our positions. Despite the alliance, He Xiaolong had never placed his trust in this individual, harboring a greater wariness than ever before. Although his counterpart maintained a smiling facade, the calculating glint in his eyes reminded He Xiaolong of his own darker inclinations when engaging in nefarious deeds. A sense of regret washed over him. Had they not found themselves in this desolate and treacherous locale, and had their lives not been entwined in mutual calculations of survival, they might have forged a genuine friendship in the outside world. After all, they shared many similarities, yet some destinies seem preordained by the heavens. Chapter 16, The Moral Abyss. By the way, which floor are you on? He Xiaolong asked, somewhat belatedly. He considered himself to be of comparable strength, likely residing on the lowest tier of existence here. Yet, those who managed to survive were no ordinary individuals. It was rumored that when he entered, he was merely at the initial stage of foundation building, and now he had ascended to its peak. Clearly, Over the years, he had engaged in acts of violence and seized positions of power. Let us proceed. I am on the second floor, and I shall guide you in. With that, the two began their ascent up the nearby staircase to the second level. As soon as he arrived, He Xiaolong noticed that the oppressive force stifling his cultivation had inexplicably diminished significantly. Although it still fell short of enabling his practice or allowing him to absorb spiritual energy. This improvement was indeed a welcome change, far preferable to the continual decline of his abilities. The pair reached the final compartment, where the yellow-haired youth came to a halt and gestured, "This is mine, this very spot. Countless challengers arrive here daily. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. For instance, when I vanquish those who dare to challenge me, I gain certain rewards. Yet the downside is my uncertainty about how long I can maintain this position." After sharing this, he noticed He Xiaolong's despondent demeanor and chuckled, "Do not underestimate this second-floor location, it is quite advantageous. It is the kind of place that masters disdain, while others find it insurmountable. Particularly this small compartment. Once one enters, the restrictions are lifted. Although the spiritual energy may be sparse, for those residing in the fallen city, it is a rare boon." In essence, he was suggesting that He Xiaolong would be wise to seek a challenger from the second floor. He Xiaolong stroked his chin, contemplating how he might establish himself in this arena. Indeed, the locale was rife with brawls, with 5 newcomers entering the fallen city almost every day. However, a thought struck him. "Wait," He Xiaolong queried, perplexed, "with so many compartments in this building, and though the higher levels have fewer, how can 5 new arrivals not fill the place? In the morning, what I witnessed was merely a trifling matter. Beyond this city of decadence, there exist other realms. In essence, this place resembles an unheard-of world. The population here is not smaller than that of the mundane realm you once inhabited. Curiously, all the inhabitants have committed transgressions that lead to their capture. Regardless of the veracity of Fan's situation, it is evident that those who enter possess the ability to cultivate and exhibit remarkable talent. Moreover, this place teems with numerous magical beasts, particularly in the hellish abyss, where a myriad of species exists, often surpassing humans in strength. Given the opportunity, one might wish to witness this spectacle. As despair gradually envelopes my heart, I, He Xiaolong, am at a loss as to how I might escape from such a place, or even how to preserve my life today. The current circumstances are clear, it is impossible to avoid challenges. Although one may refrain from confrontation, as long as one does not venture into the paradise or the hellish abyss, no one will come to take your life. However, one must submit resources daily. To abstain from fighting equates to a lack of resource contribution, which in turn means one will inevitably witness the gradual decline of their cultivation and level, ultimately descending into the realm of mortals. Yet, what if one chooses to engage in challenges? Everyone here is a ruthless opportunist. In blunt terms, all who inhabit this place are fighting for their lives, striving for resources within this cultivation forbidden zone, all while adhering to the dictates of their overseers. Even if one were to rise to prominence in this city of decadence, what would follow? They would still be subject to management, compelled to comply with whatever tasks are assigned. Yet he found himself running out of time. As he thought of his beloved, a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, he realized that if he did not locate her soon, she might remain lost to him forever. Truth be told, He Xiaolong often envied the carefree demeanor of his companion, who, regardless of his internal struggles, appeared to navigate life with ease. However, He Xiaolong was acutely aware that he could not emulate such nonchalance. He was unable to let go. One by one, his loved ones perished before his very eyes, haunting him even in his dreams. His beloved was still unaccounted for, perhaps enduring torment in an unknown place. He had not the luxury to linger here any longer. Enough, he declared. I must now devote myself to cultivation and await any challengers. As for you, consider whom you wish to challenge, of course. You are always welcome to test your mettle against me. Now go, Do not squander your time. He Xiaolong understood that even in the absence of slaying others or acquiring resources, this place was imbued with spiritual energy, a conducive environment for cultivation. He did not inquire further about the second floor. Those who resided here were likely of modest strength, albeit possessing some skill. At that moment, a figure clad in divine authority ascended to the second floor, yet his steps did not falter. He continued upwards, accompanied by a small girl trailing behind him. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. Here was a girl, lacking even the foundational cultivation, who ascended to the third floor. Perhaps aiming for even greater heights, was it not merely a matter of securing a formidable patron? However, to be fair, such a patronage did not seem to hold any allure for him. While taking advantage of opportunities is not inherently wrong, it must be done under the premise of preserving one's dignity. Although maintaining one's principles in such an environment may appear daunting, one must ponder. Which endeavor is devoid of difficulty? He Xiaolong has no intention of relinquishing his moral compass. Instead of hastily engaging in challenges, he observes from the sidelines. At this moment, several individuals ascend from the second floor. Those from booth 48, step forward. I challenge you today. The speaker, a rather corpulent man, likely weighs around 100 kilograms and stands at a height comparable to He Xiaolong. As for his prowess, a mere glance reveals he remains beneath He Xiaolong's level, possessing only mid-stage foundational skills. He Xiaolong smirks. He wonders what audacity allows such an individual to be so brazen. Chapter 17, The Deadly Challenge. He Xiaolong reflects that if he were to exhibit such arrogance, the grass upon his grave would surely grow taller than him. Following the raucous challenge, a young man emerges from booth 48, his appearance strikingly elegant, reminiscent of a delicate scholar from ancient times, though he too possesses mid-stage foundational skills. He Xiaolong's confidence solidifies. This hefty individual clearly understands the locale's dynamics and has pinpointed weaknesses to exploit. Initially eager to witness a captivating spectacle, He Xiaolong is taken aback when the confrontation concludes swiftly, with the corpulent man defeated in an instant. Both combatants were of mid-stage foundational skill, yet the outcome felt more akin to a complete annihilation. Before he could fully grasp the situation, another challenger approached, also from booth 48. Excuse me, my friend. May I inquire if consecutive challenges are permitted? In his heart, he fervently wished not to succumb to his own thoughts, otherwise each individual would engage in a relentless battle that could surely deplete one's very essence. Within these walls, no rules governed the fray. Upon entering this building, one could fight as one pleased. To challenge a partition was already considered a courteous gesture. It was not uncommon for newcomers to be treacherously stabbed in the back upon their arrival in this hellish realm. Should one emerge victorious, they would gain instant renown, and thereafter, challengers would scarcely dare to provoke them. Yet, how many possessed such prowess, especially in an environment devoid of any spiritual energy replenishment, where one must rely solely on their own cultivation to endure against numerous adversaries? He Xiaolong was oblivious to others' circumstances, yet he understood that with his current foundational cultivation, he could contend with at most 10 opponents of the same realm. No, if he were to face those possessing hidden cards, he might not even withstand 10. His demise would be inevitable. However, gazing at the dense throng surrounding him, He Xiaolong reaffirmed his resolve to discover a method to counteract the decline of his cultivation and, moreover, to hasten his departure from this wretched place. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly squander his entire life here. Come forth! Roared the guardian of the arena. His body battered and bruised, showing no signs of unscathed flesh. His form was tattered, wounds inflicted by magical artifacts still oozing blood, his hair was disheveled, and 2 crimson streaks marred his face. A hefty sword was embedded in the ground, providing feeble support to his nearly collapsing body. As He Xiaolong gazed upon the scene before him, a pang of compassion stirred within him, yet what could be done? The occupant of compartment 48 had evidently dispatched the previous resident, whether through a singular act of triumph or through a relentless series of challenges that ultimately favored him. It was abundantly clear that none within these confines were deserving of sympathy. Or rather, the empathy that existed here was solely reserved for oneself. Do you remember? He mused. When we first sought our master together, you were the foremost disciple, so commanding in presence. Who could have foreseen our fateful convergence in this city of despair? A man, possessing a shifty demeanor, approached, his voice laden with palpable resentment. With a silent sigh, He Xiaolong turned his attention to the other compartments. Recognizing the inevitable outcome of this confrontation, the scholarly figure, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, was akin to a taut bowstring. Incapable of even rising to his feet, he faced an adversary who harbored an intense animosity towards him, one who seemed to have orchestrated this encounter, choosing to reveal himself only when the opponent was utterly defenseless. Despicable? Indeed. Shameless? Without a doubt. Yet, what of it? One could certainly surpass him in both depravity and ignominy. He Xiaolong had not encountered the harshness of reality for the first time. Each fresh glimpse into this abyss weighed heavily upon his heart. Casting his gaze around the second floor, he noted over 700 compartments, each marked with a distinct number. With no doubt that each housed a soul. For within those compartments lay the essence of life, while the outside world seemed shrouded in a veil that stifled vitality. To grasp even a fleeting essence, one must first extinguish the life within. After inquiring moments ago, He Xiaolong has become acquainted with the rules of this place. Should anyone succeed in a challenge, he shall no longer accept challenges for the remainder of the day, and the small lights within will illuminate. Naturally, such regulations imply that if you eliminate the individual in the compartment and take their place, you shall gain a day's worth of usage time, along with the lifeless body and all their possessions. However, come the next day, challengers will inevitably appear, and your survival hinges solely on your strength. I am He Xiaolong. Challenging number 103. Standing before the compartment numbered 103, He Xiaolong announces his name. With a dismissive snort, the door swings open. No one cares to know your identity unless you manage to survive until the end. As the words fall, the assault is already upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, swiftly, he conjures a longsword using metal-based magic and engages in battle. He Xiaolong is proficient in all 5 elemental arts: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He has nearly mastered them all due to his possession of all 5 elemental roots, which confers upon him the advantage of a more concentrated reserve of spiritual energy compared to others. Furthermore, the interdependence and opposition of the 5 elements allow him to fluidly adapt his spells to suppress his opponent, making him quite versatile. However, there lies a challenge. The resources and spiritual energy required for cultivation are significantly greater than those needed by others. Fortunately, his innate talent is commendable, otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for someone with such elemental roots to establish a solid foundation. You possess dual elemental roots? The challenger inquires, perplexed. He Xiaolong realizes that during his earlier encounter with the brash young man at the door, he had employed water-based magic, which has now been discerned. The nature of one's elemental roots is inconsequential. What truly matters is surviving until the very end. As the words fell, He Xiaolong promptly launched his attack. In such a place, one's appearance holds little significance. The extent of external influence and past glory are trivial matters. Even one's gender bears no weight. The sole priority is survival. He employed the technique of spring rain, a water-based spell. His astonishment did not stem from the opponent's water magic but rather from the commonplace nature of spring rain, which was executed with far greater finesse than his own. He Xiaolong swiftly erected an earthen barrier before him and shouted, "Earth spikes!" Instantly, numerous spikes of earth erupted densely from the ground surrounding the enemy. With the opponent's demise, it signified that He Xiaolong had preserved his life today, seized a corpse, and obtained the right to use a compartment for one day. Yet, he felt no joy. Chapter 18, The unending killings firstly, most of the spoils of today's battle were to be surrendered, meaning that despite his arduous struggle, and even risking his life, the rewards he could claim were meager. Secondly, in merely a few hours, he would have to face further challenges from others. As a newcomer who had only recently established his foundation, and despite his victory today, He Xiaolong perceived the encounter as rather gentlemanly. It failed to serve as a deterrent, not revealing his ruthlessness. Thus, the number of challengers the following day would undoubtedly be countless. Reflecting on the previous participant who had perished under the relentless onslaught, a heavy gloom settled upon him. Amidst the envious or calculating gazes of others, he entered his designated compartment, dragging the corpse along with him. The first thing to do? Naturally, it is to scavenge for one's belongings. This unfortunate soul possessed nothing more than a storage pouch, resembling a mere small bag, devoid of even a storage ring. As the previous owner had perished, the absence of any spiritual imprint made it effortless for He Xiaolong to open it and spill its contents. Inside were a few garments, 2 bottles of qi-nourishing pills, 1 bottle of hemostatic pills, several rudimentary cultivation manuals, and a long whip, nothing else of note. It seemed this individual had truly fallen on hard times. Just the day prior or perhaps even earlier he had taken a life, yet now he found himself in such dire straits. What would happen if he were unable to kill and acquire resources for a day, or even several days? He pondered the punishment others spoke of. What sort of punishment could instill such fear in these cultivators? It is worth noting that those who embark on the path of cultivation are typically resolute. Having braved numerous life and death trials, pain is not something they fear, but rather something they endure. They have faced far more tormenting experiences. However, He Xiaolong did not underestimate this punishment. After all, those who dared to speak of it must have had their own experiences. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the partition door. He Xiaolong was puzzled. Had he not just won a match? According to the rules, he should not be facing challenges today. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by an unfamiliar face. "What brings you here?" He Xiaolong inquired politely. "Listen up, pretty boy, remember this, tomorrow morning at this hour, I shall challenge you. Be prepared, and don't claim it's unfair for me to take on someone smaller." Upon concluding his words, he strode away with his head held high. However, in He Xiaolong's eyes, he appeared utterly lacking in presence. Why was that? Because the individual before him moved with feeble steps, clad in ragged attire, his beard unshaven for many days, resembling a beggar on the streets. Thus, despite the fierce words escaping his lips, he exuded an overwhelming sense of absurdity rather than intimidation. He Xiaolong began to channel his cultivation technique. Feeling the faint spiritual energy gradually permeate his body, seeping into his dantian and subsequently being refined within him. A sensation akin to revival washed over him. Spiritual energy was the lifeblood of every cultivator, much like water to an ordinary person, particularly in such a realm where cultivation was restricted. The depletion of his powers was a looming threat. Without timely replenishment, death was an imminent reality. Knock, knock, knock. Another visitor at the door. He Xiaolong opened his eyes, his expression tinged with impatience. Was this a case of picking on the weak? Did he appear so easily bullied that everyone felt compelled to test him? With a sense of annoyance, he opened the door, only to find the young man with the yellow hair standing at his threshold. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "Have you lost track of time in your training, kid?" He raised an eyebrow, slightly astonished. The implication was clear, he had successfully defended the arena today. Moreover, the lad stood before him in one piece, seemingly in good spirits despite his weary countenance, which was a commendable feat. "What's this?" Suddenly realizing how impressive your elder brother is? The nonchalant tone elicited a twitch at the corner of He Xiaolong's mouth. He does not consider himself a paragon of virtue. Yet his demeanor starkly contrasts with the frivolous attitude of that young rascal. In fact, his words often provoke a strong desire to retaliate. "By the way, what is your name? Since we have decided to form an alliance, we need not dwell on the longevity of this partnership, however. I cannot simply refer to you as He or that young rascal. I am called Li Zizai. The young rascal announced this with a loud voice, as though his name held immense significance. Nodding slightly, He Xiaolong refrained from commenting further. For individuals like them, who are practitioners of the arcane arts, changing one's name is a trivial endeavor. Yet, those who embark on this path often devote the majority of their time to cultivation. Names, being of little consequence, are seldom a matter of concern, and thus, there is no inclination to alter them. Therefore, even if Li Zizai bears a relatively common name, no one would bat an eye, regardless of how ludicrous it may sound. In their world, the strong command respect; without power, one is merely a target for oppression. Conversely, should one possess exceptional prowess, even a name as peculiar as Shizhenxiang would elicit utmost respect. Even if they harbored disdain in their hearts, none would dare voice it. Instead, they would extol the grandeur of such a name. Quite pragmatic, isn't it? Yet, how many souls in this world are capable of transcending the mundane? To undertake a mission, one must visit the wind listening in the Dream Maiden's quaint loft. At this moment, the area outside the wind listening in was densely packed with people, forming long queues. Despite He Xiaolong witnessing the deaths of several individuals, and knowing that fatalities must have occurred elsewhere, the throng showed no signs of diminishing. Moreover, the structure itself was fortified with formations, giving it the appearance of a modest loft from the outside. Chapter 19, Advanced Artifacts. Thus, it can be said that this fallen city was teeming with people, outnumbering the surrounding edifices. Hey, kid, don't you blame me for not warning you. First, gather all the items you need, and only then present the remaining resources, suggested Li Zizai, who was nearby. He Xiaolong glanced at the queue and noted that the resources being submitted were quite arbitrary, evaluated solely based on their spiritual energy. There was an object resembling a large cauldron, which was likely a magical artifact. You toss the items you intend to submit into it, and a scale beside it displays the required level of spiritual energy. Once that threshold is reached, it suffices. What tier does that cauldron-like artifact belong to? He Xiaolong inquired of Li Zizai. Although they were of the same level, Li Zizai was more familiar with the local dynamics. Given that He Xiaolong hailed from a family lacking in cultivation heritage, and having navigated his path in cultivation without a mentor, his experiences were naturally limited compared to others. I have no idea. I even asked a formidable being at the nascent soul level, and they were unaware, merely stating that it is exceedingly advanced. Why bother with such details? We only need to focus on surviving in this place. After a moment of hesitation, He Xiaolong whispered, do you not wish to leave? What a jest! Who wouldn't long to escape this cursed place? Is mere survival the only desire? Moreover, the daily ritual of killing, preserving one's name, and seizing resources. When will this torment end? Who can guarantee their own survival? Casting a disdainful glance at He Xiaolong, Li Zizai scoffed, the audacity of youth! You have yet to witness the plight of those who wish to flee from here. Not only the nascent souls like us, but even the formidable beings in the tribulation phase face certain death in their attempts to escape. Do you know what became of the last individual who dared to flee? He winked mysteriously at He Xiaolong. There was no need to guess, He Xiaolong was already aware that had that person truly succeeded, the realm of cultivation would not be so brazen in declaring that escape was impossible. These individuals would not still harbor thoughts of fleeing. Although He Xiaolong felt a sense of foreboding, he was nonetheless deeply shaken at that moment. The divine whip, a veritable nemesis for cultivators, is formidable, though its efficacy depends on the wielder's strength. In the hands of the weak, it is worthless. However, in the hands of a powerful practitioner, it becomes devastating. Each strike inflicts excruciating pain, not only to the body but also to the soul and the nascent spirit. Is there no path within this realm of cultivation? This was what He Xiaolong pondered most. Of course, there is a path, otherwise, how could anyone have entered? Yet, the whereabouts of this path remain a mystery to all. Regardless, you may already be aware that those who arrive here often faint and inexplicably awaken in this eerie place. Though he wishes to inquire further, He Xiaolong finds himself in the company of others and helplessly falls silent. He contemplates that whether there is a path or not, he will inevitably find a way to escape this place one day. Ultimately, he faces two choices, to leave or to perish. Living a life akin to these individuals, neither human nor ghost, would be a fate worse than death. Moreover, he refuses to believe that any circumstance is insurmountable, even if the overseer of this realm is formidable. Surely there are others equally powerful. If he could surpass the authority of this realm, then escaping and discovering a way out would be merely a trivial endeavor. Although, for him, who has just begun to cultivate, this notion seems laughable. Yet, whose dreams are not perceived as absurd? If one does not dare to dream, how can one ever achieve their aspirations? Once, He Xiaolong believed himself to be an ordinary person in the bustling metropolis, adhering to a routine of 9-to-5 work. Aspiring to find a girlfriend at a certain age, marry, have children, and gradually grow old. Who would have imagined that he would embark on the path of cultivation? "Ah, not bad, kid, you're still alive," Dream Princess remarked enigmatically, her gaze unsettling He Xiaolong. It felt as though he were an object being appraised for its worth, a sensation quite discomforting, yet He Xiaolong had endured such experiences before. Without uttering a word, he followed the actions of those who had come before him, casting aside all unwanted items into the large cauldron. He retrieved the lifeless body of the individual he had slain from his storage ring and discarded it into the bubbling concoction. Alongside it, he also tossed in some superfluous elixirs, garments, and the storage bag itself. As he observed the spiritual energy gradually rising, reaching the first mark, He Xiaolong exhaled in relief. Although this foundation-building cultivator lacked a golden core, a nascent soul, and had even extracted and refined many of his spiritual roots, he pondered whether the inhabitants of this place possessed any genuine intentions. For even He Xiaolong himself had come to view murder as a mundane affair, akin to slaughtering fish or fowl. In fact, upon witnessing the demise of the individual at his hands, he felt not remorse but rather a sense of relief. Even a flicker of joy, as if he had finally accomplished his task for the day and secured his own survival. Such a twisted mindset. Yet who among them was any different? "Uncle, you are still alive," a delicate voice chimed in his ear. He Xiaolong turned to see the supreme authority of the divine and the girl accompanying her. The supreme authority appeared somewhat disheveled, even more so than himself. However, after a moment's contemplation, He Xiaolong understood that aside from aiding this girl, there was little else to be done. Chapter 20, Journey to the Hellish Abyss. In truth, He Xiaolong did not comprehend why the supreme authority, the foremost expert of their team, felt compelled to assist the young girl. In the beginning, the authority of divinity did not exhibit anything particularly remarkable towards the girl. It was merely at the moment when everyone gathered at the gates of the city of decadence that the divine authority appeared to regard her differently. What transpired during this interval? Yet, if she had consistently followed the divine authority, the girl should not have encountered others, nor would she have needed to lift a finger. How, then, did her strength increase? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, He Xiaolong managed a feeble smile. "Yes, we are still alive. By the way, which floor are you on?" Initially, he had only seen them ascend to the 3rd floor, but where they would ultimately halt remained a mystery to him. However, given the divine authority's formidable prowess during the tribulation period, it was unlikely they would linger on the 3rd floor. "I am on the 6th floor. And Brother Shenhuan is on the 8th. What, does Uncle Stinky also wish to cling to Brother Shenhuan's leg? If you are willing to be our little brother, we would not mind at all." The little girl exhibited an air of innocent charm. But was she truly so naive? "Do not jest," He Xiaolong thought, completely unaffected by her youthful voice. "I may not be going to the paradise of bliss tomorrow." "Why?" He detested those who incessantly probed for answers. Were it not for the divine authority's presence, he would have preferred to avoid conversing with her altogether. She perpetually wore a fade of innocence, portraying herself as exceedingly fragile, as if anyone who did not accommodate her was bullying her. In the realm of mortals, it may be inconsequential. Offering protection to the weak is permissible. However, this is a forbidden zone for cultivation, a city of decadence, where everyone is a cultivator. Although one may appear feeble, they are, after all, a master of the perfected innate realm. In the mortal world, such a skilled individual could easily dominate a multitude of able-bodied men. Can such a master truly feign innocence and vulnerability here? Is it not merely a ploy to elicit sympathy? Unlike those who blindly adhere to the doctrine of divine supremacy, this is a matter of choice for each individual. After articulating this, the adherent of divine supremacy strode forward. The young girl cast a glance at He Xiaolong, urging him to follow suit. For reasons unbeknownst to him, He Xiaolong discerned a hint of derision in her gaze. What was the source of this mockery? Was it a critique of his failure to cling to her for support, or perhaps a jibe at his meager pride? Yet, such contemplations were of little consequence. To He Xiaolong, despite having entered this realm together, all semblance of camaraderie vanished upon arrival. Any subsequent encounters would be marked by enmity. Furthermore, they had never been friends. Friends? The elusive Li Zizai interjected suddenly. He gazed in the direction where the followers of divine supremacy had departed, his expression enigmatic. Friends? Pondering the meaning of that term, He Xiaolong chuckled at himself. In such a place, where could one find friendship? They were merely 5 individuals who had survived the entrance into this city of ruin. So it was. However, allow me to impart this wisdom: the more innocuous and unassuming something appears here, the more perilous it truly is. After finishing his words, before He Xiaolong could respond, he continued to explain. Let me provide you with the simplest example. Imagine a person who is extraordinarily fortunate, despite facing numerous adversities. A remarkable twist of fate occurs, granting them both wealth and reputation, thus achieving a perfect balance of substance and appearance. Such occurrences, while perhaps rare, could be attributed to sheer luck, but what if they happen repeatedly, say 10 times, or even over several years? Thank you. After He Xiaolong spoke, he continued on his way. In truth, he understood without needing to be told that a person's luck inevitably runs out. It is implausible for fortune to consistently favor one individual, leaving others to struggle for survival. This understanding was also the reason he had just declined the little girl's proposal. Although being associated with a powerful figure, who was seemingly favored by divine authority, seemed advantageous, one must also consider other aspects. For instance, he did not possess the same charm as that girl to win the favor of such a formidable being. Furthermore, the girl had been captured and brought to this realm by the restrictions of the immortal cultivation zone, and against the backdrop of many elite practitioners meeting their demise. She had risen to become one of the 5 greatest masters in this city of decay. He Xiaolong firmly believed there had to be some underlying secrets at play. Upon returning home, he took a bath and sat down to meditate. Although he was aware that without spiritual energy or external assistance, his efforts to cultivate were essentially futile, he was unwilling to allow himself to languish in idleness. Once a person becomes accustomed to a life of indulgence, it becomes exceedingly challenging to embrace diligence. Thus, even if he absorbs merely a sliver of spiritual energy in a single night, he must laboriously persist in his endeavors. If given the choice, he would prefer not to pursue immortality or ascend to greatness. Rather, he yearns to lead a simple life alongside that woman. Yun, you must take good care of yourself until I come to find you. After uttering these words, He Xiaolong turned away from his humble abode. Today, he intended to explore the hellish abyss. His motivation was not a blind belief in the woman's words, but rather a necessity to comprehend the survival rules of this place and to discover the most advantageous path for himself. Unsurprisingly, he was followed by a persistent shadow. Li Zizai, are you heading to the hellish abyss today? He inquired. What, is it forbidden? He Xiaolong retorted. No. I merely thought after your arduous efforts yesterday in establishing a chamber, you would be guarding your territory today. And if I don't go, what then? He Xiaolong felt indifferent about Li Zizai's companionship. Yet now, he perceived the bittersweet resilience in Li Zizai, reflecting his own experience. His curiosity piqued throughout his existence. He remained uncertain whether his choices were indeed correct. For vengeance and the pursuit of that woman, he had sacrificed immensely without a trace of regret. Though he pondered how much longer such a life would endure. Perhaps it was the resonance of shared experiences that prompted him to desire others to recount their stories. Allowing for a comparison. What do you mean? Li Zizai seemed momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, their conversation fell into silence. They continued to walk forward, yet neither spoke again. After a prolonged pause, he murmured to himself, "If you do not inquire, I might almost forget. In truth, I am an orphan. A being who has endured bullying from childhood to adulthood. Whether it is due to my character or my appearance. The other children in the orphanage were taken away by others, while I remained overlooked. And what happened afterward? Such experiences are exceedingly mundane." He Xiaolong felt certain that there must be extraordinary events yet to unfold. Otherwise, it would not have propelled that ordinary boy onto the path of cultivation. Nor would it have subjected him to unimaginable trials, enabling him to survive in the predatory realm of the fallen city. Yet, now trapped in such a place. It seems as if those dreams have morphed into mere luxuries. But what of it? He Xiaolong would never surrender, for that kind of deeply ingrained, soul-searing hatred feels indelibly etched within one's essence, an endeavor to cast it aside is futile. Moreover, when he recalls the girl who smiled gently and playfully at him, He Xiaolong realizes that even in pursuit of vengeance, he must not lose himself, nor abandon his principles. It was that very family that led me onto the path of immortality, yet it was they who obliterated my hopes for kinship. They instilled in me the belief that in this world, love is but an illusion, what truly exists is the supremacy of the strong. If one possesses the ability and harbors a ruthless heart, forsaking all ties of kinship, then one may ascend to the pinnacle of humanity and thrive. After Li Zizai finished speaking, an uncomfortable silence enveloped the two. He Xiaolong pondered that, had the other not stabbed him in the back, they might have forged a brotherhood. Yet, the harsh realities of this fallen city cast doubt upon him. Is there truly such a thing as brotherly affection in this world? The kind that involves striving together, relishing shared victories, and trusting one another with one's back in times of peril? Like Li Zizai, he had witnessed too much of humanity's darker side to trust easily. The only entity he could rely on was himself, yet he too was not made of iron. He too felt wearied and longed for someone to care for him in moments of despair, though he recognized such desires were mere fantasies. The entrance to the hellish abyss lay ahead. Slim individuals could squeeze in two at a time, while those of a more robust stature struggled to fit in alone. In a place so ominously named, one might question whether it was a manifestation of the administrator's twisted sense of humor or if there were hidden depths within. It is indeed a bewildering notion, is it not? When I first arrived here, I found the individuals involved in this cultivation practice to be quite peculiar. A castle named Qingfeng seemed utterly contradictory, as it was a place rife with competition and daily strife, yet it bore the name of a paradise. Externally, it appeared devoid of any substance, yet it was ominously dubbed Hell's Abyss, evoking a sense of dissonance. Li Zizai merely smiled faintly and offered an explanation. Casting a glance at He Xiaolong, he chuckled with an air of mischief, saying, "You will soon discover that this Hell's Abyss undoubtedly lives up to its name." He Xiaolong, raising an eyebrow, grasped the implication that the interior was fraught with peril, perhaps even more so than the supposed paradise. However, upon reflection, it became evident that if one side was excessively dominant while the other was overly weak, anyone would naturally gravitate towards the side abundant in resources and opportunities. Moreover, the fallen city, overseen by the guardians of the cultivation forbidden zone, certainly did not appear to be comprised of weaklings. Come, since the hour is still early, allow me to enlighten you about some crucial aspects to heed within this Hell's Abyss. Li Zizai kindly offered, a rare display of goodwill. Even during yesterday's venture to the paradise, he had not exhibited such benevolence in cautioning He Xiaolong. It was merely because the latter had inquired that he divulged some readily available information. Perhaps it was due to He Xiaolong passing his test. Or perhaps he sensed a kindred spirit in the youth, but now there lingered an inexplicable sentiment towards He Xiaolong that was difficult to articulate. In this infernal realm, at last, there exists someone to confide in, regardless of whether this individual harbors intentions of malice or is deserving of trust. At the very least, it appears that he has a friend. Are you genuinely inclined to form an alliance? Despite the fact that both have already successfully allied. Why does He Xiaolong still pose such a question? Yet, Li Zizai is not taken aback. I don't know, I just find you more agreeable than those others. Of course, it could also be that we've become acquainted through conflict. Li Zizai chuckles heartily. Chapter 22, The Abyssal Dungeon. His lack of denial only reinforces He Xiaolong's perception of him as a candid individual. Though there are certain matters left unsaid. Who among their kind would divulge every secret to one another? This prompts He Xiaolong to reevaluate their relationship. Had Li Zizai refuted the original intent behind their alliance, claiming they were merely good friends or teammates, He Xiaolong might have harbored doubts. However, the other has openly acknowledged that their initial motives were less than pure. Yet the passage of time and shared experiences have gradually altered their dynamic. He Xiaolong finds himself somewhat convinced, for he too feels a growing affinity towards Li Zizai. Naturally, it could also be attributed to the oppressive nature of this hellish place, where choices are scarce, yet this does not diminish his admiration for the other. Two individuals of similar temperament, strength, and disposition may perceive each other as archenemies. Conversely, they may find a mutual appreciation. He Xiaolong pondered that in such an unfamiliar realm, perhaps collaboration would indeed prove superior to solitary endeavors. For instance, when one is on the brink of defeat, it is comforting to have someone to assist in healing. Is it not? To speak somewhat harshly, should one inadvertently meet their demise, at least there would be someone to recover the body and convey final words. Yet, under such circumstances, it seems unlikely that those last words would be delivered. Nevertheless, one cannot leave this world without a trace. After much contemplation, He Xiaolong resolved that perhaps he could take a gamble, his first gamble in life. From this moment forth, we shall be brothers. Do you truly trust me? Li Zizai inquired, a hint of joy illuminating his expression. Was he not well aware of his own nature? Moreover, He Xiaolong's demeanor suggested a person who was exceedingly wary of outsiders. Thus, to hear such words from him was both surprising and delightful. Of course, doubts about He Xiaolong's motives lingered, but such concerns were trivial. Human connections require interaction to foster genuine feelings. If one is unwilling to attempt, how can they ascertain if the other is sincere? Furthermore, individuals like them, even as they become good brothers, would never entrust their lives or fortunes to one another. Now, please enlighten me about the true nature of this hellish abyss. He Xiaolong remarked, his tone noticeably lighter as he faced the ominous entrance before him. In such a place, the presence of a guide undeniably renders any endeavor considerably more manageable. Instead of floundering aimlessly like a headless fly, yearning to soar yet fearing the painful consequences of collision, one faces the grim reality that remaining grounded leads only to demise. A single misstep could lead to an encounter with a beast of far superior rank. Leaving no time to flee, such occurrences are all too common. Based on previous experiences, high-ranking beasts far outnumber their lesser counterparts in this realm. Upon hearing this, He Xiaolong furrowed his brow slightly. This situation bodes ill. Slaying a high-ranking beast could yield substantial resources, yet first, one must possess the skill to vanquish such a formidable foe. Moreover, even if one secures those resources, the challenge of safeguarding them remains. For this infernal abyss is not solely inhabited by beasts. He Xiaolong has always held the belief that, in comparison to those powerful yet mindless beasts, it is the sentient beings that embody the true cruelty of this world, being the most prone to betrayal. Observing his contemplative demeanor, Li Zizai chuckled softly. You've come to an understanding, Haven Tu. This is the essence of forming alliances. It is not uncommon to forge bonds in such a place, though typically, it is the adept who ally with one another. Those of equal strength tend to endure together more easily. Li Zizai's words subtly underscored the precarious position of being at the foundational level of cultivation. Surviving in such an environment is exceedingly challenging. Bringing someone of lesser cultivation into this perilous domain is tantamount to courting death. Not only would they be of no assistance, but they would also serve as a burden. Conversely, seeking companionship with those of superior cultivation often results in disdain and a constant need to rely on others, rendering such an existence difficult to bear. Regardless of their insignificance in this realm, they have always been formidable figures in their own world. Even now, having changed their surroundings, the transition from exalted status to a position of servility is a challenge few can endure. Nevertheless, exceptions exist. For instance, there are those who prioritize their lives over their dignity, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of playing the sycophant. In this context, He Xiaolong found himself regarding Li Zi with newfound respect. Despite having been here for several years, he had forged no alliances, surviving instead through sheer tenacity, which attests to his unwavering principles. Do these beasts possess any vulnerabilities? He Xiaolong inquired, feeling no rush to enter. Observing others gradually making their way inside, he and Li Zi remained engaged in casual conversation. Lacking sufficient preparation, two individuals at the foundation establishment stage entering would be akin to courting death. Although concern for his own neck had diminished in the current climate, He Xiaolong still valued his life. Fool, Li Zi scoffed at He Xiaolong. After a moment of contemplation, he added, how could there possibly be weaknesses? Moreover, even if such weaknesses existed, how could we be privy to them? Otherwise, the beasts of this infernal abyss would have been exterminated long ago. Nowadays, survival is a precious commodity. Chapter 23, The Peculiar Son He Xiaolong, your reasoning is most compelling. I find myself at a loss for words. Yet there lingers a sense of discontent. Upon careful reflection, one realizes that in this world, all things exist in a delicate balance of mutual creation and destruction, and every entity harbors its vulnerabilities. He Xiaolong harbors doubts that an inhabitant of this realm of cultivation could possibly attend to every detail. Moreover, powerful magical beasts possess their own intellects and harbor a profound aversion to associating with humans, let alone submitting to their control. Furthermore, He Xiaolong surmises that his counterpart must be an exceedingly cautious individual, akin to himself. Consider, in such a locale, one must surely identify both the detrimental and advantageous aspects, as this knowledge facilitates a thorough analysis of risks and rewards, allowing one to navigate the future with minimal exertion in order to preserve their own life. Yet, could it be that someone as prudent as Li Zizai has failed to detect even a hint of anomaly? Or has he not uncovered a single flaw? However, such a notion seems implausible. In such a vast domain of cultivation, no matter how formidable the overseer or how obedient their subordinates, there will inevitably be a chink in the armor. Just as in every world, survival is governed by certain laws, although these regulations continually evolve and refine, there will always remain loopholes to exploit. Is there not an adage that states, where there are policies from above, there are countermeasures below? What kind of gaze is that? I am quite astute, you know. Displeased by the scrutinizing looks directed at him, Li Zizai bristled. If one were to speak of discovering any vulnerabilities, it would be the peculiar phenomenon that the beasts in this infernal dungeon seem inexhaustible, as if they could be endlessly slaughtered. Since my arrival 5 years ago, countless creatures have perished each day, with throngs of individuals entering this confined space, leading to a significant number of fatalities. Yet, despite the seemingly limited area, the population of these beasts has never waned. This presents a rather strange occurrence. The growth of these creatures is considerably slower than that of humans. Moreover, for certain lower-tier beasts to awaken their intelligence and cultivate their abilities, they require a fortuitous opportunity. Not to mention, even if one were to capture these beasts individually, The effort would be monumental. With so many people entering daily to hunt, it would take only a few days for them to be entirely exterminated. It raises the question of where so many high-tier beasts could possibly exist. Ah, my friend, some matters are better left unpondered. What is paramount for us now is to devise a strategy for survival within this realm while also eliminating these beasts. Li Zizai perceived that this youth was overthinking the situation. However, he could empathize. He too had been lost in such thoughts upon his initial arrival, yearning to find a glimmer of hope to escape this cursed place and return to a life of grandeur. Yet, reality is a harsh teacher, and gradually, he became accustomed to the disillusionment. He could no longer fathom the possibility of ever leaving this wretched domain. His sole desire was to preserve his life. When faced with the choice of dying sooner or later, Li Zizai unhesitatingly opted for a later demise. At times, when witnessing the foolish self-destructive behavior of others, he experiences a peculiar sense of balance within himself, contemplating the fact that countless individuals share in his suffering. Look, those people have perished, yet he continues to exist. Does that not imply that he, too, can be considered a victor? Among the multitude of captives, he appears to have fared relatively well. Ultimately, the two ventured into the abyss of hell, and He Xiaolong could not fathom the loophole in this realm of cultivation. Eager to consume hot tofu too quickly, he had always understood the necessity for composure, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm, yet time was not on his side. He truly could not afford to squander any more moments here. Through a darkened opening, they seemed to have entered a new world. A realm engulfed in darkness, where everything was shrouded in black, the flora, devoid of color. The sole indication of life was the presence of light. Indeed, there was sunlight here. The warm rays cascaded upon the obsidian earth, infusing all living beings with a gentle warmth. Hey, what are you doing? Li Zizai nudged He Xiaolong with his elbow. Why was this fellow fixated on the sun in the sky? While it was indeed the only captivating sight here, it hardly warranted such astonishment. It wasn't as if he had never seen the sun before. Do you not find this place exceedingly strange? He Xiaolong inquired. Strange? Certainly, everything here is peculiar, was the reply. Not that, take a closer look at the sun in the sky. I can shake the feeling that it appears quite different from what I usually observe, though I cannot quite articulate why. Upon witnessing the sun, a sense of unease enveloped me, as though I were struggling to breathe. Li Zizai mimicked my stance, claiming a vantage point to gaze at the same sun suspended in the sky. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Hey, He Xiaolong, are you out of your mind? What is so extraordinary about a single sun? Moreover, I feel absolutely none of what you describe. Taken aback by his response, He Xiaolong glanced at the passers-by, who seemed entirely unperturbed. Was it not the sun that posed a problem, but rather a reflection of his own state? But did he truly exhibit any abnormalities? He recalled the talisman residing within him, the artifact that had consistently safeguarded his life during perilous moments. Yet, that could not be the source of his discomfort. The talisman had been a treasured heirloom of the He family for generations, and its life-preserving properties should have ensured his well-being. Chapter 24. The prey in others' eyes. With a sudden slap, Li Zizai interrupted He Xiaolong's thoughts, striking him on the head. Why ponder so deeply? He chided. Let me tell you, this city of desolation is rife with peculiarities. If you attempt to dissect each one, it would be an impossible endeavor. Although Li Zizai too was perplexed by He Xiaolong's feelings of discomfort and suffocation, he recognized that anyone embarking on the path of cultivation had inevitably encountered their share of the bizarre. In this realm, the beasts are not confined by any specific territories, which means that upon entering, one might unexpectedly encounter formidable creatures, or perhaps, by a stroke of fortune, only face weaker adversaries. Hence, there are no particularly effective strategies to employ. It is a matter of strength and luck. After expressing this thought, He Xiaolong followed Li Zizai deeper into the expanse. Indeed, the vastness here is boundless. Despite the throngs at the entrance, once inside, they seemed to disperse and feel exceedingly insignificant. The individuals around him appeared sparse. And He Xiaolong quietly assessed their capabilities, noting that most were at the golden core stage, while not a single foundation establishment practitioner could be found amidst them. It was at this moment that He Xiaolong comprehended the gravity of Li Zizai's earlier remark that for those of their strength, venturing into the abyssal cave was tantamount to a death sentence, and it was not merely an idle threat. If he had harbored any lingering hopes of survival at the outset, they had now entirely dissipated. While in the paradise realm, he had encountered many whose strength was inferior to that of the foundation establishment stage, yet they had managed to endure. However, upon entering this abyssal cave, the absence of any foundation establishment cultivators indicated that these mindless beasts were not as easily vanquished as he had initially presumed. Look at those two foolish lads, daring to provoke the beasts even at the foundation establishment stage. It seems they are merely offering themselves as targets, remarked a nearby observer, casting a malevolent glance at He Xiaolong and Li Zizai. The implication of this statement, whether their lives were to be sacrificed to the beasts or simply offered as a trophy, remained ambiguous. My dear fellow, since we find ourselves in this infernal abyss, it implies that we are not particularly inclined to take lives. Consider this, as two individuals in the foundational stage of cultivation. We possess little of value. Even if we were to resort to murder, it would hardly suffice to satiate your appetites, would it not? Moreover, it is arduous for everyone in this realm. I shall take my newly arrived companion and depart swiftly, ensuring that we do not become an impediment to you. It appears that the earlier incident did not weigh heavily on his mind. Are you not vexed? He Xiaolong inquired, puzzled. Though he had not been enraged earlier, he recognized the significance of prioritizing matters appropriately, which led him to suppress his feelings. However, Li Zizai was different. He Xiaolong discerned that this person genuinely seemed unperturbed by the preceding events, despite having offered an apology and meekly pulling away. It appeared as though he felt no shame in his demeanor, akin to greeting an old friend whom one has not seen in years. This is indeed peculiar. Every individual has their own temperament. Could it be that he truly cares for nothing? Yet, how can one who is indifferent to all have survived until now? It is a conundrum, is it not? Li Zizai offered a faint smile, then spoke with a hint of melancholy. In this world, one inevitably encounters myriad disappointments, and here you find no choices to be made. What we can choose, however, is our perspective on these events. Ultimately, all is merely a resource, ripe for the taking. Even He Xiaolong himself felt that when he took the life of that man yesterday, it was no different from slaying a dead fish. Perhaps it was due to his formidable cultivation abilities, or perhaps because of their prolonged lifespans, they were fundamentally different from ordinary beings. Gradually, those defenseless creatures, those fragile humans, appeared to him as mere fish slaughtered by mortals. Conversely, he currently possessed no strength whatsoever, yet, if he were to refrain from investing time in cultivation or seeking resources, and instead spent each day lamenting in the cycle of spring and autumn, burdened by memories of the past filled with guilt and regret, it would yield no assistance and only deepen his distress. Perhaps his state of mind had finally elevated. He Xiaolong believed he had just recently transcended the foundation establishment stage. And astonishingly, he had already brushed against the barrier of the golden core stage. It seemed that as long as his spiritual energy was sufficiently robust, he could condense a golden core at any moment. However, heaven is remarkably just. Many individuals fail to form a golden core throughout their lives simply because they cannot surmount this chasm. Chapter 25. The enviable epiphany. If we consider the foundation establishment as merely touching the threshold of cultivation, then the golden core represents a direct entry into the path of immortality. The transition from foundation establishment to golden core signifies a qualitative leap in both strength and the purity of spiritual energy. Most notably, one can soar freely through the air post-golden core, no longer reliant on any external apparatus for flight, a feat He Xiaolong had envied for a long time. Yet now, through unforeseen circumstances, he had come to graze the barrier of the golden core in such a brief span of time, which indeed was a cause for celebration. However, for He Xiaolong, it was far from sufficient. It paled in comparison to what he aspired to achieve. He sought to transcend his tribulations, to transform into a divine being, to ascend to a higher realm. Only then would he possess the power to alter everything and exact his vengeance. Contemplating these thoughts, He Xiaolong stood still, closed his eyes, and felt himself entering a profound state of enlightenment. Could it be that this is a moment of realization? Is it truly? Li Zizai, standing nearby, rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he observed his ally. It was simply astonishing, after a mere exchange of a few words. This individual could succumb to such profound understanding. It appeared he was indeed a prodigy, no, a genius of extraordinary caliber. Yet, Li Zizai was acutely aware of the gravity of their circumstances. Casting a vigilant glance around, he positioned himself beside He Xiaolong to protect him. Regardless of how their futures might unfold, in this moment, she greatly valued this ally. After approximately a quarter of an hour, He Xiaolong emerged from his trance. Gazing at Li Zizai, who stood guard for him, a warm current flowing through his heart. It seemed that forging a friendship in such a place was not without its merits. Thank you. He understood that this expression held little weight. Yet silence was not preferable either. What are we to each other? Setting aside emotions for now, from a standpoint of mutual benefit. I cannot afford to lose you as a friend, can I? Moreover, you are so close to achieving the golden core. Once you surpass this threshold, our lives may indeed improve. Speaking of this brought genuine joy to He Xiaolong. He had never imagined that he could experience such an epiphany. It was indeed an exceedingly rare occurrence. Some adept practitioners, who had reached the tribulation stage or even the divine transformation stage, might never attain a moment of enlightenment in their entire lives. Yet, he had just encountered one. This was a fortuitous opportunity, which, although its significance might not be immediately apparent, would prove invaluable when he sought to transcend barriers in his future cultivation. In other words, if his mental state were sufficiently elevated, ascending to the next level would pose no challenge at all, provided he possessed ample resources and abundant spiritual energy. He would naturally progress to the next realm without any hindrance or inner demons. This was the aspiration of many. And even He Xiaolong felt that when the heavens shut one door, they would invariably open a window. Despite being in such a dismal place, the speed of his cultivation was exponentially greater than it had ever been before. Indeed, human potential is often unearthed through adversity. Nevertheless, he felt no gratitude towards the overseer of this realm of cultivation. Ah, how envious I am! I have heard that before you entered, you were merely a weakling, barely at the foundation establishment stage, and now you have risen to my level, soon to surpass me. Li Zizai's tone, laced with genuine admiration amidst the rain, reflected this sentiment. There was no trace of jealousy. However, one must ponder when a peer, who once lagged far behind, suddenly catapults ahead. Would it not stir envy within anyone? Moreover, Li Zizai, who has tirelessly fought for survival in this degenerate city, has slain numerous foes in order to safeguard his modest abode. After years of arduous cultivation, he has finally reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yet, in stark contrast, someone who has merely ventured into this realm of cultivation for a mere week is rapidly approaching, if not already surpassing, his own prowess. If one were to harbor a less than favorable disposition, envy could easily fester. Thus, diligent cultivation is imperative. For not everyone possesses the fortuitous luck that I do. With a jesting remark, He Xiaolong offered a reassuring pat on Li Zizai's shoulder. Indeed, He Xiaolong considered himself rather fortunate. For instance, amidst the clash of two formidable nascent soul practitioners, not only did he evade their lethal skirmish, but he also seized an unparalleled opportunity for advancement. Although both nascent souls were on the brink of extinction, it did not hinder him from absorbing their essence. For someone of his humble stature, to absorb the energy from two nascent souls was akin to a windfall. A stroke of fortune exceeding even a $5 million lottery win in the mundane world. Such occurrences are seldom heard of. By the way, do share with me the nuances of your cultivation methods, as it may serve as a reference for me. Li Zizai believes that while luck cannot be taken away, experience can certainly be acquired. If both of them were to attain the golden core stage, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Moreover, he harbored a tinge of trepidation within. For instance, should He Xiaolong suddenly ascend to the golden core stage, they would no longer be on the same level, leading to complications in the distribution of resources in the future. The notion of equitable distribution is evidently unjust for He Xiaolong, as he has exerted considerably more effort than others. If he were to receive merely a token of recognition after risking his life, it would be far more advantageous to pursue his endeavors independently. Previously, he held a disdain for associating with those more skilled than himself. Had He Xiaolong ascended to such heights of expertise, he would likely refuse to prostrate himself before others in deference. It was merely a stroke of good fortune that brought him to the City of Desolation, where he encountered two formidable beings engaged in combat, resulting in his unexpected gain from their conflict. The specifics of how he eluded his pursuer and excavated his escape route remain unspoken, as they are of little consequence. Chapter 26, The Unsightly Beasts. Is that all there is? Li Zizai mused, his lips pursed in disbelief at the fantastical nature of the events. The clash between two powerful entities of the Yuanying stage rendered him, a mere cultivator still in the foundational stages, too intimidated to even spectate. One spell from them could spell doom for him. Merely being caught in the crossfire would be insufferable. Yet, here stood this young man, seemingly the focal point of all good fortune on that fateful day. Surely, his journey to this point must have been marked by a myriad of convolutions. Perhaps he had employed cunning tactics to outwit the two Yuanying masters, ultimately claiming their heads as trophies? Although he could concede that He Xiaolong's account might hold a kernel of truth, Li Zizai found it difficult to accept. For the disparity was staggering. One fought desperately for survival, while the other was seemingly handed victory on a silver platter. This stark contrast was nothing short of inequitable. It seems as if the person beside me is the very Son of Heaven, the one who has been forsaken. Oh my, must it be so cruel? Truly, comparing oneself to others can be a source of despair. Observing the despondent expression of Li Zizai, He Xiaolong's mood improved ever so slightly. Perhaps this is the nature of deriving one's joy from another's suffering. It was oddly gratifying to witness the discomfort of this individual. He comforted him insincerely, saying, "In truth, you are also a favored child of the heavens. Just look at how your prowess has allowed you to survive in the City of Desolation, and how few dare to challenge you. Is that not a form of benevolence? Benevolence, my foot. Look over there. That little girl who entered at the same time as you, she is the true daughter of heaven. She needs do nothing and now resides on such a high floor. Regardless of whether her abilities can advance, maintaining her current status is assured." Li Zizai referred to the girl named Lingling, who had entered under the auspices of divine authority. "She is no virtuous being, one should tread carefully around her. When we arrived, she had not even reached the innate realm," He Xiaolong warned. He was concerned that the person before him might become infatuated with that little girl and end up in dire straits without realizing it. Thus, judging by appearances is an absolute folly in the realm of cultivation, otherwise, one might fall victim to their own foolishness. "Fear not, dear brother. Am I that kind of person? Look, a magical beast approaches." Li Zizai suddenly shouted. He Xiaolong followed his gaze. Before them stood a large, pitch-black boar indeed. A commonplace domestic pig, indistinguishable from the ones typically consumed as meat, save for its dark hue. "What manner of beast is this?" He Xiaolong, adhering to the principle of inquiring when in doubt, displayed no pretense of knowledge. This was his first encounter with a magical creature, and he was oblivious to its rank or breed. However, he could discern that the aura it emanated was certainly not inferior to that of himself and his companion. "Who am I to ask? I entered this realm without even reaching the foundation establishment stage, and after lingering here for so long without a single acquaintance. I shall simply refer to this creature as the Big Black Pig APT, wouldn't you agree? A moment of silence ensued, and He Xiaolong found the name quite fitting. Yet, he pondered whether this individual was somewhat naive. Having resided here for several years, he had yet to ascertain the various breeds of magical beasts. Even in the absence of conversational companions, had he never considered the importance of understanding these creatures? For instance, their races, their weaknesses, and so forth? Instead of undertaking such inquiries, he had merely assigned a name based on his visual perception. Why did this seem so unreliable? Sensing He Xiaolong's skeptical gaze, Li Zizai offered an awkward smile. Please don't look at me like that. It's not that I am unwilling to inquire. It's just that everyone seems to shun me. The timing has shifted slightly since your arrival. When I first came here, forming alliances was out of the question. Everyone was a lone wolf. However, there exist some traditions that endure, such as disciples of cultivation guided by masters, as well as those with familial legacies, wherein knowledge and resources are passed down from ancestors, particularly concerning magical beasts and spirit creatures. This is what one refers to as family heritage. Oftentimes, such heritage proves invaluable. For instance, if one were to discern the weaknesses of the magical beast before them, the confrontation would become rather effortless. Conversely, should one remain in ignorance, encountering a breed of magical beast renowned for its group attacks could lead to dire consequences, resulting in a merciless onslaught. What vulnerabilities does this creature possess? He Xiaolong inquired leisurely, observing that the large black boar did not seem inclined to attack, as if it were assessing the strength of both parties. This indicated that the creature was of considerable rank and had attained a degree of intelligence. In Chapter 27, The Woman Who Takes Advantage of Chaos, it is noted that even if the creature had indeed developed intelligence, its cognitive abilities were akin to those of a 4- or 5-year-old child, posing little threat to them. Nevertheless, the awakening of intelligence in a magical beast signifies its departure from mere animalistic instincts. Coupled with the inherent resilience of magical beasts, which are protected by robust hides. Even though both of them had reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, they found themselves at a significant disadvantage against the formidable black boar. In encounters of similar ranks, magical beasts exhibit far greater prowess than humans, not only due to their profound magical energy but also their formidable physiques and substantial stature. Alas, my brother! Let me convey this to you, I possess not the slightest understanding of these fearsome beasts. Based on my experiences in prior skirmishes, when confronting such creatures, one must avoid direct confrontation at all costs. You have two options: either muster all your strength for a decisive strike or engage in a war of attrition, gradually wearing it down. Of course, should you uncover its vulnerabilities, that would be most advantageous. However, in my last encounter with this formidable black boar, I inflicted countless wounds upon it yet failed to identify the fabled weak spot. Li Zizai regarded the imposing black boar with a wary gaze, though he remained relatively composed. The aura emanating from this beast suggested its prowess was akin to that of a peak foundation establishment practitioner. While it is true that magical beasts are somewhat more resilient than humans, there were two of them on this occasion, and Li Zizai sensed that fortune favored them today. They had neither encountered those feeble, inconsequential creatures nor faced opponents capable of effortlessly overpowering them. The balance of power was equitable, rendering the situation quite fair. Watch closely, he declared, and with that, he drew a longsword from his storage ring and charged forth with determination. He did not engage the black boar head-on, rather, he skillfully evaded direct confrontation, evidently focused on exhausting the beast's strength. The tip of his sword traced a long gash across the boar's back, causing blood to spurt forth. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the black boar retaliated, sending Li Zizai hurtling through the air. He Xiaolong refrained from stepping forward to lend a hand. Not out of a lack of compassion, nor from a deliberate desire to stand idly by and let the formidable black pig eliminate Li Zizai, but rather because the recent blow, while undoubtedly inflicting some harm on Li Zizai, was trivial when weighed against the experiences of individuals like them, those who frequently danced on the edge of peril. Moreover, it is a given that all individuals must endure trials to ascend to greater heights. Thus, he stood there with a clear conscience, even taking the opportunity to observe the creature's combat techniques, seeking to glean knowledge from this rare encounter. After all, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. In an environment bereft of any mentors, watching others engage in battle could be likened to pilfering wisdom. Yet, spectacles of insufficient prowess fail to captivate. Akin to two ordinary adults watching two children spar with rudimentary fighting skills. Conversely, the expertise displayed by skilled fighters eludes comprehension. Their movements are so swift that one scarcely has time to grasp the unfolding events before a victor emerges. Hence, encounters of this nature are indeed few and far between. "Hey, my brother, we are allies. You cannot merely stand by and revel in my misfortune," Li Zizai remarked as he clambered to his feet. His words were laced with sarcasm, yet his demeanor suggested that, despite his protestations, he harbored no genuine intention of seeking He Xiaolong's assistance. The ingrained habit of not entrusting one's life to others remained steadfast, impervious to the sudden emergence of an ally or the addition of a brother. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the joy that graced his countenance. They meticulously removed everything of value from the great black pig, subsequently storing the entire carcass within their spatial device. Dragging their weary bodies, they turned to He Xiaolong to boast, "What do you think, brother? Was I not impressive just now?" With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he glanced at the disheveled figure before him and somewhat grudgingly replied, "Indeed, quite impressive, the most handsome in the universe." As they continued onward, they sensed an overwhelming pressure and swiftly distanced themselves. Whether human or beast, both instinctively retreated when they felt they were not a match. However, whenever they sensed they could contend, they charged forward like madmen. After finally slaying a fire lizard, they collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained, unwilling to even lift a finger. At that moment, an oblivious figure appeared. With a swift motion, an arrow struck the corpse of the fire lizard. A strikingly beautiful middle-aged woman stood before them. As if just noticing their presence, "Oh, how did you two end up here? Luckily, I dispatched this fire lizard, otherwise, with your level of strength, you wouldn't have known how you perished." Stunned for a moment, He Xiaolong and Li Zizai exchanged glances. They had encountered shamelessness before, but never had they witnessed such audacity. The woman's haughty demeanor and her condescending tone were particularly irksome. Regardless of whether she was merely at the peak of Foundation establishment or a formidable figure in the tribulation stage, they would have lunged at her without hesitation. "Auntie, put down your belongings and go your way." Li Zizai disdainfully uttered a remark. The two of them had expended tremendous effort and endured numerous injuries to finally slay the fire lizard, only for an opportunist to emerge, believing them to be easy prey. In this fallen city, the scenario of the clam and the snipe contending while the fisherman profits is exceedingly common. However, when the robbery strikes too close to home, the sentiment shifts dramatically. Chapter 28, Encountering a Robber. As for why the two did not charge in and engage in battle immediately, it was simply because they were genuinely reluctant to fight at that moment. Although their adversaries were of the same peak foundational level, those individuals were brimming with energy, while the duo appeared half dead. Even if they were to succeed in a 2-on-1 scenario, who could predict if another opportunist would materialize? Such reasoning was sound. It was not that their opponents were disallowing them from robbing, rather, a sense of frustration lingered in their hearts. Throughout the day, they had refrained from engaging with anyone, targeting only solitary, low-powered magical beasts. They had initially anticipated that upon defeating this creature, they could rest and rejuvenate before venturing out. Yet, the sudden appearance of a highway robber soured the mood for anyone. Well, this audacious woman truly fears not for her life. Nevertheless, I wouldn't mind claiming another head, he declared, swiftly rising with his sword pointed directly at the middle-aged woman. Observing Li Zizai charging forward, He Xiaolong would typically have no inclination to assist. Yet, given that Li Zizai had little spiritual energy left, the situation was markedly different. In this scenario, engaging in a war of attrition proved to be the least advantageous for them. Hence, He Xiaolong decided to lend assistance, for if they could unexpectedly resolve the situation, they would indeed enjoy a bountiful harvest that evening. The woman wielded a whip, clearly a magical artifact, though He Xiaolong could not ascertain its precise level. Nonetheless, it was imbued with fire elemental energy. "You insolent little brats, encountering me today means your downfall," the middle-aged woman scolded as she fought, her strikes decisive and ruthless, indicating her familiarity with acts of violence and robbery. He Xiaolong, once again, drew upon his water elemental affinity. As he unleashed his water-based spells, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. The interplay of the 5 elements dictated that water was the nemesis of her fire affinity. If her magical prowess surpassed his significantly, it was conceivable she could evaporate his water. However, in a confrontation between 2 equally matched adversaries, the presence of such elemental opposition could spell disaster. The water dragon, under He Xiaolong's control, remained entangled with the middle-aged woman, dousing any fire spells she attempted to conjure, while Li Zizai stood by, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. The battle proved less arduous than anticipated, as the two soon claimed another victim. "Let us see what treasures this woman possesses," Li Zizai cheerfully exclaimed as he tore away the ring from the fallen foe. He Xiaolong, observing the bandit-like demeanor of Li Zizai, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that since their acquaintance, such twitches had become increasingly frequent. "What are you staring at? Murder and plunder are more commonplace here than dining." Li Zizai spoke casually, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. Employing the same method he used to deal with the corpses of beasts, he meticulously searched the middle-aged female cultivator for anything of value. Although he was currently capable of fighting beyond his level, he pondered the implications of facing a horde of golden core cultivators. "What is this? You wish to leave? Leave the goods behind, and you too may exit," declared a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage, who had evidently witnessed the entire confrontation. His tone, however, bore a veneer of righteousness. The implication was clear: relinquishing their possessions would grant them safe passage, signaling that he had no intent to take their lives. Given that this man was at the golden core stage, it was plausible that his apparent mercy stemmed from the realization that eliminating 2 foundation establishment cultivators would yield him little benefit. If he could intimidate He Xiaolong and Li Zizai into retreating with his golden core prowess, he would consider it a considerable gain for the day. "I thought I recognized you. It is indeed you, the one who weaves the red thread," Li Zizai remarked, momentarily disregarding his search to stow the female cultivator's corpse into his storage ring, before assuming a vigilant stance beside He Xiaolong. "You know me?" The man across seemed taken aback. With a sardonic smile, Li Zizai continued, "How could I not? You have been in this fallen city nearly 20 years since ascending to the heaven realm, now at the mid-golden core stage, renowned for your wind elemental affinity and speed. Right? Not to mention your penchant for slitting throats." Upon hearing this, He Xiaolong understood the true meaning behind the phrase "the one who weaves the red thread." The wind-based spells have always been renowned for their swiftness. If your weapon is sufficiently sharp, a mere touch to the neck will result in a gradual seepage of blood within mere seconds after death, resembling a crimson thread. This, however, indicates the remarkable prowess of the individual, or perhaps signifies an invincible presence among peers, as such precision is unattainable without exceptional skill. You, my friend, are quite discerning. Allow me to be candid, slaying 2 mere foundation establishment cultivators today bears little significance. Surrender all your wealth, including the spoils from our recent encounter, and I shall spare your lives. This suggestion bears the tone of a condescending charity, which is rather irksome. Yet, in such a place, it is deemed remarkably merciful. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, is it not? Claiming that the corpses of 2 foundation establishment cultivators are of no use to him is only relative, given that they have not yet condensed their golden cores. Even if he were to extract their spiritual roots, it would yield negligible benefits. However, their bodies could indeed be submitted as resources for today. By such reasoning, one might conclude that he possesses a somewhat benevolent disposition, albeit this notion may sound absurd. Chapter 29, Reaching an Agreement. How does this proposition strike you? We shall submit 10% of the spoils we acquire today, and in the future. We will continue to provide you with 10% of our daily gains. In return, you will afford us a modicum of protection, if it is within your means. What say you? These words were spoken by He Xiaolong. After much contemplation, he concluded that engaging in battle at this juncture would not be the act of a sagacious individual. Moreover, given the opponent's esteemed reputation in this decadent city and their formidable strength, although an alliance was unattainable, it would be prudent to seek shelter under a towering figure. Having a powerful cultivator of the golden core stage as their support, while it is true that there are those who would dare to challenge them in this fallen city, it would nonetheless mitigate unnecessary complications. Furthermore, the terms proposed by He Xiaolong were agreeable to both parties. Their daily contribution of 1/10 of their resources would not significantly impact them. Additionally, since they were not together at all times, the precise amount of that 1/10 was ultimately at their discretion. For this golden core practitioner, it was hardly a matter of concern. They could offer assistance when capable. But should the adversary prove too formidable, they could easily opt to remain aloof. In essence, providing them with a modicum of protection within his capacity would yield a daily gain of 1/10, creating a mutually beneficial scenario. He Xiaolong was confident that as long as the other party was not exceptionally foolish, they would not forsake long-term benefits in favor of annihilating them. Moreover, the fact that two Foundation establishment practitioners had managed to navigate to their current position meant that overcoming obstacles was not beyond their reach. Thus, despite their current predicament, should the golden core practitioner choose to engage, the outcome of the confrontation remained uncertain. Li Zizai's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, why had he not considered this approach? He cast an appreciative glance at his brother and turned to the golden core cultivator, inquiring, "What do you think of my brother's suggestion? We are not the kind of individuals devoid of insight. If you find yourself incapable of confronting those who bully us, then there is no obligation for you to intervene. Is what you say truly genuine? Surely, you are not merely toying with my sentiments. Let me make it clear that I am not one to take a roundabout approach. Having stated our position, should we reach an accord, you must not hold me accountable for any wrath that may ensue should you fail to deliver in the future." The golden core cultivator felt a flicker of interest. Should both parties establish a collaboration today, it would signify the acquisition of a resource channel, albeit a modest one. However, small accumulations can lead to significant gains. Furthermore, although these two young men are currently at the Foundation establishment stage, should they ascend to the golden core stage, the dynamics would shift. While their elevation to golden core does not guarantee their reliance on our protection, at that juncture, 3 golden core individuals could form an alliance. By current calculations, this appears to be a risk-free venture. Indeed, it is true, we have formed an alliance today. Observe how splendidly I collaborate with him. Li Zizai hastened to promote the advantages of his side. The protection of a golden core cultivator is not unattainable, however, it often requires a degree of subservience. Naturally, if some attractive women are willing to serve, there would be those inclined to offer their protection. Yet, he and He Xiaolong are not women, and both harbor a peculiar sense of pride. Even in their current state of degradation, certain principles cannot simply be cast aside at will. Therefore, relinquishing a mere 10% of their profits in exchange for the protection of a golden core cultivator would be an endeavor replete with benefits and devoid of detriment for them. At this moment, Li Zizai began to regard He Xiaolong with newfound respect. Initially, he sought merely a conversational partner, someone to ally with. However, he now found himself somewhat admiring this young man. The seemingly simple strategy was not something just anyone could conceive, for human nature often leads one to preconceived notions. Upon entering this world, individuals become influenced by its survival rules. Everyone operates as a lone wolf, seldom recalling the idea of collaboration. Even when alliances are formed and support is secured, with each party contributing what they can. Yet, including himself, none had considered this approach, which bore resemblance to hiring bodyguards for protection in the mundane realm. Noticing that the opponent had begun to waver, He Xiaolong hastily urged, "I have escaped from the clutches of a nascent soul master and have slain golden core cultivators. While we may be at a disadvantage now, in a 2-on-1 scenario, the outcome remains uncertain. Of course, if we can resolve this peacefully, none of us wish to lose our lives over such matters, do we? Moreover, even if you could slay us here today, take a glance around." After speaking, He Xiaolong gestured for everyone to observe. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with ill intentions, surrounded them. The prospect of seizing the opportunity was not only appealing to them but to the entire populace of the fallen city. Thus, those lurking in the shadows are likely eager for a conflict to ensue, for the victor would reap a golden elixir and the possessions of several foundational cultivators. Yet, none are fools. While discord remains absent, none shall dare to advance, unless they are formidable masters, akin to those in the tribulation stage of cultivation. However, such individuals would scarcely deign to covet the meager wealth of foundational practitioners. Henceforth, let us consider this agreement established. I shall receive 1/10 of today's bounty, and you must duly deliver tomorrow. For each day you comply, I shall extend my protection. Thank you kindly. By the way, I am He Xiaolong. And this is Li Zizai. May I inquire the esteemed name of the elder before us? Today, He Xiaolong finally revealed a genuine smile, while inwardly scoffing at the ravenous gazes surrounding him. Did they truly believe his fortunes were so easily acquired? Should he fail to best this golden elixir today, he would rather ignite his very soul than allow these individuals to profit. In Chapter 30, Exquisite Spirit Stones, one must acknowledge their fortuitous luck today, particularly that final woman. In addition to her diverse array of garments, she possessed an abundance of cultivation resources, rendering her a veritable affluent figure in comparison to He Xiaolong and his companions. Heavenly! Is this an exquisite spirit stone? Li Zizai exclaimed, lifting a pure spirit stone, his tone imbued with incredulity. He Xiaolong followed his gaze and indeed saw a spirit stone. However, it appeared to be far purer than the ones they usually encountered, with a noticeably denser aura of spiritual energy. What if it were a top-grade spirit stone? He Xiaolong felt a twinge of uncertainty, as he had only ever seen inferior spirit stones and had never even laid eyes on a mid-grade one, let alone a superior or top-grade stone. Spirit stones were classified into inferior, mid-grade, superior, and top-grade. In his previous world, opportunities to encounter an inferior spirit stone were exceedingly rare, so at this moment, aside from sensing the exceptional purity of the aura emanating from the stone in Li Zizai's hand, he could not definitively ascertain whether it was superior or top-grade. That lad certainly has an eye for quality. This is indeed a top-grade spirit stone. Very well. I shall forego the other items today and claim this top-grade spirit stone for myself, Wang Meng stated bluntly. Is there no possibility of trading for something else? Li Zizai pleaded, gazing at Wang Meng like a devoted spouse, his grip on the spirit stone tightening. Unable to bear the sight any longer, He Xiaolong pried Li Zizai's fingers apart and placed the spirit stone into Wang Meng's palm. Here you go, brother Wang. He Xiaolong found Li Zizai's reluctance rather petty. Although top-grade spirit stones were indeed a rarity, especially for those who had never encountered one, it was still merely a spirit stone. It could not heal ailments or serve any significant purpose, aside from the fact that its spiritual energy was purer and more abundant than that of inferior stones. There was little difference. Furthermore, given their current levels, they could enhance their cultivation by absorbing other forms of energy, rendering the necessity of that top-grade spirit stone rather negligible. However, for Wang Meng, who has reached the golden core stage, the situation is markedly different. After attaining this level, many of the lesser spiritual treasures can no longer satisfy their needs. For instance, The spirit-gathering pills that He Xiaolong previously absorbed hold little value once one attains the golden core stage. Consuming such low-tier pills is akin to merely indulging in candy. Thus, they require spiritual treasures of a purer essence, yet such items are exceedingly rare. This exquisite spirit stone has caught Wang Meng's attention. In other words, from the perspective of He Xiaolong and his companions, 1,000 inferior spirit stones equate to a single exquisite spirit stone, with an exchange rate that reflects their equivalence. Yet, for someone of Wang Meng's caliber, the situation is entirely different. The spiritual energy within inferior spirit stones is far too chaotic and scarce, rendering any amount absorbed of little benefit to them. What they truly seek must be spirit stones of superior quality or higher. Therefore, they perceive no loss in this transaction, and extending a favor is hardly a burden. Casting a momentary glance at He Xiaolong, Wang Meng burst into hearty laughter after a brief pause. "You, my young friend, have a promising future." Although flattered, He Xiaolong remained indifferent to the compliment. What future could one speak of for those dwelling in this realm of restricted cultivation? Merely surviving is already a considerable achievement. Nonetheless, there was no need to voice such thoughts and dampen the mood. After all, even if Wang Meng is regarded as a formidable figure in their eyes, he too is merely navigating the same perilous environment. Moreover, should such words be spoken, one cannot fathom the number of individuals who might take offense, for those formidable beings, masters of the nascent soul and tribulation, who appear so grandiose in the outside world, now find themselves retreating to this very place. Wang Meng has departed. Li Zizai gazed despondently at He Xiaolong, exclaiming, "How can you be so generous? That is a top-tier spiritual stone. My heavens, in my previous life, such treasures were mere legends." "Very well, even if it is a legendary item. Do you believe you can truly possess it? Given the capabilities of the two of us, it is utterly impossible to retain such a treasure." "Fine, I concede your point. I never intended to keep it, I merely wished to admire it a bit longer." With a heavy heart, Li Zizai followed He Xiaolong to surrender the resources. He Xiaolong was well aware of the frustration brewing within Li Zizai. After all, the finest treasure one had labored to acquire must be relinquished to another. Who would not feel a sense of indignation in such a circumstance? Yet, reality often surpasses human intentions. In this environment, if one cannot read the subtle cues or discern the prevailing conditions, it is not just fledgling foundation establishment cultivators like them who suffer. Even those undergoing tribulation could find themselves swiftly subdued. Did one not observe the numerous towering edifices in the blissful world? Even masters of such caliber as those from divine authority reside merely on the 8th floor. What manner of figures inhabit the 8th floor remains unclear to He Xiaolong. Yet he comprehends that there exist entities here far more formidable than those of divine authority. In essence, there are individuals above the 8th floor. However, such distinguished figures hold no relevance to them, for at present, they lack even the qualifications to serve as mere pawns in their game. Uncertain if it was merely his illusion, He Xiaolong couldn't shake the feeling that when he submitted resources today, the gaze of dream held a depth of meaning that eluded his comprehension, infused with an emotion he could not decipher. It reminded him of the enigmatic figure in black who had initially brought him here, whose cryptic words had left him trembling with trepidation. "What is the matter?" It was just a resource submission. Why was he so distracted? Could it be that he was reluctant to part with those items? Li Zizai, joking from the side, appeared significantly more relaxed, having successfully survived another day. Yet, He Xiaolong observed that during the resource submission, the expressions on everyone's faces ranged from indifference to discomfort, with no one looking particularly pleased. Encountering someone as carefree as Li Zizai was a novel experience for He Xiaolong. However, perhaps influenced by the demeanor of the person beside him, He Xiaolong felt his own tension gradually dissipating. The heart that had raced at dream's penetrating gaze was now, astonishingly, serene. One might wonder if the administrators of this cultivation realm harbored some peculiar interests or if there existed any underlying competition among them, He Xiaolong mused. Chapter 31, humanoid weapons. It was not unreasonable for He Xiaolong to entertain such thoughts, particularly in light of the man's earlier remark about hoping he could bring surprises. At that moment, He Xiaolong had not perceived any profound significance in those words, merely feeling unnerved by the weighty gaze. Yet, with Dream's current demeanor, He Xiaolong couldn't shake the sense that there was indeed some discord among the administrators of this cultivation forbidden zone. It is reminiscent of those dramatic moments in television series, where two individuals engage in a wager or where opposing forces experience a divergence, subtly competing against one another. However, He Xiaolong remains uncertain, having only recently arrived. If I were privy to the thoughts of those in power, I would have seized the opportunity to ascend the ranks, rather than continuously surrendering resources. Is that not the case? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that they are deliberately nurturing individuals, or perhaps they are merely engaging in some sort of gamble. He Xiaolong suspects that this matter is far from simple. Moreover, the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to him has not reappeared since that day of disappearance. The inhabitants of the immortal cultivation forbidden zone regard him with utmost normalcy, indicating that prior to this, they had not encountered anyone who looked exactly like him. Otherwise, there would have been some reaction. It is indeed peculiar. Can a living person simply vanish into thin air? Furthermore, the ruler of the fallen city is Dream Princess. Yet when she first encountered him, she displayed no signs of abnormality. What are you pondering, my friend? I must caution you, the fate that befalls those who pry into the affairs of the elite is rarely favorable. Additionally, life here is exceedingly monotonous. Each day feels like an exhausting ordeal. Were it not for the presence of Li Zizai, He Xiaolong fears he might go years without uttering a single word. Living like a mute. Thus, indulging in the occasional gossip serves as a form of entertainment. If you wish to hear, I shall share, but remember, these words are to be forgotten and not broadcasted loudly, understood? It is said that a tournament occurs here once every decade. However, this contest is not fought by the overseers themselves, rather, each administrator may select a prisoner to serve as their champion in the competition. Should that prisoner emerge victorious, the administrator is rewarded with various prizes and may also seize a portion of influence from their adversary, thus reaping numerous benefits. These words sent a chill down He Xiaolong's spine. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an unsettling sense of being the chosen weapon. Yet, had he not only just entered this realm of cultivation? Amongst the multitude, his abilities were undeniably the weakest. Given the existence of supreme powers, why would he be selected? Even a decade later, he would still be no match for others. Moreover, in such a desolate place devoid of any cultivation resources, his prospects for growth seemed to diminish daily. Did that individual not fear he would perish within those 10 years? Or that his abilities would regress, perhaps rendering him an ordinary person? What's going on? Don't tell me you've already been chosen. Li Zizai gazed incredulously at his friend. Being selected indeed has its merits, as it assures one of constant attention and, when necessary, access to certain advantages that could preserve one's life. Yet, the path of trial and tribulation is inescapable. Conversely, there are adverse consequences. Should you lose the contest, the individual who selected you would be compelled to sacrifice much, and in such a moment, they would undoubtedly resent you fiercely. Moreover, this individual possesses limited strength and has only just entered this city of degradation. Surely, he cannot be that unfortunate? Li Zizai scrutinized him from every angle, yet could not discern the source of his prowess. Although it is indeed remarkable for one at the foundation establishment stage to reach this city of decline and be deemed one of the 5 formidable experts, it is hardly an extraordinary feat he himself had entered in a similar manner. Furthermore, there are those who have not even attained the foundation establishment stage yet still manage to enter this city, which diminishes the uniqueness of the situation. Why, then, have the esteemed figures chosen him? I cannot say, but since my arrival in this realm of cultivation, several individuals have uttered perplexing statements. Upon hearing your words, it dawned on me that I might have been selected to serve as a weapon. He Xiaolong's tone was far from pleasant. To risk one's life aiding others in battle should victory be achieved, no accolades would be bestowed, yet defeat would render one's existence a living hell. Who would willingly endure such a fate? Nevertheless, despite his reluctance, He Xiaolong understood that the matter was beyond his control. All he could do now was to ascertain the reality of the situation. If what transpired was merely a figment of his imagination, then his worries would be in vain. However, if he truly had been chosen as a weapon, he would embark on a distinctly different path, one that necessitated comprehending the stakes involved and the extent of his influence on the upper echelons, in order to gauge his own significance in this intricate web. Under certain conditions, he pondered that perhaps he could exploit this situation, although he could not leave the confines of this cultivation prohibition zone. It would be exceedingly simple to improve his own existence. Moreover, many things were beyond the reach of those from the lower echelons of society. If he could establish even the slightest connection with the overseer of this cultivation zone, would it not unveil numerous opportunities currently inaccessible to him? In such a case, even if he could not depart, could he not solicit their assistance in investigating the enemies of his past? Or perhaps discreetly inquire about the true nature of this cultivation zone and the reasons for his presence here? Chapter 32, a place that can shield divine perception. The longer he lingered in such an environment, the more He Xiaolong felt as if time stretched endlessly, intensifying his yearning for the simplicity of his former life. In recent nights, the enchanting figure in his mind had manifested with increasing frequency, compelling him to seek her out immediately and relinquish everything, including his resentments, in order to live a tranquil life together. He Xiaolong felt himself on the brink of madness. He could scarcely fathom the prospect of spending the rest of his days confined to this place. Therefore, he resolved that he must escape, even if it required exhausting every resource and enduring the most excruciating of sacrifices. Follow me. Before He Xiaolong could fully comprehend the situation, he was pulled by Li Zizai into a small grove. What is this place? He Xiaolong inquired with curiosity, surveying his surroundings. It measured approximately 100 square meters, and there was no discernible difference from the normal world around him. The grass was a vibrant green, the trees lush, starkly contrasting with the decrepit city he had known. This is a remarkable place, the only sanctuary within the entire city of decadence where one can speak freely. After Li Zizai proudly expressed his thoughts, he turned serious and inquired, "Tell me about everything that has transpired since your arrival." It was not merely his curiosity about others' privacy that prompted the question, but rather the gravity of becoming a human weapon was far too significant. He had been here for only a few years, without having ever participated in a single arena competition. Yet, he had heard whispers from others about the brutality and ferocity, which resembled a ghastly feast of slaughter. This was certainly not a cause for celebration. Leading a quiet life in this place was the wisest choice. Those who sought the limelight often met a swift demise, especially individuals of his caliber and standing. It was not surprising, one could wake up to find themselves in this bewildering location, encountering an alluring woman clad in black. Her powers seemed to transcend the trials of calamity, indicating her formidable nature. Subsequently, they received a map that guided them to this city of decadence. What piqued my curiosity was the black-clad figure who had brought me here, expressing anticipation for my performance, suggesting I might bring him unexpected delight. Then there was Dream Princess, whose gaze always unsettled me, compounded by your earlier remarks, leading me to suspect that I might be chosen as a human weapon. He Xiaolong did not conceal any of this, for there was nothing to hide. Everyone's arrival had followed a similar pattern, either they were captured and brought here or they fainted, awakening in a different realm. Li Zizai scratched his head, pondering the vague utterances that revealed little to nothing. As for the profound implications behind those words, coupled with the disquieting gaze, it was entirely possible that He Xiaolong was merely overthinking the matter. What do you intend to do next? Li Zizai inquired. Truth be told, He Xiaolong was a constant source of surprise. Take, for instance, his extraordinary aptitude for cultivating the 5 elemental roots. In ordinary circumstances, Such a prodigious talent would be fiercely sought after by the various factions. However, in this realm of restricted cultivation, such a multifaceted talent could prove to be a hindrance. The simultaneous cultivation of multiple roots necessitated a greater supply of spiritual energy and resources, both of which were sorely lacking in this area. It was intriguing that He Xiaolong had managed to reach the foundational stage here, despite possessing 5 elemental roots. Yet, to pose questions about these matters would encroach upon the delicate topic of one's survival skills, so Li Zizai refrained from asking, "What shall we do?" In truth, He Xiaolong harbored no definitive plan, he only possessed a sense of direction for his future. "Are you willing to take a gamble with me?" He Xiaolong asked Li Zizai, who stood beside him. They had only formed an alliance a day prior, and if his companion chose not to embrace the peril, He Xiaolong would fully understand. After all, the inhabitants of this cultivation wasteland were akin to wolves and tigers, and the higher-ups were even more formidable. Therefore, if Li Zizai opted for caution, it would be entirely justifiable, reflecting a prudent instinct for self-preservation rather than cowardice. Had he not been suspected of being chosen as a humanoid weapon, he would have led a tranquil life akin to Li Zizai. Yet, now he finds himself thrust into the spotlight, when there is no avenue for retreat. Lingering in cowardice only invites a pitiful demise. However, should he take the initiative, perhaps a glimmer of hope might emerge. If one wishes to forge connections with the higher echelons, it is clear that Li Zizai is no fool. Had he been truly dim-witted, he would not have survived to this day. He Xiaolong's words revealed his intention to leverage the humanoid weapon situation to establish ties with his mentor. Secretly admiring this audacity, Li Zizai acknowledged that he himself would lack such boldness. Once he comprehended this, an unconcerned smile graced his lips. "Brother, I am eager to see just how formidable the overseer of this cultivation-restricted zone truly is." Chapter 33. The ridiculous girl. Li Zizai's proclamation was not born from any elevated sense of self-worth, nor was it due to an exceptional character. And certainly not because he possessed a fearless disposition. Rather, it stemmed from a profound instinct deep within, suggesting that if he did not seize this opportunity to take a risk, he may never encounter such a chance again. Despite his skepticism towards He Xiaolong, it was evident that the existence of this cultivation-restricted zone had remained largely unheard of for years. Yet, it attracted a multitude of individuals, including many legendary masters from the outside world. Nevertheless, none of them could contend with the overseer of the cultivation-restricted zone. Could He Xiaolong truly be different? Do not jest, a mere foundational stage, even with a mind brimming with countless ideas, can you truly manifest them? There is a saying that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and deceptions are but vaporous illusions. This is not mere rhetoric, novel concepts and winning strategies exist. Yet one must possess the corresponding strength. If one were to assert that He Xiaolong could surpass the golden core stage, Li Zizai would find that credible. However, to claim he could surpass the original nascent soul, overcome tribulations, or even attain the divine transformation, or to confront all the administrators of the forbidden zones of cultivation, that would be sheer folly. Yet, why then would he still acquiesce? Because Li Zizai is aware of his own potential. Having reached his current standing in this realm required immense effort. He has employed every conceivable method, and should there be another reform in the cultivation forbidden zones, he might not see the dawn of another day. Since death is inevitable, why not take a gamble with his ally Xiaolong? Furthermore, even if something were to befall He Xiaolong, he would merely be an unwitting accomplice. The outcome could hardly be worse than the present. Brotherhood demands loyalty. Unlike Li Zizai, He Xiaolong genuinely believes he has misjudged this lad. Initially, he thought Li Zizai would prioritize self-preservation. Reflecting upon himself, if he were in Li Zizai's position, he might very well choose the path of self-protection. After all, charging forward with unyielding determination is not always a commendable pursuit. One must possess absolute confidence or be compelled to advance, or perhaps one is merely an impetuous youth. Yet, having survived with fortitude in this place for several years, Is it truly the domain of a reckless fool? It is precisely for this reason that he feels an even deeper gratitude towards Li Zizai. Regardless of the motivations behind it, he has not abandoned him, has he? What is there to say? Are we not brothers? Moreover, in this wretched place, living is not necessarily preferable to dying. Li Zizai, taken aback by the gratitude reflected in his eyes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. He chuckled softly, suggesting, perhaps, young man, you might just be the underdog who triumphs against all odds, ultimately defeating every formidable being within this realm of cultivation, and then reforming it into a peaceful world. Such words would surely be interpreted as mere jest by anyone who heard them. Even He Xiaolong dismissed them lightly. Surviving was already a considerable achievement. His greatest aspiration was simply to escape this accursed place, to exact revenge where necessary and to seek out those he had lost. As for overthrowing the ruling powers here, He Xiaolong had never entertained such thoughts. It was not that he deemed their existence justifiable, nor was it that he lacked compassion for these people, rather, he felt a profound sympathy for the plight of all mankind, yet he pondered, who would extend that sympathy to him? He Xiaolong believed his life had already been fraught with misfortune. If he were to involve himself in such chaotic matters, he feared he would accomplish nothing at all. Not to mention that he lacked the capacity to do so. Moreover, these individuals have all committed offenses that lead to their capture. Regardless of whether the allegations hold any truth, there remains an undeniable trace of wrongdoing or deeds to be followed. Just as he himself, though wrongfully accused, has indeed been implicated in the demise of many. Do desperate individuals truly express gratitude towards others? Even if they were to do so, He Xiaolong would feel no obligation to reciprocate. Thus, it has been resolved that until I ascertain the true intentions of those involved, we shall refrain from taking any action. You should also refrain from inquiring further to avoid entangling yourself in potential repercussions. If others are willing to assist, He Xiaolong is certainly unwilling to burden anyone else. Nevertheless, such goodwill is indeed rare and commendable. Eventually, the two departed from that enigmatic enclave. Shortly after stepping out, before reaching their humble abode, they encountered a young girl stationed at the entrance of the courtyard. Hey, foul uncle, could you lend me a hand? Though phrased as a question, her frail tone and the glistening tears threatening to spill rendered it imperative for He Xiaolong to assist, lest he be deemed a most despicable villain. Brother Shunquan has been injured. And so? He Xiaolong furrowed his brow. Was it not common for injuries to occur in this place? If anyone were to claim they had never been harmed, he would find that utterly astonishing except, of course, for the girl before him. Yet, even with the supremacy of divine protection, she too had endured her share of blows during duels. So now, I hardly know anyone in this realm of cultivation. Would you be willing to protect me, dear brother? As she spoke, Lingling gazed up at He Xiaolong with hopeful eyes. He Xiaolong was utterly perplexed as to how to articulate his feelings. Protection? The very notion seemed ludicrous. Ever since awakening in this malevolent realm, he had never contemplated seeking anyone's guardianship, nor had he considered the prospect of safeguarding another. His sole focus had been on preserving his cultivation and finding a means to escape. Yet now, someone dared to approach him, imploring for his sanctuary an individual he scarcely knew. In this place, everyone regarded one another as mere prey, entities from which to derive strength. In a sense, they had transcended the definition of humanity. Hey, little girl! Are you out of your mind? Li Zizai, standing nearby, did not hesitate to mock her, observing the girl as if she were a simpleton. I'm just a child. Much younger than you, and I haven't even reached the foundation establishment stage. How can you treat me this way? Lingling's gaze toward Li Zizai was filled with a sense of injustice. Chapter 34, Witnessing the absurdity at that moment, even Li Zizai was not the only one feeling nauseated. He Xiaolong felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Initially, upon seeing the little girl, he found her quite endearing. Now, he wondered if he had been blind to her true nature, for how else could he have been deceived by her appearance? Ironically, the one feigning fragility remained blissfully unaware. continuing to direct her gaze at He Xiaolong. Stinky uncle, we entered together, and brother Shinchuan helped us back then. Now that he is injured, can you really just stand by and do nothing? He Xiaolong truly wished to spray this girl with a mouthful of soda. To claim that divine authority would assist him is utterly unfounded. It is this girl before him who has garnered such support. Yet, he is injured. Why should it concern him? He is no savior, and it is quite evident that anyone capable of inflicting harm upon divine authority must surely be a formidable adversary, far beyond the capabilities of a mere foundation-level cultivator like himself. What a jest! Does she truly consider him a fool easily deceived? My dear girl, he continued, I empathize with your current plight, but as you can see, I am merely at the foundation stage while you stand at the pinnacle of the innate realm. My strength barely surpasses yours by a fraction. I am genuinely unable to assist you in this matter. Whether labeled as heartless or otherwise does not concern He Xiaolong. He firmly believes that divine authority holds no connection to him. Even if they had once arrived at this place together, they were always rivals. He is convinced that had he encountered divine authority prior to their arrival in the fallen city, he would have surely met his demise at their hands. Moreover, even when divided into opposing factions, divine authority stood in opposition to them. In this treacherous environment, where betrayal among allies is a constant threat and even friends may turn against one another, aiding an enemy is nothing short of absurd. The girl expressed her thoughts. He Xiaolong exchanged incredulous glances with Li Zizai, both astonished at the other's disbelief. They had been unequivocal in their rejection, yet the other party persisted with unwarranted tenacity. What? Indeed, does it mean to be excessive? Injured yet not slain, the divine authority has been compromised, and though He Xiaolong is unaware of the intricate details, it is evident that the situation is far from simple. My dear lady, it appears you may have misunderstood a crucial matter. This realm is a forbidden zone for cultivation. A city of debauchery, do you comprehend? Though Li Zizai remains oblivious to the events that transpired between them, he gathers from He Xiaolong's account that they merely arrived together in this restricted area. Furthermore, the powerful figure they previously mentioned did not accompany He Xiaolong, indicating that their relationship is not as amicable as you suggest. At the very least, it is not cordial enough to warrant assistance. Allow me to be candid. Dear lady, we are merely fellow travelers in this place, devoid of any connection. Even if your plight concerning the injuries were somehow pertinent to me, I may not be inclined to assist. In an effort to extricate himself from this predicament, He Xiaolong has cast aside any concern for his own reputation. He has realized that no matter what he says, she has ceased to listen, and it feels as if she is intent on entangling him in her troubles. Frankly speaking, why should I care if you are truly injured? Are you my sibling or my parent? Why do you fail to grasp that we entered together? No. With your divine brother so gravely wounded, if you do not render aid, we shall soon perish in this desolate place. At that point, you will be utterly alone. Do you truly believe anyone will still be willing to help you? With these words spoken, He Xiaolong found himself too weary even to voice a retort. He now felt that the other party was either deliberately provoking him, stalling for time, or was genuinely unhinged, a fool. Turning to Li Zizai, he remarked, "Let us go. I do not recognize this individual. Are you really not going to help?" The other pressed. "You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, if you do not assist now, do you believe you will have another opportunity to cling to the leg of the divine authority brother in the future? Do you think you can survive here with your insignificant cultivation level? I tell you, stop dreaming. The number of tribulation period cultivators here is as numerous as cattle." He Xiaolong had already ceased to hear the latter part of the tirade, but the other's anger, laced with threats, filled him with distaste. He had never imagined that one day someone would seek his protection, and moreover, coerce him into finding a patron. This world was utterly insane. Ever since he had awakened from his fainting spell, everything had shifted. He felt either woefully out of touch or that the lifestyle here had altered everyone's mindset. "Do you think this matter might be a conspiracy?" Li Zizai inquired, furrowing his brow. The girl's reaction had been exceedingly peculiar. Though she had been incessantly pestering and feigning helplessness, Li Zizai sensed an underlying intention in her words, as if she were deliberately stalling. He Xiaolong remained only slightly suspicious until his companion echoed the sentiment, reigniting the peculiar feeling within him. From the very first encounter with this girl, I was indeed deceived by her appearance. However, at that time, she exuded a playful charm laced with a hint of cunning, quite unlike the current relentless demeanor she displays. Moreover, how could she have known I was here without someone discreetly informing her? In chapter 35, she is indeed remarkable. Earlier, He Xiaolong had not paid much attention, primarily astonished by her audacity. It is only now that he realizes either this girl has shed her facade to reveal her truest self, or her transformation has been remarkably profound. Can a person's deeply ingrained character truly change so easily within just a few days? At this moment, He Xiaolong is suddenly reminded of someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to him. He turns to Li Zizai beside him and asks, "Do you believe there could be two identical individuals in this world? What's so surprising about that? Aren't twins known for their striking similarities? There are also some distant relatives who look almost indistinguishable from one another. I've heard that upon reaching the transformation stage, one can conjure a perfect duplicate of oneself. Though there may be subtle differences in personality, externally, they are virtually indistinguishable. But why ask this? It seems far too distant for us." Li Zizai senses that this ally beside him harbors numerous secrets. It seems unlikely that he is merely an ordinary individual, yet, with such extraordinary talent. If he were truly nurtured by an influential family, why does he remain oblivious to so many matters? Even the most commonplace matters in the realm of cultivation piqued his curiosity, revealing him to be quite an unusual individual. It was nothing significant. Merely a sense of oddity lingered in his thoughts. He ultimately refrained from elaborating further, believing that the intricacies involved in this matter were far too extensive. Particularly the enigmatic words spoken by the identical version of himself and the unfinished phrase, "Master?" Master of what? Could it be that he was the protagonist of this world? Yet, if one could ascend to the role of the protagonist by eliminating oneself, might it not imply that he was originally the central figure in this narrative? But was that even conceivable? He furrowed his brow deeply, as if attempting to crush a fly, contemplating whether the original protagonist would languish in a fate as dismal as his own. While many novels depict tales of the underdog's triumphant rise, overcoming numerous adversities to become a formidable figure, He Xiaolong recognized such narratives as mere fiction. Fearing suspicion from his companion, he hastily added, "I believe that girl has changed remarkably since we first met. She hardly seems like the same person." He understood that once seeds of doubt were sown, perceptions would inevitably be shaped by one's own conjectures about another's actions. As the saying goes, when one harbors disdain or suspicion towards someone, they invariably perceive them as malevolent. Thus, He Xiaolong wished to avoid such scrutiny, and the notion of being the protagonist of this world was merely a figment of his imagination. A thought he deemed almost incomprehensible. He has always perceived himself as a young man trudging along the arduous path of vengeance, striving to locate his beloved. The notion of being a protagonist seems utterly absurd to him. Moreover, given the current circumstances, even if this were a fictional realm, and even if there were indeed time travelers, it would be inconceivable for them to fixate on him. After all, he lacks the essential qualities of a main character, along with the indispensable advantages that accompany such roles. Upon thoughtful reflection, Li Zizai shook his head and mused, "You need not ponder so excessively. As long as you possess strength, it matters not whether they are reincarnated beings or formidable figures, they shall not pose a threat." He Xiaolong comprehended the implication. It meant that if his strength remained feeble, it would not matter if others were reincarnated or not. Without diligence and effort, he would remain a mere pawn in this harsh world. Rather than feeling ridiculed, He Xiaolong was simply struck by the cruelty of existence. As his beloved had vanished without a trace, as if she had never graced his life, he had scoured every conceivable location she might have been, Yet all his efforts yielded naught. Were it not for the vivid memories and the profound ache in his heart at the thought of her, he might have doubted her existence, pondering if she was merely a figment of his imagination. "Oh dear brother," he said, observing the wistful expression on his friend's face. "What mischief are you contemplating?" Li Zizai wore a mischievous grin, observing He Xiaolong's expression. It was hard to believe that he had no wicked thoughts, otherwise. Why would his face be flushed? "Is that so?" He Xiaolong replied, slightly embarrassed, clearing his throat. In the throes of youthful passion and having tasted the sweetness of love, it was impossible for him not to have any thoughts after such a long absence. However, upon arriving here, he had not dwelt on such matters. His mind solely focused on the escape, unaware of the situation at hand. "How could you not?" Li Zizai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Just by looking at your smitten demeanor, anyone with eyes could discern that you were thinking of your beloved." Li Zizai felt as though he had uncovered a new facet of his companion. "She is wonderful," He Xiaolong mumbled, his words lacking coherence. Yet, Li Zizai understood, the person on He Xiaolong's mind was indeed his beloved. And it was no secret that He Xiaolong held deep affection for her. As Li Zizai contemplated teasing him further, he hesitated. Realizing that such jests might be inappropriate given He Xiaolong's current predicament in this dreadful place. Observing He Xiaolong's expression, one could surmise the sorrow of separated souls. In this cursed realm, tales of those who managed to escape were rare. This implied that regardless of how remarkable that woman might be, or how profound their love, the prospect of their reunion was utterly grim. Furthermore, even if He Xiaolong somehow possessed the means to escape, with his current cultivation at the pinnacle of foundational establishment, it would take countless years to break free from this realm of cultivation. In summary, today that woman has perished, the strong can easily replace a woman. Conversely, if the strong man were to die, the woman would seek another protector. It is a stark reality, yet no one derides them. After all, if one possesses great ability and others wish to cling to them, that is entirely permissible. However, there are exceptions. Some individuals are particularly steadfast and single-minded when it comes to matters of the heart. They continue their lives as usual, battling fierce beasts and engaging in cunning contests against humanity. In another realm, a bustling metropolis thrives. In the outskirts, within a dilapidated old community, on the ground floor, a slender man with somewhat long hair, dressed in a rather unkempt manner, furrows his brow intently at his computer. At that moment, an antiquated mobile phone beside him begins to ring. Irritated, he answers the call. "What is it? Calling at such an ungodly hour, are you out of your mind?" His tone is decidedly impatient, and he irritably runs his fingers through his hair, resembling a tangle of dry grass. "Hey! I'm asking if you're still at home trying to write that wretched novel? Buddy, you're on the brink of starvation, what are you thinking? You should be looking for a proper job instead," a teasing male voice responds from the other end. His lips twitch momentarily. Yet Shen Chang resolutely shakes his head. "I was born for this profession, you know? I am merely awaiting my opportunity. Once it comes, I shall soar to great heights." Indeed, Chen Shang holds such beliefs. He has been penning novels for quite some time, and after comparing his work with others, he has come to the realization that he is no less capable than anyone else, yet, success eludes him. His life has now become a struggle. Glancing around the dilapidated room, he is confronted by the meager contents of his wallet, barely enough for a single yuan, which ignites a sense of frustration within him. What exacerbates his ire is the significant issue that has arisen in his novel. His protagonist has strayed beyond his control, escaping the confines of reality, which has rendered him unable to write for days. The notion of soaring to great heights is but a myth. One must first sustain oneself, lest one perish before achieving greatness. All right, I must go now, I have matters to attend to. Chen Shang concluded the call and stared vacantly at his battered phone for a moment. Once again, he positioned himself before his computer. Approximately a month ago, he stumbled upon an astonishing occurrence. His novel, titled Forbidden Zone of Cultivation, had transformed. In what manner, you may ask? It seemed as if all the characters within had sprung to life, transcending his creative grasp to inhabit an independent realm. This revelation filled him with dread and disbelief, nonetheless. He was compelled to accept this reality, which in turn presented a more formidable dilemma. His characters were no longer under his dominion, particularly the protagonist, He Xiaolong. It seemed as though the character had developed a consciousness of his own. No matter how Chen Shang attempted to write, the narrative did not align with his intentions, leaving him in a state of confusion and terror. What began as a mere incredulity has now evolved into a profound concern. The characters within the book yearn to break free, to extricate themselves from the confines of the narrative, a notion that fills him with trepidation. He is, after all, the divine hand that crafted this very tale, yet, should the protagonist truly escape his dominion, what then would become of his creation? Would the existence of this book itself be rendered obsolete? Or, upon reaching a certain maturity, might the character come to realize that this world is but a manuscript of his own making, leading to potential retribution against its creator? A cacophony of chaotic thoughts inundates his mind, leaving him in a state of disarray. The reason he has ceased to write is that he is ensnared in contemplation over how he might retain control over this universe. This conclusion, born of intense struggle, renders the notion of abandoning his pen utterly implausible. However, if he were to persist in his writing, the protagonist would remain impervious to his influence, rendering the act itself devoid of purpose. The occurrence of such phenomena, transcending the boundaries of natural science, imparts upon him a profound sensation that his future existence is destined for monumental transformation. Perhaps he shall no longer be an ordinary individual. Confronted with the dismal circumstances of his life, he ponders whether he might exploit these bizarre occurrences to forge some advantage for himself. Even more audaciously, he contemplates the possibility of entering the realm of his own narrative. Would that world then become his playground? Could he not command the elements at will, simply through the power of his thoughts? Chapter 37, Parallel Realms. Casting aside all thoughts, Chen Shang resolved to venture out and satiate his hunger. His earlier companion had spoken the truth. Regardless of his aspirations to ascend to divinity, or the grand ambitions that lay ahead, everything hinged upon his survival. Should he succumb to starvation, all would be lost. Moreover, he harbored a profound affection for that gentle girl. Yet, it seemed too late now. Observing the woman as she relished her meal, her laughter bright and enchanting, Chen Shang ultimately turned away. He lacked the courage to approach her, not wishing for her to witness his current state of disarray. "Hey, buddy, what brings you here?" A young man with tousled hair clapped Chen Shang on the shoulder. "Out for a stroll? Let us grab some skewers, I'll treat you to drinks." Hesitant yet compelled, Chen Shang decided to accompany him. While there were matters he could not divulge to this individual, it was certainly preferable to aimlessly wandering the streets. The pair arrived at a barbecue stall, ordered a dozen beers, and selected various dishes. Chen Shang's mind wandered to those wondrous thoughts, his spirits significantly dampened. He mused that it would be delightful to escape into the narrative he had penned. Although it was merely a world of his own creation, entering it would constitute a distinct realm, would it not? Moreover, who could possibly know that world better than its author? If only he could immerse himself within it, his life would undoubtedly transform. At the very least, it couldn't be worse than his present circumstances. Contemplating the extraordinary abilities he had conceived, he mused that if he were to practice them himself, the process would undoubtedly be as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Alas, my friend, you spend your days sequestered in your home, penning novels and neglecting our gatherings. By the way, how fares your writing? Moreover, Chen Shang displayed little interest beyond his literary pursuits, often engaging in soliloquy, clearly indicating that only through shared passions could they find topics to converse about. Thus, he casually dismissed the inquiry and began pouring himself another drink. He was uncertain as to why he found himself in this predicament, initially. He sought merely to make a living, driven by his love for storytelling, which compelled him to put pen to paper. However, as time passed, he discovered himself increasingly enchanted. As if under a spell, he had resigned from his job, ceased all activities, and spent his days confined to his home, immersed in his writing. With his employment vanished, so too had his friends and girlfriend. It was during this nadir of despair that he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The manuscripts he had previously completed began to transform under his hand. He initially believed he had encountered some supernatural phenomenon or that a spirit resided within his abode, which frightened him considerably. Yet, as it turned out, his personal safety remained unthreatened. Aside from the protagonist of his novel gradually slipping from his grasp, exhibiting autonomous actions, everything else appeared unchanged. He found himself unable to confide in anyone, thus drowning his sorrows in alcohol. He mused that perhaps if he drank enough, he could awaken the next day to find it all had been but a dream. He would still be that enviable university student with a beautiful girlfriend. With his mind clouded, he spoke almost without thought. "Do you know? My novel has come to life." "Come to life? What do you mean?" "Oh, you mean it's become popular? Has it really caught fire? Will you have the chance to become a sensation?" In truth, the man held little faith in Chen Shang's words. If it had indeed gained popularity, he would wear a look of despondency. Surely he could not afford to live such a life. Yet, he found himself bored that evening and thought it would be nice to converse. "It has come to life, not merely become popular, you see? The characters have escaped my control, as if they have entered an alternate dimension. Strange, isn't it? At first, I thought I was encountering a ghost." Such a confession would have been utterly unthinkable for Chen Shang in a sober state. He feared being labeled insane or subjected to some form of research. After all, being markedly different is not always a blessing, especially for someone without wealth or influence like him. Yet now, he felt a peculiar urge to share, believing there was no harm in it. Many thoughts had been bottled up inside him, driving him to the brink of madness. Chapter 38, The Hand of God. However, his words elicited a twitch from his friend's lips, who then cast a disdainful glance in his direction, though Chen Shang remained oblivious to this reaction. The young man with yellow hair suspected that Chen Shang was indeed afflicted with a mental disorder, perhaps even rendered foolish by his own novel writing. The notions of parallel dimensions and protagonists who survive therein struck him as utterly preposterous. Moreover, the disheveled and destitute appearance of Chen Shang only reinforced the young man's conviction. Thus, while Chen Shang continued to converse in a dazed manner, his friend, having indulged in some skewers and a few drinks, nonchalantly departed, leaving him alone. As for the bill? Naturally, it was understood that the last to leave would settle it. In the past, Chen Shang had found tales of time travel and reincarnation, as well as the concept of parallel worlds, to be quite captivating. However, when such extraordinary events began to unfold in his own life, the allure faded. Although he had not actually traversed time or undergone rebirth, the narrative he had crafted had undeniably spiraled beyond his control. He pondered the future of He Xiaolong in that other realm. What might become of him? Should he take a gamble? Chen Shang found himself in a quandary, contemplating two possible courses of action. The first was to renounce his identity as an online writer, abandoning the novel forbidden zone of immortal cultivation entirely, allowing it to languish uncompleted, thus severing all ties to its fate, according to the cultivation levels described within. If He Xiaolong were to truly attain the ability to traverse the void, it could take centuries, even millennia. By then, he might well have turned to dust, rendering any thoughts of revenge moot. Yet, the very idea of relinquishing a project he had meticulously nurtured for so long, a work he believed could catapult him to fame, filled him with discontent. Certainly, there exists another reason. Encountering such events may indeed present an opportunity. Perhaps this is a chance bestowed by fate. If he were to persist in his writing, could he not possess the ability to transform this novel into a greater source of profit? Might he, one day, even facilitate a connection between two worlds? Though this notion may seem fantastical, the realm of science has already transcended the boundaries of nature, leaving one to ponder what remains impossible. Another approach could involve the demise of the protagonist. If He Xiaolong were to exceed his control within the narrative, then allowing his character to meet an untimely end would relegate him to the role of a mere pawn, hastening his departure from the story. Would this not enable the subsequent events to unfold according to the writer's vision? Chen Shang remained uncertain, yet he understood that whatever decision must be made, it ought to be executed swiftly, for time was of the essence. Firstly, whether he sought to profit from this novel or to abandon it in favor of employment. Urgency was paramount, as he found himself devoid of funds. Although his former girlfriend frequently admonished him for his lack of ambition, urging him to secure stable employment, she also acknowledged his passion for novels, suggesting he engage with them as a part-time endeavor rather than succumbing to obsession. However, despite her grievances about his lack of motivation, she never uttered the word breakup, which afforded Chen Shang a sense of security. Chapter 39. Is it permissible to kill off the protagonist? The sensation he experienced moments ago was profoundly alien, yet he distinctly felt as if he might inexplicably meet his demise in the next instant. It is rather peculiar that cultivators, regardless of whether they have reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment or are merely ordinary practitioners, possess physical strength that far surpasses that of an average person. They are impervious to common ailments. Hey, why are you running so fast? What has happened? Li Zizai, trailing behind, was utterly bewildered. As they stood on the brink of defeating the magical beast and poised to reap the rewards, this individual dashed off in a singular direction without so much as a word. Initially, he presumed something ominous was approaching, however, after a moment of stillness, he sensed nothing at all. He was well aware that his strength was on par with He Xiaolong's. If the latter could sense something, he surely ought to as well. Casting a glance at the magical beast, which was being dragged to the brink of death by the two of them, he finally sighed, "Fine, I owe you this." With that, he sprinted towards He Xiaolong. It was indeed regrettable this was a fourth-tier magical beast, and together they might not even be its match. They had painstakingly worn it down with strategy, and victory was within their grasp. Yet, who would have anticipated that this so-called ally would falter at such a critical moment? Nonetheless, concern for He Xiaolong prevailed, compelling him to resolutely relinquish this opportunity for resources. In the past, he might not have acted in such a manner. But now that he had chosen to stand alongside He Xiaolong in confronting this forbidden zone of cultivation, the life of a friend evidently outweighed any material gain. Yet now, he could no longer afford to ponder over such matters. The perilous sensation engulfed him with fear and urgency, more daunting than confronting a formidable Yuaning master. As if he would be unable to resist if he did not hasten his pace. Upon reaching the precipice, He Xiaolong swiftly assessed the geographical surroundings and, noticing the absence of any creatures or humans, finally felt a sense of relief as he settled into a meditative posture. He yearned to discern the true state of his body, channeling his spiritual energy to meticulously examine the meridians throughout. Nothing. Then to the dantian? Still nothing. The sea of consciousness? No signs there either. Odd, this should not be the case. His brows knitted tightly in concern. He was acutely aware that the sensation he experienced just moments ago was undeniably accurate, so what could be the cause? Could it possibly be that mortally wounded magical beast? Yet, if that creature possessed such formidable power, it would have obliterated both him and Li Zizai long ago, rather than unleashing its might only when on the brink of death. Moreover, if the creature's explosion of power was indeed so tremendous, why was Li Zizai unscathed? At the same time, in a different realm, Chen Chang also furrowed his brow. He had just been penning that the beast was not merely an ordinary fourth-tier magical creature, but rather a being of ancient divine lineage, though it bore the appearance of a typical magical beast. Cornered to the brink of demise, it had suddenly resorted to self-detonation. Then, He Xiaolong and Li Zizai would meet their untimely end together. However, unexpectedly, as he continued to write, he found that no matter how he struck the keys, the words refused to materialize, frozen at the moment the beast was about to self-explode. With thoughts swirling in his mind, He envisioned He Xiaolong and Li Zizai reduced to mere ashes. Yet, no matter how fervently he typed, the words would not transmit to the computer. The inevitable had finally transpired. If he could not write now, what of the future? What if the protagonists evolved into formidable beings, traversing the temporal tunnels connecting various realms? Would he come to the harrowing realization that it was merely a novel, that they were figments of his own imagination? Would he ultimately bring about his own destruction? He Xiaolong, why must you oppose me so? The echoes of his fury reverberated within the confines of the small room, relentless and unyielding. Chen Shang found himself at a loss for words to express his turmoil. If given the choice, he would have preferred never to embark on writing this novel. He even attempted to discover a means to enter his own narrative, yet every effort proved to be in vain. It seemed as though that world had become entirely detached from him. How could this be? After all, he was the author, the hand of God. Everything within the story was a product of his imagination. How could it escape his control? This felt like a profound insult, one he could not endure. In a fit of despair, Chen Shang cast his old, worn-out computer, which had served him for many years, into a lake. As he watched the device slowly sink to the depths, a flicker of relief coursed through his anxious heart. Could this act signify the obliteration of all? After all, the novel can no longer be continued. The original manuscript has been utterly destroyed, and apart from himself, there is no one else in this world who can recall its existence. Chapter 40, The Acquisition of the First Underling. Yet, Chen Shang remains oblivious that this act coincidentally fulfills He Xiaolong's intentions. In another realm, at the same moment, within the confines of the immortal cultivation forbidden zone, He Xiaolong suddenly sensed a profound release within his soul, as if a shackle binding him had been abruptly unfastened, invigorating his spirit. It felt akin to being reborn. This sensation was astonishing. One must understand that cultivators possess an extraordinary mastery over their bodies, where even the most minute changes do not escape their keen awareness. Are you all right? Li Zizai observed his expression, which shifted from terror and despair to a state of bewilderment, prompting him to speak cautiously. At that moment, Li Zizai realized a significant disparity between himself and his close companion, not merely in terms of courage or fortune, but in the sense that each individual harbors undisclosed secrets. Clearly, his own secrets paled in comparison to those of He Xiaolong. As for who held sway over He Xiaolong, he remained uncertain. Yet he intuitively felt it was connected to that individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, and likely to that enigmatic master as well. Your recent behavior was exceedingly unusual. Had others witnessed it, they would undoubtedly have grown suspicious. Li Zizai refrained from further inquiries, offering only this caution. In a situation like the one just experienced, where He Xiaolong abruptly fled, anyone else might have panicked. Li Zizai had entertained doubts. Yet he understood that everyone possesses their own secrets, himself included. Moreover, it is a cardinal sin for cultivators to pry into the secrets of others. The adage "do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself" resonates in his mind. Were it his own words, anyone daring to intrude upon his vital secrets, anyone who sought to unveil the truths he had painstakingly concealed, would undoubtedly meet with a grim fate. A sudden jolt of realization struck He Xiaolong. Indeed, if it were someone else beside him today, would they not conceal their own secrets and gradually pry into his? He Xiaolong was uncertain whether Li Zizai would act in such a manner, yet at that moment, he was overwhelmed. As if a terror emanating from the depths of his soul left his mind blank, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. All that occupied his mind was the singular notion of survival, the urgent desire to flee that place, as though it were the only means to ensure his continued existence. Yet, curiously, it felt as if the earlier events were merely an illusion, the remnants of which vanished like the wind, leaving no trace. In that instant, he had completely disregarded Li Zizai, who had fought alongside him, let alone consider whether his own predicament might arouse suspicion. For He Xiaolong, that fleeting moment rendered everything but his life inconsequential. A thought emerged in his mind: had he perished moments ago, would that doppelganger, identical to him, continue to live in his stead? Would his demise be in vain? Even more perplexing was the reality that prior to the annihilation of his clan, he had been an ordinary individual, leading an unremarkable life. Who, besides his enemies, would exert such effort to target him? Moreover, on that day, the individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself seemed to possess an intimate familiarity with him, almost as if he were privy to his very essence. Could it be that this person was the overseer of the realm of cultivation? Yet, having dwelled in this fallen city for such an extended period, if that individual truly were the steward of the Forbidden Zone, why had he not sought him out or exerted pressure from the shadows? At this moment, He Xiaolong found himself engulfed in confusion. Aside from the enmity harbored by those who had slain his kin, he was utterly unaware of having offended anyone else. Even if he were to ascend to the ranks of cultivation, his diligence and relentless pursuit of mastery over others would leave him convinced that he had wronged no one. Furthermore, even if he had transgressed against someone outside, how could those adversaries possess the means to pursue him into this sanctuary of cultivation? There was silence, no presence, no trace of spiritual energy or magical force. It felt as though he had merely been ensnared in a dream, frightening himself in the process. But was He Xiaolong truly the type to be easily intimidated? If that were the case, he would not have been able to survive in the realm of cultivation for so long. He would not have been able to engage in prolonged negotiations with that formidable nascent soul expert, relying on his unwavering patience. I do not comprehend the multitude of secrets you harbor. However, from this day forth, I, Li Zizai, shall be steadfastly by your side. You need not doubt my intentions towards you. If you remain unconvinced, I can swear an oath. He was unaware of the thoughts swirling in He Xiaolong's mind. Yet the myriad expressions flitting across He Xiaolong's face left Li Zizai feeling somewhat unsettled. Although it was a profound humiliation to submit to someone of equal strength, was not humiliation a daily occurrence in this place? Moreover, there are times when one must exhibit audacity, possessing both courage and conviction. Yet, it transcends mere brute strength. Only those who survive are deemed true warriors and formidable individuals. Otherwise, regardless of how valiant one may be, death remains an undeniable conclusion, and in the aftermath, no one will remember your name. Thus, following events that might arouse He Xiaolong's suspicion, the first course of action for Li Zizai was to declare his stance. Even if he were to profess submission to the other party, in his mind, it felt premature. Chapter 4 Oath. However, those who understand the currents of circumstance are indeed wise. Despite any lingering resentment within, Li Zizai had to concede that, compared to He Xiaolong, he was lacking in many respects. For instance, each time they ventured out together to seize resources, he found himself pleasantly surprised. Whenever he believed he had reached the limits of He Xiaolong's capabilities, the latter would unleash an even greater power. This newcomer, a dashing young man, resembled a sponge yet to soak up water. Although he currently possessed only foundational peak strength, his pace of cultivation was remarkably swift. He Xiaolong had previously mentioned that the conflict between the clam and the heron ultimately benefits the fisherman. And it was by fortuitously acquiring two nascent souls that he experienced a sudden breakthrough to foundational peak. Yet, luck is also a facet of strength, though it may provoke envy. What can one do? If you possess such fortune, you might as well step outside and stumble upon treasures aplenty. What did you just say? Repeat that. He Xiaolong doubted his hearing. What? Li Zizai appeared somewhat taken aback. After having spoken extensively, he had been contemplating with his head bowed. Now he pondered which words he should utter. Could you repeat what you just said? Oh, I mentioned that, while I am aware you harbor many secrets and your previous actions were rather peculiar, you need not doubt my sincerity. If you remain unconvinced, I can swear an oath. After a moment's reflection, Li Zizai reiterated his earlier sentiments. Do you comprehend the significance of an oath? At this juncture, He Xiaolong was left in disbelief. The oaths sworn by cultivators differ vastly from those of ordinary individuals. When a cultivator swears an oath, it is akin to a military decree or a life and death contract. Should they later violate this sacred vow, they would face retribution from the heavens. For cultivators, in addition to resources and the supply of spiritual energy, their ability to cultivate hinges on one essential element, the heavenly Tao. They must comprehend the heavenly Tao, practice their techniques, and absorb spiritual power to gradually transcend their mortal forms and emerge as formidable beings. The oaths they take are not mere gestures, they must forge a pact, binding their souls and offering their blood. Such an act establishes a connection with the heavenly Tao. If they fail to uphold their word or breach this oath in the future, the consequences are dire. Given the gravity of an oath in their world, He Xiaolong questioned whether he had misheard. Despite the recent events prompting him to be more cautious towards Li Zizai, a fundamental trust had never truly existed between them. Had it? Is this truly the moment to declare one's resolve, to cling to another's support? He Xiaolong silently lowered his gaze to his own legs, pondering whether they were sufficiently robust and substantial to warrant the submission of a fellow disciple at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The corners of his mouth twitched as Li Zizai instantly discerned his thoughts. I am acutely aware of my actions. To speak candidly, having spent so many years in this realm, I have ascended from the foundation stage to its zenith, yet the cost has not been insignificant. My abilities have been thoroughly scrutinized, otherwise, why do you suppose so many challengers flock to me in the realm of bliss? As he spoke, Li Zizai let out a self-deprecating laugh. It is not that he wished to relinquish his life-saving cards, but the incessant stream of challengers and the relentless wheel of combat rendered even his formidable skills insufficient to preserve his life and safeguard his sanctuary. He pondered various strategies daily. Yet, at the precipice of life and death, if one hesitates to act, the opportunity may vanish forever. Furthermore, while those adversaries devoted their time to cultivation, he spent every moment engaged in contests, gradually creating a widening chasm in their respective levels of skill. Li Zizai had resigned himself to the possibility of death, or perhaps to drag along those he usually found disagreeable into the abyss. However, with He Xiaolong's emergence, he sensed a renewed incentive to take a bold gamble. Flattering those of exceptional strength, he believed he still maintained a semblance of dignity. However, in the company of He Xiaolong, despite his subservience to him, he found no disdain in this feeling. At the very least, He Xiaolong did not make him feel humiliated. Why was this so? After a prolonged silence, He Xiaolong still found it hard to fathom. He himself was merely at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Even if Li Zizai were backed into a corner, why would he choose him? To put it bluntly, in such a perilous environment where blades and swords are indiscriminate, provoking a golden elixir cultivator or a nascent soul master could lead to one's demise, regardless of whether one had 10 or even 100 foundation establishment practitioners. In such circumstances, even if one were to yield to him, could he truly stand up for them? Moreover, it was not about He Xiaolong diminishing his own authority, rather, given his current capabilities, he could barely ensure his own survival, let alone protect another. There was no specific reason. It was simply a feeling of wanting to take a gamble. The comfort he felt in this companionship was akin to that of a friend. Gazing silently at the young man with yellow hair before him, He Xiaolong's mind raced with numerous thoughts. In this place, he too required a companion, not necessarily one of immense strength, but merely someone who would not hinder his progress. Clearly, Li Zizai fit this criterion perfectly. And after their interactions over the past few days, Li Zizai's responses had greatly pleased him. Yet, he remained hesitant. Should he truly accept this young subordinate? Currently, they existed in a cooperative relationship, but once they pledged allegiance, everything would change. In He Xiaolong's perspective, a cooperative relationship can be dissolved at any moment. However, if others follow him, although they may submit to him, they effectively become his subordinates. As their master, he feels a sense of obligation for their lives and deaths. This is vastly different from the current arrangement where the one with greater ability reaps the greater rewards. Hey, what are you hesitating for? Do you disdain me? Li Zizai cast a contemptuous glance at He Xiaolong. Chapter 42, Talents abound. To say that Li Zizai has absolute faith in this individual would be an exaggeration, rather. In such a place, many matters leave one with little choice. In such circumstances, if one does not seize the opportunity to fight for their life, they may either resign themselves to mediocrity and be gradually consumed by this environment or struggle valiantly against the foes, only to be vanquished. Thus, regardless of the outcome, death looms, and having a friend to converse with is not an unwelcome prospect. There are also aspects they are aware of. Taking all these factors into account, He Xiaolong's desire to rebel against the restrictions of the immortal cultivation zone seems utterly fanciful. As for escaping, that would depend on luck. After all, over the years, at least during his time here, he has never heard of any passage leading out of the immortal cultivation prohibition, nor has he heard of anyone successfully fleeing. Of course, some individuals might possess extraordinary fortune and manage to leave in a sudden twist of fate. Such incidents would undoubtedly be a source of great embarrassment for the administrators of the immortal cultivation zone, even regarded as a provocation and a disgrace. Hence the practitioners beneath them would remain oblivious to such occurrences. As he prepared to make a vow, He Xiaolong hesitated, while Li Zizai perceived that such hesitation was entirely unwarranted. The paths we tread are of our own choosing, and at present, He Xiaolong's temperament seemed quite compatible with his own. Should a day arise when discord erupted between them, it might not even require a breach of their oath for He Xiaolong to strike him down, for in Li Zizai's eyes, He Xiaolong was a man of profound wariness. Just over a trivial matter, doubt had already crept into his mind. Yet, this wariness was somewhat understandable, for practitioners of their lowly rank, devoid of the backing of powerful families or sects, a heightened sense of caution was not without merit. Otherwise, one might find themselves in mortal peril without even comprehending how it came to pass. Even if one possessed extraordinary talents, without the necessary growth, one would forever remain unrecognized as a prodigy. Throughout history, have there not been countless geniuses? Indeed, there have been many, far more than one could possibly imagine. Yet, how many have secured their names in the annals of history, evolving into true figures of renown? Are you certain you will not harbor regrets? He Xiaolong himself felt the question was somewhat superfluous. Li Zizai, sharing the same disposition as he, would undoubtedly refrain from making impulsive declarations. To pledge such an oath indicated that he had given the matter considerable thought. However, there lingered an unsettling feeling. He Xiaolong always regarded himself as a fugitive, burdened with an overwhelming weight of responsibilities, ill-suited for camaraderie or the acceptance of further obligations. Yet, if Li Zizai were to accompany him, the dynamic would shift entirely. He Xiaolong would then sense the increasing heaviness of his burdens. It was exhilarating to have someone to charge into battle, to bear the brunt of labor. To act as a subordinate indeed, the thrill of assuming a leadership role was intoxicating, particularly when the one at his command possessed strength equal to his own. However, one must also consider their lives. There is no sense in regretting the past. I still maintain my stance. Living in this place may not necessarily be better than the fate of those who have passed on. I am currently in a state of resigned acceptance. Do you know why I linger in this realm of bliss each day? Before encountering you, I seldom ventured into this hellish abyss, for it offered a semblance of human interaction. At the very least, those who dared to challenge me must exchange a few words. Perhaps it is an astonishing rationale, but should not cultivators engage in fierce battles? Is there truly no need for discourse? Yet, humans are undeniably social creatures, regardless of one's level of cultivation or aloof demeanor. Confining a person to an isolated space, no matter how abundant the resources provided, would be unbearable if they were the sole inhabitant of that realm. Just envisioning it is enough to drive most to despair. Moreover, in such an environment, loneliness can indeed induce madness. You are quite the chatterbox. Let us abandon the notion of oaths, it is sufficient for us to explore together. He Xiaolong chuckled dismissively. In his view, pledging loyalty was unnecessary. Though it signifies one's fidelity, the human heart is capricious. rather than swearing an oath now, only to find ourselves at odds in the future. It is wiser to refrain from binding commitments. If one day He Xiaolong perceives a lack of loyalty from the other, or if a rift develops between them, it would be best to simply drift apart. Should a conflict arise, a confrontation would not be out of the question. In such a case, he would find some solace in his heart. Do as you wish, yet I maintain my stance. Once I, Li Zizai, have resolved upon a matter, I shall undoubtedly pursue it, regardless of the outcome, and I harbor no regrets. Li Zizai possesses his own steadfastness. He Xiaolong feels no need to utter oaths. Nor does he impose upon himself, yet the thoughts within him resonate with the same legitimacy. Having evaded this catastrophe, He Xiaolong refrains from pondering the inexplicable terror he had just experienced. He merely senses an invisible hand orchestrating all that transpires. However, he finds himself unable to grasp even the slightest edge of it. Is he afraid? Certainly, for his life rests in the hands of others. Akin to being choked at a vital point, how could one not feel fear? Nevertheless, He Xiaolong possesses his own character. Matters deemed impossible may be contemplated, yet one must never force them. He believes that the enhancement of his strength is the singular solution. Only with increased power can one dare to contemplate or even act upon such matters. Presently, that vial of vitality elixir holds little significance for him, as he stands at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Despite his relentless pursuit of tasks and the arduous struggle for resources over the past few days, little remains beyond what is necessary to maintain his cultivation, heal his wounds, or submit as tribute. It appears that survival in this place is indeed a formidable challenge. Let alone the enhancement of one's strength, in such an environment, unless one eliminates golden elixirs or nascent souls, transforming their actions into one's own. Preserving one's current cultivation proves exceptionally difficult, even if one slays numerous lower-tier cultivators and seizes their resources. Chapter 43. The secrets of the cultivation forbidden zone. The individuals surrounding him were all impoverished souls. Take He Xiaolong, for instance, the ring once belonging to his father, now in the hands of another, served no purpose for them either, and he himself lacked any fine weaponry. An empty storage ring, apart from its capacity to hold items, bore no intrinsic value. Furthermore, anyone capable of taking He Xiaolong's life would undoubtedly be at least at the Foundation establishment stage. For those at such a level, a nourishing chi pill holds little efficacy. The only item of potential use would be the solitary bottle of hemostatic pills. Yet, these pills offer no assistance in enhancing one's cultivation. Should someone seek to end his life, they would gain nothing but his existence, devoid of any other benefit. However, if the adversary were a master alchemist, capable of refining his very essence, bones, and meridians, even the magical artifacts within his body could be transformed, thus yielding a considerable bounty. Yet, could such figures truly exist within the confines of the cultivation forbidden zone? For a low-tier alchemist, the notion of refining a living being is utterly unattainable, and even high-tier alchemists would likely dismiss someone of his caliber who has yet to condense a golden core. What means could he employ to swiftly amass resources? He Xiaolong murmured softly, feeling the urgency of his predicament. If he continued to engage in mundane tasks with others daily, slaying magical beasts, the prospect of elevating his strength seemed bleak. The only avenues for resource acquisition in this fallen city appeared to be through murder or hunting magical beasts. He had yet to uncover any alternative channels. What other options remained? Moreover, the sheer number of inhabitants in this fallen city was staggering. Each day bore witness to countless fatalities, with dozens perishing in the depths of the abyss or the Elysium, their lives extinguished without ceremony. The question arises, these individuals entered under the weight of heinous crimes and egregious offenses, yet in the ordinary world, cultivators are a rare breed. Even within a prominent sect or a lineage of practitioners, the number of disciples engaged in cultivation is limited. Where, then, do so many martial artists and cultivators originate? Moreover, What authority does this realm of forbidden cultivation possess to apprehend such a multitude? Do they truly have the manpower to manage such an operation? This is merely the fallen city. One cannot dismiss the possibility of other similar places existing. Furthermore, among those who enter only to perish, out of the numerous who arrived, only 5 ultimately reached the fallen city. The subsequent groups were similarly filtered through a rigorous process to ensure only the strongest made it through. When this is extrapolated, it becomes apparent that the number of individuals seized by the realm of forbidden cultivation could reach tens of thousands daily, perhaps even more. It is terrifying, almost beyond comprehension. What is even more astonishing is the purpose behind such actions. Is it truly a matter of punishing the wicked and promoting virtue? From He Xiaolong's perspective, these individuals may not necessarily be malevolent. For instance, the one he encountered, who adhered to the principle of divine authority, does not strike him as particularly nefarious. Though labeling him a paragon of virtue would be an overstatement. Thus, it remains uncertain how many among them are genuinely evil. Consequently, He Xiaolong perceives the realm of forbidden cultivation as a dubious place. Additionally, once individuals are captured, no one informs them of what will follow. They are merely abandoned here to toil for resources each day. However, if their intention were truly to exploit us as mere laborers, it would be illogical. For the resources we surrender daily are derived from this realm of cultivation. Whether it pertains to the beasts or ourselves, should they desire it. The overseers of this cultivation zone could easily annihilate a vast number of us. Take He Xiaolong, for instance, should he meet his demise. His essence would inevitably be divided, half claimed by his slayer, the other half forfeited as resources. If the sole purpose of this cultivation realm were resource acquisition, they could simply eliminate us. Why then invest so much time? This conundrum perplexed He Xiaolong, and by the following morning, upon encountering Li Zizai, he inquired, "What do you believe the purpose of these individuals in the cultivation zone is? Specifically, why have they imprisoned us here? If this is a training endeavor, it seems highly improbable given the daily fatalities, and the lack of any genuine training, merely casting us aside to fend for ourselves, compelling us to compete for survival unless one has forsaken the will to live. Why do you ponder this?" Li Zizai regarded him with a look of incredulity. Yet, He Xiaolong appeared even more astounded, gazing at Li Zizai in disbelief. "Have you never pondered what their true motives are for confining us here? They neither reveal the means of our entry nor disclose the trials that await us, simply abandoning us to incessant bloodshed and struggle. If their aim is to cultivate talent, why then do they not provide us with spiritual energy? Furthermore, what role do the overseers of this cultivation zone play in this scenario? What are their intentions here? Could it be that individuals of higher status have allocated resources to them, or perhaps they possess some leverage that compels them to remain?" Initially, He Xiaolong did not ponder such matters deeply. After all, life is arduous. Each day, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog, sometimes finding it difficult even to move a finger. Surviving was already a stroke of fortune, and who had the luxury of contemplating beyond that? However, circumstances have changed. He has acquired greater knowledge, and He Xiaolong must adopt a new approach to his existence. Otherwise, with his peak foundational strength, the likelihood of enduring in this place is slim. Furthermore, his aspirations extend beyond mere survival. He seeks to enhance his abilities and ultimately depart from this locale. Thus, he is destined to contemplate more than others. Even if it is just a glimmer of hope or a mere conjecture, he must meticulously investigate. Otherwise, he is fated to remain in this predicament for eternity. Indeed, you are correct, I had never considered this, Li Zizai remarked with a smirk. Chapter 44, Where is the intelligence? Were it not for He Xiaolong's words, he would not have contemplated such things. Each individual here did not come of their own volition. They had all exerted considerable effort to enter, dedicating their time fully each day. They even had to squeeze time from their own cultivation to submit resources. For only through incessantly slaying, continuously battling beasts, and relentlessly seizing others' possessions could they ensure their standing did not decline. and perhaps even improve slightly. Why waste time contemplating such chaotic thoughts? Even those who ponder a little more simply wish to escape this wretched place. Thus, when not vying for resources, everyone endeavors to explore the limits of this forbidden zone of cultivation, scrutinizing every inch of land and every peculiar object in hopes of discovering a path to freedom. Unlike He Xiaolong, who dreams of resisting the administrators here and, despite being in the foundational stage, dares to envision how he will act once his cultivation reaches its pinnacle. He has grown accustomed to a life of unrestrained freedom. If others were to hear He Xiaolong's lofty aspirations, they might deem him a lunatic or think his claims are preposterous. But have you never pondered what drives them to act in such a manner? After He Xiaolong finished speaking, he noticed Li Zizai lost in thought, prompting him to continue. Every individual has a purpose behind their actions, whether it be to grow stronger, seek vengeance, relish a life of power, or pursue immortality. There must be a reason, after all. Li Zizai was utterly stunned. How had he never considered this before? Nor had he ever heard anyone discuss it. He Xiaolong was right, every action indeed has a rationale. So, what purpose does the forbidden zone of cultivation serve? After a moment of reflection, it seemed there was little to gain. Could it be that the administrators of this zone are truly benevolent, merely seeking to eradicate evil and promote virtue? Moreover, have you not wondered where all these people come from? In this world, there may be realms I am yet to discover, but in the domain of cultivators I inhabit, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Otherwise, I would not have failed to reach even the foundational stage, while once commanding the winds and clouds in my own world. Yet now, observe the current situation. Each day countless individuals are ensnared, and many perish en route to the city of despair. In the realms of bliss and hellish abyss, lives are extinguished daily. Yet does the populace here diminish? Each time I venture forth or undertake a quest, the throngs are overwhelming. Even if the government seeks to apprehend wrongdoers, to uphold justice, and to provide tranquility for the citizens, they must surely establish some rationale, mustn't they? They ought to articulate the reasons, to present a framework. Additionally, they should provide a clear objective for all, a delineation of offenses, a stipulated timeline, and conditions for release. Yet, look at this place. He Xiaolong's words left Li Zizai utterly astounded. He realized that his former self had come here devoid of any critical thought, otherwise, how could he have overlooked such an evident issue? His daily focus had solely been on survival, acquiring resources, and seeking an escape, never contemplating why these individuals confined themselves here or what they sought to gain. Noticing Li Zizai lost in contemplation, He Xiaolong refrained from urging him, understanding that what one has yet to grasp may not be known to another. Furthermore, it was clear from Li Zizai's demeanor that he had never pondered these matters before, perhaps knowing even less than himself. However, he found himself perplexed. Li Zizai did not seem to be a fool. In fact, he often appeared to be quite astute. How could it be that he had never contemplated these matters? Moreover, what of the others? While he was uncertain of the number of individuals within the realm of cultivation, he knew that the fallen city was teeming with people. Was there truly not a single soul among them curious about these questions? He thought it improbable. The only plausible explanation was a lack of strength. Perhaps those in higher echelons were aware of certain truths yet felt powerless to resist, left with no choice but to remain silent. Conversely, the lower-tier cultivators were oblivious to such matters, rendering their efforts to comprehend futile. As for him, his current objective was to enhance his power, striving to reach the upper echelons. In other words, even among a throng of prisoners, he aspired to rise as a leader, one of the few capable of voicing opinions. Otherwise, he might remain ignorant of many truths for the entirety of his life. This assertion held merit. Yet, He Xiaolong was aware that it was merely a self-comforting notion. If only he could uncover the truth sooner, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. For having a goal would provide direction for his efforts. Yet, they were devoid of any such objective. They floundered aimlessly, akin to headless flies, living without purpose. and even questioning the very reason for their existence. Was it merely to engage in daily struggles, ultimately to serve others with their resources, lives, and efforts? Indeed, with so many individuals in the fallen city, including formidable experts, had no one ever contemplated uniting to resist? This, too, was beyond his understanding. Li Zizai responded dryly. He Xiaolong fell silent. He perceived the individual before him as utterly foolish, had he not once been blind himself. He would not have drawn such an absurd parallel between them. Such an evident truth after spending several months in this place, who would remain ignorant? Had he truly never contemplated it? Was it sheer naivety or an abundance of ignorance? Had they never considered the possibility of resistance? In this realm, death was an omnipresent reality. If it were not for the instinct to survive and secure sufficient resources for tribute, none would wish to take a life. So why not unite in defiance? If they were to eliminate all the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone, they could gradually seek a means of escape. Would that not be preferable? In other words, even if an escape remained elusive, would they not enjoy greater freedom by vanquishing their oppressors? Even if their cultivation did not progress, surely they could avoid the perpetual cycle of violence and still secure sustenance. Chapter 45, What is the truth? He Xiaolong found Li Zizai's words utterly astonishing. In such circumstances, did not each individual possess an inherent fervor? Had they never contemplated the notion of rebellion? Upon arriving here, the supreme authority of the divine faced the wrath of that woman, though he was ultimately soundly defeated. At least he had made an attempt. He comprehended the severity of their plight and understood the identity he must assume moving forward. For these cultivators, failure is not an insurmountable calamity, rather, it is an opportunity to glean invaluable lessons and experiences, striving to circumvent the pitfalls in future endeavors. If one is too timid to confront challenges or even to probe the unknown, then their path of cultivation may very well reach an impasse. However, what of Li Zizai and his companions? Their plight is not born from fear or reluctance to venture forth. It is rather the absence of contemplation that renders them more pitiable than those who have failed in their challenges. As He Xiaolong aptly articulated, they are a cadre of warriors bereft of intellect, mere fools. Consider the multitude inhabiting the abyssal city, a mere fraction of whom may have dared to test their mettle. At the very least, such endeavors yield knowledge, do they not? Is there truly no leader among them? Is it conceivable that within this realm of cultivation, no factions exist? It dawned on He Xiaolong that he had neglected to inquire about this earlier. Li Zizai had mentioned the absence of alliances. Yet could it be that every individual here operates in isolation, each believing themselves exceptional? Have they never contemplated forming alliances to partition the abyssal city into significant power blocks? He Zizai's conjecture is not without merit. He Xiaolong pondered deeply. Although the motives behind their confinement remain elusive, it is implausible that their captors are devoid of purpose. Surely, it cannot be merely to imprison them until death, as there must be some ulterior motive at play. But what, precisely, could that motive be? It is indeed peculiar that it is primarily us lower-tier cultivators who meet our demise. There have been no reports of those above the nascent soul stage perishing in battles over resources or territory. Li Zizai remarked. This phenomenon is particularly strange in the entire fallen city, given that everyone's cultivation is on the decline. Each individual must strive to maintain their current level of cultivation, if not seek to enhance it, which necessitates competition for resources. However, the spiritual energy in this place is exceedingly scarce. To preserve one's cultivation, one must seize the hard-earned treasures accumulated by others over decades or even centuries of arduous training, whether they be from magical beasts or fellow cultivators. In such a scenario, higher-tier practitioners require an even greater abundance of superior-grade materials or exceptional individuals to replenish their cultivation. Therefore, one would logically conclude that high-tier cultivators should suffer significant casualties, as their confrontations typically result in widespread devastation. Furthermore, once a high-grade warrior sustains injuries, recovery becomes an arduous task. With healing elixirs in limited supply and spiritual energy nearly non-existent, being wounded is akin to awaiting death. It is not uncommon for a low-tier cultivator to be slain by another in such circumstances. Yet, the anomaly lies in the fact that while lower-tier cultivators kill each other and engage in battles with magical beasts falling in numerous ways, there has never been a report of those above the nascent soul stage succumbing to such causes. Are you certain? A jolt ran through He Xiaolong as he began to grasp the situation. Perhaps there exists something peculiar within the realms of the cultivation forbidden zone, such as tasks that must be undertaken by high-ranking practitioners, yet the inhabitants of this realm are reluctant to engage in them. What would one do in such a scenario? Perhaps conscript laborers, compelling individuals to toil without recompense. However, with so many individuals present, a legitimate pretext is essential. Hence, regardless of whether these individuals have committed any crimes, those with strength and potential are apprehended and charged with various offenses. Is the number of advanced practitioners diminishing? He Xiaolong contemplates that the very tasks the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone shun must surely be fraught with peril. Their formidable strength prevents them from daring to enter the tribulation phase, indicating that even formidable beings of the nascent soul stage would suffer grievously within. Indeed, each year, a multitude enter this realm, and while the inhabitants grow increasingly ruthless, their strength steadily escalates. The number of breakthroughs to the nascent soul and tribulation phases remains notable. Yet the ranks of high-tier cultivators seem stagnant. A glance at the paradise of ultimate bliss reveals only a handful of rooms beyond the 6th level, perpetually unoccupied. And I remain entirely ignorant of the higher tiers. Li Zizai's words resonate with He Xiaolong's thoughts. It is indeed as he suspected. He Xiaolong is now almost certain that they are akin to pawns in the hands of the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone, cloaked in the guise of justice. As they are captured and forced into relentless combat, continually evolving in strength. Ultimately, one grows to a certain level, evolving into a master, only to be sent by them into servitude, fulfilling their ulterior motives. As for the nature of these motives, He Xiaolong remains perplexed, yet they can be distilled into two possibilities, either aiding them in venturing into perilous territories to seize resources, or undertaking hazardous missions, such as eliminating designated individuals. However, this leads to further dilemmas, particularly concerning how to ensure that a multitude of masters and overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone would willingly submit to the yoke of servitude. Chapter 46, The Captive Soldier. Alternatively, the individuals within this realm of cultivation might possess unfathomable strength, yet He Xiaolong quickly dismissed this possibility as implausible. If those who entered the cultivation zone truly wielded immeasurable power, capable of disregarding all restraints, why would they not act independently? Why resort to lofty pretexts to confine such promising and capable individuals for their own purposes? Li Zizai observed the growing disquiet on He Xiaolong's face. Feeling a surge of anxiety within, swallowing hard before muttering, "Have you come to a realization?" His question was not uttered softly, but rather filled with trepidation. For if they were indeed under surveillance, whispering would avail them nothing. It is not only the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone who could listen, even they themselves, wielding spiritual energy, could overhear conversations, regardless of their volume. Let us proceed to that grove. He Xiaolong believed that if his conjecture were indeed validated, it would lead to significant consequences. Of course, for them, it could also represent an opportunity, considering their current scarcity of various essentials: time, resources, in short, everything. Although he jested, Li Zizai understood that whatever was troubling He Xiaolong was undoubtedly serious. It was worth noting that when this young man first arrived in the city of decay, he remained unfazed after a brawl in the paradise of pleasure. Clearly, they were all battle-hardened, having climbed their way up over countless corpses. Yet now He Xiaolong was exhibiting such anxiety, which Li Zizai felt could not bode well. I sensed I had unraveled some semblance of the truth. Albeit it might not be entirely accurate, nevertheless, I was almost certain, as it aligned logically with the phenomena present in the city of decay. Upon hearing He Xiaolong's words, Li Zizai was momentarily taken aback. He had come to realize what a cautious individual his companion was. And for him to express such sentiments indicated they were nearing the truth. Don't be anxious. Observing Li Zizai's demeanor, He Xiaolong felt inexplicably uplifted. Was this the peculiar joy derived from another's suffering? He had felt tense moments ago, yet witnessing Li Zizai's lack of ambition somehow restored a sense of equilibrium within him. Stop smiling and speak up. However, the secret they had diligently concealed had been unearthed. It was evident that should they divulge this matter, the repercussions would be exceedingly dire. It is not necessarily a danger, perhaps it presents an opportunity, a significant chance. Oh? How so? Li Zizai became increasingly intrigued. In truth, it is widely acknowledged that this place harbors secrets, yet the crux of these secrets remains elusive to all. Furthermore, the higher-ups seldom undertake missions within the realms of bliss or the abyss. How, then, do they maintain their cultivation? Li Zizai had pondered this before, but first, he had no connections with them, and approaching them with inquiries would yield nothing but silence. Secondly, some individuals possess particularly volatile tempers, especially in such environments, where prolonged repression can transform even the mildest temperament into that of a raging beast. If one were to carelessly provoke such a person, they could be mercilessly slain, leaving no time for lamentation, resulting only in a futile demise, and one brought about by their own folly. Thus, speculating proved fruitless for Li Zizai, as no one divulged the truth of the matter. I suspect that we are merely a cadre of coerced warriors, nurtured within this realm of cultivation, compelled to grow, to incessantly battle and refine our skills, only to be cast out as expendable pawns when our strength reaches a certain threshold. Alternatively, we might resemble a cohort of trained assassins, awaiting the day when we can be unleashed, our prowess becoming the sharp blade in their arsenal. Following He Xiaolong's words, a profound silence ensued. Li Zizai had contemplated an abundance of possibilities, meticulously ruling each one out. Remarkably, he discovered that He Xiaolong's assertions were strikingly accurate, and the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly high. Having come to this realization, He Xiaolong felt an unexpected sense of relief. Blindness is the most terrifying state, akin to a self-righteous fool who believes himself to be performing brilliantly, while in truth, there are no spectators at all. However, once one understands the intentions of others, matters become considerably easier. As He Xiaolong would put it, even in death, one can achieve clarity. Chapter 47, The Soul-Calling Grass in the Mundane Realm. Although cultivators are few, they are vastly different from ordinary mortals. Each world possesses its own survival laws and implicit rules. For instance, cultivators typically refrain from indiscriminately harming mortals. Of course, if a mortal were to recklessly provoke them, it would be a different story. Nonetheless, a cultivator who brazenly slaughters mortals would face condemnation from the entire cultivation community. This implies that they cannot commit crimes against ordinary people without incurring the wrath of the cultivation realm. Crimes within the realm of cultivation, such as seizing another's body or siphoning their spiritual energy for personal gain, are considered grave offenses. However, those who commit such crimes are often extraordinarily powerful. Individuals like He Xiaolong and Li Zizai, despite their modest cultivation levels, exhibit remarkable talent given their youth and lack of familial support. In essence, they belong to the category of individuals with great potential. By the way, how is it that you came to be captured here? He Xiaolong inquired not about the journey that led him here, but rather the charges that had been leveled against him. In those early days, I found myself ensnared by a multitude of accusations, bewildered and deprived of even the opportunity to defend myself, leading me to this place. Here, I was branded with a heinous crime, while the overseers of this realm of cultivation masqueraded their actions under the guise of justice, capturing me with the pretext of reforming my ways. He Xiaolong remained silent, fully aware of the treachery that had befallen him. And upon witnessing the conduct of those managing this forbidden zone, he never even contemplated offering an explanation, convinced that they would never grant him such a chance. His inquiry towards Li Zizai stemmed purely from curiosity. Had you not asked, I might have forgotten, he chuckled, yet I vividly recall my relentless pursuit of wealth. Scouring for precious stones to siphon their meager energy from my cultivation. Day in and day out, I toiled amidst chaos, only to awaken one day to find the world irrevocably altered. Li Zizai spoke through gritted teeth, and He Xiaolong resonated with that inexplicable fury. For was he not in a similar predicament? The true victim, contemplating whether to succumb alongside his kin or to cultivate in pursuit of vengeance. Little did he know that he would inexplicably be labeled a murderer, with no opportunity for defense, no evidence to support his case. Merely the unsubstantiated claims of the administrators of the cultivation zone. Is it convincing? Ha! Anyone who finds it so must surely be lacking in reason. Yet, to resist? To defy would mean to engage in battle, akin to the supremacy of divine authority he fought, but did he truly prevail? Given his strength during the tribulation period. Being so thoroughly defeated, unable to withstand even 2 strikes, one can only imagine the unreasonable, tyrannical, and ruthlessly cruel nature of the people in this place. After a moment of silence, Li Zizai suddenly declared, I swear, if one day I, Li Zizai, become powerful, I will ensure that these individuals experience a fate worse than death. I shall extract their souls and whip them, allowing them to taste the torment of being unable to live or die. With a twitch of his lips, He Xiaolong looked at Li Zizai in disbelief. This ambition was commendable, even grander than his own ideals. Yet, he couldn't help but pour a bucket of cold water on the enthusiasm, saying, for now, perhaps we should think about how to survive. Your cultivation is plummeting, and you wish to punish the overseers here? Are you dreaming? Is it really necessary to be so discouraging? Li Zizai's expression fell instantly. His lofty aspirations were dashed within mere seconds by a splash of cold reality. Was it truly necessary? Although He Xiaolong spoke the truth, could he not indulge in a moment of fantasy? In this place, devoid of any entertainment or even a glimmer of hope for survival, it was a rare opportunity to engage in idle banter. So, could they not enjoy themselves? Shaking his head, He Xiaolong chose to disregard Li Zizai's frenzy, for they had just uncovered a significant secret, and their forthcoming endeavors would be plentiful. Previously, their sole aim was mere survival, devoid of any objective or motivation, but now, everything had changed. They now possess a clear objective, beyond merely growing stronger. There exists the possibility of departing from this place. Considering their current circumstances, such a discovery is undoubtedly worth the risk. However, the question remains, how shall we attain true strength? Not just any strength, but at least the level of the nascent soul, otherwise, gaining access to higher realms will prove exceedingly difficult. As Li Zizai spoke, his expression darkened. It may seem deceptively simple to reach the nascent soul stage and subsequently engage with realms currently beyond their reach. Yet they struggle to defeat even those at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. Together, they might barely contend with a few at the initial stage of golden core. Even if they manage to eliminate a handful of initial golden core practitioners, aspiring to reach the nascent soul level appears to be a mere fantasy. Moreover, they must remain discreet. Should the inhabitants of this fallen city become aware of their attempts to hunt golden core cultivators, they would undoubtedly rally against them. In such a scenario, 2 fists would be helpless against 4 feet, and they would be oblivious to how their demise would unfold. Furthermore, they must act with even greater secrecy, concealing any semblance of ambition or direct intent, otherwise, should the overseers of the forbidden zone in the realm of cultivation take notice, they might not even require the intervention of golden core practitioners to seal their fates. The fallen city is rife with spies, and to navigate through this web of observation while achieving their goals is no trivial task. It is not that he underestimates He Xiaolong, but rather that in this place, true secrets are virtually non-existent. As evidenced earlier, they must retreat to this secluded haven to discuss anything remotely confidential. We must seek out medicinal herbs. He Xiaolong stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling an ancient tome he had once perused, which mentioned a herb known as the soul-guiding grass. categorized as a high-tier spiritual herb of the third grade. This herb was seldom needed, particularly in the mundane realm, where both spiritual beasts and demonic creatures were exceedingly rare. At the time he had read it, he had scarcely given it any thought. However, now he felt fortunate to have encountered that book, for otherwise he might have been oblivious to the means of his own survival. Chapter 48, A Promising Start. You actually know about spiritual herbs? Li Zizai exclaimed in astonishment. It was not a matter of disdain, rather, in many regions, such herbs had nearly become extinct, relegated to the realm of legend, visible only in ancient texts. Even then, mere sighting of these herbs was a rarity, as encountering them in reality was virtually impossible. The spiritual energy in the mundane world had become increasingly scarce, rendering cultivation exceedingly challenging, which explained the dearth of practitioners. Those with lesser talents had little hope of embarking on the path of immortality. In other words, anyone who managed to tread the path of cultivation, regardless of their strength, was undoubtedly of significant potential and commendable aptitude. I never considered searching for them before, but I believe there are plenty of treasures within the abyssal demon cave. We should explore it. If we do find something, it would be a tremendous windfall. Even if we don't, we must venture into the cave to slay the demonic beasts anyway, He Xiaolong elaborated. Although he held little hope, the infernal abyss indeed contained numerous wonders spoken of in worldly legends. However, the resources suitable for their cultivation were exceedingly rare. The soul-calling grass, on the other hand, stood apart. It was a tool of lethality, applicable not only to humans but also to magical beasts and spirit creatures, with even greater efficacy. Could you kindly elucidate its purpose? Li Zizai was not entirely ignorant, yet every cultivator typically specializes in a particular discipline. For instance, some focus solely on swordsmanship, others on alchemy, artifact forging, or talisman crafting. Each individual's energy is inherently limited, and they must allocate their finite time towards cultivation and the pursuit of resources while also enriching their knowledge and indulging in personal leisure activities. The schedule of every cultivator is meticulously packed, making it utterly impossible to master everything. Thus, most individuals tend to choose one or two fields based on their innate talents. The quantity of knowledge is not the essence, rather, acquiring too much without depth is of little benefit. As for Li Zizai, he had never contemplated venturing into alchemy. Nor had he, as a practitioner of the mundane world, ever entertained such notions. The reason was simple: the conditions were lacking. Even if one possessed the aptitude, access to the necessary spiritual herbs for practice was non-existent. Without them, aspirations remained mere theoretical musings. No amount of talent could overcome this fundamental barrier. The masters of alchemy achieved their status only after enduring countless failures and relentless experimentation, exhausting untold quantities of spiritual herbs. This was precisely why He Xiaolong's remark about seeking herbs had elicited such astonishment. He Xiaolong also hails from the secular world, not born into a prestigious family nor possessing any form of inheritance, making his situation quite comparable to others. So how did this young man come to know about spiritual herbs? We cannot brazenly slay those at the golden core stage and seize their resources, however. If they were to perish at the claws of magical beasts, it would bear no consequence to us, would it? Indeed, this was the very notion He Xiaolong initially entertained. Relying solely on the two of them to eliminate so many at the golden core stage is nothing short of folly. They possess their own trump cards and means of survival. Do those at the golden core stage not possess similar advantages? One must understand that those who have reached such a level are endowed with extraordinary fortune and perseverance, without a modicum of opportunity or inheritance. Dreaming of golden core status is futile. Therefore, while the two may manage to contend with the average early-stage golden core cultivator, facing those from formidable family lineages would render them utterly outmatched. Considering these factors, if they wish to appropriate the golden core resources of others, they must employ extraordinary tactics. In this realm of cultivation, forming alliances is evidently impractical. They must act discreetly. Thus, the most advantageous strategy is to remain unseen, employing subterfuge or poison, Yet common poisons are ineffective against those at the golden course stage. Hence, masquerading as someone else to orchestrate a kill and then capitalizing on the opportunity to claim the spoils is the optimal plan. This is indeed feasible. Li Zizai was utterly astounded. Gazing at He Xiaolong, it was as though he beheld a magnificent, rare spiritual stone. They were all of the same ilk, of similar standing and age, in the same locale, yet how was it that He Xiaolong's ideas far surpassed his own? Could it be that you are truly quite foolish? Li Zizai has begun to question the very essence of existence. However, upon reflection, he skeptically inquired, what if the soul-guiding herb cannot be found? It is evident that such a thing is far from ordinary. If the abyssal demonic caverns were to be ubiquitous, what chaos would ensue? Moreover, the more commonplace an item is, the less likely it is to hold any value for advanced cultivators. He Xiaolong has always adhered to a particular philosophy: one must live. For if one dies, all is truly lost. Engaging in the slaughter of demonic beasts within the caverns each day bears no difference whether it is delayed by a day or not. The essential prerequisite is to be thoroughly prepared, and in this world, many spiritual herbs possess similar effects, even in the absence of the soul-guiding herb. Others should certainly be attainable. As long as the desired outcome is achieved, the specific nature of the item is of little consequence. Li Zizai, feeling no shame despite the disdain directed at him, requested, please sketch its appearance for me, and elucidate its characteristics. After all, I am far more acquainted with the vicinity of the abyssal demonic caverns than you. This statement was not unfounded, although he had predominantly resided in the blissful realm. Upon arriving in this fallen city, it was inevitable that he would explore the abyssal demonic caverns. One must assess which environment is more conducive to survival. Thus, despite having ventured into the caverns only a few times, he had garnered a fair understanding of their layout. In the days that followed, the two ceased their visits to the blissful realm, instead dedicating each day to the exploration of the abyssal demonic caverns, varying their routes daily. They engaged in combat with any foes they could confront, retreating if they encountered insurmountable odds. Chapter 49, A Tremendous Loss. He Xiaolong, quickly tell me, I cannot have misseen. Is that indeed the soul-guiding herb? As He Xiaolong lowered his head to search for the spiritual herb, Li Zizai beside him suddenly murmured. Though his voice was barely audible, He Xiaolong caught the sound and followed his finger's direction. On the smooth cliff, clusters of dark red grass emerged, appearing no different from ordinary weeds. Perhaps this is indeed it. I have seen such descriptions in ancient texts, yet I have never encountered the actual herb. He Xiaolong felt a tinge of uncertainty. Many spiritual herbs are known to undergo mutations. For instance, if one were to compare the spiritual herb illustrations from millions of years ago with their contemporary counterparts, one would undoubtedly notice subtle differences that could alter their appearance and efficacy. Moreover, given that he had never seen this particular herb before, it was only natural for him to be unfamiliar with it. It must be the case, the soul-calling grass possesses an immense allure for magical beasts. Were it to grow on ordinary ground without the protection of higher-tier beasts, it would surely incite a stampede of creatures. Yet, its current location makes sense. First, the magical beasts of lower ranks cannot ascend there, while those of higher ranks disdain it. Additionally, certain beasts cannot even fly, which allows this herb to remain intact until now. Regardless of what He Xiaolong speculated, Li Zizai was convinced that it was indeed the soul-calling grass. After searching for so many days, they both felt quite fatigued. What should we do now? Who among us should go? He Xiaolong inquired of Li Zizai beside him. It goes without saying that in such a situation, they dared not venture forth together. One concern was the potential presence of guardian magical beasts, while the other was the fear of being besieged by a horde of beasts after obtaining the soul-calling grass. Thus, the most prudent course of action was for one to retrieve the herb while the other remained on guard. Can you fly up there? Li Zizai inquired. That cliff is utterly barren and ascends straight into the heavens, devoid of any footholds. In such circumstances, those with lesser agility would find it utterly impossible to scale it. Moreover, the two of us have merely reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Attempting to soar without assistance is equally unattainable. If I could ascend, I would have done so long ago. He Xiaolong, expressing his dismay, echoed this sentiment. In truth, there exist numerous methods for cultivators to reach great heights. Yet his impoverished state confines him. Lacking any magical artifacts, the only item of slightly higher grade resides within his dantian, still in the process of refinement, rendering it inaccessible. Moreover, he remains oblivious to its precise nature, only aware that it is a family heirloom of the He clan, which may prove useful in times of peril, potentially saving his life. For instance, during his previous escape, he had fortuitously affixed a swift movement talisman to himself. Such artifacts were exceedingly rare, even during their earlier days of prominence. Thus, He Xiaolong instinctively sensed that his companion possessed numerous treasures. It was imperative to extract their value while they were still united. For once they parted ways, who could ascertain their future utility? Stealing a furtive glance at He Xiaolong, Li Zizai experienced a fleeting twitch at the corner of his mouth before resolutely approaching. He retrieved a small paper boat from his storage device, formed a hand seal, and gradually expanded the boat until it was sufficiently large to accommodate his frame. He then maneuvered the vessel, gently gliding toward the precipice. He Xiaolong glanced over and realized that Li Zizai's control over the flying object was far inferior to his own. However, this was still quite remarkable. For such ordinary paper boats relied solely on one's spiritual energy for support, unlike certain magical artifacts that were inherently designed for flight, allowing the wielder to navigate them at will. In essence, the more rudimentary the object, the greater the test of the spellcaster's mastery. While He Xiaolong's mind wandered into fanciful thoughts, Li Zizai gradually ascended into the air. As he drew closer to the soul-guiding grass, excitement welled within him. With these few herbs in hand, they could employ the soul-guiding grass to lure those in the golden elixir stage one by one, ultimately leading them to their demise at the hands of the magical beasts, while he and He Xiaolong would simply reap the rewards. Although there was some inherent risk. Was this not a place rife with danger? As he drew nearer, Li Zizai swiftly reached out and yanked the soul-guiding grass from the ground. Paying little heed to whether the roots came up with it, the efficacy of the herb was all that mattered. Moreover, he had no time to excavate meticulously, as he had no intention of cultivating it himself. However, just as he seized the soul-guiding grass and prepared to depart, a bird suddenly swooped down. It turned out to be a third-tier fire-winged bird. "Run! What are you doing?" He Xiaolong shouted from below, exasperated. This fool doesn't he realize that birds are typically social creatures? Furthermore, the third-tier fire elemental bird had not attacked immediately but had waited until he had taken the soul-guiding grass to strike, likely summoning its companions. Now is not the time to linger. Should the avian army encircle us later, escape will become a daunting task, especially since neither of them can take flight. No! Allow me to gather a bit more. I would prefer not to waste another paper boat on my next ascent. Li Zizai deftly evaded the onslaught of the firebird. Though the flame-winged bird possessed considerable strength, it was far from capable of vanquishing him, granting him a sense of invulnerability. After all, having expended considerable effort to ascend with a paper boat, it would be a tremendous loss to descend with so little. He was determined to at least break even. He Xiaolong had initially intended to flee immediately, but after taking just a couple of steps, he realized that the fool continued to gather herbs, seemingly unfazed. Such a sight nearly provoked him to unleash a torrent of curses. Good heavens, is he truly that dim-witted? I've already warned him. Why isn't he running? Does he plan to become a dumpling here? For heaven's sake, is he brainless? Run! He Xiaolong mused that had he been closer, he would have undoubtedly given this imbecile a sound thrashing. Chapter 50. The legendary pig teammate. While it is true that the soul-attracting grass is exceedingly vital to them at this juncture, particularly since their earlier actions have already startled the serpents, their chances of returning for another harvest will be met with even more vigilant guardians among the birds. With their peak foundational strength, facing such a multitude of avians is simply unattainable. Yet, is there anything more precious than life itself? No matter how much soul-attracting grass one might gather, it would be futile if they cannot bring it with them. I had never realized that Li Zizai was so stubbornly single-minded. What has come over him now? Rest assured, even if it summons its companions. What can a mere flock of birds do to me? Li Zizai paid no heed to He Xiaolong's words. While dealing with the firebird, he leisurely gathered herbs. Fully aware that the bird's call was a summons for its kin. Yet, the fire-winged bird before him was at most a third-tier creature. And even if it brought forth a throng of third-tier allies, what could they possibly do? They could not devour two peak foundation establishment cultivators, could they? He Xiaolong was at a loss for words, his frustration palpable. It was utterly nonsensical, akin to playing the lute to a cow. Observing Li Zizai's nonchalance, He Xiaolong hurled a sphere of spiritual energy, incinerating the little paper boat. As Li Zizai plummeted from the sky, he could not help but curse, "Damn it! Can't you distinguish between foes and allies?" Even now, Li Zizai believed He Xiaolong intended to target the fire-winged bird and inadvertently set his own boat ablaze. Beside him, He Xiaolong was too exasperated to comment, swiftly pulling Li Zizai to flee. "What do you want me to do? Though third tier may seem lowly, they are still magical beasts of that rank. If they were to slay us, they could feast upon our flesh. We might not even finish it ourselves." Before Li Zizai could ponder why He Xiaolong spoke thus, the overwhelming advance of the fire-winged birds behind them left him utterly stunned. Heaven above, what is this? As the avian horde launched their assault, the two poured every ounce of strength into their legs, desperately fleeing forward. It is imperative to keep moving. Should they slow down, they risk being encircled like dumplings. Although the third-tier opponents may not possess great strength, their ability to fly is a significant advantage, compounded by their overwhelming numbers. Even if one were to stand still and face them individually, the sheer fatigue would soon overwhelm even two individuals. I can't go on any longer," gasped Li Zizai, the first to succumb to exhaustion. They had lost track of how far they had run around the infernal lair and were now devoid of any sense of direction. Yet the relentless avian horde remained steadfastly behind them. Both were utterly drained, drenched in sweat, and had exhausted their spiritual energy without the chance to replenish it. Their faces were ashen, their bodies teetering on the brink of collapse. The birds, however, seemed unyielding in their pursuit. If this continued, they would surely be overwhelmed. And in such a perilous situation, depleting their spiritual energy meant they would be reduced to mere mortals. They would stand no chance against even the most ordinary of beasts, let alone a formidable spiritual creature. Into the forest. With that, He Xiaolong seized Li Zizai's hand, propelling him into the dense thicket. The more open the space, the more advantageous it was for the avian foes. Although entering the forest posed certain challenges for the two of them, it would also hinder the birds to some extent, thereby affording them a momentary respite. If they did not find a way to recover, they would perish from sheer exhaustion. Within a thickly wooded area, they pressed on, seeking solace from their relentless pursuers. He Xiaolong and Li Zizai held their breath, suppressing their every movement as they lay still, acutely aware of their surroundings. Occasionally, a fire-winged bird would flit by, resembling a sentinel on patrol, while they, in their current predicament, were akin to thieves under scrutiny. "Goodness, our luck is truly abysmal," Li Zizai murmured softly. They had been lying in wait for several hours, yet those accursed birds seemed resolute in their search, vowing not to relent until they were found. Half of his body had gone numb, yet he dared not stir. "Serves you right, I've already allowed you to escape, you fool." He Xiaolong's ire was palpable, his frustration mounting as he recalled how many times he had warned his companion. The imbecile had managed to entangle them in such a predicament. If it weren't for the slightest sense of camaraderie, he might have truly considered abandoning him. "You did remind me, but I thought that even if their flock arrived, a mere few dozen wouldn't be too daunting. Who could have anticipated this overwhelming horde of birds? It nearly terrified me to death," Li Zizai lamented. The sheer scale of the avian army was beyond comprehension, a veritable sea of feathers, a sight that would surely terrify anyone with a fear of crowds. Moreover, He Xiaolong had failed to convey the gravity of the situation, merely urging him to flee without clarifying the imminent danger, leaving him to ponder the absurdity of running from an imaginary threat. In this place, the waste of any resources is strictly prohibited. That small paper boat was acquired after he had vanquished a top-tier foundational cultivator. The slain individual, who may have been a wealthy heir, possessed a considerable amount of valuable items in his storage pouch. He managed to seize 2 or 3 of those small paper boats. Yet, those were the only ones he had, and now that one had been utilized, how could he possibly be content with merely gathering a meager amount of soul-calling grass? Chapter 51. The Pursuit of the Fire-Winged Birds. Moreover, there was nothing to eat or use in this desolate place. Could the two of them truly exist as savages for several years? What a ludicrous notion! Furthermore, the scent tracked by the fire-winged birds would relentlessly pursue them. And once the scent vanished, they would either face annihilation or become exceedingly troublesome. With their prowess at the peak of foundational cultivation, escaping these birds upon leaving the forest was utterly impossible. Thus, they could only resort to guerrilla tactics. In truth, Li Zizai recognized the futility of the situation, however. Both were too anxious, which led to a light-hearted jest. Despite the fire-winged birds being of slightly lower rank, the substantial number they could slay would represent a significant gain for them, alleviating their resource concerns for several days to come. They could relocate after dispatching a few, then move again after another few, although this would be time-consuming, at the very least. They still possessed some strength and would not be worn down by this flock of birds. It is impossible to venture out before darkness descends. Tomorrow, I must explain today's circumstances to that woman, Dream Mistress. Furthermore, the city of Decay is governed by a series of stringent regulations, none of which are meant to be violated by ordinary individuals. Thus, the two of them may face punishment tomorrow. Damn it, how could fate be so cruel? It's all that fool's fault for letting them escape. With such a greedy companion, it's truly disheartening to endure. As He Xiaolong lamented, Li Zizai suddenly leapt to his feet and bellowed, "Here I am. If you have the guts, come and kill me." His arrogance was infuriating. No sooner had he uttered these words than several fiery winged birds swooped in with remarkable speed. This was only possible due to the cover around them, otherwise that reckless boy would never dare to act so boldly. Despite his inner turmoil, He Xiaolong rose to confront the threat alongside him. It was not out of camaraderie but rather necessity, as they were both inextricably linked in this perilous situation. Should Li Zizai perish now, he would lose both an ally and a source of conversation. Moreover, the commotion made it nearly impossible for him to remain hidden. Originally, He Xiaolong had intended to approach quietly and eliminate the birds with minimal disturbance. Yet, his incompetent companion had chosen to attract them instead. His heart was weary. He Xiaolong's spiritual energy transformed into a longsword held firmly in his grasp. In the depths of such a dense forest, employing concealed weapons would have been most advantageous, however. As He Xiaolong had not practiced with them, resorting to their use now would only serve to hinder him. It was far better to wield the weapons with which he was familiar. The fire-winged birds, at the 3rd tier, excelled in speed. Yet the surrounding obstacles in this environment greatly curtailed their agility. He Xiaolong and Li Zizai swiftly dispatched the 7 or 8 fire-winged birds in mere moments. After collecting the remains of their fallen foes, the duo exchanged no further words and hastened in a singular direction. They had to move quickly, otherwise, they would be overwhelmed. As a multitude of fire-winged birds pursued them, the urgency of their flight was palpable, and Li Zizai gasped heavily as they ran. Since entering this infernal cavern, he had not allowed himself a moment's respite, and he had never anticipated that, as a pinnacle foundation establishment practitioner, he would be relentlessly chased by a flock of 3rd-tier birds. This was the most disconcerting predicament he had faced since breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. If he were being pursued by higher-tier magical beasts, he would have accepted his fate, yet, this situation felt particularly vexing. I recall a waterfall nearby, we must hurry, He Xiaolong declared, leading the way towards the river bank. Upon reaching the water's edge, without a moment's hesitation, they plunged into the depths. At the pinnacle of foundation establishment, they could seal their senses, and as long as the flock of birds could not enter the water, they could remain submerged for days and nights without concern. Certainly, the prerequisite is that one's spiritual energy must be sufficiently robust to withstand the toll on the body, otherwise, it leads to a dead end. Though aware that the flock of fire-winged birds would continue to linger above, it afforded the two a modicum of respite. As this location lacked any means to replenish their spiritual energy, relying solely on their formidable physical prowess to evade capture. In such circumstances, once their stamina waned, the likelihood of being overtaken would dramatically increase. Upon the lake's surface, a multitude of fire-winged birds circled, reluctant to depart, with one particularly boisterous fourth-tier fire-winged bird vocalizing its presence. Gradually, more and more fire-winged birds converged, encircling the entire expanse of water. At this moment, Wang Mang stood by the edge of the pond, accompanied by an individual of mid-golden core cultivation. Do you think they can survive? The companion inquired. Should we intervene? Wang Mang smiled faintly. Intervene? Though I promised to assist them under suitable circumstances, they are not yet cornered into a dire situation. Perhaps this is an opportunity for them to hone their skills. While they appear to be in peril, pursued by a swarm of fire-winged birds, the actual threat posed by third-tier fire-winged birds is relatively minimal. At the very least, they can still flee. Furthermore, both are at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, making them among the weakest here. If they do not expedite their growth, they risk a slow demise. As for myself, if I were to rescue them once, twice, what would happen after the third time? Could I constantly sense their dangers? Moreover, if I struggle to ensure my own safety, how could I possibly extend my hand to save another? Chapter 52, The Secrets of the Fallen City. Wang Meng sighed deeply. In the presence of He Xiaolong and his companions, his strength at the Golden Core stage was quite commendable. Even in this hellish abyss, he possessed a certain level of self-preservation. However, within the confines of the fallen city, he found himself among those who resided on a precarious second tier. Individuals who could be unceremoniously cast aside at any moment. This realization weighed heavily on him, prompting another sigh. Even those at the nascent soul stage often faced death. What hope did he have? The uncertainty of such days loomed large, leaving him to ponder when it would all come to an end. Beside him, a middle-aged man echoed his sentiments with a melancholic sigh. When are they sending you to that place? He inquired. Most likely by the end of this month. Two individuals with slightly higher cultivation than mine entered just yesterday. I fear I cannot delay much longer. Once I step into that realm, the outcome becomes a matter of fate. Previously, he had thought the fallen city was perilous, but after listening to the words of those who had come before him, he realized that both the blissful realm and the hellish abyss resembled sanctuaries, places of utmost safety. It seemed almost absurd, yet without comparison, one could not grasp the severity of their circumstances. In stark contrast to that infernal domain, this place felt akin to paradise. At times, he found himself envious of He Xiaolong and his companions, who lived their lives so leisurely. Surely, when they reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, such tranquility would be a luxury of the past. Wang Mang gazed at the placid surface of the lake, his thoughts in turmoil. He wished, perhaps, that they would never ascend to the Golden Core's zenith, never be forced into that hellish realm, yet he also yearned for them to rise quickly, to escape the relentless cycle of slaughter that consumed their days. Moreover, with the vigilance and strength of the two individuals, they could barely ensure their safety at the lower levels. However, entering that particular place would be an entirely different matter. In that realm, countless souls perished daily during the Yuaning stage, and several were lost during the tribulation phase. For someone at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage like him, Entering such a domain would render him one of the weakest beings. Enough of overthinking, perhaps these two individuals could indeed effect some change. Particularly that lad with the surname He. Let us proceed and explore other areas. After uttering these words, the two ascended into the air. Naturally, He Xiaolong and his companion were oblivious to the events unfolding above. At that moment, the two were devising strategies at the bottom of the pool. Exiting was certainly straightforward. However, the moment they emerged, they would be immediately besieged. Remaining submerged, however, was not a viable option either. Who could predict how long these fire-winged birds would linger? What if they continued to encircle them indefinitely? Furthermore, both individuals were in dire need of time, which they could ill afford to squander. Should they find themselves trapped for 5 days, the ensuing days would not only subject them to penalties for insufficient resource submission but also lead to severe repercussions thereafter. The consequence of such penalties would undoubtedly result in significant suffering. If their bodies were injured and they could not recover, coupled with a shortage of healing elixirs, they would struggle to move in the following days, rendering them incapable of procuring any necessary resources. This would inevitably create a vicious cycle. I propose we split up and act independently, He Xiaolong suggested after a moment of contemplation. He still felt he could not be punished, for the penal code of this fallen city was said to instill terror in the hearts of many, though he had never witnessed it firsthand. Merely hearing about it was enough to send shivers down his spine. Moreover, it could be considered a lesson in life, after all. This was his first earnest attempt to forge a friendship. Should he indeed face betrayal, whether he lived or perished, there would be no friends left in He Xiaolong's life. Being cold-blooded and heartless does not necessarily imply a lack of virtue. Such individuals often possess few weaknesses, making them more suited to traverse the path of cultivation. Advancing further and growing stronger. Chapter 53. A bold spirit. The only person who might care for him was that woman, yet she had vanished as well. Heaving a sigh, He Xiaolong pondered whether she had forgotten him, or perhaps she was never truly of this world. It was possible that everything from before was merely a dream, and that such a woman had never graced his life. Yet, He Xiaolong was acutely aware that, apart from her, he could not harbor any other affections in his heart. Suddenly, a fire-winged bird emerged, frantically rushing towards him as if intent on devouring He Xiaolong. He swiftly dashed in a particular direction, the scent of the guiding soul grass emanating from him attracting not only the fire-winged birds but also several magical beasts who joined in the pursuit. In no time, a long line of creatures formed behind him, a multitude of fire-winged birds recklessly chasing after him, creating a breathtaking spectacle within the forest. The scent of the soul guide grass wafted through the air, and not far from He Xiaolong, a group of individuals was engaged in a fierce battle against a magical beast. Suddenly, the creature caught a whiff of the fragrant herb and, in a swift motion, turned to flee, joining the pursuit of He Xiaolong. Meanwhile, those still wielding their swords in combat were left bewildered. What was happening? I don't know. Perhaps it was frightened by our onslaught and chose to escape, one speculated. Surely not. Just moments ago, it had the upper hand. If anyone was to flee, it should have been us. Moreover, how could it be so abrupt? Should we follow? It might be a rare treasure has appeared. If we act swiftly, we may seize a fortune. The group stood in deliberation, utterly perplexed. It was an unprecedented occurrence midway through a battle, and under the circumstances where the beast was winning. It had turned tail and fled. Such an event was unheard of, not even a tale they had ever encountered. If a powerful entity had arrived, surely they would have sensed its presence by now. After a silent exchange, they swiftly surged in the direction the beast had fled, without a second thought to the potential dangers ahead. In this realm, peril lurked at every corner, but so too did opportunity. Should one seize this chance, it could very well lead to significant advancements in their cultivation. However, if you hesitate and retreat, you shall lose even a single opportunity, and in such circumstances, it will either be a beast's tide or the emergence of rare treasures from the heavens and earth. When faced with a beast's tide, many will undoubtedly choose to flee. Conversely, should rare treasures manifest, the chances of reaching them first and reaping the benefits are significantly heightened. There are numerous others in similar predicaments. Meanwhile, Wang Mang and the middle-aged man at the peak of the Golden Core stage are engaged in a fierce battle against a 7th-tier magical beast. This 7th-tier creature, the Azurite Wolf, possesses formidable strength, comparable to that of a peak Golden Core cultivator. It has also developed a level of intelligence akin to that of a human, making it exceptionally formidable. Coupled with its powerful physique, when it unleashes its full potential, it can contend with cultivators at the nascent soul stage, making the struggle somewhat arduous for the two peak Golden Core practitioners. As they continue their skirmish, the Azurite Wolf suddenly exhibits unusual behavior, its nostrils quiver, and it begins to sprint frantically in a specific direction toward He Xiaolong. The two combatants halt, exchanging a glance that reveals their shared confusion. What could this mean? Wang Mang finds it utterly astonishing. In the midst of their battle, the creature decides to flee. Could it be facing an urgent matter? Yet, what pressing concern could a beast in this infernal abyss possibly have? Could it be that its companions are under siege by others? However, that seems implausible. If that were the case, there should be some indication of a commotion. Given their strength, they should not be unable to hear anything. Of course, if the disturbance were too distant, it would be outside their auditory range, but in that event, the Azurite Wolf would also be incapable of detecting it. This peculiar scent resembles that of soul-calling grass. What is the soul-calling herb? Wang Mang was entirely ignorant of such matters and had indeed detected no other scent. The soul-calling herb is a spirit herb devoid of any rank. It incites agitation in both humans and magical beasts, as well as spirit beasts. Naturally, this is a valuable resource for these creatures to enhance their strength. Come, let us observe. I am eager to discover who possesses such capability. Moments later, the two soared through the sky on their flying swords, observing the frenzied dash of He Xiaolong around the forest's edge, his lips twitching slightly. Had he not been hiding beneath the pond just moments ago? How had he now provoked such a multitude of magical beasts, with some reaching the formidable 8th tier? Indicative of nascent soul strength? Even if the two of them combined could not contend with them, the sheer number of lower-tier beasts 3 or 4 tiers was daunting. A dark mass that sent shivers down one's spine. This fellow, lacking in skill, certainly had a talent for attracting trouble. Wang Mang could hardly believe that a mere foundation-building novice dared to lead such a horde of magical beasts. Moreover, the fact that they were both in one location implied that he was the bait. There was a certain audacity to him, albeit his strength was lacking. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. He himself would never have dared such a venture during his own foundation-building days. This indicated that such young individuals possess remarkable courage. Yet with his peak foundation-building strength, he would likely not withstand the pursuit for long. However, he refrained from suggesting a rescue. For the multitude of 7th and 8th tier magical beasts below was overwhelming. Their descent would merely result in the loss of 2 more lives, serving little purpose in the grand scheme. Now, an increasing number of beasts are gradually joining this formidable horde, nearing the chaotic tide of monsters. It is hard to believe that this is the result of a single individual's actions. We must devise a way to rescue him, otherwise, this lad is destined for demise. Wang Mang also senses the peril. Nevertheless, he perceives He Xiaolong as an unpredictable variable. He has observed these 2 young men for quite some time, particularly He Xiaolong, whose every move has been peculiar since his arrival here. It appears he bears some form of seal, although Wang Mang cannot discern its nature or unravel it. It is evident that he possesses certain hidden strengths. Perhaps by lending a hand to rescue him today, He Xiaolong's loyal disposition will compel him to remember this favor. Even if he is preoccupied with the present, one might consider that if He Xiaolong grows stronger in the future, he may be inclined to offer assistance in return for today's kindness. Of course, if he lacks the ability, it is inconsequential. After all, one cannot ascertain whether they will survive long enough to witness He Xiaolong's ascendance. It is crucial to acknowledge that, although life and death are unpredictable in this place, no one wishes to embrace death while they still breathe. Moreover, saving that young man offers no immediate benefit. As for whether he will indeed become powerful in the future, that remains to be seen, especially since trust among the inhabitants here is almost negligible. No one is inclined to believe in others. If one were to exhaust themselves in a desperate rescue today, what if He Xiaolong turns against them once he grows strong, forgetting the debt of gratitude? In such a scenario, when the adversary is formidable and oneself is weak, can one truly compel another to repay a debt of gratitude? I am uncertain. Yet I am acutely aware of my own qualifications. Having spent a decade in this place, I have not experienced a single night of peaceful slumber. I have nearly forgotten the essence of laughter. The weariness is overwhelming. I believe that sometimes, taking a gamble is not entirely out of the question. Particularly in the case of this He Xiaolong before me. Wang Meng, as he spoke of this, appeared lost in thought. Every individual who arrives here carries a narrative. Each one is steeped in tragedy. Once one enters this domain, hope for a brighter existence seems utterly extinguished. He possesses a clear understanding of his own capabilities. Without the assistance of a benefactor, reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage would be the utmost limit for him. Furthermore, considering his advancing age, the lifespan during the golden core phase is merely around 200 years. If he does not achieve a breakthrough by the age of 200, he will inevitably return to dust. Thus, time is of the essence. He is currently 170 years old. And where shall he find a benefactor in the next 30 years? As for fate, that concept is rather elusive. Throughout his lengthy tenure here, he has faced life and death numerous times, taken many lives, yet he has not encountered any extraordinary treasures. Roaming the depths of this infernal abyss, he has not discovered any remarkable materials. In summary, he belongs to the forsaken class of individuals, such that now he is compelled to place his minuscule hopes upon that young man, despite He Xiaolong appearing immensely beleaguered as he is pursued by countless beasts. However, this also indicates that the young man possesses certain abilities. Otherwise, with so many magical creatures, many of which are at the golden core and nascent soul stages on his tail, a mere peak foundation establishment practitioner would have long since been caught and torn asunder by the horde. Yet he continues to run, drawing perilously closer to the beasts. Should one wish to rescue him now, it would only serve to benefit the fisherman. The middle-aged man beside him ceased his pleas. Once a friend has made up his mind, it is only natural to offer assistance. Moreover, it is not only Wang Meng who finds himself in this predicament, he too, upon entering that place, realized the insignificance of life. The fallen city is a realm that dwarfs even the entire immortal cultivation forbidden zone. With his peak golden core strength, he could only contemplate escape within those confines. Although he could not discern what precisely captivated his friend about that youth, he deemed it worthwhile to take a chance. Are you suggesting that we lure another batch of beasts over, and amidst the chaos, extricate that young man? Those uninvolved would hardly make the effort to rescue you. Even if you perished at their side, they would scarcely spare a glance. No! They might even take the opportunity to loot, searching for any valuables upon your corpse. Furthermore, the two golden core practitioners lack any substantial backing here, rendering the likelihood of enlisting a formidable ally exceedingly low. Little did He Xiaolong know what transpired above. He was expending every ounce of energy to sprint forward, unable even to discern his direction, running chaotically with a singular thought, to evade the pursuing beasts behind him. Just as he was desperately fleeing, a massive horde of monsters suddenly appeared ahead. Damn it, is fate conspiring against me? He Xiaolong could not help but curse. This is utterly absurd. Surrounded by dangers on all sides, it feels as though wolves are at the front and tigers are at the back. Yet, these are not mere wolves or tigers. They are truly formidable beasts, rank 7 or 8, lurking everywhere. Charging forward, a horde of ferocious monsters awaits. Halting, another menacing group looms behind. He Xiaolong is on the brink of despair. Despite having mastered the art of evasion through countless narrow escapes since his cultivation began, the current predicament leaves him utterly bewildered. There is no time for preparation. Even if he wished to dig a hole, it would require time and spiritual energy, both of which are nearly depleted within him. Chapter 55, A Perilous Rescue. How about that? Am I not loyal? I exerted every ounce of strength to complete a few days' tasks and rushed over. Isn't that exceptionally loyal? Li Zizai, drenched in sweat and with a pale complexion, spoke with a hint of arrogance. He Xiaolong could only chuckle. Could he not sweat this fool aside? If you truly cannot devise a plan, then for heaven's sake, do not come in. At the very least, I would prefer to have someone to recover my body when I perish. Even if these beasts devour my remains, you could at least salvage my clothing or something of the sort. And yet, here you are, charging in without a shred of preparation. I have seen foolishness before, but never this level of stupidity. He Xiaolong was nearly driven to tears by his frustration. Is there any spiritual energy left? He Xiaolong grasped Li Zizai and turned in another direction to continue their ascent. However, with the overwhelming number of beasts, their path was swiftly becoming obstructed. There was a trace of energy remaining, but it was hardly sufficient to utilize. Li Zizai felt a tinge of embarrassment. When he had rushed out, he had employed a boost of spiritual energy to hasten his pace, and his arrival had been similarly swift. Currently, his reserves of spiritual energy, being at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, were rather depleted. Moreover, even at full capacity, confronting such a multitude of magical beasts would scarcely suffice. Should he unleash his most formidable techniques, he would find himself drained in just 2 or 3 strikes. In contrast, He Xiaolong was in a far worse predicament. Having utterly exhausted his energy, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead like rain. Gripping Li Zizai's hand, He Xiaolong wordlessly commenced the absorption of his spiritual energy. To Li Zizai's astonishment, he realized that He Xiaolong possessed this ability. Despite his surprise, he did not oppose the action. Instead, he channeled his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand. Transferring spiritual energy was a skill reserved for masters of the nascent soul stage. Not only those at the pinnacle of foundation establishment but even those in the golden core stage lacked such an ability. Of course, one could forcibly extinguish another's life and seize their energy. Any cultivator could perform such an act. However, borrowing another's energy without causing harm was a feat beyond the capabilities of most, with no known instances of such an ability below the nascent soul stage. The prospect of someone willingly allowing the extraction of their energy seemed utterly implausible, yet in that moment, he clung to a flicker of hope to learn this skill. For one could never have too many talents. He had encountered many such things before, as his family lacked any substantial heritage. Thus, he held a profound curiosity towards all matters related to cultivation. Whenever someone offered items associated with this practice, be it genuine or not, he would eagerly explore them, provided the price was reasonable. There were occasions when he would attempt to practice with some of these items, as long as his body did not exhibit any adverse reactions. He would persist in his endeavors, and this particular secret technique was one such instance. To his astonishment, it proved to be useful today. Are you truly willing to teach? Li Zizai exclaimed, running while feeling utterly exhausted, aware that he might soon meet his demise at the jaws of a magical beast. Yet, he was still somewhat astonished. He Xiaolong, on the other hand, perceived little significance in the matter. If they were fortunate enough to survive today, imparting knowledge to Li Zizai would not be a detriment. After all, it was merely a skill for self-preservation. The ability to borrow such prowess was inherently limited and required the other party's willingness. If one were to desperately withhold their knowledge, the extraction of spiritual energy would be impossible. Of course, this did not apply to those of significantly lower cultivation levels, whom one could overpower to seize their energy. However, when faced with someone of a higher level, the situation became more precarious. There was a possibility that if the other party also possessed this secret technique, he might find himself on the wrong end of a reversal. Moreover, He Xiaolong felt a deep sense of gratitude that Li Zizai had come to his aid, although the latter had recklessly charged in without any preparation. The mere presence of someone willing to face death alongside him was a rare and precious sentiment. Better to live, even in hardship, than to die without purpose. Not everyone possessed such courage, especially considering the fact that He Xiaolong had no prior connection with Li Zizai. Humph. I observed that these two individuals seemed to be engaged in a lively conversation, appearing utterly unconcerned for their safety. Wang Meng, suspended in midair alongside his companion, finds himself in a state of bemusement. Pray, do they not comprehend that they are in a dire struggle for survival? Two formidable groups of ferocious beasts are in pursuit of these two feeble humans, yet they remain preoccupied with their discourse. Have they not contemplated the fact that even if they were willing to learn, the opportunity may never arise? A middle-aged man nearby chuckles softly, remarking, "Though their behavior may seem somewhat imprudent, I must admit their audacity is commendable. To jest in such perilous circumstances demonstrates great courage." Some may argue that when death is imminent, diverting one's attention with trivial chatter or light-hearted banter is only natural. However, those who have never faced the specter of death, who have not grappled with the brink of existence, will never fathom the profound anxiety that accompanies such moments. Some may weep in terror, tremble in fear, or even lose control of their bodily functions. Thus, the fact that He Xiaolong and Li Zizai can still engage in discussions of such inconsequence truly elevates their status to that of remarkable individuals. Come, we must intervene. If we delay any longer, they are bound to meet their demise, Wang Meng declared, refraining from passing judgment on their character. He then propelled himself downward without hesitation. It is essential to note that he had placed his faith in He Xiaolong, after exerting considerable effort to draw the beasts away. Allowing them to perish at this juncture would render his endeavors futile. Meanwhile, the two individuals below, while fleeing from the beasts, suddenly found themselves lifted by their collars and soaring through the air. Chapter 56, A Stroke of Luck if it were him. He would surely be overwhelmed with gratitude if someone saved him at such a critical moment. Yet, glancing at this wretched object in his hand, he felt not a shred of appreciation. Instead, he found himself disdainful. Was his temperament not overly lenient? Typically, when ordinary individuals struggle on the brink of life and death, the sudden gift of salvation would elicit a sigh of relief, perhaps even a sense of joyous survival. However, this impertinent thing in his grasp seemed utterly unfazed. Could it be that those two young men truly feared nothing? In stark contrast to Li Zizai's obstinate demeanor, He Xiaolong genuinely exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your life-saving grace. Should there ever be a time when you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to offer my help." Although he desired to repay their kindness, he recognized that two nascent soul cultivators would scarcely regard the trifles of a foundation-building practitioner. Moreover, to offer a token of gratitude for a life saved would render their lives rather inexpensive, revealing an understanding of the unspoken sentiments between them. While he acknowledged the insignificance of his own status, making a promise served to demonstrate that he was not one to forget kindness. He also believed that in this perilous realm of cultivation, fortunes shift like the tides, and every individual encounters moments of vulnerability. It is not solely the weak who may extend aid to the powerful. After all, just days prior, that young girl had sought refuge at his side. Whether genuine or not, it underscored a crucial reality: those of higher power do not necessarily fare as well as they might envision. Furthermore, the very act of risking their lives to rescue him from the jaws of ferocious beasts was indeed worthy of profound gratitude. Although the agreement previously reached with Wang Meng stipulated that he would rescue two individuals within his capabilities, the current situation has evidently surpassed those limits. After all, hordes of 7th and 8th tier magical beasts surround them, making it nearly impossible for Wang Meng to extricate the two from the jaws of such overwhelming numbers. Yet, he has still chosen to come forth. This gesture of goodwill must be remembered. Even if they currently lack the means to repay him, it should be etched in their hearts, and when the opportunity arises, they will strive to show their gratitude. Words from others are futile. There exists a pure bond of friendship, albeit rare, so scarce that few believe in it. Even though He Xiaolong and Li Zizai have endured together for quite some time, neither truly trusts the other, remaining ever vigilant in their hearts. While this may seem unfeeling, it is precisely such individuals who manage to endure in the long run. This sentiment is not unique to them, it is a shared experience among all. Their conversation flows effortlessly, yet Li Zizai, like a chick held in someone's hand, wears a dark expression, feeling as though he is merely an afterthought. His primary concern is the rescue of He Xiaolong, and in doing so, he feels overshadowed. Moreover, he merely spoke bluntly, never dismissing the idea of gratitude, so why should they scorn him? It baffles him how this fellow has allied himself with He Xiaolong, thriving together in a manner that raises eyebrows. Li Zizai's name has echoed in the realms of bliss, he has heard it more than once, and with his humble foundation, he has managed to thrive here for several years, earning the status of an elder. In this place, death occurs daily, and new members continuously arrive. Li Zizai lives his life with remarkable flamboyance, turning even the most trivial matters into chaos that reverberates throughout the entire realm of bliss. However, he had never regarded such insignificant figures with any esteem before. No matter how tumultuous their antics, they remained mere cultivators at the foundational stage. The journey towards the pinnacle of golden core cultivation remains uncertain and protracted. Moreover, everyone here is an adversary, and one might even consider them a significant resource. If an opportunity arises to eliminate them and convert them into personal cultivation resources, it would not be out of the question. Yet, the fact that he finds himself associating with He Xiaolong, whom he holds in high regard, adds a layer of intrigue. Having departed from the abyssal demon cave, both He Xiaolong and Li Zizai are still haunted by the experience. It was terrifying. How could there be so many demonic beasts in that abyss? They had seemed scarce in their usual appearances. Speaking of this, Li Zizai still feels a shudder of fear. Typically, when they ventured inside, they encountered only a handful of beasts, and seeking out higher-level creatures required deliberate effort. Yet today, an overwhelming number appeared at once. Although the presence of soul-attracting grass played a role, the speed at which these beasts congregated seemed excessively swift. Additionally, that swarm of fire-winged birds had never been seen before. How could they suddenly emerge in such numbers? It was truly terrifying. Fortunately, they managed to escape quickly, and they were rescued, otherwise, they would have met their end today. Young man, some matters are beyond your current comprehension. This abyssal demon cave is a paradise within the city of decadence. Treasure your present life, for in the future. Wang Meng left his thought unfinished. Such opportunities may never arise again. Once one reaches the pinnacle of the golden core, one is bound by obligatory tasks, compelled to comply, regardless of one's desires. Unless, recalling the fates of those who dared to rebel against the confines of the cultivation zone, sent a chill down Wang Meng's spine. He could not fathom the purpose behind the existence of this cultivation zone, especially with so many formidable experts within its boundaries, coupled with the chilling severity of the penalties. Even those high-level cultivators among them could scarcely endure such consequences. It was perplexing how such measures could come to be conceived. With Li Zizai and He Xiaolong's exceptional talents, along with their cunning dispositions, they might amass substantial resources, and before long, ascend to the Golden Core's summit, thus liberating themselves from their current predicaments. Is that place truly perilous? He Xiaolong inquired. If everything previously had been mere speculation, Wang Meng's tone, laden with implication, confirmed that his assumptions were indeed correct. They were evidently being nurtured as a cohort of assassins. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, they would be compelled to undertake missions. But what precisely were these tasks? Was there an even more terrifying aspect to this cultivation zone? Chapter 57, First Whispers of Secrets. The more He Xiaolong pondered, the more alarmed he became. He was entirely unaware of the extent of the cultivation zone, let alone the nature of its various locales. Since his arrival, he had scarcely had the opportunity to observe, as he had been thrust into a series of diverse tasks, fleeing for his life. Ultimately arriving at the city of the fallen, with no chance to venture out again. Yet, it is the very nature of the unknown that breeds profound trepidation. To confront the upper echelons of this forbidden realm of cultivation, understanding this place is the foremost step. While achieving complete knowledge of oneself and the adversary may be an unattainable ideal, acquiring useful insights remains essential, otherwise, one risks becoming a blind fool, oblivious to the formidable powers that reside here. At the very least, until he thoroughly comprehends the enemy's forces, He Xiaolong must refrain from rash actions. Undoubtedly, it is perilous. After reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage, you should have the opportunity to enter, however, even if you are not selected at that zenith. Entry is imperative after attaining the nascent soul stage. In comparison, the life and death trials you currently endure are mere trifles. When Wang Meng spoke of this, his demeanor was notably grave. Despite the current lamentations echoing through the city of decadence, resembling a descent into hell. Once they achieve the golden core peak and progress to the nascent soul phase, they will find themselves in a realm akin to another purgatory. Realizing how laughable their present concerns truly are. Thus, being better prepared for the future enhances their chances of survival. Upon hearing his inquiry, both Wang Meng and the middle-aged man furrowed their brows, caught in a dilemma. The upper echelon of the forbidden cultivation zone strictly prohibits the dissemination of such information. Without having reached that level, no one would possess the knowledge. Yet, they have placed all their hopes on He Xiaolong. If he were to meet an untimely demise, their efforts would be rendered utterly futile. After careful consideration, Wang Meng spoke with a hint of delicacy. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage, one would inevitably be assigned tasks by higher authorities. Our mission entails entering another realm and retrieving various rare treasures of heaven and earth for them. Naturally, we will receive a portion of these treasures, albeit a pitifully small share compared to what we have brought forth. Yet, everyone seems content with this arrangement. Wang Meng's words caused a heavy weight to settle in He Xiaolong and Li Zizai's hearts. It was astonishing that esteemed golden core cultivators would utter such sentiments. They risked their lives, entering that treacherous place to battle fiercely for resources, only to find that the majority of their gains must be surrendered, leaving them with a mere pittance. How could such a situation give rise to such a humble mindset? He Xiaolong refused to believe that these individuals had simply succumbed to despair. If they were indeed so resigned, they would not have survived for so long in this city of degradation. What manner of strength did the administrators of the cultivation forbidden zone possess? He Xiaolong chose not to pursue the matter further. Wang Meng's earlier remarks had already indicated that certain truths were beyond their current comprehension. However, the extent of power wielded within the cultivation forbidden zone remained a complete mystery to He Xiaolong. The woman he encountered on the first day was a tribulation stage cultivator. Yet even among those of the same stage, she had bested him severely. This signified that her strength was remarkably formidable, capable of overwhelming others of the same rank. While it may seem impressive to be invincible at the same tier, achieving such a status is an arduous endeavor. Those who reach the tribulation stage are typically individuals of extraordinary talent and potential. Everyone is a prodigy in their own right. Yet to surpass a multitude of such exceptional individuals speaks volumes of one's formidable prowess. However, it is bewildering that that woman finds herself ensnared within this realm of cultivation. Assuming the role of a mere overseer, is she truly content in her predicament, or does she have her own compelling reasons for remaining here? What manner of individual could compel her to stay? Moreover, could it be that the overseers of this tribulation zone possess only commonplace abilities, while there exist even loftier beings, such as those at the divine transformation stage or the great ascension stage, who transcend the tribulation phase? Although these notions may seem distant from He Xiaolong's reality, they do not deter his curiosity. It remains uncertain, yet it is rumored that the fallen city harbors those at the divine transformation stage. This revelation sent a chill through He Xiaolong, for it confirmed the presence of such formidable entities in this place. Initially, He believed that being confined within this realm was an extraordinary fate reserved for those at the tribulation phase. Yet, the existence of divine transformation experts imprisoned here shatters that assumption, reinforcing the sheer magnitude of power that this cultivation zone wields. In his former world, those at the divine transformation stage were akin to legendary figures, capable of establishing sects and claiming titles as revered ancestors. The fact that they too are shackled within the fallen city is a stark reminder of the depths of this realm's authority. Moreover, the fallen city is but a mere glimpse into the vastness of the cultivation zone. It is entirely plausible that other cities within this domain harbor even more powerful beings. Presently, He Xiaolong is merely a nascent cultivator at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. The years required to ascend to the divine transformation stage are unfathomable. Setting aside the issue of time, the absence of any cultivation resources here renders steady advancement utterly impossible. Moreover, reaching the realm of transformation transcends mere access to resources. Some individuals remain ensnared in a particular realm, unable to break through until their demise, their essence reduced to naught. This stagnation arises from their inability to encounter the breakthrough barrier, let alone penetrate it, thus they are forever trapped in that state. Each significant realm presents a formidable checkpoint. Failure to surpass it means eternal stagnation. The journey from foundation establishment to golden core, from golden core to nascent soul, and from nascent soul to tribulation phase, demands the traversal of such trials. Chapter 58, Policies above, Countermeasures below. Thus, do not be deceived by the apparent ease with which He Xiaolong ascended to the foundation establishment stage, merely by consuming two nearly extinguished nascent souls. In truth, it was a serendipitous convergence of circumstances. Had he not encountered those two battling nascent soul practitioners, his own efforts might have required years, or even decades. Hindered by resource scarcity, rendering lifelong stagnation a distinct possibility. This pertains solely to the foundation establishment stage. Once one aspires to ascend to the golden core stage, the challenges multiply exponentially. In the external world, practitioners grapple with the scarcity of cultivation resources, let alone in such a desolate locale. When might he achieve the transformation stage? Furthermore, even if he were to attain that level, its utility is questionable. Have we not witnessed the once mighty ancestors of the transformation stage now imprisoned within this decaying city? This indicates that the overseers of this cultivation taboo are likely at least at the transformation stage, possibly even possessing the strength of ascendant practitioners. But does he truly possess the fate to cultivate to the ascendant stage? It is not that He Xiaolong underestimates himself, but rather that the current situation is indeed far from optimistic. By the way, do you have any idea how many people inhabit this realm of cultivation? This inquiry was posed by Li Zizai. In truth, he was already aware of the answer. Asking was futile. Although the two individuals before him were both golden core cultivators, they were merely residing in this fallen city. Furthermore, throughout the years since their arrival in this dismal place, he had never heard of anyone managing to escape. Therefore, it was evidently impossible to grasp the entirety of the cultivation forbidden zone. While unknown, one could still speculate. Upon entering that place, many cultivators engaged in discourse. I surmise it is akin to another world. Another world. He Xiaolong and Li Zizai fell into silence, as Wang Mang's words had already provided an answer, indicating that this cultivation forbidden zone was exceptionally vast, so extensive that it surpassed their imagination, and the number of cultivators present was immeasurable. This further substantiated the notion that, apart from this fallen city, there were numerous other locations housing many cultivators. Were they all criminals sent here as punishment? He Xiaolong deemed it necessary to inquire further. He wished to understand the reason behind his own apprehension. Do not tell him it was due to committing a crime. To put it bluntly, even if I were guilty, what right does this cultivation forbidden zone have to detain me? Do they possess such authority? At least among those I know. They were all brought here for a myriad of alleged offenses, not only in this fallen city but also in several adjacent towns. A silence as profound as death enveloped the atmosphere. Wang Meng and the middle-aged golden elixir cultivator exchanged no further words. Their knowledge was limited, and they could only strive to provide answers for He Xiaolong and his companions. Moreover, it seemed that this realm of cultivation had measures in place to prevent the exchange of information, leaving even those in the golden elixir stage, let alone the tribulation stage, with scant understanding of many matters. They were merely beginning to navigate this unfamiliar territory. As for He Xiaolong and his group, the revelations from today's conversation were undoubtedly staggering, affirming many of their previous doubts and confusions. However, this realization was far from comfortable, as it exceeded their expectations by an overwhelming margin. He Xiaolong became acutely aware of the absurdity in his attempts to defy the dominance here, and the daunting challenge of escaping felt insurmountable. In that moment, they recognized their insignificance. Previously, when He Xiaolong confronted the supremacy of divine authority, he felt his own power was lacking but not utterly inconsequential. He believed that everyone possessed their own resources. He was significantly younger than those in divine authority, and he thought that with a bit more effort and perseverance, he could eventually catch up. Yet now, his perspective had shifted. What would be the use of catching up to divine authority? It would serve no purpose at all. In this realm, divine authority merely represented the middle tier. One would still endure blows and remain subject to control. As time passed, second by second, the two golden elixir cultivators remained silent, understanding the turmoil that He Xiaolong and his companions were experiencing, for they had once traversed a similar path. Was it cruel? Wang Meng held a differing perspective. Being unaware of many matters does not inherently equate to a life of happiness. One might choose to live in self-deception for a few years, only to ultimately meet a grim fate. Conversely, acquiring knowledge sooner rather than later is advantageous, as it allows one to prepare adequately. Moreover, not all information bears negative implications. For instance, upon entering that realm, one may discover a plethora of extraordinary treasures. Although most of these must be surrendered, possessing the requisite skills could enable one to discreetly utilize some for personal gain. This insight was shared by a middle-aged alchemist, who spoke no falsehood. Indeed, while the daily tributes are numerous and upon exiting, one is often thoroughly searched by the local authorities. Possessing the necessary abilities allows for the initial use of some resources. Furthermore, any energy absorbed within one's being remains untouchable unless one is vanquished or incapacitated. It is crucial to recognize that such formidable entities, nurtured with great difficulty beyond the nascent soul stage, would not readily allow themselves to be rendered powerless. If every individual were to resort to violence over such matters, the realm would witness the demise of its most potent cultivators, leaving only the weaker ones to venture into that domain in search of remedies. Oh! He Xiaolong raised an eyebrow, as the implications of this discourse were indeed significant. Upon careful analysis, it essentially conveys that entering that realm is advantageous, perhaps presenting opportunities for exploitation. As the saying goes, where there are policies from above, countermeasures arise below. Their countermeasures can only be effective after reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Regarding danger, He Xiaolong does not perceive it as an increased threat upon attaining greater strength, rather, the same peril exists here. Currently, He Xiaolong stands at the apex of the foundation establishment stage. However, at this juncture, he remains a relatively feeble entity, confronted by magical beasts of the golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation stages. In such circumstances, his mortality rate remains unchanged. Alternatively, if one can acquire cultivation resources and discreetly utilize them, then an increased mortality rate is a trivial concern compared to languishing until the end of life, only to vanish into oblivion. Exercise caution. These matters must remain confidential at higher levels, Wang Meng interjected anxiously, fearing the repercussions of any misstep. Chapter 59, A beauty such as this upon reaching their current level. Wang Meng and his companions have begun to grasp certain truths. For instance, this forbidden zone of cultivation, this city of decadence, harbors secrets, the mundane activities of inconsequential figures. once overlooked, now warrant attention. He Xiaolong and his companions find themselves among these minor characters, which emboldens him to offer such extensive insights today. If one were to delve deeper, the information he just divulged is sufficient to plunge them into an abyss from which there is no return. However, now that the words have been spoken and the necessary warnings issued, the absence of any immediate threat indicates that He Xiaolong and his companions have not piqued the interest of their adversaries. This is quite favorable. Wang Meng finds himself exceedingly content with the current circumstances. At this juncture, attracting the attention of higher-ups is hardly a cause for celebration. In such an environment, survival hinges upon maintaining an inconspicuous presence, being discreet, and yet more discreet. The art of appearing unassuming while concealing one's true prowess is presently the most effective survival strategy. Yet, not everyone is afforded such an opportunity. Take Wang Meng, for instance. In the early days, to secure his existence in this place, he showcased his remarkable talents and formidable strength. Gradually, it became impossible for him to remain low-key, and by the time he realized it, it was too late. He had already found himself on the radar of those in power. Hence, it is indeed advantageous that he can now prompt He Xiaolong and the others to cultivate such awareness. Rest assured, even if you do not articulate it, we comprehend the situation. He Xiaolong is not foolish. If this information were not prohibited from dissemination, after spending so many days here, it is inconceivable that Li Zizai, who has been here for several years, remains oblivious to any news. The most plausible explanation is that the higher-ups strictly forbid any revelations to them. Thus, until one's capabilities reach that echelon, even if one were to remain here until death, such knowledge would remain forever out of reach. This is for the best. Many matters remain beyond your current experience, and your perspectives may be overly simplistic. As I previously mentioned, you are forbidden from disclosing any of this information to a third party, do you understand? Otherwise, should calamity befall you, it will not concern us. Wang Meng reiterated his caution. Although he had placed the burden squarely on He Xiaolong, he was keen to avoid any entanglements. Most importantly, he had yet to step into that domain himself. His knowledge was derived chiefly from training and the insights shared by friends. If they were to divulge this information, leading to an investigation, it would inevitably implicate his friends who had merely acted with good intentions. To betray their trust would be tantamount to treachery. Naturally, he believed that He Xiaolong was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation, diminishing the likelihood of such an outcome. However, it was prudent to issue a warning, especially given the naivety of the two young men before him. Rest assured, Brother Wang, we are profoundly grateful for the information you shared with us today. Moreover, our survival in this perilous environment is not solely attributed to our strength. He Xiaolong did not perceive Wang Meng's admonitions as excessive. Were he in Wang's position, he too would exercise caution, for the ramifications of this affair were extensive. You are a discerning individual, and I trust your judgment. Let us leave matters as they stand today. I do not concern myself with your intentions regarding the soul-calling herb, but proceed with caution. Greed can lead to one's undoing. Sometimes, one must adopt a measured approach. One cannot expect to consume an entire feast in a single bite. After the explanation, the two gold core cultivators transformed into two streaks of light and departed. Li Zizai and He Xiaolong raised their eyebrows slightly, surprised that these individuals were aware of the soul-calling herb. What about the other gold core cultivators? Did they also possess this knowledge? If that were the case, the situation would be dire, for the soul-calling herb was the most crucial element in their forthcoming plans. If its existence were common knowledge, its significance would diminish substantially. After pondering this, He Xiaolong turned to Li Zizai and instructed, in the next few days, inquire about the soul-calling herb. Determine how many cultivators are aware of it, especially those who are our future targets. However, be careful not to reveal too much. Originally, He Xiaolong intended to act swiftly, targeting his objectives with precision and decisiveness. Yet, he now reconsidered, for Wang Meng was aware of the herb's properties, and the nearby gold core cultivator had displayed no signs of surprise upon hearing its mention. This indicated that both individuals were informed, and the only two gold core cultivators he knew were both familiar with this spiritual herb. He feared he might be woefully ignorant. If this herb were widely known, their plans would require significant adjustments. "You will be directing my actions," Li Zizai muttered. Yet he proceeded with a leisurely demeanor to fulfill the task. Now that he had aligned himself with these individuals, running errands seemed a trivial matter. Li Zizai was adaptable, capable of bending to circumstances. Running errands was acceptable, especially since He Xiaolong had spoken so courteously. Even if it were a direct order, he would comply without hesitation. Returning to his humble abode, He Xiaolong contemplated the path that lay ahead. The only entity upon which he could rely was himself. Yet his abilities seemed rather insignificant in this realm. Reflecting on the artifact within him, he pondered whether it might prove to be of some utility. However, he had never summoned it forth, and its true nature remained a mystery to him. As it stood, the prospect of seeking companionship or escaping this realm of cultivation seemed increasingly remote. Time would inevitably obliterate all, including love and enmity. He dreaded the day when, should they meet again, he might fail to recall the visage of the other, and he yearned to avoid a melodramatic encounter born of missed opportunities. Time flowed steadily. Soon, a striking figure manifested upon the pristine white paper. Though not an otherworldly beauty, she possessed a charm that grew more captivating with each glance, evoking a refreshing sense of spring. Upon encountering her likeness, one would realize that true beauty is indeed found in such a form. Chapter 60, Is this fellow mad? After setting down his brush, He Xiaolong gazed at the painting for an extended period. Ultimately, with a heart full of longing, he carefully stored it within his storage ring. At this juncture, apart from avenging his kin and locating this woman, he could find no other reason to persevere. Even the thought of vengeance had to take a back seat. For regardless of the depth of animosity, those he sought to avenge no longer existed. Even if he were to exact retribution, his people would remain oblivious to it. Thus, if he were to take action, it would have to be against those in the early or mid stages of the Golden Core, preferably without any backing. After listening to Li Zizai's words, He Xiaolong lowered his head in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke. "Do you think that place might be abundant in rare treasures of heaven and earth, such as spiritual herbs? Although the soul-guiding grass is not widely known among our echelon, once one reaches the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, it is plausible that upon entering that realm, they would receive training, and the soul-guiding grass would be one of the resources offered." This reasoning aligns with the speculations of comic characters like Xiaolong. Indeed, for those venturing into the forbidden zones of cultivation, what are they after? The resources coveted by cultivators are, after all, various highly concentrated treasures of heaven and earth, which can be broadly categorized into three types. The first type consists of spiritual herbs and medicines. The second encompasses various richly infused ores, including spirit stones. The third type comprises beasts, whether demonic or spiritual. Their bodies are replete with treasures, and whether one defeats them or forms a contract, one's strength can significantly surge. However, the knowledge each individual possesses varies greatly, much of it rooted in their original worlds, leaving them oblivious to rare entities, such as spiritual herbs. Now that others are aware of the soul-guiding grass, the challenge of acting discreetly has undeniably escalated. He Xiaolong hesitated for a moment. The risk associated with eliminating an early-stage Golden Core practitioner is not lesser than that of targeting a peak practitioner, yet the rewards are considerably diminished. Moreover, since he and Li Zizai have resolved to embark on significant endeavors together, it is only natural for them to break through together. Otherwise, should he ascend to a higher tier, leaving Li Zizai behind would serve little purpose. The resources required for two individuals to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Core are far greater than merely eliminating one Golden Core cultivator. Reflecting on the plight of that woman, who remains unaware of her suffering, He Xiaolong fiercely closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Kill? Why not kill? After all, It is the same here, who knows if we will survive until tomorrow? Since we are all destined to perish, why not take a risk? He Xiaolong resolved to cultivate rapidly, regardless of the dangers involved. In that moment, he pondered whether death would signify the end of it all, leaving him to reincarnate without recollection of his past. Yet, such thoughts flitted through his mind like shadows. Not everyone possesses the courage to embrace self-destruction. Witnessing others who, on the brink of death, still cling to life, hoping for a moment's delay or a fleeting struggle, reveals the innate survival instinct that resides within the human heart. He Xiaolong, like many others, had never encountered anyone truly unafraid of death. At least, he had not heard of such a person until now. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Li Zizai nodded in agreement. With their course of action determined, the two meticulously devised a plan. First gathering intel on the backgrounds of those at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Subsequently, they spent several days navigating the hellish abyss, primarily to assess the terrain. It was imperative for them to understand the geography of the hellish abyss and the types of demonic creatures that lurked nearby, ensuring that once they lured the foes and beasts, they could make their escape with utmost swiftness. Otherwise, if they are unfamiliar with the terrain, it may remain uncertain who among them might fall prey to the beasts. 3 days later, the two were fully prepared. This morning, as everyone stepped out, before they could even enter the realms of Elysium and the City of Decay, Li Zizai collided with an exceedingly corpulent individual. Before the latter had a chance to utter a word, Li Zizai sprang to his feet and delivered a resounding slap to the hefty man's face. Furthermore, in the midst of the bustling crowd, it was difficult to ascertain who had bumped into whom. This fellow could very well be the one to lodge a complaint first. Observing the surrounding onlookers halting in their tracks, Li Zizai, far from feeling intimidated, menacingly pointed at the rotund man and exclaimed, "Can't you see? You've crashed into me and yet you want to apologize? With a physique like yours, how dare you practice cultivation or even venture outdoors? Are you trying to bring disgrace upon cultivators?" His barrage of words left not only the hefty man but also the surrounding spectators in a state of bewilderment, all casting strange glances at Li Zizai, with a singular thought crossing their minds: has this fellow lost his sanity? Chapter 61. Deliberate provocation. While it is true that many cultivators possess their own tempers, with countless exhibiting rather poor dispositions, even bordering on volatile, it was a rare sight to witness someone resorting to violence over such a trivial matter, particularly a grown man striking another. This was indeed a first. This young man was either utterly deranged or deliberately seeking trouble. Perhaps life in this place was excessively monotonous, or perhaps no one was in a hurry, prompting them to stand still and indulge in the gossip. After a brief moment of shock, the corpulent man regained his composure, glaring at Li Zizai with eyes that seemed to ignite with fury. "Who the hell are you, you insolent brat? Do you not recognize your esteemed Uncle Fat? Are you so impatient with life that you dare to strike me?" exclaimed Li Zizai, eyeing the hefty figure before him. "Ah, it appears to be the rotund gentleman himself. Who bestowed such a name upon you? It seems rather fitting given your physique, does it not? Truly, you embody your name. However, your size is not the issue. It is your audacity to embarrass yourself in public that warrants criticism. Did you not notice the throngs of people eager to venture out this morning? Have you failed to observe the overwhelming crowd? Yet, you insist on pushing to the front, colliding with me in the process. You knock me down. And then to my astonishment, you don't even offer an apology. Not even a token compensation? Have you no sense of awareness or decorum?" Li Zizai continued his tirade without a moment's pause. Those around him were taken aback, including He Xiaolong, who had never witnessed a man speak so fervently. Traditionally, disputes seemed to be the domain of women. He Xiaolong recalled the lengthy altercations he'd overheard between elderly ladies, their invectives flowing seamlessly without repetition. At that time, he had often thought to himself, never engage in a quarrel with a woman. If confrontation arises, better to resort to fists than words. However, Li Zizai had certainly changed his perspective. This young man was a force to be reckoned with. If he were to harness his talent for conversation, he could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the world's wealthiest. The hefty man, taken aback by the verbal onslaught, seemed to regain his composure only after Li Zizai's voice subsided. "You little brat, do you seek your own demise?" he retorted, though he dared not unleash his fury upon the overseer of the cultivation zone. Instead, he directed his threats at Li Zizai. "If you possess any courage, enter the realm of bliss and see if I don't bring you to your end." The notion of venturing into the realm of bliss is but a jest. How could a distinguished Golden Core cultivator engage in a challenge with a mere foundation establishment practitioner without any suspense? Even if one were to presume that Li Zizai was intentionally seeking trouble, it is evident that he would likely hesitate to undertake any tasks today. What difference does it make, akin to offering one's head as a gift? "If I must go, do you think I fear you? Despite your current status as a Golden Core practitioner, your initial stage prowess does not command my respect. I could easily take on 10 of you, do you believe otherwise?" Li Zizai remains utterly audacious. Observing the Golden Core cultivator, he perceives only a toddler learning to walk, dismissing him entirely with palpable disdain. Such contempt infuriates the rotund man. He Xiaolong is utterly convinced that, were it not for the presence of the overseers, the hefty fellow would have seen to it that Li Zizai met his demise. Though his cultivation level is indeed lacking and appears to have been artificially elevated to the initial Golden Core stage, he does not exhibit remarkable prowess. Furthermore, this may be related to his physique. Had both been at the initial Golden Core level, the portly individual would undoubtedly be defeated. Nonetheless, regardless of how ineffectual a Golden Core practitioner may seem, they are still a Golden Core. The spiritual energy of a foundation establishment cultivator is rife with impurities. Yet once one condenses their Golden Core, their spiritual energy becomes significantly purer and, consequently, more formidable. The leap from foundation establishment to Golden Core is substantial, representing a qualitative transformation of spiritual energy that cannot be compensated for by mere quantity. Even if Li Zizai is extraordinarily clever and has fared well, the prospect of triumphing against an initial Golden Core practitioner is nearly impossible. What He Xiaolong is aware of, others naturally are as well. At this moment, the gazes directed at Li Zizai were laced with derision, as they deemed him utterly insane. In this place, homicides are commonplace, provocations and conflicts are not unheard of. Yet the crux lies in the fact that individuals operate within their own capabilities. For instance, those in the foundation establishment stage engage with others of the same level, while those in the Golden Core stage contend with their peers. Those of lesser cultivation dare not provoke those superior to them, and those more formidable typically refrain from initiating conflict unless provoked, as it is simply unnecessary. Yet what did they witness now? They beheld a pinnacle foundation establishment youth audaciously seeking trouble with a Golden Core practitioner. Is this not the epitome of madness? If one were to court death, it ought to be with purpose, such as venturing into the infernal abyss to slay a horde of demons. A victory would yield a bounty of resources, and combat serves as the most effective means of breakthrough, allowing one to garner experience and reap multiple rewards. A defeat, on the other hand, would merely result in the loss of a life. However, to randomly provoke this Golden Core cultivator, what could he possibly gain? The thoughts of the rotund man mirrored those of the others. His early Golden Core cultivation was not particularly esteemed here, and he lived each day in trepidation. While he could endure the scorn of others, it stung to be belittled by a youth even more pitiful than himself. This led him to believe he had perhaps been too modest in the past, allowing even the most insignificant of beings to trample upon him. Thus, he resolved to make an example today, to decisively assert his authority over this young man, ensuring that all present would understand that the reputation of Fat Lord was not to be taken lightly. Otherwise, where would he place his face in the future? Before even reaching the Golden Core stage, he dares to intentionally slap him. If they were to attain equal cultivation levels in the future, would he not be able to overpower him? Thus, his gaze towards Li Zizai was laced with provocation. It matters not whether you think highly of me. If you claim you can strike me 10 times, so be it. As long as you can withstand my 10 strikes, I, Yao Pengzi, shall concede defeat today. What Yao Pengzi proposed appeared to be a significant concession. Chapter 62, The Illusion of Deceivability in a Life and Death Struggle. One could annihilate numerous foundation establishment cultivators. The disparity in levels is not something everyone can surmount. He Xiaolong managed to escape from a nascent soul cultivator by relying on his hidden cards and a stroke of luck. However, not everyone possesses such fortune. For instance, the magical artifact within him saves his life each time he nears death, but do others possess such a precious treasure? No! Even if others did, He Xiaolong could confidently assert that such treasures are indeed rare in this world, not something everyone can obtain. Thus, Yao Pengzi's seemingly magnanimous words were, in fact, a malicious intent towards Li Zizai's life. In other words, even if Li Zizai possesses some abilities and evades a few of his strikes, enduring 10 strikes in a full-force confrontation would surely cost him his life. Li Zizai scoffed inwardly. These individuals stand atop the moral high ground, speaking with such grandiloquence. Yet are they not merely sulking in embarrassment over the earlier incident? Doesn't he still yearn for his own life? He speaks as if he possesses great magnanimity. If he truly were magnanimous, he would not be so concerned. He should dismiss me as inconsequential. Though Li Zizai may internally scoff at the absurdity of it all, he maintains an expression of disdain. After all, I have no desire to take a life. Furthermore, who knows what powerful allies you might have lurking behind you? If I were to end your existence, those friends of yours might come seeking vengeance, and I would find myself unjustly slain. Were we of equal standing in cultivation, this matter would not seem so grave. In their eyes, beyond the pursuit of survival and resources for cultivation, everything else is expendable: family ties, love, dignity. For some, these concepts hold immense value, while for others, they amount to naught. Yet, this situation cannot simply be disregarded. For Li Zizai is not merely another cultivator of the same tier, he is but a fledgling in the foundational stage. Under such circumstances, having ascended a significant realm above, it is intolerable to be bullied in such a manner. If this incident were to be overlooked, it would bring disgrace upon the name of Fatty Yao. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, this young man shall not escape unscathed. So, you presume upon my leniency, do you? I choose not to take your life. And yet you display displeasure. Li Zizai remains nonchalant, and his words elicit a chorus of disapproval from those around him. This young man is undoubtedly lacking in judgment. Should he not be offering a sincere apology and retreating with humility? However, once you step into those two realms, Fatty Yao could follow closely behind. And one might not even know how one meets their end. Young man, have you truly considered your path? Do you truly believe that I am powerless against you? Threatened the rotund Xiao Yao. His thoughts were evidently aligned with his words. As long as one had not reached the pinnacle of the golden course stage or had not been selected by the higher-ups for that esteemed place, all sources of sustenance and cultivation resources must be sought within the realms of the blissful world and the abyssal demonic cavern. A day or two without consequences might be bearable, yet persisting in such a situation was evidently untenable. Thus, even if he could not take action against this young man today, the number of residents here was limited, and it was entirely feasible to keep a watchful eye on him daily. As soon as this lad dared to step outside, he would follow closely behind. And the moment he entered those two realms, he would strike with lethal intent. He could hardly believe that this youth could suddenly transcend to the golden core stage and surpass his own prowess without any resources at his disposal. Moreover, many individuals, despite having ample resources, remain stuck at the peak of the foundation establishment stage throughout their lifetime. Who could say how many years it would take for Li Zizai to grow to match his level of power? The passage of time had been ample enough for him to reduce this young man to mere pulp. Who says I fear you? Since you seem so eager for an early demise, let us engage in a different kind of contest, one that poses no threat to your life, nor to mine, yet still allows you to vent your frustrations. What do you say? Li Zizai sighed inwardly. At long last, he had articulated what needed to be said, otherwise he would have been stuck bickering with the rotund man indefinitely. With that time, they could have ventured into the abyssal demonic cavern and slain several beasts, all of which were sources of cultivation resources and spiritual energy. In this realm, nothing surpasses the significance of spiritual energy. At times, even life itself pales in comparison to the value of cultivation resources. To articulate it more precisely, the most precious and simultaneously the most expendable commodity here is human life. It is akin to those who have perished, their remains rendered to nothingness, as their bodies are utilized to the fullest extent. The higher the cultivation level of a practitioner, the more they embody treasures. Even their bones may be fashioned into weapons, and their blood is deemed invaluable. Thus, the phrase a good death holds little relevance for cultivators, for they all face a grim fate. To Li Zizai, wasting time equates to squandering his resources, which is tantamount to jeopardizing his very existence. Such an affront to natural justice is intolerable. Were it not for that young man's golden elixir, there would be no need for him to engage in protracted discussions with this corpulent individual. Yet, there is a silver lining, this lad appears rather gullible. Chapter 63, A Masterful Pitfall. Otherwise, those who attain the golden core stage are seldom youthful. Young practitioners like He Xiaolong are indeed rare. In regions where resources are even scarcer, it is not uncommon for practitioners at the initial stage of the golden core to be several centuries old. Under such circumstances, even a pig could attain sentience, rendering it impossible to deceive someone with ease. Thus, upon encountering this rotund figure, Li Zizai perceived an opportunity akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Who better to deceive than one such as he? As anticipated, the hefty man fell for the ruse. Pray tell. In truth, Fat Yao is not as easily deceived as one might think. He firmly believes that, as a practitioner at the golden core stage, this young man before him, no matter how cunning, is merely at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Regardless of the conditions he proposes, victory is assured for him. It is often said that when one's strength reaches a certain level, all schemes and conspiracies become insubstantial. He has held steadfast to this belief. Thus, he remains confident that this young man would not dare to concoct any nefarious plots in his presence. And even if he did, Fat Yao would not be concerned, relying on his formidable martial prowess. This was precisely the effect he desired. Li Zizai chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a serious facade as he suggested, how about we have a competition in the Hell Demon Cave? What do you mean? Fat Yao was perplexed. What was there to compete in the Hell Demon Cave? Given their current enmity, any location would lead to a fight to the death. What difference would it make whether they were in the blissful realm or the Hell Demon Cave? If it were merely to engage in a battle there, Fat Yao deemed it unnecessary. After all, the humiliation he faced today could not simply be brushed aside. This young man before him was destined to die today, whether by death or other means. Of course, if this young man had backing, that would be a different matter. Should his supporter possess comparable strength, then the contest would shift to their respective backing. For instance, Fat Yao's ally was a nascent soul practitioner. However, if this young man's support was at the nascent soul stage or higher, then he would have to swallow today's humiliation. Perhaps he might even find himself compelled to apologize after being defeated. Yet, if this young man lacked substantial support, Fat Yao would not hesitate to claim his life without mercy. Although this young man appears to be utterly destitute and likely possesses nothing of value, the prospect of siphoning his cultivation and vitality remains enticing. Patience is key. My suggestion, devoid of inciting conflict, involves venturing into the abyssal dungeon for 3 days and nights. Of course, we must not merely linger at the periphery, we ought to delve into areas teeming with demonic beasts. Whoever emerges alive will have fulfilled their part in this endeavor. What do you think? Li Zizai maintained a cheerful demeanor, as if the idea of seeking out the densest clusters of demonic creatures was merely a jest. Yet, the reality is well understood. Every demonic beast within the abyssal dungeon, regardless of its level, possesses formidable lethality. High-level beasts tend to be solitary, often serving as leaders within their groups, while the lowly beasts manage to survive in such a perilous environment due to their inherent advantages, primarily their social nature. Take, for instance, the fire-winged birds encountered by Li Zizai and his companions. Although their individual strength is lacking, and their potential for growth is modest, they thrive through their pack mentality. When one calls for aid, the others rush in without hesitation, sacrificing themselves to drag down the enemy. In essence, these creatures are willing to expend their lives to ensure the demise of their foes. Under such circumstances, provoking a high-level beast is clearly unwise, while inciting a lower-tier foe could lead to exhaustion and death as well. The distinction lies merely in the swiftness of demise. What if both could emerge unscathed? After a moment of contemplation, Yao Pengzi finally inquired. Given the current situation, his chances of survival alongside this young man in the abyssal dungeon far exceed those of his companion. However, one can never be certain. What if misfortune befalls him? For instance, if he were to encounter a beast of the Yuanying level, while Li Zizai faced a magical creature of the same rank, the outcome of their survival would remain uncertain. Should one perish, the conflict would naturally dissipate, yet what if both emerged unscathed? Would that not necessitate the continuation of their strife? If both were to survive, how about this? I shall assist you in your endeavors without expectation of recompense. I will cover the resources you owe daily, and let today's incident be forgotten. Should I meet my demise within, you must refrain from seeking vengeance upon my friends. We shall consider all matters settled. Of course, if you were to fall, it would be of no concern to me. Pa, how shameless! Those surrounding them at this moment could scarcely contain their urge to voice such sentiments. Today's affair was clearly instigated by Li Zizai, who sought trouble with others. Yet in the end, he appeared to emerge unscathed. It sounded equitable, yet the reality was far different. The rotund Yao could have resolved the matter with a single strike. Yet it had spiraled into such a convoluted situation. Ultimately, this scoundrel was relying on Yao's humiliation, compelling him to resolve the issue today. Taking advantage of Yao's urgency, all while feigning innocence. Otherwise, with such obstruction, it was only a matter of time before this rogue met his own demise. Yao, of course, understood this, but upon assessing the young man's level and equipment, he nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as you suggest. With that, he turned towards the direction of the abyssal demonic cave. It was not that he was cowardly or willing to suffer loss, nor was he outmaneuvered, rather. He believed that once one embarks on the path of cultivation, one must have the courage to contend against the heavens. One might initially acquiesce to this young man's request, with the intention of later retracting their agreement once their anger has dissipated. Should their ire remain unresolved, they could take decisive action during the young man's passage to either paradise or the abyss, eliminating him without hesitation. Ultimately, as long as they emerge unscathed, the fate of the young man would no longer be under his control. Would anyone else truly find amusement in intervening in such trivial matters? Chapter 64, Who schemes against whom? Moreover, even if this young man's companions sought to avenge him, could mere individuals of the same foundational level truly possess the capability to execute such retribution? The inhabitants of this realm are notably pragmatic. The rotund Yao harbors no illusions that anyone would risk their life for a fleeting acquaintance, especially one who has already met their demise. As for the notion of this young man having backing, any reckoning would likely occur only after his death. Individuals such as He Xiaolong are indeed destined for the depths of the abyss, yet others may not share this path, following the routes they had originally envisioned. After all, such occurrences are merely fodder for gossip. The life and death of others hold no significance for them, rendering it unnecessary to disrupt their meticulously laid plans over trivialities. Each individual possesses their own strengths, determining their trajectory whether in the abyss or in paradise based on their inherent capabilities. Those endowed with profound spiritual energy are inclined to choose the path to paradise, for if they were to establish a stronghold, their chances of repelling challengers would be significantly heightened. However, venturing into the abyssal cavern presents a stark contrast. Therein, one's fate is dictated solely by luck. Regardless of whether one is at the foundation establishment stage, the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, fortune is the sole arbiter within the depths of the abyssal cavern. Even if one possesses the prowess of a nascent soul expert, encountering a tribulation stage beast renders one utterly defenseless. Consequently, some individuals are reluctant to tempt fate. Yet, for the likes of He Xiaolong and his companions, the scenario differs vastly. Should they find themselves in the paradise realm, whether vying for a secluded chamber to cultivate or defending their position in a competition, the challenges they face would be monumental. After all, the reserves of spiritual energy at the foundation establishment stage are limited and far from pure. While one might prevail against 2 challengers in a day, what of 10 or 8? Even in a will battle, exhaustion can be the ultimate victor. Thus, some would rather gamble their fortunes in the abyssal cavern. Moreover, there exists an element of chance even within the paradise realm. For instance, some cultivators, despite being at the foundation establishment stage, may yield a bounty of cultivation resources upon their defeat. These are often referred to as the proverbial plump sheep. Conversely, there are those cultivators who are particularly impoverished. Aside from draining their cultivation, they offer little else of value. As they entered the abyssal cavern, Fat Yao turned to Li Zizai and inquired, "Shall we proceed together?" The depths of the abyssal cavern are merely a notion. The myriad of beast species residing there exhibit varying degrees of strength. Due to the influx of humans, the outer regions have become somewhat desolate, with the beasts, instinctively fearing for their lives, retreating and claiming certain areas as their territory. Thus, the expanse of the abyssal cavern's depths is particularly vast, and whether to embark in the same direction had not been prearranged. Go ahead. But if you do not head in the same direction, who knows whether you will delve into the depths? Li Zizai remarked, his mind preoccupied with the thought of what would happen to your golden core if it were devoured by a beast. It is worth noting that not only do humans slay beasts to acquire substantial cultivation resources, but beasts can also enhance their prowess by consuming humans. Yao, the rotund one, snorted disdainfully before inquiring, "Do you have any support?" His inquiry was not merely casual, he was gauging the strength of the young man's backing. If this youth's protector were formidable, he would think twice. Conversely, if the lad stood alone, he contemplated ending his life right here. They had already entered this hellish abyss, and though they had reached an agreement, no oaths had been sworn. At this juncture, should he choose to retract his word, he would only face the scorn of others for lacking integrity. Yet in such a wretched place, who truly cares about one's morals? Does possessing noble character absolve one from killing others or seizing resources? Will one's virtuous nature earn the mercy from those who would otherwise take their life? Do not be naive. In this realm, it is a battleground of strife and slaughter. Only the selfish, ruthless, and brutal thrive. While there are indeed groups that band together, tales of betrayal have become all too common over the years, leading many to prefer solitary endeavors. Instances like that of Li Zizai and He Xiaolong, who forged a bond through battle, are exceedingly rare. Although they presently appear to share a strong camaraderie, when faced with life and death peril or disputes over spoils, who can predict whether they might turn against each other? Human beings possess a heart, and when a trusted comrade suddenly betrays one, it inevitably brings forth pain. Witnessing such chaotic events, the ranks of allies in this fallen city have dwindled significantly. Upon hearing this, Li Zizai, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped the underlying meaning. I may lack a formidable backing, yet my friend is well connected. A simple inquiry would reveal that he is a powerful entity at the nascent soul stage. Of course, should I meet my demise, there would be no repercussions for him, as the fault lies with me in this matter. However, should my friend seek vengeance on my behalf and you dare to harm him, the consequences could be unpredictable. Though he remained unaware of Li Zizai's true background, Li Zizai had spent days uncovering the histories of these individuals, acquiring a modicum of knowledge, regardless of its veracity. He retained this information in his mind. At this juncture, making exaggerated claims of his own connections would be unwise. There are but a few renowned figures here, and he had never been seen in their company. No one is a fool. Should he boast of his alliances, they would surely advise him to seek support. Conversely, if he downplayed his connections, the Golden Core cultivator would hardly regard him with respect. He believed he struck the right balance. Thus, they proceeded onward. Yao, the rotund figure, found his thoughts accurately surmised by Li Zizai. Both of their allies could be considered formidable at the nascent soul stage. If he were to turn against them now, especially with so many witnesses present, it would not take long for any high-ranking cultivators to uncover the truth. However, if this fellow provoked him first and then met his demise according to their agreement, it could very well be that his death was not at his own hands but rather at the jaws of a beast, which would render him blameless. Thus, the rotund Yao relinquished the notion of eliminating Li Zizai at that moment. All of this transpired within the scheming minds of He Xiaolong and Li Zizai, who were intent on orchestrating Yao's demise at the hands of a monster. When the time came, they would retrieve the body, ensuring their actions were shrouded in secrecy to evade the notice of other cultivators. As for what to do with Yao's golden den afterwards, that could be decided later. After all, they were not limited to this single venture. They intended to slay several more golden den cultivators, plundering their wealth before sharing the spoils with He Xiaolong. Chapter 65. The girl blocking the path. He held a small amount of soul-calling grass powder, and when Yao was momentarily distracted, he skillfully conjured it with his spiritual energy, scattering it upon Yao's hair. As for why he did not sprinkle it on Yao's clothing, Li Zizai reasoned that should the corpulent fellow suddenly sense something awry and change his attire, it would render their efforts futile. By applying it to the hair, it would come into contact with the skin, rendering any subsequent alterations moot. Though this action may have seemed superfluous, Li Zizai maintained that whether it was the hair or the clothing, the precaution was of no hindrance. As the two ventured deeper into the hellish abyss, on the other side, He Xiaolong had also circled around to the gathering place of the beasts. While Li Zizai's task was nearing completion, He Xiaolong's was just beginning. As they had previously agreed, it was now He Xiaolong's responsibility to lure the monsters forth. Indeed, attracting magical beasts requires a certain finesse. It is not merely a haphazard endeavor to summon a horde of creatures. What if, as on that fateful day, a tide of beasts were to be unleashed? At that moment, neither he nor Li Zizai would find solace, let alone the prospect of acquiring someone else's golden elixir. If the beasts were of a significantly higher level, what would become of Yao Pengzi before he could even react? Should he be devoured whole along with his elixir? Would they not find themselves with nothing but futile efforts? Thus, given Yao Pengzi's capabilities, the magical beasts he lured should be within the golden elixir tier, preferably of a higher echelon. This would allow Yao Pengzi to engage in a brief skirmish with the beasts, yet not to the extent of being overwhelmed. Ideally, a scenario where both parties suffer would result in the procurement of a golden elixir beast's carcass, alongside Yao Pengzi's demise. However, as they continued on their path, He Xiaolong encountered a minor complication once again. It was the little girl named Lingling. "You stinky uncle, I approached you that day to plead. Yet you showed no sign of acknowledgement at all." Her words were accompanied by that ever-gleeful smile. Despite having been rebuffed by He Xiaolong previously, she appeared unfazed by his demeanor. The sight of her beaming face irked He Xiaolong. One could easily surmise with a mere thought that in such a fiercely competitive environment, where death was a daily occurrence, anyone remaining cheerful and carefree must either be blissfully ignorant or psychologically disturbed. He Xiaolong considered that Li Zizai belonged to the former category. Yet this little girl, she seemed to embody the latter. Perhaps in the eyes of this little girl, death, murder, and bloodshed are mere trifles. She might perceive a life and death duel as nothing more than a game. Such individuals are the most terrifying. "What brings you here?" Dislike aside, having crossed paths, He Xiaolong still offered a greeting. Moreover, driven by purpose, he moved faster than Li Zizai and his companion, who had yet to venture deep into the forest. He still had a bit of time. "Uncle, I have a great secret, don't you want to know? Do tell." He Xiaolong thought the so-called great secret might not hold much significance for him. In this place, the paramount concern is survival, followed by seizing resources for cultivation, and lastly, discovering a way out. Such knowledge is not for everyone. Although this little girl was associated with the god authority, He Xiaolong did not believe that the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone were truly so timid as to divulge any secrets. Ultimately, even if the god authority, possessing the strength of the tribulation stage, were privy to certain information, it was certain that they had been sworn to secrecy, particularly concerning anything beneath the peak of the golden core stage. Brother God Authority entered a certain place and sustained grave injuries. He has now been captured and taken to another location, no longer in the blissful realm. "May I accompany you?" Lingling finally expressed her thoughts. He Xiaolong let out a cold laugh. He had suspected something was amiss. It was indeed peculiar that he had not encountered the God Authority for such an extended period, only to discover that the person was no longer present. However, He Xiaolong possessed knowledge that surpassed that of the girl by a slight margin. The location she mentioned was likely the one abundant with celestial treasures, a place where missions were forcibly executed. Yet, the depth of the girl's thoughts was quite profound. Initially, she had been under the protection of the most powerful deity, but now, witnessing the demise of those around her, she turned to him for assistance. What had instilled such confidence in her that she believed he would bear the burden of her presence? Did he not secure a protector for her before his departure? He Xiaolong pondered. Upon entering the blissful realm, were not these two individuals situated among the upper echelons? Given the cautious nature of the supreme deity, would he not have ensured that this girl had a golden core cultivator as her guardian before embarking on a mission? In that fleeting moment, He Xiaolong contemplated extensively, was this the scheme of others, or merely the product of the girl's own machinations? What sinister plots lay concealed behind this fade? If all of this was indeed orchestrated by the girl, then her intellect was truly formidable. He Xiaolong could not shake the memory of the woman's words upon his initial arrival. To this day, he dared not regard her as a mere innocent little sister. At first, the supreme deity had stated that he would be departing to a certain location and could not watch over her daily. Thus, he arranged for a fledgling golden core cultivator to serve as her protector, advising her to seek him should any troubles arise. Yet, that individual had perished, and now she could no longer reach the supreme deity. As she lamented, "You are aware that I have yet to reach the foundation establishment stage. I am utterly unprepared to venture into this hellish abyss. Today marks my very first entry. In the realm of bliss, I hesitated to challenge others, having refrained from submitting resources for several days, thus enduring daily penalties. Therefore, dear uncle, considering our shared entrance into this place, could you extend your assistance to me? I vow that once Brother Divine Authority emerges, he shall undoubtedly repay your kindness." The little girl spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 66, Assist me. Why would he help? He Xiaolong refrained from voicing any other objections, instead inquiring about a seemingly unrelated matter. His curiosity was piqued. Everyone here had entered for various reasons, and it was evident that this little girl was unfamiliar with Brother Divine Authority prior to their encounter. Yet, inexplicably, since their meeting, the two appeared to have formed an unspoken alliance. This was far from a favorable sign. Moreover, the little girl had shown a distinct aversion towards him from the outset, addressing others as brother while referring to him as smelly uncle, and her demeanor was exceedingly ungracious. Though she smiled, that smile did not necessarily imply her words were kind. The girl across from him seemed to momentarily falter in her smile, only to quickly regain her composure. The speed of which led He Xiaolong to question if the previous moment had merely been a figment of his imagination. "Are you bothered by my calling you smelly uncle? If so, I shall henceforth address you as brother, if that pleases you." In that instant, He Xiaolong found her exceedingly uncanny. Indeed, she was not like a typical adolescent girl. She appeared oddly perceptive, as though she could read the thoughts of others. He Xiaolong was certain that he had never displayed any aversion towards the little girl. In truth, he bore no disdain for her, he simply regarded her as an inconsequential presence, neither particularly endearing nor particularly loathsome. The soul-searching technique was a form of arcane knowledge. Once mastered, coupled with adequate ability, it allowed one to delve into the depths of another's consciousness, uncovering the entirety of their past experiences. However, this was distinct from mind reading. The mere fact that this little girl, with her cultivation below the foundational stage, could survive for so many days in a place like the fallen city was nothing short of miraculous. Upon reflecting, he realized that when he arrived in the fallen city, he was already at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, yet he found existence here exceedingly arduous. The little girl had managed to endure long after the deity's authority had departed. Could it merely be attributed to good fortune? Undeniably, some individuals possess extraordinary luck. But could such luck persist through one instance, 2 instances, 3, 4, or even more? If a cultivator could navigate their path solely through serendipity, what then becomes of the diligent efforts of others? The more he pondered, the greater his trepidation grew. Why? Because whether this woman was cunningly strategic, had formidable backing, or her luck was indeed invincible, associating with her seemed a perilous choice, anyone entangled with her would likely end up as mere cannon fodder. Isn't there a saying that goes, wherever strong individuals tread, many shall fall? Even He Xiaolong harbored doubts, should he truly ally with such an individual? When embarking on missions together, in times of peril, this woman might very well cast aside everyone around her, sacrificing others' lives to carve out her own path to escape. Some might argue, why not take precautions? Why not strike first? Yet, as the saying goes, a thief may operate for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against theft for 1,000 days. After all, everyone has their own affairs to attend to, their own missions to fulfill. Moreover, there are instances when, even upon uncovering someone's nefarious schemes, one may find it impossible to act against them. This is precisely why many formidable individuals are reluctant to form alliances. Rather than perish at the hands of a comrade, they would prefer to strive in the outside world. If death must come, let it be at the jaws of a beast or the hands of an enemy at least that would bestow a sense of honor. Upon reflecting on this, He Xiaolong firmly declined, stating, I believe we are not well acquainted, and this shall be our final conversation. Should we meet again, we shall be adversaries. Regardless of any schemes or machinations, He Xiaolong was no longer inclined to ponder them, his sole focus was to enhance his strength. Why? Ling Ling inquired, feeling aggrieved. She believed she had not offended the person before her, although she referred to him as Stinky Uncle. Was that not an endearing term? Furthermore, she was indeed among the weakest in this realm, weaker even than He Xiaolong and his companions. Being a young girl with an appealing appearance and the distinction of being the youngest, she had managed to leverage her innocent visage to gain certain advantages. With her hidden cards, she had, during moments of others' complacency, managed to defeat opponents far superior in ability, including several cultivators at the Golden Core stage. Yet, why did this individual before her harbor such disdain? A sense of resentment lingered. She had been plotting since her arrival, not merely against He Xiaolong but aware that her own strength would invite considerable trouble in this place. Thus, she had made a concerted effort to ingratiate herself with everyone. Depending on their distinct personalities, her demeanor varied. She had hoped that regardless of who remained in this city of decline, they would ultimately look after her. However, she was taken aback to find that this person was utterly indifferent to her overtures and even harbored suspicions. Nonetheless, she remained unfazed, for she possessed the divine authority that served as her safeguard, a golden ticket in her grasp. Even in the city of degradation, those aligned with divine authority were among the elite. Therefore, she felt no concern and regarded He Xiaolong, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, with contempt. Yet, as fate would have it, her plans unraveled swiftly. Within mere days of her arrival, divine authority hastily secured a golden core cultivator as an ally and vanished without a trace, leaving her yet to encounter him. Subsequently, that golden core cultivator also met his demise, leading her to realize that she was left with no choice but to seek out He Xiaolong. Although she had previously looked down upon him, even when entrusted to that golden core cultivator, she recognized that the golden core cultivator was evidently far more formidable than someone like He Xiaolong. Moreover, one must acknowledge that anyone who has managed to survive in such a challenging environment for an extended period must possess a certain level of skill. Yet, fate has a peculiar way of playing tricks on individuals. Now, she finds herself compelled to appease someone so seemingly insignificant, which raises her ire. Chapter 67, Perceiving the Essence. Why? He Xiaolong is utterly speechless. He now harbors grave doubts regarding the mental state of this woman. We are not related in any way. Among the initial group that entered, your rapport with me was the most tenuous, even bordering on antagonistic. I do not even know your name, yet you audaciously demand my assistance, insisting that I comply with your wishes. Setting aside the question of whether I possess the ability, is there truly a necessity for such demands? What hubris! After being rebuffed, you remain here, feeling as though I am the one betraying you. Is it my duty to care for you? Please, wake up. Although I may disdain your meager cultivation, I am fully aware that should I be provoked, I am capable of dispatching you with ease. Of course, He Xiaolong does not believe that someone who has successfully reached the fallen city could be so easily eliminated. However, should this woman continue to vex him, he would not hesitate to test the waters. In truth, he is quite intrigued by how someone like her could commit such grave offenses and still be apprehended by the realms of cultivation. The real question is, how has she managed to survive until now? He Xiaolong possesses an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, otherwise he would not have meticulously studied all the assorted oddities he has encountered along the way. At this moment, he found himself deeply intrigued by the little girl. He harbored suspicions that within the confines of this woman's being, there might exist some enigmatic elements. For instance, perhaps the girl possessed a talisman akin to his own, one capable of safeguarding her life. Even if there were no such artifact, there ought to be peculiarities within her physique, otherwise, despite her extraordinary fortune and charming appearance, she would not have gained entry into such a perilous realm. After all, those who traversed this place were notoriously ruthless. Would he, merely because of her endearing visage, spare her life? Some ferocious beasts appeared deceptively adorable. Would that render them exempt from slaughter? Speak plainly regarding your intentions. If your motives prove somewhat benign, perhaps I might extend my assistance. However, should you cross my threshold of tolerance, I will not hesitate to end your life. Of course, it is conceivable that you possess something of value, which could lead us both to mutual destruction. Nevertheless, I, He Xiaolong, am not someone easily dispatched. Not even by those who have yet to attain the foundational stage of cultivation. He spoke with unvarnished candor. Initially, he had been cautious of the supremacy of divine authority. Later, he had considered her a mere girl, allowing her some measure of dignity. Yet, at this juncture, He Xiaolong deemed such considerations unnecessary. Perhaps, in her eyes, the notion of face held little significance, the act of preserving it was trivial, indeed. Moreover, he sensed that his time was slipping away. If he did not articulate his thoughts directly, it was likely that this woman would meander through convoluted discourse, potentially leading to the demise of Li Zizai, which would be a true betrayal. This also serves to inform the woman that I possess my own trump card, and though your strength may surpass mine slightly, should we truly engage in battle, the outcome remains uncertain. You are truly lacking in conscience, Ling Ling lamented. Conscience? He Xiaolong's lips twitched. Who are you to me that I must be accountable to my own conscience? Out of respect for your association with divine authority, I advise you to depart swiftly, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. He Xiaolong's tone had grown increasingly impatient. The woman refrained from disclosing her intentions. Clearly aware that her ulterior motives would be unacceptable to him, perhaps she was even plotting to take his life. Yet, she had no other means to gain his trust. So she chose silence. However, her demeanor only served to chill He Xiaolong's heart further. He had never encountered anyone so shameless. Scheming for another's life while expecting them to run errands on her behalf, only to accuse him of lacking conscience with such a mournful expression. If that were the case, then it would be madness for him to agree to assist her. One could not fathom how a person of divine authority could be so easily deceived by this young girl. Was it merely because she called him brother? Or perhaps due to her sweet smile, or simply her youth and weakness? No, He Xiaolong believed these factors were not the crux of the matter. He fully understood the self-serving nature of those who cultivate immortality. In fact, if it did not concern him directly, he could even bear witness to the demise of innocent souls before him. In the eyes of those endowed with profound inner strength, there exists no distinction between humans and mere livestock such as chickens, ducks, and cattle. If one lacks the capacity to safeguard their possessions or their very existence, then they are destined to perish. He Xiaolong, however, was neither so deranged nor so powerful as to disdain others. He merely believed that meddling in affairs that do not concern oneself requires commensurate abilities. Otherwise, offering oneself foolishly would serve no purpose other than to present another head for the chopping block. Furthermore, does saving another guarantee their gratitude? If you rescue someone today and alter their fate, can you be assured that their future will be brighter than their present? Li Zizai aptly stated that, in this realm, death can sometimes be more blissful than life itself. Were they truly courageous, most individuals in this place would choose to embrace death rather than endure a torturous existence. A little girl chuckled and remarked, "In truth, I have committed countless heinous deeds and was captured in the forbidden zone for cultivators. The various charges against me are hardly unfounded." Chapter 68, An unexpected outcome. He Xiaolong dashed fervently towards the location he had previously observed. At this moment, he paid no heed to the potential depletion of his spiritual energy, instead augmenting his speed to its utmost limits with the aid of his powers. This time, he had set his sights on a magical beast at the Golden Core stage, whose strength was comparable to that of the portly Yao. However, within the same tier, magical beasts possessed far greater might than humans, so even if he ultimately could not vanquish Yao, he could at least leave him severely weakened. By that time, whether they had dealt with the corpulent Yao or summoned a few magical beasts was of no consequence. Gradually, He Xiaolong stumbled upon the lair of the demon beast. A golden-armored tortoise of considerable size, comparable to a small villa. Upon reaching its abode, He Xiaolong halted and produced a cloth soaked in the essence of soul-attracting grass. Almost instantaneously upon revealing his storage ring, the golden-armored tortoise charged towards him with remarkable speed. "Damn, it's too swift!" Despite his thoughts, He Xiaolong had no hesitation and took off running. He had not anticipated the profound efficacy of the soul-attracting grass, and his concern for Li Zizai deepened after all. That fellow lacked the numerous life-saving trump cards he possessed. If Li Zizai miscalculated the effects of the soul-attracting grass and prematurely employed it against the rotund Yao, would he have time to retreat from the magical beast's onslaught? If all the magical beasts were to simultaneously assault those two, Yao might endure for a while. But Li Zizai's fate was uncertain. Confronted with high-tier magical beasts, he might not even have the chance to escape, falling victim to a single strike. As these thoughts plagued him, He Xiaolong's anxiety intensified, compelling him to quicken his pace. There was no room for delay. On one hand, he feared for Li Zizai's safety, and on the other, he understood that a golden core magical beast was no trifling matter. Although the golden-armored tortoise was not particularly swift among golden core magical beasts, one must consider its strength. At the golden core level, it was not merely instinct that mattered, but rather the reservoir of spiritual energy. Certainly, there exist various external factors. For instance, some magical beasts possess formidable defenses, others exhibit remarkable speed, while some are capable of inflicting poison. Regardless of the type of magical beast, One must never underestimate them at this juncture. Take, for example, a bird adept in swiftness but limited to the foundational stage. Facing off against a golden-armored turtle of the golden core stage, inevitably, the bird would succumb. However, it is crucial to note that such outcomes are not absolute, as unforeseen circumstances may arise. For instance, an adversary wielding a formidable skill, like He Xiaolong, despite lacking in strength, possesses an array of life-preserving and escape tools, which significantly enhance the likelihood of evasion or even counterattack. Nonetheless, success in such endeavors relies heavily on timing, location, and the harmony of circumstances. External factors, after all, remain external. Even if one can depend on certain magical artifacts, these artifacts require time to manifest their potential. Should an opponent move with excessive speed, they may eliminate you before you can even deploy your artifacts, rendering your powerful techniques futile. This is indeed a lamentable reality. Yet who among us does not experience such sorrow in this realm? It is not as if fairness can be insisted upon. This is not a contest held in an arena. His concerns are entirely valid, and meanwhile, on the other side, Li Zizai is cursing in frustration. The reason is simple: he and the corpulent Yao have become targets of the magical beast's aggression. Initially, he intended to shift the blame onto Yao, but he has truly underestimated He Xiaolong and miscalculated the efficacy of the soul-guiding grass. Just as he applied the soul-guiding grass to Yao, before He Xiaolong could arrive, they were besieged by a multitude of magical beasts. The formidable beasts of the Warcraft realm besieged the portly figure known as Yao. Yet this insignificant creature found itself entangled in the fray as well. Those of lesser strength, witnessing the lack of space around Yao, diverted their assault towards him. Alas! He cursed his fate, lamenting, "You have led me to this demise." At that moment, Li Zizai was cornered and in a dire predicament, cursing He Xiaolong 1,000 times in his heart. However, he knew that he could not blame anyone else. Had He Xiaolong been aware of the ramifications, he would surely have forewarned him. This thought only deepened his anxiety if neither of them understood the properties of the soul-calling herb. What if He Xiaolong had yet to attract the beasts, only to be devoured by them instead? Damn it, if I survive today, I shall be thoroughly prepared in the future. At the very least, I must conduct a trial beforehand, and no longer charge forth heedlessly driven by passion. Despite his scathing remarks, Li Zizai's hands moved with remarkable speed. It would be foolish to hesitate, for in a fleeting moment, his corpse could be rendered into mere fragments. Indeed, was it not true? Over there, Yao, amidst the chaos, hurled curses while casting a fierce glare at Li Zizai. This wretched boy had clearly schemed against him, initially. Even if he had sought assistance, it would have amounted to no more than 1 or 2 allies. With his golden core strength, did he truly fear a horde of peak foundation establishment warriors? What a farce! If he wished, he could easily slay a multitude. Yet, the issue at hand was no longer merely a multitude. The seemingly endless beasts were closing in on them both. Nonetheless, Yao was also plagued by doubts, such as how this boy had managed to attract so many beasts, and why he too was now under attack from them. After much contemplation, Yao the Fat realized he was unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, some matters are evident even without deep thought. For instance, it was clear that he had been schemed against today, and the architect of this plot could only be Li Zizai, who had initiated the conflict. Upon hearing the latter's vitriolic remarks, Li Zizai remained unfazed, as the mask of civility had already been torn away. So what if I orchestrated this? Have you not noticed that I too am under siege? I advise you to perish here today. Better yet, let us both meet our end, lest I find another opportunity to ensnare you. In that moment, both individuals, whether out of discontent or some other sentiment, found themselves embroiled in a childish quarrel. He Xiaolong observed this scene with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, though he was not overly concerned. Their ability to bicker indicated that they had not been driven to the brink of despair. Otherwise, they would be cautious even in their breaths. With no time for idle chatter, as if they believed everyone else was indifferent to their lives. Chapter 69, overwhelming frustration and heartache at that juncture. Li Zizai's keen eyes spotted him. It was as if he had seized a lifeline, and he shouted with fervor, "He Xiaolong, you have finally arrived. I was on the verge of demise." This statement was not mere hyperbole. Although he retained a modicum of spiritual energy, the countless beasts surrounding them loomed ominously. "I thought you and this rotund fellow had become fast friends after your initial skirmish," He Xiaolong jested as he swiftly maneuvered through the throng of beasts, striving to reach Li Zizai's side. His arrival alleviated a significant amount of pressure for Li Zizai. "Hurry, take me away, take me away!" Li Zizai exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he felt he could no longer endure the situation. Though such grand spectacles were exhilarating and thrilling, the reality of the blood-soaked ground littered with slain beasts was undeniably perilous. He certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise. If he truly disregarded his life, he would have ended his own existence long ago, rather than enduring years of hardship in this realm of cultivation. Rolling his eyes, He Xiaolong, indifferent to whether Li Zizai could see him, lamented, "I led that high-grade magical beast here, and I have exhausted all my spiritual energy." He Xiaolong felt a surge of frustration. With so many magical beasts around, it was challenging enough to escape alone, let alone with Li Zizai in tow. Moreover, he found it perplexing that Li Zizai harbored such blind faith in his ability to ensure their safety. Surviving would be an accomplishment in itself. He Xiaolong realized that ever since Li Zizai vowed to follow him, the latter had developed an unfounded admiration for him, as if he had inflated his own ego. This overestimation was fleeting, however, for He Xiaolong was well aware of his own limitations. His years of experience taught him the importance of not overestimating oneself while never underestimating the enemy, otherwise, he would have met his demise countless times. Surviving all these years and reaching his current level of cultivation with such meager resources was a testament to his cautious approach. Indeed, it must be said that although at times he exhibits an excessive timidity and meanders through convoluted paths, he has, at the very least, succeeded in preserving his own life on each occasion. For He Xiaolong, as long as he can safeguard his existence and achieve his goals, expending additional effort is worthwhile. Some may remark, as a cultivator of your stature, is it truly commendable to fear death so deeply? Is there no shame in this? He Xiaolong would very much like to respond with a derisive laugh. The more one cultivates, the greater the fear of death. For attaining such a level requires an immense investment of effort. Some pursue cultivation in the hope of achieving immortality, seeking to evade the clutches of death forever. Thus, those with higher cultivation levels tend to be more fearful of demise, as they have much more to lose. He Xiaolong too has much at stake, for he is the sole remaining member of his family. If he were to perish, his wife might become another's, and the great vengeance of their clan would remain unavenged, leading to the extinction of the He lineage. His vibrant youth, along with all his burdens, would dissipate into nothingness. This is no jest. Yet, should death occur, it would be an unavoidable circumstance, for the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, and dangers lurk at every turn. As the saying goes, one who frequently walks by the river bank will inevitably get their shoes wet. He Xiaolong does not fear death, yet there is no need to court it recklessly. Therefore, he believes it imperative to remain humble, to avoid the delusion of superiority over those at the golden core stage. Although he has acquired a subordinate of equal rank, such occurrences are mere coincidences, serendipitous encounters. He must maintain a low profile, persistently reminding himself of his own weaknesses. For it is this awareness that fuels his drive for improvement. He remained lost in thought, while beside him, Li Zizai was even more despondent. "So how are we supposed to escape now?" he lamented. This was no trivial matter. The two of them were akin to beleaguered soldiers, perhaps even weaker than those in the mortal realm devoid of spiritual power. Their bodies were battered, and having exhausted their spiritual energy, they were left to rely solely on their physical strength to combat these beasts. If it were just a couple of them, it might be manageable. But the problem lay in the fact that there was still a vast circle of foes outside, unable to penetrate due to the shrinking battlefield. This was more insidious than a mere will battle. It was akin to a brutal mob assault, no, a massacre. He awaited He Xiaolong's rescue, only to be informed that his situation was even graver. Was that not tantamount to telling him that they could only await their demise? Sensing his despair, He Xiaolong offered a gentle smile. Do not fret. Do you see? That beast of the golden course stage has set its sights on Fatty Yao. And the soul-attracting herb can prove immensely useful. Just watch. With that, He Xiaolong tossed stones soaked in the herb in all directions. Gradually, some lower-tier beasts were diverted. However, if Fatty Yao truly survived and managed to slay so many beasts alone, what extraordinary strength and hidden prowess he must possess! Wouldn't rushing to assist him be akin to courting death? It was a pity that after devising a plan and laboring throughout the day, they stood to gain nothing, nearly losing their lives in the process. An hour passed. Two individuals halted at the precipice of a cliff, having chosen this location for its vast openness, allowing for the immediate detection of any potential adversaries from all directions. In dire circumstances, a leap from the cliff might offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Frustration consumed Li Zizai, who, in a fit of rage, struck the ground. What could be more disheartening than this? After expending so much effort on the soul-guiding herb, what do we have to show for it? Nothing. It infuriates me. He lamented the futility of their meticulous planning, almost losing their lives on 2 occasions, and offending a multitude of powerful foes, only to emerge with empty hands. Moreover, if Yao the Fat were to perish today, especially at the jaws of a beast, it might be somewhat bearable. However, should this fortunate fellow survive whether by escaping or being rescued, his wrath would be unfathomable. The ensuing chapter unfolded with a formidable adversary taking shape between him and He Xiaolong. In this city of decadence, where enmity was commonplace, an additional foe seemed inconsequential, yet, typically, rivals were viewed as mere resources, expendable yet valuable. Now, however, with Yao the Fat, the situation had escalated to a life-or-death struggle. Should that rotund figure manage to escape, he would undoubtedly pursue vengeance against them, regardless of the cost. Despite Li Zizai's earlier demeanor of fearlessness, the stark reality was that both he and his companion were devoid of any backing. In contrast, Yao the Fat possessed the protection of a formidable Yuaning expert. If such a person were to survive, their future would likely be fraught with challenges far greater than the present. Certainly, there exist alternative possibilities. For instance, the formidable nascent soul practitioner might have met their demise at the hands of others in that particular location, thus rendering them free of concerns. Speaking of this, He Xiaolong still feels a lingering trepidation. This time, it was indeed a miscalculation. Neither party had made substantial preparations. They merely sought to gather intelligence on the various factions and had meticulously planned the location. However, what initially appeared to be a well-structured plan now seems riddled with flaws. For example, he and Li Zizai had not even discussed their escape strategy, and there was also the erroneous assessment of the soul-guiding grass's efficacy, which ultimately became the root cause of their futile endeavors. Perhaps his spiritual energy had reached its zenith, yet without resources, he remained unable to advance to the golden core stage, thus limiting his lifespan. As time ceases to extend, it is conceivable that he may meet his end in several decades. However, he still has numerous endeavors to pursue. Thus, to squander time is tantamount to jeopardizing his own existence, a matter not to be taken lightly. Should we first eliminate those at the foundation establishment stage? Li Zizai conceded. Although practitioners at the foundation establishment stage do not significantly aid in transcending realms, they could nonetheless amass a degree of wealth, which could later be exchanged with those uninterested in advancing their cultivation. Of course, that is merely a possibility. For instance, while a sufficient quantity of low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for a high-grade spirit stone, the quality issues render such exchanges precarious, even with an abundance of low-grade stones. Excessive impurities may deter cultivators from engaging in a trade. Isn't this a situation born of helplessness? In the realm of the golden core stage, One is invariably a figure of immense significance, even in the most remote and impoverished locales, where one could establish a sect and proclaim oneself as an ancestor. The absence of even a single individual holds weight. Despite the presence of many golden core cultivators in this fallen city, their lack of prominence makes each departure noticeable. Today one is lost, tomorrow another, and all are intertwined with their fates. Such occurrences will undoubtedly attract attention, marking a genuine case of loss outweighing gain. After all, they require abundant resources. It is not a matter of executing one grand scheme today and then retiring in ease. It is essential to ensure a steady flow of resources. Should they truly provoke those golden core cultivators, the latter would strike down upon them without hesitation. And these two mere foundation establishment practitioners would lack even the means to flee. I possess a secret technique, yet its use inflicts considerable harm upon myself. He Xiaolong merely uttered this phrase. Li Zizai nearly anticipated his subsequent words and proactively declared, if such power truly exists, I, Li Zizai, swear to never harm you. In fact, I vow that should you, He Xiaolong, perish, I will accompany you in death. How does that sound? In discussing this, Li Zizai spoke without hesitation. Forming an alliance hinges fundamentally on trust. One must avoid a scenario where, having unleashed a powerful strike against an adversary, one is subsequently betrayed by a comrade who seizes the opportunity for their own gain. Such a fate would leave one restless in death, thus to compel others to wield their ultimate techniques. One must ensure the counterpart's sense of security. For individuals of their ilk, losing the means of survival, even to the point of exhausting themselves entirely, is undeniably a grave taboo. No one is inclined to take such a risk. Much like Li Zizai earlier, despite being besieged by numerous magical beasts, he would still retain a modicum of fighting spirit, clinging to the faintest glimmer of an escape. As long as there remains even a sliver of opportunity. With his preserved essence of spirit, breaking free is not insurmountable. Therefore, until faced with certain death, no one reveals their trump cards. He Xiaolong's current remarks evidently reflect a contemplation of the audacity required for such an act. After unleashing a formidable move, he would incur substantial self-inflicted damage, potentially leaving him utterly incapacitated. At that juncture, not only would he be unable to assist Li Zizai, but he might also fall victim to others' collateral consequences. Very well. He Xiaolong did not hesitate further. In truth, his earlier declaration had already steered him towards this course of action. He merely sought Li Zizai's stance. Now that Li Zizai had spoken, the act of making promises seemed less significant, as the mere act of voicing the commitment brought him a semblance of reassurance. Moreover, this was not their first collaboration. In this perilous gamble, He Xiaolong felt that even if absolute trust was not present, taking a chance was still worthwhile. After all, such opportunities are rare, and should they triumph, they would gain something valuable. Should they falter, the worst outcome would merely be the loss of a life. Chapter 71, Miscalculation. After a brief respite, Li Zizai curiously inquired, "Pray tell, how do you possess so many means of survival? In these times, are secret arts truly devoid of cost?" Li Zizai spoke with a hint of wistfulness, devoid of jealousy, merely tinged with envy. Observing others from similar humble origins, lacking any familial prestige, he pondered how they managed to possess such an array of novel experiences. He considered himself fortunate to have progressed as far as he had, surviving numerous brushes with death along the way. Previously, he believed that merely enduring as a foundational practitioner in this locale was commendable. Yet encounters with He Xiaolong had repeatedly struck him down. This young man, who had only recently broken through to the foundational stage, had challenged him on their first meeting. And despite being a seasoned practitioner at the pinnacle of that stage, he found himself unable to defeat the newcomer. This was nothing short of a humiliation. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that Li Zizai harbored a peculiar sentiment. He mused that perhaps two reckless and cunning individuals, unashamedly joining forces, could amass greater strength and endure in this environment. He was acutely aware of his own potential, and this realization was precisely why he was willing to toil alongside He Xiaolong. He Xiaolong, discerning the underlying meaning in his words, smiled slightly and remarked, "In truth, many things are merely a matter of luck. Does your mother operate a market specifically for practitioners?" "Indeed, but it resembles a street of antiquities. Purchasing 1,000 or 10,000 items there does not guarantee the authenticity of even a single piece. The vendors survive solely by their words, spinning tales that could convince one of the deceased to be alive. In the past, I entertained thoughts of venturing there to seek treasures, believing I might unearth some extraordinary weapon or miraculous elixir that would elevate me to immortality with a single consumption. However, I soon realized that, in the eyes of the seasoned, I appeared nothing short of a fool." When Li Zizai recounted this experience, his expression was one of profound indignation. In those days, he believed fervently in the authenticity of the legendary weapons and secret techniques that others spoke of, assuming they were as straightforward as the goods in a marketplace, all clearly priced. He was no exception to this naivety. Some individuals bear the scars of their misfortunes, learning lessons that allow for redemption, while others endure lifelong regrets. With a sigh, He Xiaolong cast aside his chaotic thoughts and continued, "We too had such markets. Back then, my family was impoverished, lacking everything. Even the most basic items related to cultivation were merely tales. To gain knowledge of other things, I had to explore these places. I remember purchasing numerous items, and my memory was remarkably sharp. When it came to those techniques, I would simply ask to peruse them first. If I found them satisfactory, I would then buy them. The shopkeepers seldom objected to this. In this manner, I managed to memorize everything I read word for word. With this tactic, I acquired many items. Upon returning, I would transcribe them and attempt to cultivate. If I experienced any results, I would continue. If not, I would discard them as mere refuse." Remarkably, although most of what I procured was fraudulent and utterly useless, fortune occasionally smiled upon me, allowing me to discover some genuine treasures. Do not dwell on extraordinary weapons, however. There exist certain rather trivial items that, while seemingly inconsequential to the formidable, hold a modicum of utility for me, and thus I diligently cultivate my understanding of them. My knowledge now flourishes, encompassing a vast array of skills, albeit they may not prove particularly advantageous." As He Xiaolong's words lingered in the air, Li Zizai's lips twitched in response. To suggest that these skills lack significant application is no jest. A moment's lapse in vigilance from those powerful beings could lead to their untimely demise, caught unawares in a treacherous situation. This is akin to the plight of that rotund Yao. He may yet be alive, but his circumstances are far from favorable, and the likelihood of his death looms large. Having to navigate the perilous jaws of countless beasts, a feat not suited for mere mortals. Pray tell, what manner of secret technique do you possess? Li Zizai was genuinely intrigued by this notion, yet he understood that such power would undoubtedly demand a considerable sacrifice. Otherwise, He Xiaolong would not have risked venturing forth in search of the soul-calling herb or been inclined to employ such a technique. It appears he finds himself in a position of desperation. I possess the ability to exert influence over others, essentially a form of mental control. My consciousness can now extend beyond my own being, and it is exceptionally potent. When combined with the aforementioned secret technique, it can be employed against opponents not exceeding 2 levels above my own. Trust, in such matters, can often be a precarious thing, leading one to gamble on uncertain outcomes. This explains why He Xiaolong would rather brave the perils of seeking the soul-calling herb than resort to this method. After all, the pursuit of the herb, albeit slower, is decidedly safer. To speak candidly, accompanying Li Zizai in search of the soul-calling herb, even if we were to encounter peril, each would safeguard their own life. Fleeing in separate directions, should he lack the strength or befall misfortune, succumbing to a beast, he would have no grounds for complaint. However, if one were to reveal their greatest secrets, entrusting their life to another, only to meet a tragic end, it would merely indicate a failure in judgment and a lack of discernment in choosing companions. In Chapter 72, I wish to be your brother-in-law. One might ponder that even if he were a pinnacle cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, the frustration stemming from such a situation could prove fatal. Meanwhile, He Xiaolong lamented, while Li Zizai stood in sheer astonishment. To manipulate another's thoughts and actions through one's spiritual consciousness, was this merely a trifling skill? Surely, one must be jesting. What then could be deemed a genuine lethal technique? Such an ability was beyond his imagination, something he had never encountered. If such an individual were indeed exceptionally powerful, they could vanquish foes without lifting a finger. Indeed, a mere thought could drive an adversary to self-destruction. While there were inherent limitations and subsequent weakness after use. In the heat of battle, who could afford to be concerned with such drawbacks? In a moment of dire urgency, when faced with imminent death, this would be the ultimate weapon. Although it has been established that one must follow him, techniques and scriptures are rarely shared lightly. Even within external clans and noble families, such dynamics persist, how much more so for the two of them, trapped in such a desolate place, especially since they are brothers forged through adversity. Thus, considerable upheaval looms ahead. If he were to impart his knowledge to me, yet I were to betray him in the future or fail to meet his anticipated achievements, would that not bring him immense sorrow? Would he not regret it? This carries profound implications. For instance, a trump card, when wielded by an individual, is immensely powerful. However, once it becomes widespread and accessible to all, it transforms into a critical vulnerability. Subsequently, what was once regarded as a life-preserving ace becomes rather insignificant. Should I impart this to you, it is hardly a remarkable gift, unless you are unperturbed by potential repercussions. You may endeavor to learn it, albeit under certain conditions. Should one's mental acuity be too feeble, it would prove utterly futile. Furthermore, if one were to push beyond their limits, their mental faculties could sustain severe damage. And whether one emerges as a fool or a cripple is beyond my control. After all, this is merely street vendor fare, devoid of any manual. My understanding has been painstakingly acquired through personal exploration. He Xiaolong, harbored no intention of concealment. After all, this technique is best employed in moments of surprise. Yet if one were to rely upon it as a frequent trump card, they would be underestimating the myriad of formidable rivals in the world. While He Xiaolong might refrain from such folly, others would not. Hence, although this technique may sound impressive, its efficacy does not align with Li Zizai's lofty expectations. His current proposal stems from the fortuitous alignment of time, place, and circumstance. In this locale, the act of killing appears to have become a mundane reality, an all too common occurrence. Even He Xiaolong believes that slaying demonic beasts now necessitates the shedding of human blood, akin to how ordinary citizens toil daily to earn a livelihood. Everyone is engaged in the pursuit of wealth, striving to sustain their existence. Although it may sound brutally harsh, that is the reality. As for Li Zizai, he is uncertain of his own capabilities, for each time he employs his powers, he experiences overwhelming exhaustion, a piercing pain that feels akin to needles stabbing at his mind. At times, it feels as though this torment has penetrated deep into his very soul, causing him to writhe in agony. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he refrains from using such abilities lightly. Alternatively, as long as he can conceive of another solution, or if there exists even the faintest opportunity for farewells, he will certainly abstain from their usage, as the toll it takes on him is exorbitant. A careless misstep could jeopardize his very foundation. For cultivators, what holds paramount importance? Resources, fortune, perseverance, and talent. If one's foundation is compromised, then the qualification for the pursuit of immortality is irrevocably lost. Regardless of the extent of one's fortune, any acquired assets would become utterly worthless. No matter how abundant the resources, they would be no different from stones discarded by the roadside. Should such a dire situation arise, it would drive him to despair. Therefore, this time, he intends to confront cultivators at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, planning to eliminate a few of them to obtain their cores and seek additional resources to elevate the strength of his companions. By the time he reaches the Golden Core stage himself, he should be capable of vanquishing those at the pinnacle of that realm. Moreover, can Li Zizai truly utilize such powers? Can that young man even project his consciousness externally? Even if he could, what difference would it make? Not everyone possesses such convenience. He is saved by the artifact within him, which grants him vitality in moments of peril. Whenever his life hangs by a thread, that artifact bestows upon him a surge of energy. This energy appears to be omnipotent, capable of mending wounds, restoring the soul, or concealing one's presence, provided he wields it with finesse. Yet, such treasures are not ubiquitous. He Xiaolong, do you have a sister? Or perhaps an older sister? Regardless, we cultivators are indifferent to such matters. Li Zizai's words meandered awkwardly. He Xiaolong was bewildered. Was this truly the time for such musings? The abrupt shift in conversation left him unprepared. Before he could respond, Li Zizai continued, if you have a sister or an older sister, I shall marry her in gratitude for your affection. Alas, his sentence remained unfinished as he grimaced, clutching his face. The reason was simple: he had been struck. What nonsense was he thinking? Did he not consider if he was worthy of my sister or younger sister? Moreover, we are trapped in this forsaken place. Waiting for you to marry her, we might have reincarnated countless times by now. He Xiaolong retorted furiously. This scoundrel! Despite his efforts to assist him, though self-preservation played a part, wasn't their collaboration worth something? With such a rogue's nature, should he truly marry his sister or younger sister? It would be nothing short of ingratitude. Could any woman find happiness by his side? Let us not jest. Furthermore, had he not sworn fealty to him, intending to remain as his subordinate? What is his intention? Does he wish to become his own brother-in-law? Such behavior is hardly commendable. Delivering a punch to him is already quite lenient. From Chapter 73, this brat deserves a beating. After administering the beating, He Xiaolong still felt unsatisfied, as he perceived Li Zizai to be rather frivolous. When it comes to serious matters, he exhibits a degree of responsibility, yet when idle, he loses all sense of propriety. In jest, his incessant chatter a constant nuisance. It is rare to encounter a man so loquacious. At times, He Xiaolong contemplated silencing him. Shaking his head, he found the noise unbearable. However, the earlier tension had dissipated, and this demeanor might lighten the mood. Yet, is it appropriate for a grown man to engage in such antics? Moreover, some of his remarks were rather excessive, considering his own striking handsomeness. How could his sister or younger sister be anything less than exceptional? He ought to take a look at Li Zizai's shabby appearance. Clearly not the sort of person who could aspire to wed a beautiful woman. What nonsense! Li Zizai, however, responded with indifference. Why ponder such matters? Haven't you heard? Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Core, one undergoes training, and the most capable are selected to enter that realm to vie for resources. At that juncture, there will be much to learn, and you will have no choice but to absorb it. As for now, all magical beasts are the same to them. After slaying them, one merely discovers their utility. For instance, magical beasts above the Golden Core possess beast cores, which can be used for personal cultivation or exchanged for other resources. These are indeed valuable assets. Moreover, the higher-tier magical beasts are largely similar. Regardless of whether they are beasts or humans at such an advanced stage of cultivation, their flesh, muscles, and bones have been refined to a comparable extent. Subjecting them to relentless battles to enhance their strength and instill an understanding of the harsh realities of life is merely a means to prepare for the future. Once these cultivators are developed, they are typically regarded as versatile tools, akin to slaves. Instead of expending considerable effort and resources to seek out the diagrams of spiritual herbs and beasts, it would be far more prudent to focus on cultivation. For there will inevitably be those who offer free instruction when the time comes. But what of the present? He Xiaolong inquired. This infernal abyss is teeming with spiritual herbs, and its vast expanse boasts a complex array of species. If we fail to recognize their value and let them slip by, it would be a lamentable loss. After a brief pause, He Xiaolong continued, furthermore, you should comprehend the wisdom in acquiring diverse skills. If we familiarize ourselves with this knowledge in advance, our efforts during their instruction will be significantly eased. Perhaps at that juncture, we can contemplate alternative methods to enhance our combat prowess. Especially considering the urgency of our circumstances, do you truly wish to linger here for centuries? In truth, when He Xiaolong mentioned centuries, he understated the reality. Just observe those ancient beings in the tribulation stage. No matter how exceptional your talent or how abundant your resources, cultivating immortality is not akin to constructing a building. It cannot simply be erected with the right funding. Progress must be made step by step, and such endeavors demand time. Thus, those ancient beings in the tribulation phase are, at the very least, a couple of centuries old, with some being several millennia. However, it is implausible that they were only recently captured, perhaps when they first entered. They were merely at the foundation building stage. After several hundred or even thousands of years, they have ascended to their current stature. To hear such numbers is merely an abstraction of time, yet for He Xiaolong, the thought of sustaining such a fervent desire for that duration is unfathomable. Well, I remain indifferent. If the opportunity arises, I may seek guidance or exchange something for a tome. If the terms are not amenable and they demand exorbitantly, then so be it. Li Zizai did not voice any objections. Many matters are not absolute in this dismal place. Everyone is a stranger plucked from the obscure corners of existence. If you wish to solicit someone's teaching, they may not be inclined to oblige. Of course, some individuals might resort to selling their knowledge for survival in this realm, but they will also demand a steep price. Even though the items in question may not be of paramount importance or singularly valuable, the mindset remains that of a mercenary. You may choose to pursue them or let them languish in obscurity, but they will not part with their treasures easily. Given their current impoverished state, careful planning is imperative. Otherwise, they may find themselves unable to procure resources necessary for their advancement to the golden core stage. Let us proceed. First, we shall hunt a few magical beasts to acquire some resources for our needs. Tomorrow, we will set our sights on individuals at the initial stage of the golden core. Abandon the childish tactics of the morning. Instead, let us follow those at the initial stage of golden core. As they venture towards the Pure Land, we shall rise to the challenge. Should they descend into the abyss of hellish lairs, we will seize control, employing the ferocity of magical beasts against them. Admittedly, this approach may attract attention, yet with a pace of slaying one every 3 days, our progress shall be swift. Once we transcend the golden core stage, even if they seek to provoke us, they will have to weigh their own strength. Given that they possess the audacity to challenge golden core practitioners while still at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, upon reaching the golden core stage, and with 2 of us working in concert, it is likely that even those at the apex of golden core will think twice before confronting us. As I made my way here, I was beset by ants, and now I find myself at their lair. Very well. He Xiaolong nodded, and after speaking, he followed Li Zizai, racing towards the location where he had been flung moments before. Chapter 74, United Combat. After a brief moment, the two landed within a forested area. He Xiaolong felt somewhat bewildered. Do ants dwell in such places? Typically, ants reside in burrows, yet does this environment truly support their existence? Nonetheless, it was merely a curious observation. After all, he had learned that one cannot apply ordinary reasoning to the path of cultivation. The ant that had pursued Li Zizai to the point of retreat must be a formidable magical beast or spirit creature of some kind. Knowledge, particularly in crucial moments, was sorely lacking, and He Xiaolong felt this acutely. Had he been born into a prestigious family or had a master well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, he would not find himself so easily astonished by the world around him. His cultivation would surely exceed mere foundation establishment peak. How could I have known they would suddenly emerge from the depths of the earth, colossal in size? You must exercise utmost caution. As he spoke, Li Zizai retrieved his weapon from the storage ring, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. It was evident that his recent flight had left him with a profound psychological scar, instilled by the ants in this vicinity. Observing his demeanor, He Xiaolong silently drew forth his sword, aware that caution is the key to survival. He did not wish to sacrifice his life due to a moment of carelessness. Minutes passed, and then a resounding bang erupted behind He Xiaolong. Almost instinctively, he propelled himself backward. The sudden noise had come without warning. In such circumstances, one must either deliver a decisive blow or flee hastily, uncertain of the enemy's strength. He Xiaolong opted for retreat. The pinnacle of foundation establishment was, regrettably, far too feeble. While one might command respect outside, establishing sects and legacies, in this realm, such power seemed woefully inadequate for self-preservation. Behold, do you see that? It resembles an ant, yet it is an unknown beast, immense and formidable. Its attacking prowess appears to be of the 4th tier or perhaps even higher. Just moments ago, I narrowly escaped being crushed by it, had I not fled swiftly. You would not be seeing me now. As he spoke, Li Zizai hurriedly joined He Xiaolong. At that moment, He Xiaolong also discerned the creature before them. A grotesque amalgamation of spider and ant, towering in size. Standing before them like a small mountain, the colossal creature pressed down the surrounding trees, leaving a swath of flattened greenery. The two individuals stood opposite the giant ant, appearing both diminutive and pitiable, as if utterly devoid of the means to retaliate. You know, one remarked, if we managed to take down such a formidable beast, we could surely strike it rich. Li Zizai, still nearby, gazed at the enormous ant with insatiable greed. Alas, their impoverished circumstances left them with little choice. The resources for cultivation in this place were scarce, and each acquisition came at the cost of their very lives. They were not only striving to recover their waning prowess but also to enhance it, otherwise, they would find themselves stagnating at their current realm. How many years could one survive at the peak of foundation establishment in such a place? If others were advancing while they remained stagnant, they would inevitably become fodder for those more ambitious. Should they succeed in subduing this massive ant, the outer shells alone would yield a fortune, given their remarkable durability. Ideal for crafting weapons. This calculation made the prospect all the more enticing. Moreover, after their failed attempt to outmaneuver the rotund Yao, they were left empty-handed. Capturing this giant ant could not only conclude their arduous day but also afford them ample rest and considerable profit. Do not engage recklessly, He Xiaolong advised before leaping into the air, wielding his sword with a strike that summoned nearly 70% of his strength. From the moment he had laid eyes on the giant ant, he understood that defeating it would be beyond his capabilities. Hence even his probing attack bore the weight of a decisive maneuver. However, despite exerting 70% of his strength, he left no discernible mark upon the body of the ant. With a sharp sound, it seemed as though his sword struck against metal, and the colossal ant turned its massive head towards He Xiaolong. In that moment, He Xiaolong felt as if he could see disdain reflected in those enormous eyes indeed. It was disdain. It seemed to convey a message, mocking him for his frail physique and meager strength. As if to say that he was attempting to slay it with the futility of striking a stone with an egg. At that point, He Xiaolong was utterly disheartened. The beast was sneering at him. After that, He Xiaolong launched into an all-out offensive, forsaking defense and attacking with reckless abandon. He resolved that as long as he survived, he would vanquish this creature that dared to look down upon him. Although it is said that magical beasts and spiritual creatures, upon reaching a certain level, can articulate speech and possess intelligence, some even capable of transforming into human form, this particular being bore an uncanny resemblance to an ant. What is an ant? In He Xiaolong's original world, ants were the epitome of fragility, easily crushed underfoot. Yet now, the tables had turned, he found himself scorned by a mere ant. Deemed small and weak, a profound insult. He Xiaolong was enraged, but beside him stood an oblivious companion, Li Zizai, who, while fighting, shouted, "Oh come on, it's a magical beast." So what if it's an ant? High-level magical beasts possess wisdom. Why should it not look down upon you? Besides, We truly cannot compete with it at the moment. Being scorned is quite normal. Shut up! He Xiaolong bellowed in response. Was there not an ant in this fellow's original affairs? That cannot be right. When he introduced himself moments ago, he explicitly mentioned the ant. Or perhaps, the disdainful gaze directed not at him, Li Zizai, rendered him indifferent? He Xiaolong's thoughts soared in disarray, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. Li Zizai was indeed correct, this magical beast possessed strength approximating the pinnacle of the fourth tier. Equivalent to their own capabilities, yet its defenses were incomparably superior. Despite their peak foundational strength, even with a full-force strike, they could merely etch a shallow scratch upon its seemingly invulnerable shell, essentially inflicting no damage whatsoever. If this continued, rather than subduing the ant, they would likely become its dinner. What to do? He Xiaolong, devise a plan, or else we shall be exhausted to death by it. The spiritual energy at the foundational stage is finite. Although both were at the peak of this stage, mere steps from the golden core stage, that distance had thwarted many throughout their lifetimes. After several minutes of conflict, their inner energy was nearly depleted. Chapter 75, The Emergence of Talent in Such Circumstances. Persisting in the battle was ill-advised, for they still possessed the strength to flee, yet, if they continued to expend their energy, they would find themselves unable to escape, destined to be devoured by the ant. Thus, Li Zizai grew anxious. Instinctively believing he had committed himself to He Xiaolong, acknowledging him as the leader. At this juncture, the decisive influence lay with He Xiaolong, whatever he decreed. That would be what he would follow. If the two managed to escape, Li Zizai would feel a sense of relief and an increased admiration for He Xiaolong. Conversely, if they were to meet their demise, he would have no complaints. Individuals like them, who tether their lives so precariously, must always be prepared for death. Matters such as drafting will seem futile in such a wretched place. Nevertheless, preparing for one's end is a sentiment shared by every cultivator. For the relentless pursuit of cultivation resources is an unending struggle, whether one is a mere novice or a formidable figure within the realm of immortality. The scarcity of rare herbs and treasures makes them coveted like a juicy morsel to a famished wolf, with everyone yearning for a taste. There is no notion of safety. One can never predict the day their life may be forfeited. Thus, one may either choose to refrain from contention and live as an ordinary person, or if one desires to strive, they must wager their very life. Those who stand tall in the world, who can command the elements at will, have all witnessed bloodshed. Whose success has not been paved with countless corpses? Some may deem this perspective cruel, and in his earlier days, Li Zizai agreed. However, upon delving into this realm, he recognized that the survival of the fittest is an immutable truth. You hold him back while I test that secret technique, He Xiaolong contemplated, eager to experiment today. For he had scarcely employed it in the past. Moreover, if he cannot even manage to reach the pinnacle of foundation building, then he must exercise even greater caution during the golden core stage. Although he will be unable to come here for 3 days afterward, there is still Li Zizai nearby. Thus, he is much more prudent this time. I urged him to hasten his pace, expressing my predicament. My dantian was void of any spiritual energy, and I could at most delay him for a minute. If he continued to falter, I would soon lack the strength to escape. Despite my words, Li Zizai resolutely diverted the attention of the giant ant. Being a target is something many are reluctant to undertake, as one can never ascertain when the other person will be ready, much like He Xiaolong, if his secret technique requires a lengthy preparation time, he may not be able to endure it. Quickly, hold it off for a moment, He Xiaolong instructed. In a bit, I shall unleash my ultimate technique. If it does not suffer significant damage, do not hesitate, just pull me away and flee. If it is gravely wounded and you believe you can defeat it, then go in for the finishing blow. He Xiaolong spoke with utmost seriousness. This ultimate technique of his is another ace up his sleeve, as his mental control proves ineffective against beasts. He Xiaolong is uncertain whether this is due to their differing races or the fact that most magical beasts lack any semblance of intelligence. Therefore, He cannot manipulate their minds or thoughts. Of course, a significant part of this inability is related to one's cultivation. After all, a profound level of cultivation would allow one to invade another's sea of consciousness and obliterate everything with ease. Now, do move quickly, he urged. Li Zizai concentrated all his strength upon himself, now utterly besieged by the colossal ant. No, it could not merely be described as being besieged, he persisted. He was sacrificing his own lifespan and soul, converting them into vigor, which he channeled entirely into the longsword. After a while, a refreshing sensation emanated from the artifact within He Xiaolong's body, bringing him immense joy. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. As long as his life was in peril, the mysterious talisman residing within him would shield him. Though uncertain of how many times it could be invoked or if there were limitations, such considerations were now trivial. If he could not preserve his life at this moment, any future potential would be rendered moot. Sensing the immediate threat to his life had abated and realizing that the energy infused into the longsword had reached its zenith, He Xiaolong no longer hesitated. He soared into the air, seizing the opportune moment to unleash his utmost strength against the gigantic ant. This strike exacted a tremendous toll on him. Had it not been for Li Zizai's presence, he would have most likely chosen to flee rather than engage in a desperate struggle with the beast. His confidence was precarious. Should this blow fail to vanquish the creature, he would find himself as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. He Xiaolong felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body, plummeting from the air and losing consciousness in an instant. He scarcely had time to ascertain whether the ant had perished, nor could he contemplate what lay ahead. All he comprehended was that, until he reached the golden core stage, such formidable power must never again be summoned. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a gentle tap on his face roused He Xiaolong from his slumber. What is the current situation? He pondered, realizing he was still alive. You are still among the living, and that formidable ant has met its demise. We have acquired a considerable fortune, are you not pleased? Li Zizai appeared nonchalant, yet his heart was profoundly shaken. A creature of monstrous strength, equivalent to an initial stage golden core beast, had been vanquished by this youth with a mere stroke of his sword. Chapter 76, Secrets no longer veiled. Reflecting on his own prowess, Li Zizai considered himself a formidable individual, having engaged in battles beyond his rank before, albeit against lesser foes, such as confronting a foundational stage practitioner with a mid-foundational opponent. However, this youth had faced a golden core adversary. It is crucial to note that while the distinction between the pinnacle of the foundational stage and the golden core stage is merely a single step, that very step can alter countless outcomes. Some individuals falter at this threshold, thus becoming mere footnotes in history, unable to ascend to the zenith of their lives. Yet, upon observing He Xiaolong's current state of near death, Li Zizai found little to envy and even felt a twinge of sympathy. The adage rings true, with greater power comes greater responsibility. In their mutual peril, He Xiaolong possessed the capability that had led him to his current plight, while Li Zizai, lacking such prowess, remained unscathed. Why is there only one ant? He Xiaolong suddenly recalled the question he had long overlooked. Typically, ants are social creatures. Yet throughout their fierce struggle, only a solitary one had appeared. How should I know? Li Zizai replied with a roll of his eyes. Regarding knowledge, I fear I am not as accomplished as He Xiaolong. Although the chaotic information He Xiaolong has encountered may not necessarily be authentic. There is a saying that where there is no wind, there are no waves. Even if it is not true, he has at least grazed the periphery of truth. At that time, Li Zizai was utterly ignorant, immersing himself in diligent practice. After arriving in this forbidden realm of cultivation, he continued to toil in solitude. Perhaps it was his temperament, or perhaps in such a desolate place, no one was inclined to engage with him, while he himself was disinterested in others. He Xiaolong shook his head, striving to clear his mind. He had not anticipated the severity of this aftereffect, for the following days. He feared he would be rendered incapable of any endeavors. His head throbbed intermittently, a consequence of excessive depletion of his spiritual consciousness. His spiritual awareness was far more potent than others, yet it had suffered intense backlash. Had Li Zizai utilized it, would he not have met his demise? Should he impart this knowledge to the young man? If he were to do so, he hoped it would not lead to the boy's untimely end. However, He Xiaolong soon considered that perhaps the young man's spiritual consciousness was insufficient for such a backlash to affect him. Ultimately, each individual possesses their own resources. It is entirely possible that he is more formidable than Li Zizai, bearing He Xiaolong on his back, steadily traversed out of the infernal abyss. Having already submitted their resources in the preceding days, the two had not ventured anywhere but remained confined within that modest chamber, diligently cultivating. The atmosphere was devoid of spiritual energy, to the extent that they could not even sense it, yet they persevered, utilizing their scant supply of rare herbs and medicinal pills for their training. After 7 days, they finally emerged from their quarters. However, merely 7 days had passed, and there was a remarkable change among the people around. They gathered in small clusters, speaking in hushed tones, shrouded in mystery. After exchanging a glance, Li Zizai approached a young man at the initial stage of foundation establishment, gently patting him on the shoulder. "May I inquire what has transpired?" he asked. What was most striking was that the young man was of a lower rank than himself. Had the world transformed so drastically in just a few days? Was it a sign of impending chaos? Observing the young man's demeanor, He Xiaolong sighed in resignation and produced a spirit-gathering pill from his pocket, maintaining a stoic expression as he inquired, "What is everyone discussing?" The young man weighed the pill in his hand, bringing it close to his nose for a whiff before promptly stowing it away. His gaze toward He Xiaolong softened, deeming him somewhat credible. With a beaming smile, he replied, "You are unaware? There are already discussions circulating that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can venture to another realm. In that place, if one possesses the skill, they may acquire rare treasures of heaven and earth." Both He Xiaolong and Li Zizai were taken aback. Was this not a secret? How had it become common knowledge? Who had disseminated this information? Was it deliberately spread by the City of Despair? Do you know who leaked it? Was it the overseers here? He Xiaolong asked anxiously, as this was vital for them. How should I know? In any case, everyone is talking about it. As the saying goes, from 1 to 10. From 10 to 100, once it spreads, the source becomes less significant. Moreover, the fact that the overseers have not intervened indicates that this matter is open for discussion. Moreover, if this were indeed true, it would be exceedingly frustrating, wouldn't it? He Xiaolong did not ponder deeply on this, rather, he considered the fact that the administrators had yet to intervene, which lent considerable credence to the young man's claims. However, Wang Meng, along with 2 others at the Golden Course stage, had previously asserted that the location in question was exceedingly perilous, with even those at the tribulation stage facing mortality, let alone individuals of their standing. Furthermore, entering prematurely might not necessarily be advantageous. Could it not imply that unforeseen complications had arisen within, such as a shortage of personnel or an increased demand for treasures from those within the cultivation forbidden zone? This would necessitate even those who previously did not meet the requirements to take action. The more he contemplated this, the more he felt a chill creep over him. He Xiaolong understood that a shift in circumstances was not inherently a positive development, especially one devoid of any forewarning. Such changes were not favorable for the management, and even less so for individuals like them. The rationale behind the requirement to reach the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage before being informed of such matters signified that one needed a certain level of self-preservation capability to enter that location, at the very least achieving the Golden Core peak. Yet, why had the standards now been lowered? Did it imply a reduction in danger? How absurd! If there were no significant risks, those already within the cultivation forbidden zone would have entered themselves. There would be no need to detain them here. Hey! What are you thinking about? I'm asking you something. Li Zizai nudged He Xiaolong with his elbow. This fellow had been silently deep in thought since entering. What was he contemplating? Chapter 77, The Fate of Being a Lackey. Observing Li Zizai's carefree demeanor, He Xiaolong felt a wave of irritation as he raked his fingers through his hair. It was unclear whether this fellow was genuinely indifferent or simply oblivious to the lurking dangers. The situation was glaringly apparent. The requirements had been lowered. And yet here they were, engaging in chaotic discussions, a clear indication that the overseers permitted such behavior, although a formal assembly had yet to be convened. Had there ever been a precedent for such occurrences? Certainly not. In the past, entering that place to seek treasures had been a closely guarded secret, one that remained undisclosed until one reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Moreover, those who had surpassed that threshold were expressly forbidden from divulging any information to others. When Tian Wang Meng and his companion had broached the topic, they had merely hinted at it without elaborating, in compliance with established regulations. Yet now, a discourse was unfolding, and those at the lower echelons were undoubtedly uninformed. Who had disseminated this information to incite such discussions? Were they not afraid? He Xiaolong furrowed his brow and inquired. Death is not always fearsome. At times, it can be more terrifying than anything else. Some individuals are capable of committing heinous and shameless acts merely for the sake of survival. Conversely, there are those who regard their lives as inconsequential, as if the distinction between life and death held no significance for them. Could it be that this seemingly frivolous young man, with his yellow hair, was truly one who had transcended the fear of life and death? The thought nearly amused He Xiaolong to the point of laughter. If Li Zizai genuinely cared not for life or death, then what purpose did his relentless striving serve? Moreover, who does not cherish their own life? If one truly possessed such courage, they would have long since taken their own life, rather than struggle here until now. It's not that there is no fear. It's simply that I believe we lack sufficient resources for cultivation in this place. Just like recently, when you fought a golden core beast and nearly found yourself on the brink of death. In essence, my point is that since we are all exerting ourselves to the utmost, why not strive in a place abundant with rare treasures? Furthermore, it is likely that they would not even comprehend such a realm. Thus, if we were to enter and secretly benefit, it would serve us well. Even if we cannot bring anything back, we could at least assimilate what we find within, and they would have no means to extract it from us. Li Zizai shook his head, unconcerned. Striving. One must strive no matter the location. It is far more worthwhile to do so in a place advantageous to oneself. Are you perhaps afraid? Li Zizai looked at He Xiaolong in disbelief. In his eyes, He Xiaolong was not the type to fear for his life, otherwise he would not have unleashed such a formidable attack at a critical moment to save himself. Yet now, he noticed that He Xiaolong's expression was grave, showing no signs of joy at this news. They were both at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, yet the path to golden core was still uncertain and fraught with peril. There was a real risk of perishing in combat against those golden core cultivators without ever having the chance to grow stronger. Now that the demands have been lowered, isn't that a good thing? It's exhausting. Truly exhausting. He Xiaolong found himself at a loss for words, casting a glance at the oblivious Li Zizai. With a sense of resignation, he remarked, "Have you never pondered why they have lowered the entry requirements? Previously, only those at the pinnacle of the golden core stage were permitted entry, which indicated that only at that level could one possess the ability to safeguard oneself. Now, they are allowing our group in either as mere fodder to fill their ranks or as sacrificial lambs. I believe this person has survived to this point solely due to extraordinary luck. Otherwise, given his reckless disposition, he would have perished countless times by now." "What good does it do to overthink?" Li Zizai replied languidly. That left He Xiaolong momentarily speechless. Indeed, what purpose does excessive contemplation serve? If they were denied entry, they could only strive relentlessly to cultivate in hopes of gaining access. Now that they have been granted entry, they have no choice but to comply. Ultimately, the power of control will never rest in their hands. They are devoid of any real alternatives. Why, then, should they burden themselves with such thoughts? Even a slight enhancement in strength could prove invaluable in a dire situation, potentially safeguarding their lives. Shall we seek out Wang Meng for some insights? Li Zizai suggested from the side. Let it be, He Xiaolong replied. Whether we can locate him is uncertain. Moreover, if that place indeed requires training, I fear it may lead to complications. If the higher-ups prohibit them from discussing matters, inquiring could inadvertently place him in jeopardy. It is better to remain uninformed for now. We will inevitably discover the truth. Given that they are engaged in tasks there, they will not have any resources to allocate to Wang Meng. Moreover, one must ponder whether individuals in such a place might regard each other as competitors. Much like in the realm of ecstasy, where each is perceived as an adversary. The demise of one signifies the loss of another. Thus, in the face of uncertainty, patience is paramount. There are countless individuals outside who can afford to wait. And so too can the two of them. Subsequently, Li Zizai shook his head and followed suit, acknowledging the unfortunate reality of being a subordinate to a leader. In Chapter 78, the emergence of cracks, a mere utterance from him dictates everything. Previously, He Xiaolong would consult him on various matters. However, since Li Zizai expressed his desire to align with He Xiaolong, it appears that he has taken a liking to making unilateral decisions. Yet, Li Zizai finds no fault in this. If one makes a decision, one must also bear the consequences. Furthermore, he does not consider himself devoid of intellect. It is inconceivable that he would be led to face peril while another revels in safety. If, however, in a similar situation, one can conceive the optimal strategy, then let that individual engage their intellect alone. Sometimes, the luxury of leisure can be surprisingly delightful. After all, life can be exhausting. And a moment of mental reprieve is most welcome. On this occasion, the two returned to the infernal abyss, only to discover that the number of individuals undertaking tasks had significantly diminished, by at least half. Even as they traversed the path, others were engaged in fervent discussions regarding the recent trending topics. Not far from Xiaolong and his companions, two middle-aged cultivators were conversing, leaving one to wonder whether the events unfolding were fortuitous or otherwise. Who can say? Perhaps within lies countless treasures of heaven and earth. Yet those individuals dare not venture forth. It seems they are merely sending us to our demise. Indeed, these people possess hearts as cold as wolves and as treacherous as dogs, and they would never allow us to seize any advantage. It is enough that you understand. I now find myself filled with regret for striving to reach the foundation establishment stage. How much better it would be if I remained at the peak of the innate realm. Upon overhearing the conversation between the two, He Xiaolong felt a swirl of complex emotions. He never anticipated that there were others who, despite their low cultivation, were equally reluctant to approach that perilous place. Even when he heard them speak, he had never entertained such thoughts. He only considered the immense danger that awaited, never contemplating retreat. Yet now, observing others, it seems many have foreseen the gravity of the situation, a sudden calamity that could spell doom for them, inducing a palpable atmosphere of anxiety. If one does not strive or contend, if one does not seek to improve their circumstances, then perhaps self-destruction would be a preferable fate, for life would be short-lived regardless. With a sigh, He Xiaolong remarked, "It is what it is, each person harbors their own thoughts. Perhaps it is not just them who are afraid. Indeed, it is not solely them, even within He Xiaolong's heart lay a trace of trepidation. The individuals within the cultivation forbidden zone are so formidable that they have trained others to behave like mere children. Yet, the very fact that they dare not enter signifies something profound. There must be precious treasures within. However, it raises the question, are those who govern the cultivation forbidden zone incapable of entering? But is that truly plausible? Nevertheless, regardless of whether those individuals can gain entry, they will undoubtedly be kept under control. For instance, the notion of entering and never emerging is simply implausible. Today, the two wandered near the periphery, neglecting to visit the ant nest they had seen a few days prior. their abilities were rather inadequate. While they were not at the very bottom of the hierarchy in this locale, they were still far from impressive. The foundation establishment stage is already considered a rather lowly existence, and there are indeed a few who have not even reached this stage. Such as the young girl they encountered that day. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare, amidst the vast sea of humanity in this city of decadence. The majority are golden core cultivators. The remaining few in the nascent soul and tribulation stages can occasionally be observed, though in limited numbers. Those at the foundation establishment level, like themselves, are neither too numerous nor too few, yet they are the most frequently engaged in battle, particularly in the realm of Elysium, where the conflicts among the higher echelons are not as severe as one might imagine. Perhaps this is due to the scarcity of highly capable individuals. For many at the foundation establishment stage perish daily. It reminded him of his first visit to the realm of Elysium, where a throng of challengers queued to face Li Zizai. He had anticipated that today would be another mundane day, yet at the edge of a precipice, He Xiaolong discovered a fissure. This crack struck him as peculiar, as if it concealed a vast black hole within, threatening to ensnare anyone who strayed too close. Furthermore, He Xiaolong felt an inexplicable urge, a voice incessantly whispering to him, step inside, and you shall encounter the one who resides in your heart, step inside, and you shall escape this place of confinement. Hey, what are you doing? Li Zizai inquired, tapping He Xiaolong on the shoulder as if he had lost his senses. As he awakened from his reverie, He Xiaolong glanced back at the precipice, which remained unchanged, devoid of the fissures he had previously envisioned. The stirring within his heart seemed to dissipate, leaving him with a sense of vexation, yet he also felt a sense of relief. The vexation stemmed from the thought that had he not hesitated earlier, he might have traversed the chasm and escaped this place. The relief arose from the realization that he had finally regained his senses. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though an unseen force had commandeered his thoughts, compelling him to approach the edge. A disconcerting sensation indeed. It was perilous for a cultivator to lack mastery over one's own body. A danger far greater than confronting a formidable adversary. Do you not find this cliff peculiar? He Xiaolong mused, despite its restoration to normalcy. He remained convinced that the earlier moment was not mere illusion. Where? Li Zizai followed He Xiaolong's gaze, observing the same cliff, devoid of any extraordinary features. Contemplating the situation, he concentrated and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, which struck the rock with a resounding impact, causing it to shatter into countless fragments, yet still, nothing seemed amiss. See? There is nothing unusual. Perhaps the pressure you have been under lately is affecting your perception. If so, let us forego our visit tomorrow and rest at home instead. After all, the large ant we defeated last time was quite valuable. Missing a few days of missions will not be detrimental. Li Zizai speculated that He Xiaolong might still be recovering from the excessive use of his spiritual awareness during their previous encounter, leaving him drained of both spiritual and soul energy. Chapter 79. Unfortunate timing, I came to seek you. Why could it not be true? What lies beyond the fissure? He Xiaolong pondered extensively, etching this location deeply into his memory. He mused that perhaps he could escape to another realm through this crack. Although he was uncertain whether stepping through would lead him back to his original world, at the very least, it would allow him to flee from this forbidden zone of cultivation. Of course, the entire premise hinged on the notion that what he had just witnessed was not merely a figment of his imagination, but that the fissure truly existed. Yet, why was he the only one able to perceive it, and only for a fleeting moment? If such a temporal rift were indeed present, why had none of the others in the cultivation zone noticed it? When he referred to seeing, he meant with his spiritual awareness rather than his eyes. The spiritual awareness of a cultivator surpasses the mere function of sight. As one's cultivation deepens, this awareness can extend far and wide, scanning effortlessly anything within its reach, whether living or inanimate, cannot evade its scrutiny. His current spiritual awareness could already extend outward, though not to great distances. It was still significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. He could reach within 100 meters, but what of those in the forbidden zone? Golden core, nascent soul. Tribulation transcendence, spirit transformation, how far could their awareness stretch? Did they not notice this peculiar phenomenon during their patrols, or was it a newly manifested anomaly? He did not mind bringing He Xiaolong along, but what if only one person could pass? Informing He Xiaolong would effectively sever his own path to survival. He would either have to slay his brother or face his own demise. The environment was truly unbearable, gradually eroding one's will and instilling a sense of despair. Thus, when the opportunity to escape arose, He Xiaolong dared not gamble on it. On their journey, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Mang. Brother Wang? What a coincidence! He Xiaolong greeted him cheerfully, a smile adorning his face. He Xiaolong also concealed his previous absent-minded demeanor, for this was a matter of respecting the strong. Engaging in conversation while appearing indifferent could easily provoke the golden elixir cultivator before them. As it happens, I came specifically to find you, Wang Mang replied with a smile, his usually stern expression now appearing quite amiable. Oh! He Xiaolong and He Xiaolong raised their brows in intrigue. Wang Mang's visit held some significance. He Xiaolong speculated that it was likely related to the morning's gossip, but could they now openly discuss it with outsiders? Otherwise, what purpose would Wang Mang have in seeking them out? This is not a suitable place for conversation, let us proceed to that little sanctuary. Brother Wang. You are aware as well, He Xiaolong remarked, surprised. He had assumed few knew of that location. How could they not? Anyone with a modicum of ability is generally aware. After all, in this city of decline, the only place for secrets is that small sanctuary. Many formidable individuals, in moments of boredom, often take a stroll to that secluded spot, for it is the only place in the entire city of decay where one can behold the verdant hues. A chance to refresh their eyes, otherwise, one might truly lose their ability to perceive colors. Wang Mang remarked. The others exchanged glances and shared a hearty laugh. Indeed, in the city of decay, one is surrounded by shades of black and red. After prolonged residence, they had nearly forgotten the existence of other colors. Moreover, the sky above was perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, although not entirely black. The dream of witnessing a cerulean sky adorned with fluffy white clouds seemed utterly fanciful. As the urgency of time compelled them, the group harnessed their spiritual powers, swiftly arriving at a secluded sanctuary. Fortuitously, they found themselves alone in this hidden realm. Thank you, Brother Wang, He Xiaolong expressed with solemnity. I haven't even spoken yet, what are you thanking me for? What if it's unfavorable news for you? Wang Mang replied, somewhat taken aback by the gratitude. This seemingly youthful lad, having attained a position among the top 5, not only reached the city of decay but also survived for several days, even managing to win over He Xiaolong. It wasn't that he knew He Xiaolong personally or that He Xiaolong was particularly extraordinary, rather, it was evident that all cultivators possess a sense of pride. Often looking down upon others, a trait most pronounced among the current generation of prodigies. Among peers of similar age, cultivation level, and talent, it is rare for one to submit to another. Yet, observing He Xiaolong's demeanor, it was clear he had acknowledged He Xiaolong as his superior. To gain the allegiance of a fellow prodigy reflects an extraordinary level of both intellect and capability. Perhaps placing the bet on this lad was indeed a prudent choice. Regardless of the reasons for today's circumstances, I must express my gratitude to Brother Wang for making the effort to join us at this moment. He Xiaolong, however, felt it was of little significance. As he had stated, no matter the motivation behind their arrival, the fact that they chose to come signifies a measure of respect towards him. Expecting others to offer assistance purely out of goodwill is nothing short of a delusion. Yet, Wang Mang's visit should be seen as a mutually beneficial endeavor, even if he seeks the lion's share. Collaboration necessitates that one must offer a modicum of incentive to elicit cooperation. Given their present situation, the support from a golden core cultivator could provide sufficient sustenance for both himself and Li Zizai, making Wang Meng's arrival akin to a timely provision of aid. While he may not feel compelled to remember this favor, a simple thank you is certainly warranted. Consequently, Wang Meng held him in higher regard, acknowledging that while he may have been somewhat verbose, it is those who navigate social intricacies with finesse that fare better in such environments. Well, I must admit, I have taken a liking to you. As for today's matter, you all likely already know, for the rumors outside are rampant. Indeed, everyone is abuzz about that enigmatic place, purported to hold great advantages, though we remain uncertain of its authenticity. How could such news spread so widely? He Xiaolong nodded in agreement, recognizing the incredibility of the situation. They had only been home for a few days, and already the rumors had escalated to such proportions. Was this not an astonishingly swift development? Chapter 80, The Unjust Death in the Realm of Mortals. Such occurrences are common. After all, the internet is highly developed, making it exceedingly simple for news to spread and become universally known overnight. However, this place is markedly different. Most cultivators are preoccupied, either engrossed in arduous training, seeking resources, or engaged in fierce battles. In essence, they have little time for idle gossip. Furthermore, these individuals are largely solitary, even if each possesses a handful of friends. They seldom engage in lengthy discussions with outsiders. Additionally, there exists a prevailing attitude of indifference, as many feel detached from matters that do not concern them. Thus, even when anomalies are later observed, the knowledge rarely becomes widespread, and numerous secrets remain concealed. Therefore, this situation is exceedingly peculiar. Wang Meng sighed, this matter is rather convoluted. In summary, circumstances have shifted. Previously, entry into that location was restricted to those at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with the ideal candidates being in the nascent soul stage. Otherwise, the mortality rate for those who ventured there was alarmingly high. Yet now, that area is gradually expanding, its edges becoming more accessible. As a result, even those at the foundation establishment stage can now enter, though they are barred from the central region. I surmise that the inhabitants of this cultivation forbidden zone intend for you to explore the periphery, given that their numbers are limited. Presently, we are primarily situated in the intermediate region, while those possessing exceptional abilities are deep within the core. Consequently, we lack the opportunity to investigate the outer areas, which the inhabitants of the cultivation forbidden zone cannot access. Wait, did you say they cannot enter? He Xiaolong and Li Zizai exchanged a glance, both astonished by the revelation in each other's eyes. Numerous enigmas that had once perplexed them were now elucidated. Indeed, it was clear why these individuals had confined them under inexplicable names, compelling them to toil without recompense. After much deliberation, it became evident that the purpose was to seek treasure, and since the realm of cultivation was a forbidden zone for its practitioners, capturing them had become imperative. Is it true that no one with cultivation abilities can enter? He Xiaolong inquired. Indeed, anyone who belongs to the realm of cultivation is barred from entry, was the response. But why? He Xiaolong pondered, bewildered. Are we not all human? What distinguishes those from the forbidden zone from us? Even if they possess greater strength or ruthlessness, at their core, we are essentially the same, are we not? Or is it possible that those in the forbidden zone are not human at all? Yet, that notion seemed implausible. He understood that whether they were demonic beasts or spiritual creatures, to attain a human form, they must possess at least a level of cultivation beyond the transformation stage. However, such formidable beings are rare in this world. Moreover, many he had encountered perhaps had not even reached the nascent soul stage, suggesting that the overseers of this realm were stratified in their cultivation levels. Some may have only reached the golden core stage, while others, like those at the nascent soul or tribulation stages, were undoubtedly numerous. Beyond that, He Xiaolong had not witnessed. The first woman he encountered upon his arrival here was a practitioner at the tribulation stage, an invincible entity of her tier. Another formidable figure is the overseer of this fallen city, Dream Princess, This woman possesses a remarkably high level of cultivation, and it is estimated that He Xiaolong is likely at the threshold of transcending tribulation. However, she probably pales in comparison to the woman encountered earlier. This does not necessarily imply much, as the demon beasts in the tribulation stage cannot transform into human form. Beyond this, what distinguishes those individuals from us? I am uncertain. It appears that anyone who has entered the forbidden zone is barred from further access, as if there exists some form of restriction. I have only recently begun to engage with this matter and have yet to grasp many of its complexities. I have only ventured there once or twice, after which the periphery began to dissipate, making it the subject of intense discussion among everyone now. Wang Meng is not particularly well informed about this situation. He has inquired with others, and it seems that no one possesses any clear answers, only that those individuals cannot gain entry. How, then, do they manage us? Li Zizai interjected. This issue has escalated significantly, and it is imperative to seek clarity while we still can, as it suggests potential loopholes for the future. Previously, no one dared to inquire, but now that Wang Meng has proactively brought the subject to light, failing to ask would be a considerable oversight. Given the gravity of the situation, it remains uncertain whether their management approach will shift. Currently, their method involves providing us with a particular elixir, observing us consume it, and only then permitting our entry. This elixir is effective for a day. If we do not emerge within that time frame to obtain the antidote, we would be reduced to mere ashes. Their task was merely to wait outside. Each time before entering, they would meticulously search our storage devices, and upon exiting, they would conduct the same thorough inspection. There was simply no way to conceal anything. The sole purpose was to utilize any valuable items acquired within, particularly those that were easily digestible, promptly transforming them into one's own cultivation. As Wang Meng's words echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the three individuals, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. It was understood without utterance that digesting exceptionally fine celestial materials was an impossible feat, as many substances required an extensive period for assimilation, capable of being stored within the body for years, even decades or centuries. Gradually, they would be refined, becoming part of one's essence. Yet, the more extraordinary the materials, the more challenging their refinement. What could be achieved in a mere 24 hours? Furthermore, many items, even if ingested, could still be expelled for use. Ordinary items did not warrant such scrutiny from the overseers, but what about those rare treasures? Those extraordinary finds that appeared only once in a millennium? If one were to consume them, yet failed to refine them, and subsequently drew their attention, it could lead to one being transformed into a medicinal pill. Chapter 81. Alliances. One could easily surmise that the inhabitants of the cultivation forbidden zone, daring enough to bind so many individuals with a single pill, were certainly dealing with something far from ordinary. Did those individuals not contemplate rebellion? So many masters exist, who would willingly be treated like a servant? Yet those who resist have inevitably met their demise, serving as a cautionary example. Here, the individuals who arrive are those brimming with potential, yet their cultivation remains insufficient. In such circumstances, the likelihood of learning alchemy is minimal. If one lacks knowledge of alchemy, how can they concoct an antidote? Even if one is familiar with the formula, can they truly gather all the necessary ingredients to produce the elixir? Thus, their current considerations revolve around two pivotal matters. Brother Wang's visit today implies. He Xiaolong felt he had elucidated the background thoroughly, and now it was time to discuss the main issue. He did not believe that Wang Meng sought them merely to relay this information, as such matters would eventually be disclosed by those within the confines of the cultivation forbidden zone if they truly desired their entry. Wang Meng's premature approach, extending such a favor, undoubtedly suggested an intention to forge some form of collaboration. He Xiaolong was open to cooperation and indifferent to who might benefit more. His sole desire was to survive in this place. As long as it was advantageous to him and did not breach his moral boundaries, he would be amenable. Within, factions are formed, do you understand? At this juncture, Wang Meng's expression turned gravely serious. Forming factions? He Xiaolong murmured, realizing that they were indeed unaware of this. They only recognized that in this city of decay, everyone was a lone wolf, for trust was non-existent, and they could not withstand any betrayal. You may not be aware that within this realm, acquiring resources is exceedingly challenging for an individual. Hence, the most prudent course of action is to form alliances. This practice is sanctioned by the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone, who assist in registering small teams. For instance, regarding the antidote for elixirs, members within the team can lead others. Furthermore, there is a stipulated daily quota of resources. Exceeding this threshold yields rewards, while failing to meet it incurs penalties. Consequently, the formation of teams offers another advantage. In instances where others lack sufficient resources, one can utilize another's surplus without the obligation of repayment. This fosters a spirit of mutual assistance. Naturally, should someone assist you today, it is imperative to remember this favor and reciprocate when they are in need. Such is the unspoken rule within the team. Upon hearing this, He Xiaolong and his companion grasped the intention behind the invitation to join. Additionally, the earlier considerations were addressed. Although He Xiaolong pondered further why was Wang Meng so insistent on their inclusion? Despite the current expansion of territories, both he and his companion possessed relatively modest cultivation levels. Moreover, Wang Meng had consistently exuded a peculiar kindness towards them, which struck He Xiaolong as quite odd. However, it was apparent that their joining would undoubtedly benefit Wang Meng in some manner, otherwise, why would he expend his energy on their behalf? Observing their silence, Wang Meng continued. To be honest, our team is currently quite small, and our strength is rather lacking. The resources we gather daily are barely sufficient, let alone any rewards. Therefore, we need to recruit more individuals. Although your abilities may not be remarkable, the circumstances in the outer regions remain unknown. It is always advantageous to increase our numbers. Inside, competition for territory is fierce, as the wealth of resources attracts many. Some areas are rich in spiritual energy, yielding higher-grade treasures, while others are comparatively meager. Securing a prime location ensures a more abundant supply of resources. However, everyone has their eyes on those coveted spots, so it ultimately comes down to strength. The territory we currently occupy leaves much to be desired. Wang Meng spoke candidly. These individuals would soon discover the truth upon entering. By extending a gesture of goodwill now, even if these two do not remember the favor later, it would at least prevent enmity. Moreover, he felt confident in the situation today. Both individuals were not particularly strong and lacked significant backing, making it improbable for them to act as lone wolves once inside. Survival in that environment necessitates reliance on a faction. Given their familiarity, it was reasonable to extend an olive branch, unless these two were utterly irrational. They would likely not refuse. Brother Wang, please be direct. What benefits can you offer us once we enter? He Xiaolong is certainly not foolish. Since he is here to solicit allegiance, it is only natural that some price must be paid. It is inconceivable to expect to receive without offering anything in return. Especially when both parties are destined to align with a particular force. Given their status as mere foundation establishment cultivators, they cannot aspire to rule independently. Thus, regardless of which faction they choose to affiliate with, the benefits received will essentially be the same. Since he has taken the initiative to seek their allegiance, a substantial investment is expected. Wang Meng, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, has now come to terms with the situation. Most individuals would be overwhelmed by such a plethora of advantages offered by a formidable ally, grateful to be held in such high regard. Yet, this young man before him remains remarkably composed, analyzing the circumstances with a level head. Upon reflection, Wang Meng feels a sense of relief, otherwise he would not have placed his bets on this individual. Truly, you are no ordinary person. Let us speak plainly, should you choose to join our faction, I will arrange for a nascent soul-level cultivator to assist you in refining those rare materials. Of course, it is important to note that the assistance is tiered. Should the materials be of exceptionally high quality, they may be beyond even their capabilities to refine, thus rendering them unable to aid you. Therefore, exercise caution when consuming these items, ensuring you do not take in anything you cannot handle. Otherwise, should you be discovered by those who might investigate, it could lead to significant trouble. Chapter 82, The Eve of Conspiracy. Wang Meng's insistence on these precautions stems from a belief that the two before him are rather inexperienced. Given their potential, it is evident that reaching the foundation establishment stage at this point in their journey indicates they do not hail from prominent families. Consequently, their experiences cannot be compared to those of others who are more worldly. Moreover, at that time, all would be part of the same team. If those two failed to discern the gravity of the situation, the repercussions could affect the entire group. While a wager has been placed upon this young man before us, none wish to meet an untimely demise without cause. Contrary to what he might assume, He Xiaolong is acutely aware of the underlying connections. Brother Wang, rest assured. We comprehend the weight of the matter and shall not act recklessly. Yet, within He Xiaolong's mind, a different thought lingers. Others may struggle to assimilate this, but perhaps he could. It is evident that the storage device cannot conceal everything, but what of the artifact within his own body? It remains unutilized to this day, and its nature is still unknown. Clearly, its rank must be quite elevated. Typically, this circumstance indicates that one's own prowess is insufficient to wield such a treasure. If his energies were to reach a certain threshold, for instance, through an enhancement of his cultivation, or if the spiritual energy within him were to overflow and become unmanageable, would the artifact then autonomously absorb the excess? This would imply that two entities are drawing from it, or perhaps even more. For he himself is uncertain of the artifact's true caliber. Some high-ranking artifacts can consume an astounding quantity of rare resources or spiritual energy. If the artifact within him is of similarly high rank, does that mean he could voraciously absorb without limit, undetected by others? Although the magical artifact has absorbed energy, it has not provided significant benefits to oneself. However, by consistently absorbing to the limits of one's physical capacity each day and adequately nourishing the artifact, it is conceivable that one day it may indeed transform into a personal innate treasure. At that time, the artifact's strength would surge, and one's combat prowess would ascend to a new level. In any case, this transaction is undoubtedly advantageous. Nevertheless, it is prudent to keep such matters discreet. Not only should Wang Meng be kept in the dark, but even Li Zizai must remain unaware. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before complications arise. Wang Meng nodded in agreement. It is sufficient that you understand. There exists a substantial disparity between the inside and the outside. Teamwork is of paramount importance. If one individual encounters trouble, the entire team will be affected. The overseers are indifferent to personal identities. Should they discover anyone harboring secrets or violating the established regulations, the entire team shall face repercussions. Rest assured, we will rigorously vet and instruct anyone we admit into this team regarding their character. Typically, we refrain from including individuals who pose even a slight risk, as this is a safeguard for the lives and well-being of every member within the team. It is evident that the seemingly robust Wang Meng is, in fact, quite meticulous in his endeavors. However, He Xiaolong soon comes to terms with this realization. After all, how could one reach such a level of cultivation without possessing wisdom? Even Li Zizai, who often appears carefree, is, in truth, remarkably astute and cunning in thought. As for Li Zizai's inclusion in the team, it is likely he has benefited from He Xiaolong's influence. However, now that Wang Meng has departed, despite having promised to serve He Xiaolong, the two of them, being of similar age and cultivation level, still interact like brothers. Do you think there might be some hidden conspiracy behind Wang Meng? Upon hearing his words, He Xiaolong rolled his eyes. Do you think everyone is like you? Hey! What do you mean by like me? Li Zizai retorted, feeling displeased. He felt as though his character was being called into question. He Xiaolong sighed and earnestly said to Li Zizai, others must have ulterior motives, otherwise, why would they involve you? Do they truly covet our meager foundational cultivation? Yet, regardless of their intentions, this matter is advantageous for us, not detrimental. Therefore, until the truth is revealed, it has no bearing on us. Even if we catch wind of something, we must choose to remain ignorant, waiting for the day we possess the strength to resist. If we lack the power to oppose them, their ambitions remain unchanged. He Xiaolong's words carried a sense of melancholy. He understood that Wang Meng's interest in him was likely driven by some ulterior motive. Much like the enigmatic figure in black who brought him here, claiming to anticipate surprises from him, as if they had staked something on his potential. However, at present, they are not entitled to know such matters, as they pertain to the upper echelons of the entire realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, they are steadily advancing in strength, and when the time comes, certain truths will inevitably be unveiled. After all, many things remain unknown to you unless articulated. As long as one possesses formidable strength, the experiences encountered will inevitably be similar. Some matters can gradually be discerned, and he is currently in no rush. Moreover, what these individuals assert is that one must first attain significant prowess to realize their ambitions. For instance, it used to be that one needed to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage to gain entry into certain realms. Thus, when one's abilities are still nascent, their goals merely represent aspirations, much like investing in a promising stock. Therefore, regardless of their ulterior motives, at present, the situation holds only advantages for him and Li Zizai, without any drawbacks. Given this, why should one refuse? You are rather magnanimous, Li Zizai muttered. It is not magnanimity, but rather a sense of powerlessness, He Xiaolong lamented. Is he truly magnanimous? He lacks the capital for resistance. Were he capable of opposing, who would willingly remain in ignorance? Who would choose to endure the knowledge of being manipulated while silently acquiescing, rendering him akin to a kept man? However, the prerequisite for any form of resistance is the possession of capability. Presently, with merely a nascent foundation establishment, even accompanied by a subordinate, that subordinate is also at the foundation establishment stage, insufficient to withstand even a mere breath from a formidable opponent. When confronted by a powerful being in the tribulation stage, a single breath could extinguish both of them. Chapter 83, The Arrogance of Foundation Establishment. In the external world, those in the foundation establishment stage are regarded as significant powers. Yet, in this context, to speak bluntly, they have only just crossed the threshold of the cultivation realm. It is only upon condensing the golden core that one truly embarks on the path of cultivation. Upon reaching the golden core stage, there is a profound transformation both in longevity and capability. Li Zizai pondered briefly before inquiring, shall we proceed with our previous plan? Their earlier ambition to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the golden core was driven by the necessity of attaining that level to access a certain realm. Consequently, they resorted to seizing the rare chaos-attracting herb and even risking their lives to eliminate those golden core practitioners to procure their cores for the enhancement of their own cultivation. However, the circumstances have shifted. Now, even those in the foundation establishment stage can enter that realm, rendering their previous risks unnecessary. Moreover, advancing to the golden core stage does not inherently guarantee benefits. Greater power often begets greater peril, and one is burdened with significantly more responsibilities in that domain. For instance, the contributions required daily from a foundation establishment practitioner differ vastly from those demanded of a golden core cultivator. Thus, hastily entering the golden core stage might not be advantageous. Facing the obligations of a golden core practitioner right after achieving the initial stage would be excessively burdensome for them. In their current state, both are in the foundation establishment stage. Although they may not be invincible within the same rank, they are still formidable beings, which alleviates the pressure considerably. Upon hearing this, He Xiaolong discerned his intentions and found it somewhat amusing, perceiving a lack of resolve in his companion. Nonetheless, it was indeed a prudent approach. He nodded affirmatively. Let us refrain from killing for now. Instead, we shall explore this infernal abyss and see if we can uncover valuable resources to enhance our strength. The enhancement of one's prowess differs significantly from the mere appropriation of another's golden core. For those aspiring to attain the golden core stage, it is indeed possible to eliminate several golden core cultivators to achieve their goal. However, relying on the search for rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures is a matter of sheer luck. Furthermore, a golden core is a manifestation of another's cultivation, representing the quintessence of purity. In contrast, heavenly materials and earthly treasures invariably harbor impurities. When a practitioner consumes these, they must meticulously utilize their spiritual energy to eliminate these impurities. Otherwise, the accumulation of such impurities within their body can obstruct their meridians, hinder their cultivation progress, and potentially taint their spiritual root, jeopardizing their innate talent. Thus, it is unwise to indiscriminately consume anything encountered in the wild. While practitioners possess the ability to sense the spiritual essence contained within various plants or creatures through their spiritual energy, enabling them to discern the grade of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, discernment must be exercised. Some substances may be readily refined, dissolving almost instantaneously within one's meridians, allowing the practitioner to effortlessly guide the spiritual energy into their dantian, thereby augmenting their cultivation. Conversely, certain materials, such as spirit stones and beast cores, prove far more challenging to refine. Spirit stones can be cultivated at will, yet beast cores harbor significant spiritual energy that is exceedingly difficult to convert into one's own cultivation. On average, an individual of comparable cultivation can absorb the essence of a beast core at a speed that would allow them to consume several spirit stones. Thus, every moment is immensely precious to them, particularly when it comes to the elixirs utilized for their cultivation. Items that possess pure spiritual energy and are easy to refine, despite their low rank and limited storage, tend to be sold at exorbitant prices, often existing in a market devoid of fixed value. Therefore, even if the two of them were to discover valuable treasures in the depths of the hellish abyss, the prospect of swiftly advancing to the golden core stage remains but a distant dream. He Xiaolong. I can't shake the feeling that my life has become significantly more complicated since you entered it. Previously, my days revolved solely around taking lives. As long as I maintained my position, the occasional kill and a bit of plunder sufficed. Yet now, it seems that following you brings an array of chaotic matters into my existence, lamented Li Zizai, shaking his head. Is it possible that He Xiaolong is indeed the protagonist? It is well known that those who linger in the company of a protagonist often encounter incessant troubles, albeit with ample opportunities accompanying them. After all, while the protagonist feasts, one might still savor a morsel of the broth. Opportunities can be quite unpredictable, even a mere trickle can elevate one to the next tier of cultivation. However, with greater opportunities come greater complications and dangers, significantly increasing the likelihood of peril. Have you not noticed how many subordinates of successful individuals meet their demise in droves? Who can say whether Li Zizai will live to see such a time? What is the matter? Are you afraid? He Xiaolong teased. Everyone is fundamentally the same. Upon hearing Li Zizai's words, one cannot help but grasp the underlying meaning. To encounter danger is often an inherent aspect of growth. If one fears peril, the prospect of personal evolution becomes utterly elusive. It is not merely during the struggle for resources that challenges arise, even when breaking through realms. One must engage in practical battles. Cultivating immortality is not a matter of merely sitting on a mat in meditation day after day. It necessitates enduring countless battles and rigorous physical training. Without such trials, the mortal body would be utterly incapable of withstanding the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, inevitably leading to its rupture. Furthermore, the process of refining the physical form is fraught with complexities, requiring a deep understanding of numerous intricacies. What is there to fear? I merely lament the disparity of destinies among individuals. A faint smile graced Li Zizai's lips. Before He Xiaolong could interject, Li Zizai continued. If I were to perish one day, it would be nothing but a testament to my ill fortune. However, should I continue to live and become a companion to the Great One, then I, Li Zizai, shall truly revel in my glory. He Xiaolong was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. Then you must strive to survive until that moment arrives. He Xiaolong realized he had misjudged Li Zizai. While he possessed a fear of death, he also harbored an innate tenacity and ferocity. Perhaps it is precisely this spirit that has enabled him to endure in this treacherous environment until now. Chapter 84, How heart-wrenching it is the fierce competition for cultivation resources. Once a relentless struggle has become a rare sight. Although everyone appeared to be idling, the entire city of decadence did not exude an air of laziness. For each individual was engrossed in their own pursuits. Many were fervently cultivating, aspiring to reach the golden core stage before venturing into that enigmatic realm. He Xiaolong held his tongue regarding their ambitions. Each person had their own plans. They wished to enter during the foundation establishment stage, yet others may not share this sentiment. After all, it was rumored that within that place lay abundant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, suffused with rich spiritual energy. Even dedicating just an hour each day to cultivation there would be immensely beneficial for them. Thus, everyone yearned to enhance their strength, seeking to acquire more resources upon entry. As for the dangers? Perhaps they were well aware, yet who truly cared? Without peril, how could one attain rewards? A congregation of individuals unafraid of death. He Xiaolong scoffed at the thought. He would prefer if they all ascended to the golden core stage, competing with Wang Meng and his cohort, while he merely reaped the modest benefits from outside. For He Xiaolong believed that once he entered that domain, he would undoubtedly absorb the other heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hence, the fewer companions he had, the lesser the likelihood of his secrets being disclosed. Approximately half a month later, as the fervor of gossip began to wane, and doubts arose regarding potential misinformation, visitors finally arrived at the cultivation forbidden zone. This time, it was led by Meng Ji. Accompanied by a throng of individuals clad in identical attire, to those with face blindness, distinguishing one from another would be an impossible feat. At that moment, everyone stood in the square of the city of decadence. Goodness, so many people. Li Zizai murmured. He Xiaolong turned his head and was greeted by an expansive square teeming with an endless throng of people, an overwhelming sight that seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. Although he had previously perceived this location as crowded, he had never before felt it to be so utterly inundated with humanity. The sight before him was a sea of dark heads, a stark reminder of the multitude present. Many among the crowd wore expressions of derision. While they spoke of rewards in flattering terms, it was evident that such promises were merely a guise for delivering a harsh reality. Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent, not out of lack of conviction, but rather a sense of futility. Their true desire to enter that place was not motivated by the meager rewards, but by the belief that it harbored abundant resources. Furthermore, the individuals from the realms of cultivation could not access this area, thereby granting them a semblance of freedom during the hours spent there. What they chose to do with those hours was of no concern to others, and therein lay the source of their excitement. Did Meng Ji not notice their mockery? Of course, she did, she was not blind to it. However, she chose to remain silent. When the order was issued from above, she too found it peculiar. Yet ultimately her role was to execute it. Henceforth, there would be no need to exchange resources in the city of decay. Upon entering that place, they would be directed to a designated area to submit their daily earnings. Starting today, the group behind her would commence their training. It would be prudent for everyone to refrain from causing disturbances. Should they think that entering that realm would free them from oversight, they were sorely mistaken. After uttering those few words, Dream Princess gracefully departed, leaving behind a multitude of individuals clad in black, standing in a row at the forefront of the plaza. Now, let us commence. Everyone shall line up nearby, and after forming groups, we shall attend classes daily within different factions. He Xiaolong and his companions followed closely behind the others, seeking a nearby position to join the lengthy queue. A flutter of excitement coursed through him. As it appeared these individuals would introduce them to the rare treasures of heaven and earth, ensuring they did not miss out on anything valuable. Regarding this matter, He Xiaolong held no aversion. An opportunity to learn in such a straightforward manner was indeed something he coveted. However, while he welcomed this chance, some nearby individuals were not so inclined. Two among them even engaged in blatant mockery, declaring that what was presented as a class was merely a farce, their laughter dripping with scorn. Yet, those around them merely curled their lips in disdain without uttering a word. After all, in such classes, apart from acquiring a modicum of knowledge, one gained nothing else. The mere thought of this was disheartening. Just contemplating it was unbearable for the crowd. Yet the inhabitants of this cultivation prison wielded considerable authority. Thus, regardless of their numerous grievances, no one dared to voice a complaint. Engaging in private discussions was permissible, for the law does not punish the masses. With so many individuals incarcerated within the cultivation prison, if everyone were to speak out, countless lives would have already been lost. This notion left an indelible mark on He Xiaolong's heart, one he could not easily forget. Well then, let us conclude for today. Tomorrow morning, we shall enter our designated chambers for cultivation according to our assigned numbers. As the words of the black man echoed, a formation suddenly emerged in the square, with small chambers numbered from 1 to 100. Chapter 85, an unnecessary endeavor. Why not 27 or 29? He stood alongside He Xiaolong, finding the rankings rather peculiar. He Xiaolong, with an ulterior motive, remarked, "Do you think this is based on strength?" "Pa, what do you mean by based on strength?" Li Zizai retorted, displeased. According to He Xiaolong's reasoning, he would be ranked 68, and as both were at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he refused to believe he was significantly weaker than He Xiaolong. Or was it possible that He Xiaolong possessed some hidden trump card unknown to him? Contemplating this, Li Zizai felt a pang of sorrow, his spirits dampened. Despite sharing the same realm, he was the elder, having been here for several years, yet he found himself outperformed by He Xiaolong, who had just recently broken through to the foundational stage. This realization weighed heavily on him. Observing Li Zizai's dejected demeanor, akin to a wilted eggplant, He Xiaolong stifled a laugh and, after a moment, patted his shoulder. "Take a look around, are there any duplicated numbers among them?" "Is that so?" At this, Li Zizai perked up, thinking to himself that there was no way he could be trailing He Xiaolong by more than 40 places. A glance around confirmed it. Indeed, many held tokens with repeated numbers, and he spotted several instances of the number 68. This indicated that those with the same number would enter the same chamber for training. Goodness, after all this time, it turned out they wouldn't be placed together. He Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Logically speaking, since everyone was essentially the same and destined to enter that place, one would assume that regardless of which small room they trained in, the content would be fundamentally identical, at least in essence. Yet, why the segregation? Moreover, cultivators possess the ability to amplify their voices through spiritual energy, enabling their words to reach considerable distances. To put it bluntly, even in the absence of those small rooms, they could simply convene in the square for training. A single utterance would be audible to all, rendering any distinction unnecessary. Furthermore, cultivators have remarkable memories. Anything they hear once is seldom forgotten. Thus, it appears that dividing everyone into different groups for training is utterly superfluous. And if that were the case, why were they instructed to queue up earlier? They were even told to line up nearby. What they could contemplate, the people around them were evidently pondering as well. A collective murmur of discussion arose, with some expressing disdain and others resorting to mockery at this seemingly redundant approach. However, there are bounds to such discussions. Individuals spoke with caution, for it is often the case that a single ill-chosen remark could jeopardize one's very existence, a matter far from mere jest. Some cultivators possessed exceptionally volatile tempers, particularly when confronted with those they deemed weaker. They regarded others with utter disdain. Should one provoke their ire, They could extinguish you in an instant, leaving you bereft of any recourse for lamentation. He Xiaolong refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to concentrate on the small token in his hand. It emanated a faint energy fluctuation that felt remarkably familiar to him. What was this made of? He felt an uncanny familiarity with the energy fluctuations, yet he could not quite place it. What was there to observe? It was merely a token inscribed with numbers. What could possibly be intriguing about it? Moreover, everyone possessed one. Evidently, it was not a rarity worthy of study, Li Zizai remarked. There exists a subtle energy wave emanating from it. Did you not sense it? Yes, I did, but what of it? If it were crafted from scraps of materials used in refining, then such faint energy fluctuations would indeed be expected, Li Zizai dismissed. To him, anything common to all was of little value, rarity dictated worth. This token, aside from granting access to that small chamber, served no other purpose. It was clear that the overseers of the cultivation forbidden zone would not engage in unprofitable ventures, certainly not distributing valuable items to their hands. In Li Zizai's eyes, everyone within this cultivation forbidden zone was impoverished. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives for a chance to acquire heavenly materials and earthly treasures? The captors of so many had orchestrated such a grand scheme, perhaps because of their destitution. It was their desperation to seize the treasures of that realm that compelled them to undertake such perilous risks. He Xiaolong furrowed his brow slightly. This sense of familiarity hinted at something he had overlooked. It could not possibly be mere scraps, for how could there be so many identical remnants? With this thought, He Xiaolong took the token from Li Zizai's hand and began to sense it. This once again affirms that everything that transpired that day was not merely a figment of his imagination, but rather, that place truly exists. Perhaps the rift in the fabric of time and space is indeed real, manifesting only under specific circumstances. Are the inhabitants of this realm of cultivation aware of it? Or do they merely know that within this cultivation forbidden zone, there are locations where such temporal rifts and energy fluctuations occur? Not only in the abyssal demon lair but in other areas as well? How did these individuals arrive in this peculiar locale, which resembles an isolated planet from which escape seems utterly impossible? High above, there are prohibitions. If one ascends too far, they will be forcibly brought down. Attempting to dig into the ground is futile, as there are restrictions beneath the surface as well. This is a prison, a cage crafted by a highly advanced cultivator, designed specifically to confine them, a group of enslaved beings. Yet, if a fisher were to appear in this prison, would it grant them the opportunity to escape? Chapter 86, Telepathic Communication. He Xiaolong was uncertain, his knowledge of cultivation was limited. It could be said that he reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment solely through his own efforts and a stroke of luck. Beyond these factors, he possessed no substantial foundation and lacked the time required for thorough study. Thus, he was entirely ignorant of the concept of spatial rifts, perceiving them as an exceedingly enigmatic phenomenon. It seemed even more extraordinary than the ability to fly unaided. After all, the notion of a temporal rift is inherently terrifying. What if he were to enter it and inexplicably meet his demise within? To traverse from one place to another inevitably entails peril, far from the simplicity of traveling by car or plane. Thus, even upon discovering a temporal rift, He Xiaolong hesitated to venture within, at least for now. He lacked the courage. Until certainty is attained, that location would remain solely his secret. Naturally, He Xiaolong pondered further if he possessed the strength. He would undoubtedly explore the infernal abyss. There, he would conjure an illusion and set up a small formation to seal it away, ensuring that no one else could behold it. Though uncertain whether those inhabiting the realm of cultivation were aware, He Xiaolong felt it imperative to take such precautions. Should his formation be breached in the future, it would signify that he was not the sole guardian of this secret. Conversely, if it remained intact, it would indicate ample time for preparation. Given the confidence in his potential for growth, why risk a perilous attempt? Who could fathom what lay beyond the rift? Perhaps it was another domain of cultivation altogether. The following morning, at the break of dawn, everyone hurriedly exited. The square, rarely harmonious, was devoid of the usual confrontation, bloodied blades, and weaponry. Instead, laughter and camaraderie filled the air. Despite being adversaries who sought each other's demise, they now shared jovial banter. These were the few days free from the obligation to surrender resources, akin to ravenous wolves feasting or mortals celebrating the new year. A bittersweet pang gripped He Xiaolong's heart, an indescribable sensation. He felt a profound sadness for those around him, but an even deeper sorrow for himself. From an individual who aspired to lead a mundane life, spending his days at work and pursuing romantic conquests, to becoming a mere slave of circumstances. The arduous journey is perhaps unbeknownst to others. Yet, He Xiaolong, having personally traversed this path, finds it far from pleasant. Although he has transformed into a figure of admiration, a cultivator revered by many, commanding respect in the outside world, he would, if given the choice, prefer to live an ordinary life. He Xiaolong entered room 28 according to his designated number, only to discover its spaciousness upon stepping inside. Rows of cushions adorned the floor, and he casually chose one to settle upon, selecting a position in the very center, an area of little distinction. However, as soon as the figure in black entered to conduct their training, He Xiaolong realized that no matter where he sat, he could not evade the spotlight. This dark-clad man was the very person who had brought him to the forbidden realm of cultivation, soaring through the skies while expressing hope that He Xiaolong would astonish him. Uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, He Xiaolong found himself in a quandary. To put it bluntly, within this realm of cultivation, this man was his first acquaintance. Of course, this familiarity pertained solely to the overseer of the forbidden area. Nevertheless, the man did not acknowledge He Xiaolong. Instead, he spoke gravely, informing him that the location was a miniature world, a site that had remained sealed since the demise of an ancient sect, ensconced by a formidable barrier. In recent years, the higher echelons of the cultivation zone had unlocked it, gradually expanding its confines. Once limited to the central region, now even the outskirts were beginning to unveil themselves. What you are required to do is to enter that realm, extract the treasures within, and exchange them for certain rewards. Do not entertain the notion of remaining inside indefinitely. Although we, the denizens of the cultivation forbidden zone, must pay a price for entry, it is not impossible to gain access. Should anyone dare to hide within and refuse to emerge, the cultivation forbidden zone will pursue relentlessly, irrespective of the cost. Furthermore, for the sake of management, all storage devices will be subjected to inspection upon entry and again upon exit. Each time you enter, you may claim a medicinal pill using the small token in your possession. This pill has a validity of 24 hours. Should you fail to exit within this time frame, your organs will be tainted, your very soul will face torment, and you shall gradually be consumed until you are reduced to ashes. Thus, for the sake of your own life, it is imperative to meticulously calculate your time. Of course, you may have heard that it is necessary to join a team within that realm. Under special circumstances, you may entrust your token to another, allowing them to claim your reward on your behalf. Additionally, if you wish to avoid joining the existing teams, those of you in the foundational stage may form your own group. However, I do not recommend this, as lacking strength makes survival within perilous. Next, there will be training on the various terrains, an overview of the magical beasts, their regional distributions, and the types of treasures available, along with the environments in which they flourish. Overall, this aligns closely with what Wang Mang has conveyed, and He Xiaolong finds little interest in these details. Beyond the recognition of treasures, the rest bears minimal significance. Entering that place invariably entails peril, whether one remains on the periphery or ventures into the depths. The danger remains equally formidable. There are no regulations forbidding the beasts of the inner sanctum from encroaching upon the outer realms. It is merely the denser spiritual energy within that attracts rare treasures and formidable creatures alike. Yet, life is fraught with unexpected turns, is it not? He Xiaolong diligently documented his understanding of these treasures, for they would prove invaluable wherever his journey may lead. As the day's training session concluded and the attendees began to disperse, a voice suddenly resonated in He Xiaolong's ear. Surviving to this moment, you have indeed surprised me. I hope that upon your entry, you can deliver an even greater astonishment. The art of distant communication. This skill is common among many. Yet not everyone can wield it effectively, as it is contingent upon one's cultivation level. In simpler terms, while a practitioner at the Golden Core stage can utilize this technique, those at the Foundation establishment stage remain oblivious to its essence. Should He Xiaolong attempt to employ distant communication now, any Golden Core cultivator present could effortlessly discern his secret and comprehend his words with clarity. Chapter 87, A Mountain at the Doorstep. The man clad in black before him audaciously used distant communication in the presence of numerous Golden Core cultivators, indicating his unwavering confidence in the invulnerability of his secret technique. This self-assurance suggests that the man's prowess is indeed formidable. Although He Xiaolong could not ascertain the full extent of his strength, he couldn't shake the feeling that this individual exuded a palpable sense of danger. More perilous than the dream princess and the woman clad in black, one would logically deduce that the latter two, possessing superior ranks, should be endowed with greater prowess. Yet, why does this sense of trepidation persist? Indeed, He Xiaolong attributes this to an illusion. In this realm, the strong prevail, and those of higher strength wield greater authority. The man in black, serving under the enigmatic woman, evidently has not yet attained the tribulation phase. However, the inexplicable aura of danger he exudes suggests otherwise. Could this truly be mere illusion? What exactly do you want me to do? He Xiaolong inquired, his confusion palpable. This question had lingered in his mind. The inhabitants of this place exude an air of mystery, perhaps stemming from his own lowly status, which precludes him from grasping many truths, rendering them shrouded in enigma. Nevertheless, he found himself ensnared in this vortex, unable to extricate himself. Thus, acquiring even the slightest fragment of information could serve as a safeguard for his survival. With your current capabilities, you are not yet entitled to know. When the day arrives that you reach the tribulation phase, I shall return to seek you out. With these words, the man in black departed. He Xiaolong comprehended the underlying message. Should he perish before attaining the tribulation phase, he would be rendered insignificant in the man's eyes. His fate, it seemed, bore no consequence to the man, but upon reaching the tribulation stage, he might finally be deemed worthy of service, at which point perhaps his life would hold value in the man's regard. After all, nurturing a cultivator in the tribulation stage is no simple endeavor. Although his so-called training merely involves allowing oneself to engage in ruthless combat, selecting a promising candidate requires discernment, does it not? Just as he exited the room, Li Zizai rushed over, exclaiming, "Goodness, I have never encountered such a loquacious cultivator." His words made He Xiaolong's lips twitch. Were it not for the fear of being obliterated on a whim, he would have simply dozed off. He Xiaolong shook his head in silence, though his curiosity deepened. If they were all attending the same lecture, why then were they separated into different sessions? Moreover, each small room seemed to be equipped with a formation, rendering them unable to hear what was being discussed in the adjacent chambers. This struck him as odd. Were the administrators of this cultivation forbidden zone truly so idle? Did they possess an abundance of personnel? What purpose did such redundant measures serve? Additionally, what significance did each small token hold? All tokens bore numbers below 100. What did his 28th signify? Strength? No, that could not be the case. Those who had previously entered this place Jindan, Yuanying, and even those of higher ranks might also possess the number 28. Furthermore, if everyone bore the same number, could it imply equivalent strength? He Xiaolong found that highly improbable. As for the reasoning behind their division, he could not fathom it for now. Yet he comprehended that the inhabitants of this place would never engage in actions devoid of purpose. You say we've more or less completed the training today. What are we to do tomorrow? Li Zizai yawned beside him. To him, these matters are utterly useless at present. All he desires is to follow He Xiaolong. Whatever He Xiaolong encounters, he will seize for himself. If he cannot rush forward, so be it. There is no need to study such things here. Uncertainty looms, but enlightenment will come in due time. He Xiaolong shook his head, genuinely perplexed. This realm of immortal cultivation appears to conspire against their exchange of information, shrouding many matters in secrecy, leaving them bewildered and unable to comprehend. When tasked with a duty, they are afforded no preparation time. A command is issued, and disobedience invites punishment. In this city of decadence, He Xiaolong has yet to witness anyone face punishment, yet it stands to reason that predecessors must have tested the waters. Observing the current sycophants, one can infer that the repercussions must be truly terrifying. Did you two brats kill Yao Pengzi? An elder approached, positioning himself before the two. He Xiaolong and Li Zi were taken aback. Yao Pengzi was the first individual they had attempted to manipulate, albeit unsuccessfully. Although Yao Pengzi ultimately met his demise, they reaped no benefits from the encounter. Now, his allies have come seeking them. While they had anticipated such a scenario, given the blatant machinations against another, they had hoped that if anyone truly possessed influence, it would be easy to learn the truth. However, they had not expected the reckoning to arrive so swiftly. What do you want? He Xiaolong inquired, recognizing that denying their involvement was futile. After all, it was indeed their doing. Although the figure before them was a formidable Yuan cultivator, they were in the public square. Surely, this elder would not dare to slay them outright. In the realm of immortality cultivation, it is not the absence of prodigies that is lamentable, but rather the scarcity of those adept in discerning subtle cues and nuances. The elder gazed with ire upon the two youths before him, vexed by their reckless actions that had led to the demise of the rotund Yao. Though harboring resentment towards the deceased may serve no purpose, the presence of these two individuals was undeniably infuriating. In this fallen city, it was common knowledge that Yao was under his protection. With his passing, it was imperative, if only for the sake of appearances, to avenge him. Moreover, entering that place would surely pit them against him, rendering them adversaries. It was a straightforward opportunity for retribution, one he would not shy away from. Is the elder truly poised to strike at this moment? Thought He Xiaolong, emboldened by his confidence. As for the potential repercussions after entering that realm, he would address them when the time came. Who could say who would be the real troublemaker then? He had evaded the clutches of a nascent soul master before, and he had also slain a golden core cultivator. Although this elder was a nascent soul practitioner, he was merely at the initial stage. Facing him directly would guarantee death. However, in a different setting, escape was not out of the question. Chapter 88, Dignity or Life. Did they not notice the demeanor of those present? Each exuding an air of superiority, as if proclaiming the heavens above and the earth below, while placing themselves in the third position? It was not due to their prowess or their fearless nature, but rather a shared conviction that death was an inevitable fate they would all eventually face. One must live out their true essence. To perish in a state of subservience is vastly different from departing with dignity. The elder gazed at He Xiaolong, gritting his teeth as he spoke. He found the two youngsters before him exceedingly irksome, particularly the one engaging him in dialogue. Regardless of their current adversarial stance, he was a cultivator of the nascent soul stage, and in this realm where martial prowess is revered, they ought to exhibit a modicum of respect towards him as a formidable individual. Yet, these two youths not only failed to show the most basic respect but also stood before him with an air of arrogance, thereby belittling the dignity inherent to his nascent soul cultivation. Since ascending to the nascent soul stage, few had dared to treat him in such a manner. In fact, he had never encountered anyone as audacious, save for those in the tribulation stage, who regarded him with disdain. The path from nascent soul to tribulation is fraught with challenges. As for those in the golden core stage, regardless of whether they are older or younger, they would typically offer their respects upon encountering him. To be disregarded by two mere foundation establishment youths was infuriating. Now, if I were to apologize, would the elder spare me? Would he overlook the matter of our slaying of Fatty Yao? He pondered. Even if, at that juncture, there were those who mocked me, What would it matter if I were to eliminate 1 or 1,000 of my detractors? Wouldn't that resolve the issue? It is hardly a monumental task. However, the crux lies in whether it is worth playing the fool. In this moment, it is evidently not worth it, for regardless of any self-deprecation, the threat to one's life remains. Thus, why should one feign humility? The elder found himself momentarily choked. Indeed, he had shown signs of weakness, adopting a submissive demeanor. Would he truly allow himself to be spared? Such notions were laughable. A formidable being at the nascent soul stage like himself could not simply let this transgression slide, especially in light of his intent to avenge the rotund Yao. With so many witnesses surrounding them, to relent now would set a dangerous precedent. Who would dare to provoke him in the future if they could rely on such tactics? What would remain of his dignity? Observe, esteemed elder. You find yourself at a loss for words, do you not? Since you are determined to end my life regardless, what reason do I have to treat you with civility? Why should I exhibit any signs of submission? As He Xiaolong's words hung in the air, Li Zizai, standing nearby, interjected with a cheeky grin, "Old man, you can either slay us right now and then face the wrath of the overseer, leading us all to mutual destruction, or cease this pointless banter. Our time is precious. Who has the luxury to squander it here, engaged in your trivialities?" Li Zizai felt emboldened, for in this square, it mattered not if one were merely a nascent soul or a tribulation stage cultivator, the rules of the realm must be respected. Otherwise, one could find themselves extinguished in an instant. Of course, he and He Xiaolong might meet their demise before any intervention from the overseer. Yet the idea of mutual destruction held its own allure. He was wagering that this elder valued his life more than they did. After all, what drives individuals to pursue the path of cultivation? In pursuit of a prolonged existence, the allure of wealth and splendor, the desire for that which is unattainable to others, and the aspiration to revel in a life of elevated status. There is a fierce competition, each with their own justifications. The more adept individuals, those of greater cultivation, tend to cherish their lives more dearly, for they have invested countless sacrifices to attain their current standing, making them reluctant to relinquish their fragile existence. However, he differs from He Xiaolong. As the saying goes, those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Either they all perish together, dragging down a formidable nascent soul practitioner to accompany their humble foundation establishment selves to the grave, which could be deemed worthwhile. How many envy such a fate? It is essential to recognize that even the loss of numerous foundation establishment cultivators pales in comparison to the value of a single nascent soul practitioner's life. Let us wait and see. Do you truly believe you can act without restraint? I shall await you in that place. Humph. With that, the elder scoffed and swept away. He Xiaolong shook his head, realizing that trouble was imminent. The mere cold snort from the adversary indicated a person of remarkable composure. Engaging with such individuals is most troublesome, as they are not easily provoked. In many scenarios, the more composed a person is, the more formidable their capabilities become, allowing them to devise the most effective and rational solutions to any predicament. Chapter 89, A Reluctant Course of Action. Li Zizai pondered the matter and conceded, after all, they were no longer children. Following their departure, those around them cast sympathetic glances. A slender man with furtive eyes and a sly smile remarked, "These two lads truly pique my interest. Were it not for the formidable adversary they have encountered, I might have considered joining their ranks." No sooner had he uttered these words than his companion shook his head in disapproval. Clever as he may be, he is excessively arrogant. Such a person would likely resist being under someone else's command. If he were to join us, he would undoubtedly want to assume the role of leader. Are you afraid he might usurp your position? To be honest, I am indifferent to who leads. What truly matters is the strength of the team, otherwise we could easily find ourselves outmatched by those skilled adversaries, resulting in our swift demise. The slender man scoffed at this notion. What significance does being a leader hold? One cannot even guarantee survival. To lead entails great responsibility and immense pressure. If one fails to command effectively, causing others to perish needlessly, who would still respect them? Yet, he conceded the point. These two young men were indeed rather presumptuous, likely not the type to accept discipline. Of course, it might not be fitting for them to lead. For individuals marked by excessive pride often engage in reckless behavior, detrimental to team dynamics. However, he would be quite open to the prospect of forging a friendship, should the opportunity arise. Behind them stood a young girl named Lingling, closely following the figure of Shenquan Jishang. She gazed at He Xiaolong and Li Zizai's retreating forms, a shadow of concern clouding her eyes. Brother Shenquan, should we allow them to join our team? In a few days, we will all be entering together, and these matters have ceased to be shrouded in secrecy. Shenquan Jishang had now made his appearance. Engaging in tasks within this realm is not a daily obligation, it suffices to provide an ample supply of resources. Even in the absence of coercion, individuals are inclined to undertake these tasks voluntarily, for within, they can cultivate their skills, immerse themselves in the rich aura of spiritual energy, and discover rare treasures that greatly enhance their prowess. Is that not so? The enigmatic figure of divine authority uttered a vague response, subsequently lapsing into silence. Their gaze fixated on the direction from which He Xiaolong and the others had departed, an expression of profound contemplation etched upon their features. Naturally, He Xiaolong remained oblivious to the thoughts of those around him. Today, he ventured alone into the depths of the hellish abyss, which at this moment exuded an eerie tranquility. Nearly devoid of any presence, he purposefully approached the precipice, casting his eyes towards the valley below. Regrettably, disappointment washed over him, for the fissure he sought had not reappeared, and the familiar aura he once sensed had vanished without a trace. Taking out the token, he examined it closely, convinced that his instincts were not misguided. The faint energy fluctuations mirrored precisely those he had experienced on that fateful day. Yet, why had they dissipated? He Xiaolong pondered, recalling the very spot he occupied on that day, now standing in the same location, yet once more met with emptiness. He traversed the vicinity, circling the area in hope of witnessing another miracle, but ultimately, disappointment lingered. Why could he not behold it? Such phenomena seemed improbable. Could an outsider to the sanctum of cultivation truly traverse at will? Where, then, lay the passage? Or perhaps it was not situated within this forsaken city at all, but rather hidden within the broader confines of the cultivation sanctum elsewhere. Rubbing his forehead, He Xiaolong felt an overwhelming sense of agitation. Currently, he was merely at the foundational stage. How long would it take to reach the stage of transformation? Furthermore, even upon attaining that stage, he could not be certain whether there existed cultivators of the transformation stage within the forbidden zone of cultivation. Moreover, if the number of tribulation stage cultivators in that area was excessively high, it would indeed be feasible to restrain a transformation stage cultivator. What, then, was he to do? Should he strive to cultivate beyond the transformation stage? Beyond transformation lies the ascendant stage, a realm that, to his knowledge of cultivation history, had never been graced by the presence of any cultivator. As for transcending to the celestial realm, that notion was even more fantastical, something he had never even heard of. Should one ascend to become an immortal, they would no longer exist within this plane. Where would they go? He Xiaolong once again opened his father's storage device, revealing a plethora of precious materials and treasures within. However, an intricate web of restrictions lay layered upon them. The items he could currently utilize were limited. And given the numerous restrictions on the contents, would those examining the storage device within the forbidden zone be able to perceive them? If discovered, would such a vast array of items be confiscated, or worse, would his identity be questioned again? Currently, he was not lacking in storage devices, as he possessed 2 usable rings, yet the critical concern was that his own storage ring contained an abundance of items. He dared not allow those within the forbidden zone to see it. He could not take the risk. What if they were capable of dismantling the restrictions? What would happen if they confiscated his storage ring? He instinctively felt that within those treasures, there should be some clues left by his father. However, his current capabilities were insufficient to unlock the restrictions. The nascent soul cultivator who initially acquired this ring had failed to break the seals, indicating that even upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one could not dismantle the barriers set by his father. But what about the individuals in the forbidden zone of cultivation? There were cultivators at the tribulation stage, and even those at the god transformation stage. Could they breach the seals? He Xiaolong, dared not take that gamble. Although those individuals lacked the bloodline of the He family, what if their power was overwhelmingly high and they forcibly unlocked it? Sighing deeply, He Xiaolong felt a sense of helplessness, yet there was nothing he could do. He then placed the ring beneath a stone and utilized one of the few sealing formations he knew to seal the small valley. Chapter 90, How vast is the cage? He Xiaolong set up a very low-level sealing formation. He was uncertain of its efficacy, but his knowledge was limited. This particular sealing formation was something he had stumbled upon in a tattered manual. The elder who sold this secret technique claimed it was obtained from some celestial abode. However, upon his examination, He Xiaolong discovered that this was a very rudimentary technique, as it was remarkably easy to learn. Generally, in the realm of cultivation, the more difficult something is to master, the higher its level, due to its complexity making it harder for others to dismantle, especially with formations and similar constructs. After completing everything, He Xiaolong silently prayed that nothing would be taken away by others, nor that anyone would discover this place, otherwise, he would lose everything he had. And his hopes of leaving would vanish as well. At that moment, he could find no other place to hide his possessions. So he had no choice but to remain as he was. The following day, everyone resumed their classes. To their astonishment, the lesson was identical to that of the previous day, with no alterations whatsoever. Some inquired, but the man in black who taught them showed no inclination to explain, rigidly repeating the content from yesterday. Frankly, I could recite it by heart. Moreover, he announced that they would return for class the next day, leaving one to wonder if the same would occur again. How would I know? He Xiaolong shook his head. Yet on the third day, Li Zizai's ominous prediction came true as the repetition commenced once more. On the fourth, fifth days, the same content was reiterated for an entire week. From an initial enthusiasm to incessant complaints, the man in black appeared to be a programmed entity, responding to their inquiries with the same predetermined material. After finishing, he departed coldly, offering no clarifications or indications of how much longer this cycle of repetition would continue. Not just Li Zizai, but He Xiaolong surmised that nearly everyone in the fallen city could recite the material verbatim by now. And yet, what did it matter? They still had to obediently attend the lectures, for each day the man in black would check to ensure that everyone was present. On the eighth day, everyone remained seated in that small room. On this occasion, the man in black refrained from reiterating his earlier instructions, much to the relief of He Xiaolong and the others. The new information, when repeated incessantly, inevitably becomes tiresome. If anyone struggles to retain the details, they should meticulously transcribe every word I have shared onto a piece of paper. Upon entering the designated space, they must retrieve it and review it thoroughly. This paper should be consulted daily, for the fluctuations within that realm vary. At times, they may only slightly diminish one's memory, while at other times, they could severely impair it, potentially leading one to forget their very identity. Thus, do not presume your memory is infallible, neglecting to record everything. Regardless of your recollection, ensure that you document it all. Each time you enter, follow this practice. Do you understand? The man's words rekindled a sense of anxiety among the group, including He Xiaolong. He had never realized such a possibility existed. And Wang Mang had failed to mention this aspect during their discussions. Nevertheless, it lingered in his mind, whether or not it proved useful. It was prudent to write it down. However, He Xiaolong furrowed his brow, contemplating the troubling possibility of forgetting that he had taken notes upon entering. What if he forgot the man in black's admonitions, forgetting to review the notes altogether? Observing the man's impassive demeanor, He Xiaolong refrained from voicing his concerns. Since the individual had not broached this topic, it was evidently unnecessary to do so, or perhaps there was no solution to be offered. After all, was he the only one endowed with intelligence in this world? Did no one notice? 2 days passed without any demand for resource submission, and He Xiaolong suspected they were merely allowing them to digest these matters. On the 3rd day, they left the fallen city for the first time and arrived at another location within the forbidden area of cultivation known as Wuchuo Feng. This marked He Xiaolong's inaugural departure from the fallen city since his arrival in this realm. It was then he comprehended the vastness of the cultivation forbidden zone, stretching infinitely. Wuchuo Feng appeared almost unfathomably immense. Standing at the foot of the mountain, He Xiaolong was struck by its grandeur. Chapter 91, Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. The areas accessible to everyone in this cultivation forbidden zone were undoubtedly places of little value. In other words, the very fact that such locations were open to their scrutiny implied a certainty that they would glean nothing of substance. The ability to roam freely in these areas signified a belief that escape was impossible. Was the investment of time in obtaining resources truly worth the meager freedom gained? A brief moment spent wandering was far less beneficial than diligently honing one's skills. Even a slight enhancement in strength could prove crucial in dire situations, potentially making the difference between life and death. Without further ado, let us ascend. As the cloaked figure spoke, a small paper boat in the hands of the leading man began to grow exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the diminutive vessel, which had once resembled a mere crane, transformed into an immense craft capable of comfortably accommodating tens of thousands. The ability to enlarge the small paper boats crafted by an artificer is not particularly rare, however, it is intrinsically linked to one's level of strength. For instance, take Xiaolong, who currently stands at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. If he were to receive such a small paper boat, he could indeed enlarge it, but to a size accommodating only 2 individuals, which would represent his utmost limit. Moreover, piloting the small boat requires a significant amount of spiritual energy. The larger the vessel and the more passengers aboard, the greater the spiritual energy expended. The figure cloaked in black, capable of expanding the boat to such an impressive size and accommodating so many passengers while maintaining a steady course, exemplifies extraordinary strength. Xiaolong suspects that this individual may be above the tribulation stage. This raises an intriguing question: if this man's strength surpasses the tribulation stage, then the woman in black he encountered previously must also possess similar capabilities, placing her on par with the highest echelons of divine authority. Yet, her combat prowess far exceeds that of the divine authority, thus rendering it inadequate as her opponent. If memory serves, this man in black was working under that woman, suggesting her rank among the overseers of this realm of cultivation is indeed superior. Does such a disparity in rank exist even among those of equal standing? Furthermore, based on the oppressive aura emanating from him, Xiaolong perceives that this man's power is likely not inferior to that of the woman he encountered. Therefore, should a confrontation arise between the two, the outcome remains uncertain. What, then, compels this man to willingly serve under her? Could it be that the woman has powerful connections? Or perhaps she is entangled with a high-ranking figure from the realm of cultivation? As He Xiaolong's thoughts meandered, the small paper boat soared into the sky, gradually descending upon Wutuo Peak. From below, Wutuo Peak appeared as a towering mountain, so lofty that one felt insignificantly small in its presence. Upon arrival, it became evident that the peak had seemingly been cleaved by a sword, leaving behind a flat platform. As they landed, the man in black pointed toward a large formation nearby, saying, "Do you see that? It is a teleportation array. To access that teleportation zone, one must possess contribution points. If your contribution points are sufficient, you may enter the array and depart from Wutuo Peak. Otherwise, even a nascent soul cultivator cannot hope to leave this place, with the exception of its overseer." Even as his words echoed in the air, the man in black vanished in an instant. He Xiaolong and the others looked around, confirming that he had indeed departed. in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without utilizing the formation or piloting the small boat, instilling a deeper fear of the overseers of this cultivation forbidden zone. The higher one's power, the more intimidating they became. And when combined with a ruthless nature capable of taking lives at will, such a person commanded not merely respect, but profound dread. A subtle ripple of energy coursed through the air as an elderly man, with white hair yet youthful features, descended gracefully, dressed in flowing white robes. He exuded an aura reminiscent of the revered immortals from mortal lore. However, those present regarded him with skepticism, fully aware of the gravity of their situation. In this realm of cultivation, those who ascend to positions of authority are invariably individuals who have clawed their way up from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, their hands stained with the essence of ruthlessness. The elder spoke with a measured tone. I am known as Elder He, the master of this peak devoid of humps. And from this moment forth, this territory shall be under my governance. As for other matters, I shall refrain from elaborating. You have all received the necessary training. Allow me to impart a word of caution. Trust no one, not even your own team. If you wish to survive, your sole reliance must be upon yourself. Now, please present your tokens. He Xiaolong, like the others, retrieved the token from his storage ring and held it in the palm of his hand. As the elder raised his hand, streams of golden light surged into their tokens. Within these tokens lay the regulations of this peak, alongside the provisions you are required to memorize. You have 1 day to secure your accommodations and assemble your teams, and remember the rules. Starting tomorrow, resources must be submitted. Once again, as his words faded into the air, the elder vanished without a trace. Pressing the token against his forehead, an abundance of information flooded into He Xiaolong's mind. He was astounded, compelled to marvel at the opulence of this cultivation zone. To record information in a single location typically necessitated the crafting of jade slips, which required ample spiritual energy and were conducive to engraving. In He Xiaolong's understanding, apart from jade slips, there appeared to be no other medium for recording. Yet now, the tokens in everyone's possession could serve this purpose, indicating that they were a novel type of refining material, one he had never encountered before. This growing intrigue was truly captivating. During the training, this particular material for refining instruments was not mentioned. What does this imply? Does it suggest that the place they are about to enter lacks such resources, thus rendering the information unnecessary? Or perhaps this material is exceedingly rare, or exists only in a specific area within the realm of cultivation, where it can be efficiently mined and utilized? Particularly concerning the piece in his possession. From where exactly was this energy ore extracted? Is it possible that his fragment originates from a different location than those of others? Alternatively, could it be that the materials are fundamentally the same, yet some issue arose during the refining process? He Xiaolong may not be adept at instrument refining, but he has heard that some master artisans can influence the final outcome of a tool by adding certain elements or altering their techniques during the crafting process. It appears that his knowledge remains woefully inadequate. He Xiaolong now harbors an intense yearning for knowledge. He requires a vast array of information to fill the void within him, enabling him to swiftly comprehend this world and rectify his shortcomings. Without a formidable background or familial heritage, he finds himself at a distinct disadvantage from the very outset. Thus, he resembles a sponge, in dire need of abundant nourishment. Additionally, he desires to engage in various tasks, ensuring that his mind remains active and operational, preventing any moments of idleness. For whenever he allows himself to relax, he cannot help but recall the deep-seated enmity of his family and the haunting image of a beloved figure in his heart. Little Long understood that those who cultivate immortality enjoy a considerably prolonged lifespan. Even though he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, his life still far surpassed that of an ordinary mortal. Typically, if they refrained from engaging in conflicts, they would generally remain free from ailments. However, that woman was different. She was merely a mortal, devoid of any abilities. If he did not swiftly locate her, would she not perish? The notion of reincarnation seemed akin to living anew. A seemingly favorable circumstance, Yet amidst the vast sea of humanity, where would he find her? Moreover, what if he were to find her when she had aged into her twilight years? Would she still wish to be with him? Although He Xiaolong himself bore no disdain, his indifference contrasted starkly with the sorrow of others. The cloaked figure had departed, as had the old man, leaving everyone akin to a flock of sheep without a shepherd, scattered and devoid of discipline. Curiously, they gazed upon the place they were to reside, a mix of novelty and anxiety filling the air. However, He Xiaolong remained indifferent. The location of his dwelling mattered little, what held significance was where his heart resided. He Xiaolong, brother Wang has arrived, Li Zizai announced as he brought Wang Meng to He Xiaolong's side. Let us proceed, we can converse along the way. Wang Meng led them towards the grand hall. Upon reaching a row of accommodations, he addressed the two, saying, "This is where you shall reside. Please check in according to your identification tags. Furthermore, should you decide to join our team, we must register you. Kindly hand me your identification tags." He Xiaolong, with a facade of calmness, nervously handed over the token, his mind racing with thoughts of whether Wang Meng would uncover the secret of this token, or sense something unusual. The token transitioned from He Xiaolong's grasp to Wang Meng's, who displayed no signs of suspicion. It was only then that He Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief. It was a relief that he had not noticed anything. If he had, He Xiaolong was uncertain how he would react. "Wang, what is the purpose of this token?" Li Zizai, who was ever restless, inquired from the side. He Xiaolong did not intervene, as he too was curious. "This token is akin to your identification card. It contains all your contribution values and personal information. It also indicates the team to which you belong and your residence. In essence, as long as you possess this token, once your contribution value reaches a certain threshold, you will be permitted to access other locations. Conversely, if your contribution value falls short, you will be unable to go anywhere. Of course, even if your contribution value is sufficient, you cannot proceed without the token." As they spoke, the group entered a grand hall. Upon encountering a row of individuals clad in black, He Xiaolong's lips twitched slightly. Was it a common preference among those in the realm of cultivation to wear black? Or was it a mandate from the higher-ups that required such attire? He pondered whether anyone could distinguish one person from another. Wang Meng, accompanied by two others, presented 3 tokens, including his own, to a man in black. "These two will be joining my team from today onwards," he stated. The black-clad individual accepted the tokens, merging them and channeling spiritual energy into them, the purpose of which remained unclear. After a while, the 3 plaques were returned to Wang Meng, and that was it. Li Zizai and He Xiaolong were left dumbfounded. Wasn't the objective to record information? Was this truly sufficient? Could it be that the array of figures clad in black before them were all masters of artifact refinement? For an ordinary person, even a cultivator of considerable prowess, transferring information onto another jade slip would be an arduous task. It necessitates the use of one's spiritual awareness or mental energy to meticulously inscribe the information, akin to writing. One must imprint the details bit by bit, followed by compression and sealing, before another could press the jade slip against their forehead to access the contained knowledge. Of course, there are certain prohibitions in place, such as the need for specific spiritual energy or a particular bloodline to unlock them, but these instances are quite rare. The only individuals capable of swiftly transferring or inscribing information are artifact masters, and only those of exceptionally high rank. However, as they observed more individuals joining the ranks of the team, Li Zizai and He Xiaolong were utterly astonished. Internally cursing, they hoped fervently that this entire procession of black-clad figures were not all masters of artifact refinement. Had the realm of cultivation's forbidden zones ascended to such heights? The arts of artifact refinement, alchemy, talismanship, and formation crafting are arguably more intricate than that of the cultivators themselves. In summary, those proficient in artifact refinement, alchemy, talismanship, and formation crafting must be cultivators, yet not all cultivators can attain these rare professions. If there truly existed an abundance of master craftsmen in the realm of refining, Merely idly seated here, exchanging identities, it would indeed reflect an extravagant misuse of talent. Chapter 93, Exclusion. The selection process hinges on two primary factors, innate talent and familial heritage. Without a legacy or those precious formulas, one remains perpetually unable to master the craft. Moreover, substantial wealth is imperative, as these rare vocations require relentless practice, involving repeated material waste before one can achieve success. Some individuals may toil for decades without producing a single successful item, others may spend years studying alchemy, only to incinerate countless valuable resources without ever synthesizing a single elixir. This underscores the formidable challenges associated with these rare professions. Even those with innate talent may find it beyond their means to pursue, unless their family possesses the necessary resources. Guidance from esteemed mentors, familial lineage, and ample resources, coupled with personal diligence, are essential, otherwise, even the most remarkable talent may go to waste. Naturally, one must also have the time to devote to such pursuits. Moments later, everyone gathered at the encampment of the fierce tiger squad. This encampment is essentially a grand hall where members convene for discussions regarding various matters. During times of tranquility, they reside in their respective quarters. Allow me to introduce everyone. Here are the members of our fierce tiger squad, totaling 42 individuals. Among them, there are 5 in the foundation establishment stage. With the addition of the 2 of you, we now have 7 in total at this level. In this place, there exists a sole nascent soul, while all others are at the golden core stage. Brother Wang, how does such strength fare here? He Xiaolong felt it was quite commendable. Most individuals are at the golden core stage. Previously, only those at the pinnacle of this stage were permitted entry. Now, the criteria have been significantly relaxed. Yet possessing golden core strength is still remarkable. Moreover, there is one nascent soul present. Upon hearing He Xiaolong's inquiry, Wang Meng's countenance displayed a hint of embarrassment. Our strength ranks at the very bottom here. What? He Xiaolong and Li Zizai were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that such strength could be considered the lowest in this realm. Even more surprising was the realization that the 2 of them had unwittingly joined a team of the weakest. Concerns were inevitable. For Wang Meng had previously mentioned that if anyone were unable to contribute resources on a given day, others would assist in gathering a portion. These resources need not be repaid, one simply had to remember the favor, and when the time came that they themselves could not repay, others would extend their aid as well. However, while this may sound reasonable, the reality is far more complex. If I cover for you today, what if tomorrow you find yourself unable to reciprocate? What if you are perpetually unable to return the favor? Although there are no rigid rules mandating the return of borrowed resources, within a team, there inevitably exist those who are stronger and those who are weaker. If the weaker member consistently fails to contribute, would not the others be compelled to shoulder an extra burden of resources daily? Thus, when weighed in such a manner, it becomes evident that individuals are inclined to collaborate with the powerful, preferring to be the one who might burden others rather than to be the one who is burdened. Wang Meng observed the expressions of the 2 individuals and sighed, acknowledging, I understand that I failed to clearly communicate the situation to you earlier. It was indeed my oversight. However, in this realm, strength delineates our positions. Those of lesser strength occupy the less desirable territories, which, although scarce in resources, significantly mitigate the risks to life. Conversely, the more formidable individuals vie for the prime territories, leading to a daily toll of casualties. He Xiaolong remained silent. The words sounded pleasing. Yet the truth remained, they were at the bottom tier, likely inhabiting the least favorable territory, where resources were exceedingly scarce. Assisting others was a daunting challenge. Despite all being at the golden core stage, they were mere foundation establishment practitioners, the weakest among them, perceived as a burden by others. Yet, familiarity breeds understanding. He Xiaolong preferred to operate independently rather than be part of such a collective. Moreover, as everyone competed for territory, the stronger would inevitably target the weaker. adhering to the age-old adage of picking the softest persimmon to squeeze. The more vulnerable they appeared, the more oppression they would endure. Did they truly expect to be spared simply due to their flesh? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. The previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an unbearable awkwardness. In resignation, Wang Meng shook his head and said, "If you are unwilling, you may choose to sever your ties with the team now." Before he could finish, a stir erupted within the crowd. "Captain, why bother explaining so much? 2 Foundation establishment practitioners are merely hindering us. If it weren't for Brother Wang's reputation, who would be inclined to look after them?" Upon arriving here, we were utterly bewildered. 2 insignificant individuals, yet we are compelled to assist them in supplying resources daily. And they remain ungrateful. Such ungrateful wretches ought to distance themselves as much as possible. Indeed, Brother Wang, you need not feel any remorse. Individuals like them can never be nurtured. We provide them with resources daily, yet in the end, they will never express gratitude towards you. As the conversation unfolded, every voice echoed the sentiments of disdain towards He Xiaolong and Li Zizai. Although He Xiaolong's silence had incited the ire of this group, he believed the underlying issue was primarily their strength. Had their prowess been at the golden core or nascent soul stage today, this crowd would have treated them with utmost courtesy rather than the scorn they currently exhibit. Ultimately, the fear lies in the 2 at the Foundation establishment stage, potentially dragging down the entire team's capabilities. Without these Foundation establishment members, the weakest among us would be at the Golden Core stage. To put it bluntly, during a team battle, even in a desperate fight, one must be swift enough to fend for oneself without expecting rescue from others. Moreover, if everyone is at the Golden Core stage and one cannot escape, joining forces would only lead to mutual demise. Yet, should a mere Foundation establishment individual falter, how could those at the Golden Core stage bear to witness their demise? At the heart of it all, it is a matter of insufficient strength. It is not as if I was eager to join. Had it not been for my connection with Brother Wang, who would willingly join such a team? Beside him, Li Zizai also felt a surge of frustration. After all, this matter began with Wang Meng taking the initiative to court them. Although his intentions remain unclear, it appears that he now seeks to draw them in while simultaneously expressing disdain towards them.